What is going on, everyone, and welcome to 12 hours of Reddit stories to sleep to. This has been by far and away my most popular series over the past year, with some Reddit stories to sleep to episodes getting over 500,000 views. I mean, some are closing in on 1 million now. You guys have absolutely loved them, and I'm very grateful. So to round off the year, I thought, how about I give you guys what you want? 12 hours of Reddit stories to relax to sleep to do whatever with. It's up to you guys, but 12 hours is surely enough for the vast majority of you to put on, go to sleep, and when you wake up, it should still be playing unless you're going for an absolute marathon of a nap. Respect if you are. I'd love a 13-hour nap, but that's besides the point. So sit back, relax, have a nice rest, and enjoy 12 hours of Reddit stories to sleep to. Oh, and also quickly, before you do go to sleep, just do me a favor, hit the subscribe button. Enjoy. Entitled mum thinks she has to be invited to everything. Gets husband to scream at us. Sandy is my uncle's girlfriend. No one in our family but my uncle likes Sandy. Why? Well, for starters, she's still married and living with her husband and daughter. Secondly, she's a huge narcissist and throws a tantrum every time she doesn't get her way. About a month into my uncle and her dating, we were going to take family pictures, and she's there with her daughter. We ask her for a few pics with just my grandma and her kids/grandkids, but that didn't go over well at all. Sandy starts screaming that she's dating my uncle, so that means she and her daughter are family too, and deserve to be in the pictures just as much as anyone else. Sandy has even stalked my grandma, who is only 4'9" and in her late 70s. Back in March, when the pandemic started, my grandma was still living alone, so she had to do her own errands. My grandma went to Costco one day, and there Sandy was casually just running into her. Sandy was thinking about getting a Costco membership, but she doesn't like the Costco that's 30 minutes closer to her. Okay. Then, a few weeks later, she shows up at the same pharmacy that my grandma goes to because Sandy's pharmacy didn't have the medicine she needed, so they sent her to one that was 35 minutes from her. Sandy also showed up at my grandma's bank on the exact day that my grandma decided to open a savings account for her grandkids. Sandy asked my grandma what she was doing, and when my grandma told her, Sandy launched into a fit because, what about my daughter? She's technically your grandkid too. My uncle and her, by the way, had only been dating for about 3 to 4 months at that point. Just as my grandma was about to say something, the bank security came over and asked if my grandma was okay. They knew her from the decades of her banking there, as well as all of her kids and grandkids. So when my grandma said no, they immediately escorted Sandy out. Shortly after that, my grandma moved states to live with my aunt, and that's so far been the last stalking incident. On Thanksgiving, we all did a Zoom dinner instead of having a big gathering. About a half hour into the meal, my uncle's phone starts going crazy. It's Sandy. She starts demanding to know why she wasn't invited and goes into full tantrum mode. So my uncle caves and sends her the link. As soon as she gets on, Sandy starts screaming, and her daughter, Amy, a 12-year-old, is running around in the background, screaming and crying that it's not fair. Sandy starts calling us all selfish female dogs, and then her actual husband starts yelling at us that we can't do that to his wife. My grandma had had enough of Sandy and scoffed at her. See, this is why nobody here likes you. This is why we do everything without you. This is why I'm so glad that you and that rabid kid of yours aren't invited to my granddaughter's wedding. No big dramatic ending. We just ended the call because everyone was super angry. We decided to do another one without my uncle this time, and that was fine. Oh yeah, from the jump with this story, I was a bit weirded out, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if you're married to someone else, then you also have a boyfriend, as in your Uncle OP in this story. I mean, fair enough, if you want to be polyamorous, that's all good, but it's a bit weird, isn't it? It's just a bit like, it's strange, that's all I'm gonna say. I don't really know why the entitled woman's husband is allowing that, but who am I to judge? I'm just me. So who cares? Yeah, I just think it's a bit weird, I'm not gonna lie. And then also like saying or claiming that your kids are part of the family, nah, They're not, because you're not family. Your uncle, OP's uncle, is just your boyfriend. You're not married to him, unlike your actual husband. Weird one. Very, very weird one. I'm not completely sure how I feel. I'm just a bit weirded out. I was fired and made the company lose over £100,000. So, I used to work at a family-run builders merchants and was a trade sales advisor. I was fired for bringing up health and safety concerns in an email sent to a manager, and for the fact I was apparently unhappy in my role. I did nothing wrong, but they still sacked me. Now, when I worked there, I had clients that I had built good relationships with, and even become friends with some of them. They would get me beers and whiskey at Christmas, or have barbecues and so on outside of work. Anyway, back to the revenge. I was fired, which in my opinion was unfair, and it was during this COVID-19 pandemic. I'd worked through the entire way until I was fired. So I wanted revenge. I contacted multiple clients and friends, and most of them said, okay, we won't use that company if they treat the staff the way they did me. One client easily spends over £100,000 a year, easily in the top 3 customers they had. He used them because I would get him the best prices, etc, etc. As soon as I'm fired, I call him and let him know what happened, and he straight away promises not to use them again. So, big middle finger to the owners of that S-hole. I hope you learn to treat your employees better or go under. Oh, I tell you what, OP, I'm not getting very good vibes from your ex-company through this story at all. So pretty much you're telling me you call up your boss and you let him know, look, I'm a bit worried. We have some health and safety concerns. Can you look into them, please? And because you're, kind of auditing your own company and looking out for the health and safety of your own company and its employees, your boss is like, nah, you're gone. That is not a good boss right there, and definitely not somebody that I would want to work for. I do think it's pretty amazing, though, that they kick you out and you're just like, you know what? Fair enough, but now you're going to have no clients anymore, and I'm going to cost you hundreds of thousands of pounds. It's so funny. Like, imagine they're like, oh no, you know what, guys? Imagine them in a board meeting. They're like, guys, we've messed up here. We've lost a lot of money, and you're just, chilling, no job, but yeah, you know that you've cost them a lot of money. Now moving on to our second story. Fired from last job, but I got the last laugh. I worked at a retail chain that sold pet supplies and products. When I started working there, it was great. Family owned, and everyone I worked with was fantastic. The owners eventually wanted to retire and sold the small chain to an investment group. Once the investment group took over, almost all but a few employees were let go, forced out, or just quit. I hung on for a little while longer before I got promoted at my other job. The new company brings in a new manager to my store. My store was the top performing store in the entire chain, bringing in about $10,000 to $12,000 per day on average. It was always more on weekends and especially around the holidays. The new manager is a Mr. Company man. Company told him they only want employees around for 2 to 3 years. Myself and 2 others had been there for 10 plus. So naturally, he began ruffling feathers and giving us all a hard time. Unfortunately, he decided on me first. Now, Mr. Company Man found out I work 2 jobs. The 2 jobs are not in related fields, so there was no chance of any conflicts of interest on my end. However, my second job requires me to work nights and weekends. When Mr. Company Man found this out, he demanded I work nights/weekends there, so it was fair for everyone. I didn't work nights and weekends there because I was that store's only OSHA certified forklift operator, and deliveries didn't come at night. They came weekday mornings every day. But Mr. Company Man didn't want to hear that and told me I either had to work nights and weekends or that day would be my last. I told him, do not threaten me with a good time. I suppose today is my last day then. I was pretty annoyed about it, but it's not a big deal now. It ended up being the greatest thing that ever happened to me. I went home early, didn't finish my shifts because F 'em. But when I got home, I decided to call my local OSHA inspector and report them for not having a certified operator on staff, as well as numerous other hazards. Needless to say, they lost close to 3 weeks' profit from all the violations the inspector found. I was surprised they even showed up. In my state, the inspector will call you back after an inspection and tell you if your claims were founded or not. Mine were, and Mr. Company Man got his butt chewed out so bad he ended up quitting. You know what, I guess that's the thing when you do fire an employee, they're going to know so much about that company, and you know, if they want to, like OP right here, why can't they just report you for the things that they already know are going wrong in the company? Because, you know, they've been there for 10 plus years, they work there every single day, they know what's going wrong, they know the violations, they know who a forklift operator is, for goodness sake. So yeah, you've got to be careful as a boss. If you're going to fire somebody, you better make sure they've got no dirt on you, or the company could be in real trouble, that's for sure. I mean, yeah, like, fair enough, the majority of ex-employees aren't going to go out for revenge like this guy, but thank God you did, OP, because, yeah, this company and this company man, the manager especially, definitely deserve this justice. Now moving on to our final story, I did to my neighbor what they did to others. To start, I bought a house with the intention of doing a flip. When I moved in, the self-appointed block captain let me know who they were the first day. Sadly, they were my next door neighbors. I tried to be friendly, but listening to them, I realized how horrible they were, and I just tried to still be civil. My significant other kept saying, just wait for it to be our turn. Sorry, a self-appointed block captain. How much of a loser do you have to be to call yourself the captain of the block? Jesus. They bragged about, through their contracts with the city, forcing people to make improvements on their houses, getting undesirable renters out of the houses, and just harassing people in general. As I worked on flipping my house, the wife became a worse thorn in my side. To start, she demanded I put up a fence so people would quit cutting through my yard and scaring her. Then, her and the husband demanded I take care of the weeds in the yard or they will do it and bill me. After a storm, a tree scraped their shingles and they asked for $1,200 to replace them. The tree was there before I moved in, and by co-ed, they are responsible to cut back the branches to the property line. When I wouldn't pay, they had a relative jump my fence and cut the trees down. Needless to say, I just began to ignore them, so the wife became a constant gnat and moved on to another target. Then, one day, as I was tearing down my deck for a patio, I realised she'd put a feral cat colony on a section of my property. I'd wondered why all the stray cats were around, and I finally found out. I reached out to the city and demanded it be removed, but they said she followed the law on getting it in place. As I tried to get it shut down, she began unhinged behaviour, from standing in her window staring at me, yelling out the window at me, to hitting the fence with items to scare my dog. Here, my revenge started. I started by filing a HRO, or harassment restraining order, against the wife, and had it granted ex parte with the evidence I provided. Of course, she contested, as it was defamatory to her character. Before the hearing, the husband tried to physically intimidate me, so I just filed one against him as well, and it was also granted ex parte. In the hearing, it came up that there was an HRO against the husband as well. They dodged being served until I had it published as a means of service. I started to make complaints about them and their house as well. Also, I made police calls when necessary. As I did this, the other neighbours began to realise they could do to them what they had done to them and others. For example, as I was having my front door replaced, I needed a building work permit. I knew they were doing internal remodelling, so I called a city inspector and they were fined for not having a permit themselves. As she ranted, the wife that is, at the inspector, he looked at my window and saw I had mine displayed. Their back porch became hoarded, so I made another call to a city inspector and they had to clear it out. Then they had a broken window on the porch door, so I called an inspector and they had to replace the door. Next, the paint on their house was peeling, so I called an inspector and they had to repaint. The inspector also found the wood underneath was rotted and their front porch was sloping, so they needed to fix the front porch, sections of wood, and repaint. Through all of this, they had cameras up to prove they were not doing the things I said, i.e. hitting the fence. They also pointed a camera at my backyard. As it was legal to point a camera into my yard, and a part of my HRO was her intrusive watching behaviours, I gave the camera the middle finger on my way to and from my garage. When the wife complained, with the city tiring of her at this point, their response was she was admitting to intrusively watching me. The fight over the cat colony came to an end when I realised one of the cats had a serious disease and I began to capture them and turn them into animal control. Don't worry, animal control was part of the feral cat program, so they would not be put down, but the neighbour would have to pay a fine to get each cat out or have the colony closed. Finally, I caught the sick one and it had rabies. Part of the program was for her to capture each new cat and have it vaccinated, something she admitted to willing not doing on her GoFundMe for the colony. I soon had that GoFundMe shut down when I provided the evidence that she was not using the funds as she stated they were going to be used. The city now had to act to close the colony. The person at Animal Control who wouldn't respond to my complaints was actually fired. The neighbours called in a city mediator, who we met with and presented all the evidence. But we said we would not meet with the neighbours, and provided him with extremely racist tweets these guys had made about our other neighbours. The city then cut ties with them as community leaders. With their power to bully gone, and having spent what I can only imagine in fines and repairs, like they forced on other neighbours, after 14 years they sold their house and moved out. Way out to the suburbs where they only have one neighbour about 50 yards away. They knew I was wrapping up my flip and would be out in less than a year. Without being able to bully their neighbours, with people having their back, they seemed to have no further reason to stay. Needless to say, I did several more things to wear them down. Finally, when I listed my house, it was sold, while theirs was still on the market. As a final FU to them, I reported to the county they had both the new and old house listed as their homestead, meaning they were paying less in property taxes, so they got hit with more fines on my way out. Oh, this story is so good because you've just used their exact technique that they've probably been employing for years on their other neighbors to get their way against them. It's amazing. You know, you come in and they're like, you know, straight away, no, you have to pay damages on this, repair on this, tax on this. And you're like, okay, fine, but I'll match you. And in fact, I'll raise you. And now I'm going to go through the entire, you know, government document about neighboring societies and you know, see which sections you are for and which you are against, and then call an inspector to just ruin your life and probably cost you tens of thousands of dollars. Amazing stuff. And now they can't even sell their home. That is just the icing on top of the cake. OP, you are a legend. A very pedantic legend, I must say, but it was definitely worth it in this story. How I ruined 2013 Thanksgiving by getting mad at an entitled kid for deliberately hitting me with a wooden chair. So this all happened 7 years ago when I was a 16-year-old boy. It was Thanksgiving and the family was going to get together for it. But the majority of people going to the party were a part of my stepmom's family, and her entire family, including herself, happened to be the most narcissistic folk you would ever know in your life. They could accidentally give you a serious injury and still somehow make it your fault. My dad wasn't any better, honestly. All he ever cared about was women and his reputation. I used to lie to save his reputation, but I'm not hiding it anymore. Anyways, my dad, my stepmom, my stepbrother, and I all got ready and started heading over to my stepmom's parents' house. And on the way, they both gave me and my stepbrother a lecture on being on your best behavior, and we will take you home if you ruin this day. I was honestly not at all interested in going to this party. I knew that I was going to be the only teen there, so there isn't anyone my age to socialize with, and trying to socialize with a bunch of narcissists is like trying to find the edge of a sphere. Also, there was a specific person who was going to be there, a sadistic 8-year-old demon child we will call Tyrant, because his real name honestly sounded very close to that. Tyrant is literally the ideal nightmare bully we all were scared of encountering when we were in elementary school. He would pick on others for his own amusement, get physical, kill bugs and rodents, and have a maniacal giggle as he did any of this. Worst of all, Tyrant's parents enabled this. They would excuse anything he did, no matter how bad it was, and say it's because he has a learning disability and we should go easy on him. This I honestly had a hard time believing because I was born with a learning difficulty myself and high-functioning autism, so I just could not accept the thought that all of this was at the fault of a learning disability. Now that I look back on it, he and his parents were very much like the Dursley family. So, when we arrived at the house, we were let in by my stepmom's dad, and the house was full of people. Some I know and some I didn't know. I looked around and did not see Tyrant or his parents in sight and got a little excited, thinking I wouldn't have to deal with the little devil. But before I could relax, my dad told me that I need to go to the children's room with my stepbrother. I paused for a moment and then asked him why I can't stay out in the living room, and he said, "The owner's rule is children go into the children's room. Now go in there." I tried to rebel, tell him that at 16 I shouldn't be forced into a room full of kids way younger than me, but he got mad and threatened to take me home with no food. I honestly don't know why I didn't take that instead of staying, because it would have been a lot better than what is to come. But I guess I was hungry and I chose to stay. So I went to the children's room. The children's room was a small square-shaped room that had one couch, some toy bins, a children's wooden table with chairs, and a TV. There were at least 3 kids in there, one being the demon spawn himself, Tyrant, who is talking to his parents. His parents are just dropping him off into the room, telling him to be a good little angel, etc., and they go to leave the room. Now, as they are leaving, they don't even acknowledge my existence, nearly bumping into me as they approach the door. It boggles my mind how people are fine with being so rude, especially to those way younger than them. After they left the room, Tyrant let out an excited screech and went ballistic on the toy bins, throwing things out everywhere. I just sat there on the couch trying to cancel out the inhumane noises made by this child when I remembered that there is a TV in this room. I thought that maybe if I turned on some cartoons that I would be able to calm him down. So I looked for the remote. I search around the room and there is no remote to be found. After looking for it, I decided to leave the room to go ask my stepmom's parents if they knew where it was. When I got to them, I was greeted with a "What are you doing out here?" and I asked them if they knew where the remotes were. My stepmom's dad then told me that he took them away before we all got here, so he can make the kids play together and not stare at a screen like zombies. They then told me to go back to the room, and my stepmom's mum followed me back. When I got back to the room, it was a mess. Tyrant managed to trash the entire room the one single minute I was gone. My stepmom's mum told me, "Since you are the oldest in here, I expect you to clean up after the kids. Thanks." But before I could even protest that, she shut the door. I groaned in disappointment and went to go clean up the toys scattered all over. After cleaning it all up, I sat on the couch and closed my eyes, letting out a sigh in boredom. Then, suddenly, I hear a loud bang. I look and see Tyrant throwing toys like an NFL quarterback. Some of the kids, including my stepbrother, move out of the way to dodge some of the flying action figures and blocks. I went out of the room and tried to get the attention of Tyrant's parents. When I got up to them, I tried to tell them what is happening, but they interrupted me, saying, "No, you aren't allowed out here. Go back to the kids' room." Of course, me being the typically forcefully obedient teenager, I turned around and went back to the room, which again was a mess. Yet another round of cleaning up after another person's child. Hooray! Honestly, I can't believe back then why I never questioned why this 8-year-old was behaving like a 4-year-old, but I guess I already had the answer when I met his parents back then for the first time. Anyways, after cleaning up yet another mess, I tried to once again lay down on the couch. I thought that maybe if I got a little nap in, I would be able to make this night go by faster. Tyrant started to calm down, so it was the perfect timing. I started to doze off when I heard the sound of children arguing. I sit back up and see Tyrant pulling toys away from my stepbrother while saying, "It's mine." I intervened and told them to stop fighting. I pulled out some building blocks that I originally put away and suggested they play with these together. And they actually agreed. Thank God. An uneventful hour passes, and I'm starting to wonder when the food will be done. I stand up to go and ask the adults, but then I remembered that they don't like me out there, so I just peeked out the door. The adults were all at the table, talking about various stuff and laughing over terrible jokes. I saw that no food was out on the table, so I assumed that it wasn't done cooking yet. Then I hear a loud smack sound. I turn around and see one of the kids crying, holding their cheek, while Tyrant is giggling in the corner. I asked him what happened, and he told me that Tyrant hit him. I went over to him, who was still giggling like a pest, and tried to tell him what he did was wrong. But he interrupted me by saying, "You're not my dad," and went back to playing with toys. I was just standing there, wondering what to do, seeing this little brat act like this, and the other kid still holding his cheek and sniffling. I knew that going out of the room to tell his parents would make them mad, but I gave into it and went out anyways. Before they could even tell me to go back to the room, I interrupted them and said, "No, you have to listen. Tyrant is hitting the other kids and making them cry." The entire table went silent. At that point, I thought I finally had their attention, but Tyrant's mum then said, "Why don't you do something about that then?" I told her that I in fact did, but he didn't listen to me. The adults were all mumbling to each other, and Tyrant's dad then said, "You are old enough to know how to deal with this. Stop being a tattletale." I looked around at the other adults with a "is he serious?" face, but they all looked at me disappointingly. Even my dad, who looked red and angry at me. I said, fine, and went back to the room. I was done with the BS at this rate. Tyrant was being awful and the adults were not helping. So I thought to myself that if they wanted me to handle it, then fine, I will handle it my way. As I entered the room, I of course expected it to be a mess, but it was beyond that. The children's table was knocked over, puzzle pieces everywhere, and the kids trying to pick them up. I groaned, knowing who exactly did this, but I couldn't see Tyrant. I looked around, thinking he was hiding in a corner, but he wasn't even in sight. Although it was odd he just vanished like that, I bent down on my knees to pick up the table and help the kids pick up the puzzle pieces. That's when I hear that disturbing giggle again. I pause, knowing whose giggle that was. I look up, and then it happened. Tyrant swung a small wooden chair right into my face. The pain was so intense, I rolled backwards, my hands on my face, moaning in pain, trying to process what just happened. After the pain started to calm down, I get on one knee, looking at how Tyrant was giggling and holding the chair, as all the other kids stare in shock at him. That's when it all came to me. This little demon had planned this. He deliberately made a large mess, knowing I would bend down to clean it, so he would be able to hit me. At that point, all I felt was anger. I stood up, glaring at Tyrant as he giggled. Then, this kid had the audacity to go in for another strike, this time aiming for my stomach. But I grabbed the chair mid-swing, pulled it out of his hands, and slammed it on the ground, and let out a loud, "Enough!" I said it so loud that it boomed through the entire house. Everything stopped. The kids, the noises, and even the adults talking. Uh-oh, Tyrant just stared at me, surprised, as I stood there still with anger, but then I hear loud stomping coming. The door swings open and it's my dad. He yells at me to come out of the room right now and to go and talk with the adults. When I go out, I see that the adults were all staring at me like I just poisoned the water hole. My stepmom then said, "Why are you yelling at kids?" I tried to tell her, but I was interrupted by Tyrant's mum, who said, "You have no reason to yell at kids." It was then I get lectured by each and every adult there at the same time, each talking over each other at me, telling me how awful and disrespectful I am. I started to cry and shouted at them to stop. I shouted that I yelled because Tyrant had hit me on the head with a chair. They all stopped and looked at each other. Again, I think I finally got their attention at this point, but I was wrong. Tyrant's mum spoke up and said, "But he's way shorter than you. How could he do that?" And before I could explain it, his dad says, "Even if he did it, he can't hurt that bad. He's only 8. These morons have no idea what it feels like to be hit in the face with a chair. I snapped and told them that if they listened and let me speak, they would get it. I guess I said it in a really peed off tone because the adults gasped and looked at me like I just killed someone. My dad then said, "That's it," stood up and grabbed me by the arm. He dragged me out into his car and started it. I asked him what he's doing and he told me, "Your attitude has ruined Thanksgiving for us. I'm taking you back home. You don't deserve to have Thanksgiving dinner." I didn't even want to argue with him. I was angry, sick of all the BS, and I actually wanted to go home at that point. He drops me off back at home and he sped off in a hurry. So there I was, home alone, where I made my Thanksgiving dinner myself. Some soup and a grilled cheese. It was depressing, but it was a heck of a lot better than being stuck in that house with that demon spawn. The next day, I got the usual, "You are grounded for a month," and "I'm taking your stuff away," but I didn't care. I was used to being punished regularly and treated like a troubled teen, but thankfully, all that ended when I finally got to move out in 2018. My dad did divorce my stepmom before that, but none of that mattered at the time, because even though one problem was out of the house, there was still another. But now my life is not a part of his anymore. Now I'm a lot better, and just recently I had a great, socially distanced Thanksgiving with my friends and my grandmother. And I hope in the future I will continue to have good Thanksgivings. I mean, that has to be one of the most mental stories I've ever read. I was shocked by the kid at first, but I guess kids can be horrible like that. Yes, this guy is a bully and whatever, and smacking you over the head with a chair is a bit mad. But you know, I've seen kids in the past do that. What I've not really seen is parents like this, including your own parents, just accepting it. Like, yeah, he's a kid, he smashed you with a wooden chair. Why does it matter? Like, why aren't you just dealing with it? What sort of reaction is that? I just don't understand. Why aren't Tyrant's parents having a go at him, telling him off, taking him home, rather than you being the one taken home by your own father who's telling you should have done a better job and not got hit by a chair? Like, it's mad, honestly. The kid is something. Yes, he is entitled, but the parents around that table, Jesus. I mean, first of all, having you locked in a room is bad enough. Then, when you get smashed by a chair saying it was pretty much your fault, does it get much worse than that? I don't think so. Am I the butthole for not telling a vegan mum that the candy she stole from my kids and was eating wasn't vegan? This happened on Halloween and the day following. My neighbour, a 38-year-old woman, super vegan, has 2 kids. I, a 26-year-old, also have 2 kids. My apartment complex didn't do traditional trick-or-treating on Halloween. Residents were advised to set out pre-packaged individual candy bags on their patios / front door areas if they wanted to participate, but the traditional knock-on-door, physically hand strangers candy was not permitted. So Halloween comes and the kids are all dressed up, and each building has a scheduled time where the kids go door to door. I ended up having to work late, so my neighbour offered to walk my kids around with hers at our building's scheduled time. About 45 minutes later, my kids came home with a small bucket of candy, 6 little goodie bags each from individual apartments that participated. Everything was fine, and my kids didn't say anything weird had happened. They were just excited to eat candy once they got home. The next day, I took my kids to the park directly across from our apartment complex. My neighbour was there with her kids as well. The kids were playing, and she took out one of those individual goodie bags with candy in it from her purse and started to loudly rummage in it. She ate several pieces of candy, and my daughter eventually noticed, ran up, and asked if she could have a piece. And my neighbour responded, "Nope, this is my tax candy. Remember that this was my reward for taking you trick-or-treating last night." I was a little weirded out by that statement and asked what she meant. She said that since she was the one who had to take the kids out, she took 5 bags from each of my kids as a tax. Her son then chimes in and said, "You only took 2 bags from us." She responded with, "But I'm your mum. I was doing OP a favour so they get a higher candy tax." I was thinking about how to respond when I noticed that she was holding a Starburst candy and decided to just smile and nod and go back to watching my kids. I let her continue to finish off the bag of candy and then said, "Hey, aren't you vegan? You know, a lot of those candies are made with animal products, right?" I explained to her what gelatin was and how a lot of those candies are made with it. She was horrified, Googles it, and then told her kids that they were leaving. She said something about how she was going to be sick and stormed off. Now she's giving me dirty looks every time we see her and won't let her kids play if she shows up at the park and we are there. My husband thinks I'm a butthole because I should have either not said anything about the gelatin or said something right away when I noticed. I don't think it's my job to tell a vegan what is and isn't vegan though, and she deserved it for stealing candy from little kids. Yeah, I definitely agree with OP here. I mean, if this woman hadn't admitted to blatantly stealing the candy from your kids, then yes, you probably would have said, "Oh, by the way, before you eat any more, you do realize that gelatin is contained within a lot of candies and it is not vegan." But no, she's stolen 5 bags from each of your kids of candy on Halloween. What sort of a loser do you have to be to do that? I wouldn't tell her, but I get what your husband is saying, right? You went one step further. You told her after she'd already eaten, which is quite funny, but I think I would have done the same in that situation. What she did was just weird. Why would you steal candy from kids? You weird mother. Now moving on to our second post. Am I the butthole for deciding I won't give any Christmas gifts this year after my mum cancelled a transaction on my card? I'm still angry over this, and I may not write well, and also I probably don't judge the situation very well being this angry, so I came to this subreddit. I'm a student. I have a student bank account where my college gives me money for transport when we had physical classes or scholarship. These kind of bank accounts have no fees, but are age restricted. We can't have one if you're over 25 and need an overseer. When I asked the bank about it, they told me it's just a security thing, so I chose my mum because she's more tech savvy than dad. Well, through some incredible luck, I managed to get only top grades last year, so I was awarded a study scholarship. Great! I've been saving it up, looking forward to worldwide Black Friday, eyeing an amazing drawing tablet. I do digital art on very old intros. The tablet I was eyeing is as big as my monitor. It's a display one and just all around amazing. Black Friday rolls in, and Amazon Germany, the closest to me, has it in stock at an amazing price. A price I could afford. I was so dang happy. I ordered it. Then I got a notice that the bank refused the card. I emailed Amazon, their customer service is so fast, and we went over the card details and such, making sure it was okay. It was, and they advised me to call my bank. It was odd. I had bought things online in the past with this card and it had gone through. I had enough money for it, even extra, so I thought maybe they had technical difficulties. But it was too late in the day to call and they don't work weekends, so I left an email. Only to find out today that for big transactions, they asked for agreements from the overseer and that mine cancelled the transfer. I was like, what the F? And confronted my mum about it, who throughout the weekend acted oblivious. And she told me that of course she couldn't let me throw away money on something I don't need. And that I wouldn't have money for Christmas presents if I bought that. Then she had the audacity to ask me what I was planning to get my family this year. I told her that they won't get anything more than a bread shadow for me, and I went to my room and cried on the carpet. A bread shadow, by the way, in German apparently, is an expression for nothing. Okay, interesting. I missed out on the offer. I can't afford the tablet anymore, and it's all because mum wanted Christmas gifts. And no, I won't get her anything. Last year, she got me a blouse too small for me that she later took for herself. She can gift herself this year too. Yeah, that seems like a load of rubbish. I mean, having an overseer, I guess, makes a lot of sense. But when your overseer is your own parent who then just stops all your transactions going through, doesn't that kind of defeat the point? I mean, it's your bank account. You can kind of spend money on what you want to spend money on. And by the way, your mum saying this is a bad purchase. It's not a bad purchase. Maybe it's expensive, sure. But if you're interested in it, if it's your passion, then that's not a bad purchase at all. I don't know what gives her the right to, tell you what a good and bad purchase is if it's something that you love doing. But yeah, it's not her bank account. She shouldn't even be involved. I mean, really, she could have at the very least talked to you before she cancelled the transaction and spoke to you about what you were buying, not acted oblivious over the course of the weekend in the knowledge that you're probably speaking to her about it, saying, oh, there might be an issue with my bank, I tried to buy something, it didn't go through. Like, that is just so shady and unnecessary. What a strange woman, once again. Now moving on to our next post. Am I the butthole for giving my deceased son's college fund to his best friend instead of my nephew? This has been causing a conflict with my entire family, and they think that I'm being selfish and unreasonable. Let me explain first. I, a 39-year-old male, lost my son in 2019 due to a chronic heart condition. He was 15 years old. It was devastating and I just couldn't take it, especially when my family did little to nothing to support me during these difficult times. They didn't bring my son meals when he was at the hospital. They didn't let me go home and rest even for a few hours. They didn't take care of other things while I had a lot to deal with. I just wasn't offered any help, just words, and they just talk but do nothing. Despite the struggle, I created an account for my son's college fund, and I kept putting whatever I could get at the time in, and me and my son would talk about that a lot. He was depressed, but always believed that he was going to get better and continue his education and attend college. I started saving money to keep him motivated and to make him feel like he could be like any other kid with hopes for a good future. He had a very close friend that's about the same age as him. They were friends for 5 years, and I cannot express how his presence in my son's life helped him through the worst days. Sometimes his friend would spend the night with us and try to get my son to do activities and lighten up his mood all the time. To be frank, his friend was closer to him than his own family. He never stopped visiting and asking how I'm doing after my son's death. He'd show me handmade projects he made for my son, and as a way to remember him, we'd sometimes just sit and talk together or cry together. Last week, while I was with my family, my sister asked me what I was going to do with my son's college money. I didn't want to mention this, but since she asked, I told her that I will be giving the money to my son's friend. She barely even recognised his friend and was confused and said that my nephew deserves this money since he's family. My mum agreed that I wasn't thinking straight and that I should help the people close to me, family, and that my nephew has a right to go to college, and I was wrong for giving this opportunity away to somebody else. I didn't know what to say. They kept pointing out that I was making a mistake and how my nephew will resent me if he finds out. The thing is, my nephew wasn't close to my son. I don't even know why he'd be bothered. My sister went on and on about not being able to afford my nephew's college. I told her this was my decision and I felt more comfortable that way. She started lashing out, constantly texting me, constantly wanting to talk to me, and we ended up arguing. When I snapped, she had my mum calling me, basically guilt-tripping me and telling me I'm wrong and that I needed to think about this. It's just too much pressure, and I'm feeling lost and unable to figure out how to deal with this. Yeah, dude, I would just say that you can deal with it exactly how you want to. I mean, if you don't want to give it to your nephew and you would rather give it to your son's friend who, you know, was very close and actually cared about your dying son when he was in hospital, then yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. There's no reason to give it to one of your family members just because they are a family member if they don't even know who your son really was, it seems like. So yeah, right now, given that your son has passed, the money is yours. You can do exactly what you want, and to be honest, I think it's a much better decision to give it to someone who actually cared about your son. Oh, by the way, I've forgotten to say throughout all these stories, I don't think any of these people have been the butthole across story 1, 2, and 3. Guys, let me know down below if you disagree with me. I'm pretty sure these were all pretty clear-cut cases. No buttholes were present in today's video. Maybe next time, but I'm not so sure. Entitled parents don't believe I'm that sick. I almost die. This was back in 2018, and I was seriously sick, so a lot of it is blurry, and I'll explain why in a little bit. So in about July of 2018, I started to get pretty sick. At first, it was kind of like a cold. I had a sore throat, runny nose, fever, etc. So I did what anyone would do and brought some cold and flu tablets to help me get better faster. When they didn't work, I took them for the recommended time. I decided it was time to go to the doctor. I was told by the first doctor I saw that it might be tonsillitis, so she prescribed me some antibiotics and that was it. For a few days I was okay. I couldn't drink much because my throat was swollen, I couldn't eat a lot, and I couldn't sleep because every time I did, I'd choke. But I was fine until that Saturday morning. Now, I worked the Saturday shift, and as soon as I was up and getting ready, I knew something was wrong. My lips were severely chapped, and it looked like I had been punched in the face. I had ulcers that had formed on the tip of my tongue that went all the way down my throat, and my face was swollen. Now, OP has actually attached some pictures in the hospital for reference. I'll have a look at them right now. Oh, and there, yeah, you can see, look, I mean, it looks pretty normal apart from a very swollen jaw. And her lips are, yeah, I don't even know what would possibly cause that apart from biting, but obviously it isn't that. They look in a very bad way. I told my lovely mother and father that I wasn't well. They, of course, didn't believe me. This is the conversation that followed when we were talking about me going to work. I just don't think I should go. My father said, "You're fine," ignoring the fact that I'm almost falling over my own feet because of dizzy spells. My mother agreed, "You're going to work." So I went. Now, I don't remember what happened, because at this point I started to black out because of the dehydration, but I do remember seeing my manager and, at the time, partner at work. He mentioned something about me looking terrible, and my father, being the ever-ready person to be a victim and hero, said he agreed. My manager said to me, "You should go home." I had a scarf around my face because I was so cold that it was hurting me. What's with the scarf? I removed it, and that was it. He sent me home, told me that I was not to come back until I was 100% well. Now, I don't remember the rest of that day, but I do vividly remember parts of Sunday. Sunday was my second doctor's visit, but this time I had to see a different doctor at a different clinic. My mother had just had surgery on her wrist and she couldn't drive, and I wasn't allowed, so I woke up my father. Now, there was a lot of shouting and swearing directed at me because God forbid he's up at 9 AM. So, we go to this new doctor and he says it's fungal. I don't know what he thought it was, because at this point I was hitting that part of time where the human body starts to shut down slowly because of dehydration. so I'm in different meds, which made me worse. I was vomiting and I couldn't drink because of the ulcers. You get it. Monday night rolls around and I bring up going to the hospital. I was extremely fatigued, dehydrated, and I was starving. I was also hallucinating people that weren't there. It was a great time. My mother, though, said, "No, you're not going. What you need is a shower and you'll be better." My father says, "I'll frickin' take you to the hospital and just frickin' leave you outside the ER then." My mother then took me to shower where I was bawling my eyes out because I was just done. I didn't want to be sick anymore and I was extremely tired. When I got out, my mother told me to get my meds, phone, and its charger, just in case, and they'd take me to the hospital. I don't remember the 15-minute drive there, but I do remember staring at the streetlights, thinking they were stars following us. So I was in the ER, and the nurse, honestly my lifesaver, took one look at my face, complexion, and called a wheelchair to collect me. We didn't have to wait to be admitted. I was put in IV, and I drained 3 bags in a few hours. They then gave me this stuff that numbed my throat, and I was given a Zupa Duper. Not sure what they'd be called in America, but they're a frozen cordial stick that are delicious. I was in the hospital, in not only AMW, acute medical wing, for 3 days, but also the ER private rooms for 1 day. That whole time, I didn't see my father, but I did see my mother for 10 minutes while my entitled sister and her kids were also there causing trouble for my hospital roommates. It turned out I had mononucleosis, no idea how I got it, and if I waited like my parents wanted, I would have died. Alright, let me put that picture up on screen again. Now, tell me guys, if you were a parent of this child and you saw her lips in this condition, what would your reaction be? It certainly wouldn't be, yeah, go and take a shower and have some rest, you'll be alright. I mean, I don't know what is happening to our lips there. I don't know what mononucleosis is. I might actually look it up. But if I saw that, I'd be like, no, you need to go to hospital right now. That looks mad. Unless this person was literally biting at their lips, but they obviously weren't. Get to hospital immediately. What are your parents doing? Genuinely, yes. They could have honestly caused your death here by being so ignorant. What the heck? Oh, okay, I didn't realize. I've just looked it up now. I didn't realize it's the same as glandular fever. Obviously, a very serious illness you can get. And if untreated, you probably can die. So, parents of OP, please take note. Don't do this again. Just better to be safe than sorry in this situation, surely. Now moving on to our second story. Entitled driver wrecks his brand new Dodge Charger, injures and then blames me, a pedestrian, for his wreck. For some backstory, I work for a subcontracting company that does really niche IT work for various municipal governments, and my truck is loaded with equipment for computer repair and road work. Like I said, it's niche, but this becomes important later. As such, I currently have a 2-hour commute, and while I do use the interstate during the day, I usually head home closer to midnight and prefer to take state highways and back roads due to the lower speed limits. Now onto the story. So as Renee, my fiance and co-worker, and I were driving home tonight, we had noticed that a large rotted poplar tree had become uprooted and fallen into the road, covering both lanes. Normally, I would have called local officials and then either waited for the tree to be removed or simply wait for them to arrive and then take a different route. Unfortunately though, I had no cell reception in this area, and rerouting would have added an extra hour to my already long commute. As such, I figured I'd try to use my demolition hammer, the best thing available to me, to try and at least weaken it until someone came by with cell reception that we could flag down and get to call local authorities. So I turned on our hazards, turned on our beacon, and Renee and I both put on our reflective vests and hard hats with built-in lamps. While Renee brought the tools over to the tree, I began grabbing the traffic cones to block off the road. Enter Brad. As I finished setting up the cones behind the truck, Renee began handing me the cones to put in front of the fallen tree. No sooner had I begun reaching for them when we heard the roar of a brand new sunrise orange Dodge Charger RT flying up the back road with a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit at highway speeds. I ran in front of the fallen tree, shining my flashlight on the already well-illuminated tree, and I tried to flag down the Charger. It was no use. He never even hit his brakes. I dove out of the way at the last second as the Charger ploughed into the tree, turning it into a horizontal fulcrum and me into a baseball as the tree struck my shoulder and launched me about 10 feet. I got up, extreme pain throughout my left side, and I was unable to raise my arm. Adrenaline was coursing through me. I ran, hobbled quickly to the remains of the poor, obliterated Charger, now smoking and leaking fluids all over the road. Miraculously, Brad and his nice girlfriend, both about my age, early 20s, got out and were completely unharmed, though understandably shaken. Renee, who miraculously found the one spot with coverage, called emergency services, and the nice girlfriend called Chad, Brad's nice dad, and that's when I heard it. Oh God, my car! How could this happen? Why does this always happen to me? And that was when Brad looked at me, looked at the clearly uprooted tree, and proceeded to have a unique reaction, one that I never thought really ever happened, one that sounded like... Ree! At this point, I think maybe he's injured too, and I say, dude, are you okay? No, idiot. Because of you, my car is completely totaled. What kind of moron cuts down a tree in the middle of the road? Actually, the tree was already here. We only got here maybe 2 or 3... BS! You blinded me with that flashing strobe light. He was pointing at the yellow hazard beacon on my truck, which I've used for years. His nice girlfriend then says, actually, I think that... But Brad interrupts. Shut up, all of you. I'm going to sue you for failing to illuminate the tree properly. This is irrelevant. At this point, I'm still trying to be nice. Well, actually, that's... If you open your mouth one more time, I'm gonna... Then Renee, in all of her 4.5-foot glory, said, enough. It's not his fault that you clearly acquired your driver's license in a Happy Meal. That tree is very well illuminated. You clearly weren't paying any attention, and you hurt him. Look at him. He's limping, idiot. You're the one who ought to be apologizing for that stunt you pulled and the mess you made. Then there was silence. Deathly, unnerving silence, as Brad stood slack-jawed and making a strange choral noise. Suddenly, Brad goes on an absolute rampage, kicking and throwing my cones, tools, and various other items from and around my truck into the forest and off the road's 15-foot embankment. I wish I could tell you more, but it was about that time that Brad's dad, Chad, arrived along with first responders. We gave statements, and I spent the rest of the time being checked out by EMS. I'll update you guys tomorrow after his insurance company calls me. Yeah, I just don't really understand how this can possibly be OP's fault in this situation. Like, he's just had a crash himself, or was it a crash, or he saw a tree that's been uprooted? Okay, fine. Not a crash, but he's seen a tree that's been uprooted, done their very best, him and Renee, to, you know, try and at least salvage the situation and to cause as few accidents as possible. They've even, you know, shone a torch at the driver who was going way too fast on a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit road, and they've just plowed into the tree. What are you supposed to do about that? OP's been injured in this situation. Clearly, he was trying to help. He wasn't just, you know, saw the tree and was like, oh, we'll leave that, let someone else crash into it. You're trying to help. I don't understand how the insurance could possibly, you know, claim anything for Brad in this situation. If anything, you need some police to try and sort out what really happened here, because if Brad presses charges, you might be in trouble. I don't know. I hope not, because that's clearly a ludicrous thing to happen in this situation when you actually try to help. But I don't know. The police don't know what happened. It could just be Brad's word against yours. I hope, OP, you kind of get some help so that this situation is cleared up and you don't get in the trouble that you obviously don't deserve to be in. I mean, I've just reread it, right? He's ran in front of a fallen tree, OP, shining his flashlight on the already well-lit tree, and then trying to flag down a Charger that is going way above the speed limit. Who's in the wrong here, and who's the real hero? Let's be honest. OP, you're a legend. Brad, you are a Chad. I'm not gonna lie. I called the mayor useless in front of his daughter. So, in my country, there are some upcoming parliament elections, and one man who owns a big printing and marketing company, whom I've known for a long time, calls me and says he wants me to start working on video editing, and my first job in there would be to help on the campaign for a certain candidate. To be clear, I hate politics, and I have some big personal issues with that political party, which single-handedly destroyed the whole country. But I'm a female dog, and I need that work and that money, so I accepted. I've started working there, and the work was good. I have been giving my best. I've met the candidate, a young lady, and also an 18-year-old who was her personal photographer. One day, after 1.5 weeks of working in there, me, my boss's wife, and the young photographer were in the office. We were watching some material to start making a video with. Suddenly, they start complaining about some people close to the mayor of the city for being useless. And I say, it's known that those people are useless. Anyone related to that mayor is useless, including the mayor himself. My boss and his wife are looking at me with big eyes with their mouths shut, but their faces say, "Oh, you don't dare." I say, what's happened? And then my boss says, "She is the mayor's daughter." I was shocked for a second and then started laughing, and they all started laughing at me. I apologized and pat this girl's head, but she had that "I'll kill you" face on. Nothing happened, and we didn't talk about it again, except for like 3 weeks later when I was making a video about a reopening for a rehabbed hospital, which was hosted by the mayor, and this girl says to me, "You see, my dad is not useless." So those guys don't know English or know what Reddit is, but I really don't like that mayor. We all know he's there because of his connections with high corrupt figures in the main government, so I'm glad I wasn't fired, but I have no regrets. I honestly feel like this story is more of a "today I effed up," but still pretty good stuff, and I guess it does technically fit into this subreddit. Just a weird one that you'd pat her head afterwards. I'm not really sure why you'd do that. Surely you'd be embarrassed and you'd apologize to her rather than patting her on the head. But anyway, yeah, pretty funny story, I guess. Guys, let me know down below in the comments, have you ever been in a situation where you've been talking to somebody about someone else that you dislike, not realizing that the person you're talking to is related to the person that you're talking about? That must be extremely embarrassing. I think OP honestly handled it pretty well just by laughing, admitting his mistake and being like, oh well, I'm sorry I said it, but I guess it's funny. Now moving on to our next post. Be nice to everyone, they might just own the place. For some backstory, I own a portfolio of 5 different businesses that have little in common with each other. They are all service-based, and 3 of them are public-facing and in different areas of the state in which I live. Given that the businesses all operate under separate names, provide separate services, and are located in separate offices, buildings, etc., I tend to allow the managers for each location to hire clerical staff without me meeting them first. This largely works out to everyone's benefit, as I don't have to drive several hours to approve a new receptionist, and it doesn't take time away from my staff or the new hire. One of my businesses happens to be involved with medical testing and is farthest from my home at about 3 hours away, so I only make trips out there if I have to. Shortly before COVID hit, I drove out to the medical testing office to pick up some papers and to meet the new receptionist that had been hired a few days prior. I asked the manager in charge of that office to send me the new hire's name and some background info so I could introduce myself without not knowing anything about them. I pulled up to the office at around 5:45 and walked up to the check-in counter where the new receptionist was sitting. Before I could say anything, let alone introduce myself, she says, "We're about to close, so you need to come back later." I thought she was joking, and I kind of chuckled and waited for the new receptionist to laugh too. But the receptionist said, "Aren't you a crackhead or something? I said we're closed." While I try to keep in mind that I don't know what is going on in someone's life to cause them to be in a bad mood, I also don't want this new receptionist or any of my staff to speak to anyone in that manner. This is the conversation between the new receptionist and I that followed. "Do you speak to customers that way?" "Yeah, when you people come in late like you own the place." "I do." "You do what?" "I own this place." "Okay." Then I show her the badge that states I'm the owner. "I'd like to see you in my office now." The new receptionist's eyes got very wide as she watched me swipe my badge, thus unlocking the door that leads from the lobby to the staff area. I passed the manager's office and told her to follow me to my office, which she did. The manager, the new receptionist, and I sat down in my office and I explained the situation to the manager. I then explained to the receptionist that our office gets people from all walks of life and in all types of situations, and that I don't tolerate any of my staff speaking to people in such a manner when they are representing my business. I asked the manager to draft termination papers while I had a final check made out to the new receptionist. When we settled all the formalities of firing her, I handed her the check, which she grabbed out of my hand and tried to storm out of the building. However, by the time we finished, it was past 6 PM, which is when the office closes and the front door automatically locks and requires an employee badge to unlock. As such, when the new receptionist tried to open the door, it was locked, and when she tried to swipe her badge, the little red light just blinked because her badge was no longer active. The manager ended up having to swipe her badge to let the new receptionist out, to which the receptionist mumbled thanks and left. I'm not gonna lie guys, when I was just reading this story, I thought to myself when the manager fired the new receptionist just like that, I was like, that seems a little bit harsh, doesn't it? Can't you just say, don't speak to people like that again? But then I've just thought about it now, and if a receptionist, who is your first impression of, meeting the company when you walk through that office door, is speaking to random customers like that, that sets such a bad precedent, such a bad first impression for that company, that yeah, I completely agree with OP. I would fire her on the spot as well after a little bit of thinking. You just don't want to give that first impression off to new customers, potential new customers. What a horrible person. I mean, who would even speak to that day to day, just outside of your job, to a normal person you haven't met before? It's just not a nice thing to do, is it? Yeah, I completely agree with OP. If you are the sort of person that treats people like that, I don't want you working for my company. Simple as that. Now moving on to our third story, I just want to clock in. I'm out of work because of COVID, so occasionally I drive my husband to and from work, because he has a long commute and at least once in a while I can do the driving for him. Now, he works at a warehouse type shopping centre. Between 9 to 10 AM, Monday to Friday, they have senior shopping. His shift started at 9:45. I had some shopping to do, so we walked in together. I went to grab a cart and go to the back of the line of regular shoppers, waiting for the senior hour to finish up and be let in. My husband kisses my cheek and walks into the building. Now, we're in our 30s, definitely not close to the 55 plus. The lady at the front of the line starts shrieking that man was just allowed in to shop and didn't wait in line like the rest of us. I stopped mid-cart grab and watched it unfold. My husband turns around and politely explains, while holding up his badge, sorry mom, I work here, I'm just showing up for my shift, is all. I'm not cutting the line, I promise. But she loses it. She demands to speak to a manager since people are being allowed to cut in line in front of her, and how she's been waiting for over an hour to get in. The doors didn't even open until 9 AM, and there are signs everywhere explaining that 9 to 10 is senior hour, and it has been this way for months. My husband continues to try and calm the lady down, explaining that he is an employee. His shift starts in 3 minutes, he's not cutting in line, he's clocking in for his shift. The person watching the door keeps explaining the same. Finally, a manager comes to the front. Karen is now blue in the face from yelling and screaming. It's time for my husband to clock in, and he can't get past the front because Karen keeps screaming. The manager explains that my husband is, indeed, there to work and get everything ready for the incoming flood of patrons. But Karen was having none of it. My husband finally decides that in order to just end the situation, he'd use the back entrance, at the complete opposite side of the giant building. His manager and my husband share a very knowing look. The manager apologizes to Karen, who now looks incredibly righteous. The manager says he'll have a talk to the employee at the front door. There's some whispering, my husband's co-worker smiles a little. It's now 10 AM, and the doors are supposed to be open to everyone. Karen starts looking very, very impatient as the manager, now standing at the door, tells her he can't let the general public in until there are 2 people at the door. We wait, and wait, and wait, and wait. And about 5 minutes after 10, my husband walks up from inside the building to the door and calls Karen on into the building, apologizing for being late as he was being held up. The laughs from the people in line behind her were just precious. She went from blue in the face, screaming, to red and embarrassed. Yeah, to be honest guys, I just don't understand this Karen one bit at all. Even if this person wasn't who they said they were, would it really matter if just one person was cutting in line in front of you? In that situation, surely just let them go. They're saying to you, right, I'm an employee, I work here. even if you have 95% of doubt that they're just not even telling the truth. But why does it matter? Just let them go. In the worst case scenario, it's one person in front of you. In the best case scenario, you're not holding up someone who needs to do their job and ultimately is about to serve you in 5 minutes when the store opens to the general public. I just don't get it. Just let them go. What's the big deal here? To be fair though, it would be weird for someone to make up a lie about being an employee there right in front of the staff's face as well who were on the door. Surely they would just say, no, you don't work here if the person was lying, or they'd let them in if they were an employee. I don't know, it just seems very, very strange logic once again from this Karen. Now moving on to our final post, just a quick one. Too old to work in a place like this? Several years ago, I was the manager in a trendy independent clothing boutique that catered to teenagers and college students. I had a couple of girls, probably in the 18 to 20-year-old range, come in with their mother. I was working register that day, so when they asked for help, our owner started helping them select items and take them into the dressing room. When they finally got up to the checkout, the mother said to me, "You should fire that lady. She's way too old to be working in a hip place like this." The old lady was standing a few feet away and walked up to the woman and said, "I don't just work in this place, I own this place, and I designed most of the clothes you just bought. And considering I've owned it for 40 years and it's made me a millionaire, you can kiss my butt. Now get out of my store and don't come back." She was a sassy old lady and I loved her to death. It broke my heart when she died a few years later. Oh, now this story is just amazing. Not only does she own the store, but she's also designed all the clothes that this woman has just probably spent a lot of money on that's made the owner a very rich lady. I mean, incredible stuff, really. Imagine her going through the shop like, "Oh, tell you what, girls, this is a lovely piece of clothing right here. I can't imagine who designed it. Probably a young, hip, trendy person, a trendy fashion designer." Then she comes across this old woman who owns the store and is like, "What? You're way too old and frankly ugly to be working here," not knowing that she has designed all the clothes she's about to buy. Incredible scenes of glorious emotion. Long live the king. I don't know why I've said that, but screw it. Let's go to the outro. What the? Makes absolutely no sense. Woman, do not touch my child. A few hours ago, Auntie, my family says that instead of Auntie, called my mother about something that happened today. Her peed off black woman voice could be heard across the room. I was curious what happened, worried something bad happened, as I've never heard her so angry, and I asked my mum to put her on speakerphone. The following story she told us is parallel to a situation my mother and I went through when I was very young. Here's how it began. Early this afternoon, my auntie, aged 52, and her daughter, aged 9, went to the store to pick up baking supplies for my cousin to make her first gingerbread house. My cousin had always wanted to make one and was inspired when I shared photos of the holiday goodies I made. I told her it's more fun to make food from scratch, and they just taste better, and she wanted to give it a try. That was their plan for this weekend. My cousin and auntie went to Dollar Tree for candy, since they could get way more for way less than their local grocery for the good brand name stuff. They had most of the ingredients at home, so they didn't need much. Being the holiday season, they were in the grocery line for quite a while. My cousin bounced with excitement, saying how she couldn't wait to get started on the gingerbread house and make it so cute. There was a white woman in line behind them. Auntie assumed she was 40-something, whose outfit said she could buy anything at full price and still afford her bills for the month. She said, with a big smile, "Your daughter has such pretty hair." One thing about the women in my family, we all have great hair because we take care of it. It's thick, healthy and beautiful, and we take pride in it. We all stopped using relaxers before my cousin was even born, so it was 100% pure African American hair. It is a lot of work, but the payoff is worth it. My cousin loves getting her hair styled. Today's style was 2 twists over her head like a headband, butterfly clips, and matching bubble balls around 4 separate, evenly parted twists with flower barrettes on the end. It was windy where they live, so my auntie also gelled her hair down. My auntie thanked the woman for the compliments. My cousin was shy around strangers and inched forward, feeling uneasy as the woman was not on the 6-foot marker on the floor separating them. While my aunties started loading their things onto the conveyor belt, she noticed one of my cousin's flower barrettes fell off, and one of her little twists came loose. Auntie told her to pick it up. She has bad knees, as not to lose it. My cousin bent down to get it, and as soon as she stood up, the woman behind grabs her and starts touching her hair. this total stranger put her hands on another stranger's child, especially a black woman's child. Yeah, her obituary would be in the works if it were my kid. When Auntie saw her, she hollered, "Female dog, get your freaking hands off my child!" The woman stared at her wide-eyed, but didn't stop. "She's fine. Her hair is just so pretty. I couldn't resist the urge to touch it." My auntie starts taking her earrings off. It wasn't her first fight. She said, "Lady, I do not know you, and I am not above resisting the urge to touch you." She snatched the woman's hand away and threw it aside as it smacked into the conveyor belt. The woman cried out in pain while clutching her hands and yells, "What the heck is wrong with you?" Auntie tells her, "You don't put your hands on someone else's child. If I did that to your kid, you'd have my black butt arrested." The woman looks at my cousin, who is on the verge of tears, and says, "I bet your mean mummy beats you at home, doesn't she? You're probably being abused. I can take you away from that pain, baby." My cousin began to step back from the woman, smelling the crazy on her, and this broad quickly grabs her arm by force. My cousin shrieks, and my auntie backhands the woman clean across the face. The woman just gasped and stared at my auntie like she was crazy. To Auntie's credit, she was the right kind of crazy, the kind you don't F with when it comes to her carbs. Auntie didn't know if someone called a manager or security or if they were already coming, but they did, and the two security men restrained Auntie. Now, she is no small lady. The woman immediately started sobbing and told them, "Arrest this psycho! She assaulted me when all I did was say her daughter's hair was pretty." But Auntie said, "You put your hands on my baby. You're lucky I'm not whooping your butt up and down these aisles." The cashier and some onlookers vouched for her, saying she didn't know the woman who just started touching cousin's hair for no reason. The manager told one of the security guards to stay with the woman, while he, Auntie, and the other guard went to his office. My auntie told them everything that happened before they checked the CCTV. Everything from the woman touching cousin's hair to my auntie slapping the taste out of her mouth when she tried to grab cousin by force. Everything that my auntie told them was caught on video. The manager asked my cousin if she was okay, and she said yes. She was just scared for the other woman because she thought her mum was going to, and I quote, "beat the white off that woman and curb stomp her." This made the security guy laugh. He was a black man with a daughter himself and agreed that his wife probably would have done the same thing. They went back to the woman and told her that my auntie was indeed acting out of self-defense for her child. The manager told her that because she grabbed the little girl by force, she was on the hook for first-degree kidnapping charges. This is when the woman started fuming and shouted, "It's not my fault this skin pigment related slur is a horrible mother." Oh, for God's sake. And there it was, the infamous word that ended Paula Deen's career and made Dave Chappelle a household name. The manager, the security guards, the onlookers, Auntie saw a lot of drop jaws and heard a lot of shocked gasps. The woman realized what she said and sputtered, trying to save face. The manager promptly told her to shut up and asked my auntie if she wanted to press charges. Auntie, of course, said heck yeah. The security guard who waited with the woman slapped some lovely silver bracelets to go with her outfit and escorted her out of the store. She was charged for the attempted kidnapping and banned from the store for the hate speech. Edit to add, I found out from my auntie that half the people there were black, including the manager. Some people clapped as the woman was escorted out. My auntie's $40 purchase was comped and they went home. No matter how sweet my cousin makes her gingerbread house, I'm sure the justice she and my auntie got today was even sweeter. Alright, so let's be honest, a lot happened in that story. I need to just go through it again and quickly unpack it in my own mind before giving my, concluding thoughts. Alright, now first of all, touching black people's hair because it's cool. It's not really on. Let's be realistic. I've heard a lot about it, on social media and the news, to be fair, recently, in the past few years. Yeah, just think about it. If it was the other way around and it was black people touching white people's hair, you'd say it's a bit weird, isn't it? So it works both ways. You can't have it. You can't just say it's allowed for white people to touch black people's hair and then it's weird the other way around. It's just weird to go into somebody else's personal space, touch their hair without asking. That's the first stage. The second stage is she then grabs your daughter's arm. Your auntie's daughter's arm. That's mad. I didn't know that could be charged with kidnapping, but I guess if you do grab the arm of a child, stopping them from moving. I guess in a way that is kidnapping, so I guess that charge is kind of fair. I don't really know why she then went to that length. I mean, fair enough, touching her hair is pretty bad. But after the mum said, don't do that, you should have just said, okay, fair enough. I won't do that again. My apologies, just wanted to touch her hair, even though it's a bad thing. This woman from the very beginning of the story was just very clearly in the wrong. She was within the 6 feet boundary, the 2 meter boundary that you've got to be outside of in these COVID times. And then it just got worse and worse from there. And yeah, she did deserve to get kicked out the store and arrested. Good stuff. Now moving on to our next story. Entitled lady demands to adopt my cats. For some backstory, I recently started fostering cats to help me get over some personal issues. I own 2 cats, Maggie and Milo. At the moment, I have 4 cats I'm fostering. I was contacted about a potential adopter, and we scheduled a time yesterday for her to come meet Billy Bug, one of the fosters. Well, the woman comes, and she seems normal enough. No Karen haircut, and she's planning to adopt the cat as a birthday present for her 12-year-old daughter. So the meeting goes pretty well. I introduce her to Billy Bug, who is the chillest cat on the planet. He's mostly white with a black face and paws. As I'm telling her about him, she notices Maggie chilling in the cat tree. Of course, I let the cats roam wherever they want, and she asks about her. I explain she's my baby. I adopted her and her brother after they were abandoned on the side of a road. Maggie is a gorgeous cat. She's black and white, pretty small, and is the fluffiest cat in my place. She's also the only female cat in my place. All my other fosters are boys. So Karen asked if she could adopt Maggie instead of Billy Bug, and I had to stop myself from laughing. I told her Maggie was not up for adoption. She got mad and told me I work for a shelter, I can't just keep the best cats for myself. I told her that I had Maggie for a year before I started fostering, and obviously I'm not letting anyone adopt my pets. So, Karen tells me she's going to report me to the shelter. This shelter needs foster families in order to save more animals. It's a no-kill shelter, and foster families allow them to take in more animals that would have ended up euthanized. I asked her to leave. She told me she wasn't leaving without a cat, and stormed over to the cat tree and picked up my Maggie. Quick note about Maggie, she only likes to be picked up on her terms, which is almost never. So Karen picks her up and Maggie starts pushing against her chest with her paws. And I'm telling Karen to put her down and get out of my house. And as she tries to readjust her hold on my baby, Maggie gets fed up and uses her claws. Karen drops her and she and Billy Bug both bolt from the room. I tell Karen to leave or I'm calling the cops. She finally leaves, going on about reporting me to the shelter. As soon as she's gone, I call the shelter and tell them everything that happened and that I cannot, in good conscience, allow that woman to adopt a cat in my care. They agreed that her behaviour was troubling and have temporarily placed her on the do not adopt to list for now. She called like an hour later, complaining to the shelter about me, and lost it when she was told they wouldn't be adopting to her anytime soon. Now I'm getting ready for another foster cat to come in tomorrow, and I'm meeting a couple looking to adopt Phoebe and Dahlia, 2 of my fosters that came from the same litter. So despite the crazy Karen, things are still moving fast, and Billy Bug will find his forever home eventually. You know what, it's such a shame that some of the most selfless people in the world, like you OP, have to deal with entitled Karens in your day-to-day work. As you say, there's not much more you can be doing in life that is morally better or ethically better than adopting cats that would otherwise die, let's be realistic, and then giving them to good foster homes so they can have an amazing life. There's literally, I can't think of many better things you can do other than like working for charity and saving people's lives yourself. Coming close second to that is fostering cats and making sure they survive. I'm not gonna lie, maybe even above it. So to say that then you have to deal with people like this who are like, you know what, I don't want this ugly foster cat, I want your cat. It just goes against everything that the whole business of adopting and fostering cats is about, I'm sure. Not that I know too much about that whole world, but you know, that's just what I'm thinking. It's just a shame that you had to deal with this woman, to be honest. And if I'm completely honest, I hope that she's never allowed to own a pet again. I wonder if there's like some anti-pet owner thing you can get given if you're just horrible to pets. There might be, you know. I just don't like her mentality, and I feel like if she did get a pet, after 1 week she'd probably be bored and be like, oh, I want the next best thing, not this old cat. So yeah, probably best that she didn't get any cat at all. Hey, can you fix my daughter's laptop for free multiple times? A bit of backstory / personal beliefs. I'm willing to help my friends, but we all know someone who has, or have themselves, a friend who is the group mooch. The kind of person who knows you're getting together and just shows up nothing in hand and expects to be given free food, booze the entire time. Yet sadly, you put up with them till it gets to the breaking point of wanting to beat them senseless with a shovel. This story is about said friend, whom I finally got to the breaking point with. My mutual friend isn't tech savvy, like at all. He has zero respect for tech and constantly uses me as his go-to man when stuff goes sideways, almost always his doing. This is from the olden days of Windows 8, being a fresh hot mess that was the next big thing everyone hated because it took the standard Windows interface, beat it over the head with a bat, tossed the bloody corpse into a wood chipper, then proceeded to light the remaining slurry on fire with military-grade napalm. I hate Windows 8 in case you didn't pick up on that. Oh yes, I did. He had recently bought a laptop for his daughter, since she was starting to need it for school, and he wanted a mobile PC to use when he felt like it. Pretty sure he just wanted it for himself, but he needed to convince the wife to okay the expense. Instead of asking me for inputs, he decides he was just going to go to Big Blue Multi-Story and buy the cheapest laptop model that rhymes with hell, okay? It took less than a day of him fighting with it to call me and ask if I'd put Windows 7 on it, because he hated Windows 8. I asked why not return it and get a Windows 7 model, to which he responded, "Big Blue doesn't have any Windows 7, only 8, and my daughter really needs this computer." Sure, she does. I agree, and he drops it off within an hour. I should note that this happened just after Windows 8 dropped, and there was no classic shell programs out that simply said, "F off new POS tablet design, we're using the old one everyone knows and can use." So my options were limited. I did an initial look at what I was getting myself into, and lucky me, hell had only put out drivers for Windows 8 for this model. Yay! I do about 6 hours worth of hunting / downloading / tweaking drivers and praying / cursing the tech gods as I installed Windows 7. I had to cherry pick working drivers for most of the hardware. The rest I got to work through sheer trial and error. I made a restoked disk, backed up and labeled every driver for this system in individual numbered folders in case I needed to redo anything on this POS. My friend is notorious for effing up his computer's operating system. I give him a ring and let him know it's good to go, and he picks it up the next day. Well, that sounds like a lot of work. Less than 2 weeks later, he texts me saying something's wrong with it. It won't do blah blah blah, or I can't get it to do what I want. Shocking, I know. I just restore from the disk I made and give it back the same day. Let's see how long this lasts. Almost a week later, same thing. Again, a quick restore and I give it back. This time, it took almost a whole 3 weeks till I got a text. Now I'm fuming. What the heck is he doing to this thing to F up the operating system? I finally took the time to look at the system and see what the F was going on. He had a bunch of crack games downloaded and was trying to run those, a bunch of virus / malware on it, oh, and a bunch of shady prawn sites in his browser history. I'm livid. The only reason I kept fixing this dang thing was because it was supposed to be his daughter's. I got a hold of his wife to see exactly who was really using the laptop and for what. It turns out he told her it was having issues and he was constantly trying to fix it at home, and even took it to work to mess around with it when he had time. He was a manager at a hut that sells pizza, by the way. He's one of those real hands-on managers who lets everyone know what needs to be done, then F's off into the office. So I get the evil idea of fixing things my way. My first step to fixing things my way was to make an admin account that only I had the info for and limit the other account to a limited user. When I talked to his wife, I got a good idea of what his daughter really likes as far as shows, games, etc. I then proceed to pimp this laptop out for a 10-year-old girl. My Little Pony wallpapers, about 100 on rotate, the entire My Little Pony cartoon show stored directly on the computer, Bratz, Barbie, the works. I even redid the icons to a My Little Pony theme and tweaked the user interface to be pink, purple coloured. I made sure there was a parental lock on the browsers to prevent anything prawn related from even showing up on the laptop. I installed TeamViewer and locked in my personal credentials so I could get on anytime I needed. And just for good measure, I installed a handy program called Deep Freeze. For those unfamiliar with it, it snapshots the drive as is and restores the drive to that exact image every time the power cycles. Only downside to this program is you lose anything you save on the computer when the power cycles. But that's not a problem, since I'd gotten a bulk pack of thumb drives that were multicolored and came with lanyards. I even went a step above and beyond and got a My Little Pony skin for the laptop lid in case he thought of taking it to work again. I personally delivered the laptop this time, when the wife and daughter were home. The girly, high-pitched squeals of joy that nearly ruptured my eardrums made it all worth it. She went off on a joy-induced tirade as I show her and her mum everything I did, including all the shows and games I put on just for her. I then gave her a bright pink thumb drive with purple lanyard and explained that when she wanted to play the games or save anything, the drive needed to be plugged in. I set the save path for all the games to the thumb drive and added a shortcut to the drive itself on the desktop to make sure she wouldn't lose any schoolwork she was doing. I made sure both her and her mum knew the thumb drive had to be plugged in, otherwise things wouldn't be saved. I didn't mention the parental lock I set up, or deep freeze. I wanted that to be a surprise for my friend later. Both her and her mum thanked me. I got a big hug from the daughter, who was still flying around on cloud 9, and she was begging her mum to watch My Little Pony with her before I even left. I knew it was only a matter of time till I got an angry text or call from my friend, as soon as he got a chance to use the laptop. I was waiting with gleeful anticipation. I had dropped the laptop off on Monday, and I knew he wouldn't get a chance to use it until Friday, when he got back from a trip he took. Cut to Friday night, and I get a call around 8 PM, which I ignore and let go to voicemail. I get 3 more calls every 5 to 10 minutes, which I also ignore. Then I get a bunch of texts which I ignored till about 11 PM, when I figured he had ample time to try and F with the laptop to only be shut down at every attempt. I call him up with an especially snarky attitude, acting half asleep just to annoy him. He said, "Finally, where the F have you been? I tried calling you and texting, but you never responded." "Oh, yeah, I had a long day, so I took an evening nap. What's up?" "What's up? This POS laptop is busted. That's what's up. I can't get anything to work right. I downloaded a game and tried installing it, but it says I don't have admin rights. I restarted it and the game files were gone completely, so I re-downloaded it, but it still couldn't install. It's not even letting me browse the web. I thought you fixed this. What the heck?" Calm down. I'm sure it's something simple. Let me remote in. Wait, you can do that? Yeah, I got sick of having to have it dropped off, so I installed remote software. Let's see. First thing I do is remotely restart the system. It did it again! What? The game I downloaded is gone from the desktop. Oh, yeah, I put software on the laptop that restores it to a default setting. Anything not saved on an external drive gets removed. I gave your wife and daughter a thumb drive. Didn't they tell you it was needed? No, what the heck? Why would you do a stupid thing like that? Well, I've had to fix this thing 3 times already, and I got sick of it. So I made sure anything you downloaded or tried to install would be deleted and blocked. You don't have admin rights, I do. Last time there was over a dozen viruses and malware from your games, and the games you were trying to run would barely run on this laptop, even if you had legit versions. What the F? Insert 15-minute rant I didn't pay attention to because I don't care. Well, why won't it let me browse the web then? Are you sure? Let's see. I bring up Google and start browsing standard sites. I hit a few cartoon sites I favorited for his daughter and say, everything looks fine to me. Could you be referring to the prawn sites that were in your browser history on your daughter's laptop? Yeah, I thought so. See, me being the upstanding guy I am, I turned on parental controls to keep web browsing safe for your 10-year-old daughter. The F is wrong with you? But... No buts. It took a lot of work to get this thing working for your daughter's sake, and then you use it as your personal play toy, which I had to fix 3 times? I'm done with your BS. I made it so your daughter can use her laptop when and how she needs. If you want to get your own laptop and F it up beyond repair, that's fine by me. No more freebies if you F something up being an idiot. If you think this is unfair, I'd be more than happy to let your wife know exactly what the issue with the laptop was, including screenshots of your browsing history. I don't mind helping, but you go above and beyond being a mooch a lot of times. Anything else you need help with? No. Have a great weekend. Click. Having spent over 18 years in customer service / tech support, I went a bit nuclear on him. But I'd had enough of this rubbish. Reminded me all too many times the problem isn't the hardware, software, it's the meat puppet smashing their face against the keyboard and wondering why stuff doesn't work. So I simply removed that part of the equation. Amazingly enough, he didn't have any more issues with the laptop. Wonder why? Well, the only time I was gotten a hold of was by his wife, asking me to update some things and install some software the daughter needed for school, which I was more than happy to do. Oh, what a great story. I mean, let's be honest, guys. This guy is a total perv. Why are you faking needing a laptop, right? And then going on it when you know it's your daughter's and watching adult stuff on there, downloading games like crack games, not even fully paid for games, and then saying to this guy, OP, who's being so helpful to you and is one of your good friends, it sounds like, that, you know, there's just a problem with it. When you probably know full well what the problem is. You're downloading loads of rubbish. It's obviously going to cause malware and viruses. That's just like common knowledge with computers. Don't download stuff that is cracked, not paid for, or just, you know, kind of illegal. Clearly, though, OP is the massive hero of this story. I mean, OP, what you did to ruin this man's life and all of his plans about, you know, fake needing a laptop for his daughter, but really using it for his own weird stuff that he does, which isn't really that, you know, normal. Yeah, just absolutely destroyed him. And the best thing about it is, though, not only did you just ruin this man's life, you also massively helped the girl's life. Like, she was so happy when she saw what you'd done. You went the extra mile to make her laptop so personal to her and just so amazing and perfect for her everyday use, you know, playing My Pony little games or whatever, or just, you know, doing schoolwork. Pretty insane stuff. Crazy that you could have caused such a massive, you know, turn in general feeling amongst the same family. You know, the dad's fuming, the daughter and wife, they're loving it. Incredible stuff, OP. You did an amazing job. Well done. Cheat on my friend and spend all of her money? Get deported. So my friend, let's call her Coco, was really popular in high school. The type of girl that everyone wanted to be friends with, and nobody wanted to cross. Coco was known to be promiscuous, but by senior year, she seemed to have finally settled down, and was in a stable relationship with a boy. Let's call him Edgar. Edgar immigrated from Ecuador as a child, but was completely Americanized, and I don't even think he spoke Spanish that well, from what I can remember. He was the type of kid that was seen as kinda a bum to most at the school. He was nearing 20 and barely showed up to class sometimes, only to smoke behind the school and hang out with friends. I guess he was on some sort of program to get his diploma before he legally couldn't continue showing up. Regardless of this, he made my friend happy, so even if I didn't think he was Prince Charming, I tolerated him. Coco, on the other hand, was head over heels. She worked every day after school at the local grocery store, and with her hard-earned money, she spoiled the heck out of him. A new Xbox, shoes, taking him out to eat, the whole 9 yards. She kissed the ground he walked on, and I was, of course, skeptical, but again, she was happy and it wasn't my business. Things seemed cool for a while, but when poop hit the fan, it hit with ferocity. 5 months into their relationship, he cheated on her. Not only did he cheat, but the girl he cheated with was freshly 14 years old and a freshman at the same high school. Keep in mind, he's 19 and probably shouldn't even still be at the school. Now, this 14-year-old girl wasn't exactly innocent. She'd had a reputation for a while for sleeping around with older men, and she looked around 17 to 18 years old. Not to take away from the gravity of the situation, but to point out that she was a very willing participant. I just feel it's needed context. Yeah, but she's still a minor. News broke because this girl was bragging to all her friends about sleeping with Edgar, and I guess one of her friends told Coco. I was almost 100% sure that Coco was going to fight this girl. She being 17 at the time, she wouldn't have gone into the trouble she would have being an adult. To my shock, however, that's not what she did. Coco was obviously devastated. The man she's adored for almost half a year, her first real boyfriend, and the thousands she spent trying to make him happy, definitely tore her to pieces inside. Instead of fighting the 14-year-old and trying to socially execute her, however, she played it smart. Here is where the nuclear revenge came in. This 14-year-old knew Edgar was with Coco, and obviously feared Coco and the social power she had at the school. It was clear that she was scared to death of even showing her face once the news broke out, expecting to have to fight Coco or having to attempt to save her social life. What went down, however, was nothing like that. Coco messaged the girl on Instagram saying pretty much this: "Hey, I know what happened between you and Edgar, and I just want you to know I'm really sorry that he took advantage of you like that. I think we should meet up and talk about it. I know it's not your fault." Coco didn't really believe this girl was preyed upon, and I'm sure she was even fuming at her, but it was important to her master plan that the girl took up the victim role. I see where this potentially could be going. They end up meeting, and Coco pretty much showers the girl in affirmation that she is a victim. Edgar is the evil Baphomet child of Satan, and that if she went to the police, that Coco and her whole friend group would stand beside her and care for her. Long story short, the decision between social suicide and a fast pass to the popular group wasn't too hard for this girl to make, and she ended up going to her guidance counsellor the same day. The guidance counsellor listened to what happened and promptly called the police, who pulled Edgar out of class and have him handcuffed outside in a public spectacle. When the ugly truth comes to light, it's worse than anyone could have imagined it. Not only did Edgar and this 14-year-old get it on, they did it in the school bathroom. His mugshot was plastered on the news and everyone was talking about it. After multiple hours of Coco gaslighting this girl and telling her all the right things to say to the police, he was charged. He ended up getting charged with statutory rape on top of another charge because it was on school grounds. He got $50,000 bail, which he wasn't able to pay, and better yet, they were deporting him to Ecuador, the place where he had no remaining family, barely spoke the language, and that's only after he served his 5-year sentence in the US. Throughout the entire trial, Coco pretty much coached the 14-year-old, telling her to say she was scared and felt pressure to do it, when in reality, it was all on her own accord and nothing new to her. She complied with everything Coco said in order to save her own social reputation. She even continued to brag about her sexual endeavours to us, but as long as it wasn't Edgar, we were happy to entertain it. We were young and dumb and living life like we were in an early 2000s teen movie. Looking back, I can tell the girl definitely had some issues with male attention. Regardless, for the rest of our senior year, Coco let the girl tag along with us and treated her really well, even bringing her to senior prom in a loophole for the LGBT students. 3 years later, the girl is seemingly doing great. I see her on social media from time to time, and she's enrolled in college for the full semester. Coco has a new boyfriend she's been living with for over a year now, and Edgar is still in prison awaiting his deportation. Looking back, I realise how messed up the whole situation was. The 14-year-old definitely had some problems in her life, and Coco was definitely manipulative. Sometimes I even feel bad for Edgar. But at the end of the day, she was still 14, so even if she was totally down with it, it's still illegal. I don't think either side was exactly doing the right thing. It's not like Coco actually cared about the 14-year-old like she pretended she did. At least the girl had a nice time for the rest of high school. Coco just wanted to scorn Edgar, and scorn him she did. Nah, you know what? Yeah, you are right. Okay, fair enough. You are right, OP. She did want to scorn Edgar. That is completely legit, but she did it completely legally. And, you know, most importantly, she was outing a nonce. I can't say it any more than that, you know? A 19-year-old was sleeping with a 14-year-old, that's illegal, and he should know way better. Even if the 14-year-old is entertaining it, or even if the 14-year-old is demanding it. Really, it doesn't matter. You're 19, and you're sleeping with a 14-year-old. Yes, you deserve to go to jail. Yes, you deserve to be deported. It's pretty simple. It doesn't even matter what Coco's real, you know, reason for doing all this was. At the end of the day, a paedophile got reported for paedophilia and arrested. That can only ever be a good thing, you know? It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter about the other stuff. It really doesn't matter at all. Yeah, like there is a comment down below which I completely agree with. Another way of titling this story is Coco recognizes that her 19-year-old boyfriend has committed statutory rape and helps the victim report it to prevent him from preying on other victims, and then continues to support her afterwards. Like, that is how I'm seeing this. The 14-year-old, doesn't matter what sort of person they are, they're 14. That's the whole point. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. The 14-year-old could do anything. They can do whatever they want. It's still fine. They're 14 and they've been, let's be realistic, they've been victimized by a 19-year-old. Weird. Really weird, but at least this guy's put away now. Great stuff. I know your boss, so I expect a discount. Has anyone ever worked for a company where the company name includes what seems to be someone's first name? Our family surname doubles as a first name. Most first names, surnames have an S on the end, such as Andrews, Collins, Edwards, etc., but occasionally you get the ones without the S, such as psychic John Edward. We owned a breakdown towing service in Australia. A lot of people decided that they should get free towing or reduced rates. Our company name was our surname with an S followed by towing service. Let's use Philip, not our real name. Alright, so the company name would be Philip's Towing Service, I guess. Practically every week, I would get a phone call from someone saying that they were a friend of Philip's, and he had told them they could have a free tow, or a $10 tow. In Sydney, most basic towing starts around $60 for a tow around a corner. My response would be, which member of the Phillips family, sir? It was always a male. They would say, what do you mean? I know Philip. Philip is a surname, sir, and there are 4 members of the family who work in the business. Who are you friends with, sir? Click. Obviously, these people didn't care if the person who organised the tow got fired for not getting paid or not charging enough. They were entitled to use the service for free or for their decided amounts. When I was working as a receptionist, I had someone ring one day and tell me that they were my boss's doctor. I called my boss and said that there was someone on the phone who said he was the boss's doctor, and the boss told me to put the call through. It turned out to be someone who was selling timeshares, who had worked out a way of getting past a receptionist to their target. After that, I asked the name so I could confirm who was actually calling. So you're telling me seriously that people would call up your business randomly, and because it happens to have the name Philip in the name of the business, they would say, oh yeah, I know a Philip. And he's told me that I can get a lovely discount off your towing service. Really? That sort of stuff actually goes on? Honestly, I reckon you know what I should do for like a cool video, a one-off? I should go and spend a day at like a cool service or somewhere where there are just normally loads of entitled customers. Maybe at a towing service like this. Maybe Philip's Towing Service. And just see what it's really like working in a place like this where, you know, they have to deal with like stupid customers each and every day. You know what? Drop a like on this video, yeah? If this video gets 10,000 likes, I know it's a lot of likes, but 10,000, I will seriously consider making a video like that and putting, you know, a lot of money into it, making like a proper production and making a video like that. And, you know, me going off into the big old world and putting myself in a position of someone who has to deal with entitled people every day. Do you want to see it? Let me know. Now for our second post. Finally encountered a Karen and gave her what she deserved. Just got back from dinner where we had a run-in with a Karen. Staying in Port Douglas in North Queensland, and it is packed after months of COVID quietness. The Indian was quiet, so we decided to give them our cash and chose one of 2 tables out on the path under a big umbrella. It started to rain, so we moved the 2 of the 4 seats out of the rain, eating our starters when Karen arrived. We were trying to eat, but we could hear Karen's daughter, also a Karen, complaining that some of their seats were getting wet, and then she says something along the lines of, "You'd think these people behind us would move to make more room for us." In a really loud voice, the mother Karen said, "Some people have no self-awareness." I turned around and said, "If you're gonna say something about the table beside you, you possibly should be more discreet." She floored us all by saying, "I said it loud so I'd hope you would hear, but I didn't want to interrupt you as you were eating." What the actual F? I said, if you wanted us to move, all you needed to do was ask. We were sat where we were, at our table for 4, to get out of the rain. There's far more polite ways to ask than be blatantly rude. She was gobsmacked. Maybe she hasn't ever been called out. Her husband just sat there silently. Daughter Karen, the same. Then, the rest of the equally obnoxious family turned up, and they sat there having loud, childish clapping games. Talk about not being self-aware. We asked for takeaway containers and left. That she was an English expat Karen just made it worse, or better. Typical bleached blonde, gold jewellery, white linen and sandals. 2 daughters the same. The perfect Port D/UK expat stereotypes. The dad was just as bad. They all enjoyed his story of sitting at airports with his legs stretched out in front of him so that the other idiots had to step over them. Sorry for the rant. OP? Sorry, why does the Karen being English make it better or worse? Have you got something against English people? Because if you do, I'm angry at that. Overall, yeah, pretty great family. You have to say, right? Obnoxious, entitled, Selfish? Unaware? Ignorant, perhaps. A few words you could use to describe not just me, but this family as well. Yeah, what is it? What is wrong with English people, man? Come on, tell me. I think we're right, you know? But seriously, if you've got a problem, comment down below, like the video. Let's move on to the next story. Now moving on to our final story, he didn't show his badge. It was 1968, and I was known for having trained my German Shepherd extremely well. On this particular day, I had one of the neighbourhood boys come to my home to help me out with yard work. He was a very nice young man, and polite to the nth degree. After finishing the raking, I had him come in for something to eat and drink. As we sat and talked about the next day's work, a knock came at the door. I answered to see two men, who demanded, "We came to pick up Earl for questioning." To take Earl to the police station for questioning without showing some kind of warrant was a red flag in my book. Earl was only 15 and I refused by saying I will bring Earl home and have his mother bring him there. They tried to push their way in, but my dog interceded with a nasty growl and showed her teeth. They backed off and left. This is not the end of the story. I brought Earl home and told his mother what happened. She told me Earl had delivered papers and one of the clients accused him of breaking into her home. This had happened during the time Earl was in school, and his mum verified it with the teachers after this woman had made this accusation. The woman insisted though it was Earl, and she had a friend who was on the police force and would have him put in jail. I went home after leaving Earl's home and decided to walk over to see my mum, who lived 2 streets away. As I crossed one road, a man hastily came up to me and said, "You are coming with me," as he grabbed my arm. Now mind you, I never went many places alone without my dog, who was only a short distance from me. I yelled for my dog to get him and she latched onto his arm, seriously biting him, and he let go. He then drew a gun and attempted to shoot my dog. I grabbed her up and ran with her to my mother's house as quickly as I could. The man left in his car. Later, I found out this man was a detective and needed stitches from the bite. He was deemed at fault as he didn't show his badge. Lucky us. Not really sure how you're the lucky one in this situation, OP. I mean, it's literally his job to show his badge. That's like the first level common sense of being an officer or a detective or whatever in a position of power. You got to be ready to show your badge. You got to be ready to show some form of credentials so that people can actually, identify you and say, yeah, you seem credible, man. You work as a detective. How could he not show his badge there? It's like 101 of being a detective, that you get ready to show your badge and say your name. I'm detective blank. Surely. Am I being silly there? I don't think so. So yeah, I guess overall you were kind of lucky, but in many ways it was the detective's fault for not saying who he really was, not properly identifying himself. And anyway, Earl, what a lovely name for a 15-year-old, by the way, I must say. If any of you are called Earl, let me know. What a name. Earl had a good alibi. He was in school, so it can't possibly have been him. So realistically, none of this was lucky. You know what was lucky though? And I give you this. Having a dog that can attack people. What a weapon to have up your sleeve. If I could walk around with a snake that would attack people, if you don't know guys, I do have a snake. I'm going to insert some footage right here of me with Marty. Marty, you need to be sensible now, because you're now going behind my back. Okay, now he's on my head. Oh, what a lovely bandana this is. He just does what he wants, this lad. Always has done, always will. He's quite old now, actually. How old is he? 15-ish? And yeah, I mean, he just does what he wants. Let me put him on my neck so he's a bit more comfortable. There we go. There we go. Get your body around there, lad. There we go. This is him. The young Mart. Well, he's quite old now, really, but I do apologise for this, by the way. Imagine me, right, going on a walk with this boy, and someone comes up to me and says, "You know what, mate, you're under arrest." And I just say, "You know what, no, Marty, attack." And he just goes and eats him. It'd be pretty nuts, wouldn't it? What a superpower that is, to have an animal that will protect you. I'm not going to lie. One of the benefits of having a dog, I guess. Anyway, not luck, more just skill, I would say, in choosing a great pet. A customer followed me to my car, accusing me of stealing my unbagged groceries. I'm in Aldi after a long day of numerous events. One being working overnight and essentially having been awake for more than 24 hours, and I'm filling up a cart with needed items for the house. I'm at the register and realise that the bag of tortilla chips I grabbed is primarily smashed. I talked to the cashier about him scanning that bag and then allowing me to head back into the very small aisle section of the store to get a lesser crunched bag. He agrees. I pay for my groceries and my daughter immediately takes my receipts. Before I head back into the aisle section of the store, I ask the cashier if I need to confirm with him that I got the bag before heading out of the store, and he says no, it will be fine. I grab my lesser crunch bag of chips. I make my way across the front end and through an empty register with my cart full of groceries and my 2 young children. I do not bother the cashier I had, nor do I bother the other one at another register. I was told it was fine to just leave, so I just left. I'm outside of the store, and the wind is picking up pretty good. There's a storm coming. It's about 3 o'clock, and it's dark out, and the parking lot lights are on. This is going to be a wicked downpour. I get my kids and my shopping cart to my car. I put my kids in first, and then start putting my groceries into the reusable bags that I'd left in my car. For those not familiar with Audi, they charge you for bags, or you can bring your own, or walk out with no bags, or use boxes. It's all up to you. I'm finishing up, and a woman, another customer, pops up out of what seems like nowhere. "I will gladly help you pay for those groceries that you just put in your car," she says, "but you need to come back inside with me right now. They are going to press charges. I'm trying to help you. They are reviewing the camera footage. They are calling the police. They know you stole those groceries." She goes on saying stuff of this nature for a few minutes, and I'm completely shocked at what's coming out of her mouth. I'm floored. I did what? So I say to her that I paid for my groceries, but she insists that she watched me walk through an empty register with my full cart and walked out of the store. And, well, that's because at that moment that she tuned into my shopping trip, I did do just what she said. I tell her again that I paid for my groceries, and she asked me for my receipts, which I cannot produce because I assume my daughter must have let it go on accident when the major gust started, and the wind took it along with her mask that she had been wearing. Yes, I feel awful for littering a mask via the gusting wind. She will not stop accusing me long enough for me to get more than "the guy with the spider tattoo" or "I already paid for them" out of my mouth. I finally snap at her and say if you could be quiet for just a few minutes, I could explain. She tells me that I don't need to explain. She saw me and they are going to press charges, and she's just trying to help me. I'm getting angry, and my umbrella that I had taken out to use to return my shopping cart to the store started malfunctioning. I don't know if she thought I was waving at her, but she starts saying, "Okay, I believe you. I will go inside and tell them you didn't steal them. You can leave." I'm furious at this point, and drenched, and also really concerned that the police actually were called. So I get in my car and drive me and my kids to a parking spot closer to the front of the store. I take my children out of their seats and carry them both into the store during the downpour to confirm with the cashier that he remembered me, and that he remembered the chip agreement. He said very loudly, "Yes." To which I responded, "This lady," she made it back inside right after me, "said that you guys were watching the camera and think I stole them. I was just checking that you remember me." The customer then starts to say, "I didn't say," and then her voice trails off. Or I block her out, I don't know. I start towards the exit for the second time. My daughter says to me, "Mummy, you got me all wet. Why?" My response, because sometimes people just can't mind their own business. Update, I found my receipt during my ride home. My daughter had put it in her little purse she had had with her in the grocery store before we had walked outside in the wind. Well, Karen, I've just got one question for you. Why is that any of your business? I mean, you don't know this person. They're just another customer, like you, and you don't know what's happened before you've seen them. I mean, come on. It's not that hard to, think/consider that obviously there have been events that have happened before you've gone into the store and seen them with your own eyes. It's not that hard to comprehend that, yes, maybe there has been an agreement with the cashier to just go and swap an item out. I mean, that happens quite a lot of the time, right? You're queuing to get rid of or check out all your items from a store, then you realize that one of them is, a little bit defect, or you want a different version or something, and you just say to them, "Can I go and swap it?" And they're like, "Yeah, you know what, mate, that's absolutely fine." So I don't know why you got your neck involved, to be honest, Karen. It was a waste of time. That's all I can say. And also, why is she making up a load of rubbish? Like, I'm just trying to help you. They're calling the police. We all know that's not true. We all know you're just getting involved because you want to be. And you're nosy. Do you not think, guys? If you disagree with me, comment down below. Do you reckon Karen was actually being a good person? I don't. I think she was just getting her head involved when it didn't really need to be. What do you think, though? Comment down below. I'm interested. Now moving on to our second story. Dad thinks he's entitled to tell you when to stop eating. My dad has severe control issues around food. He must always eat more or have a bigger portion than everyone else. He sometimes takes smaller portions to be self-righteous, but then goes and eats a second meal or course that no one else is allowed to eat. He also tried to say when you should stop eating, which always has to be before him, even if he's already eaten and you haven't. There is nothing worse than when you've skipped lunch and you found out that dad had a big afternoon snack, because that means dinner is going to suck butts. His controlling behaviour has given me food issues, where I hoard food and binge because I'm scared he's going to take my food away. I'm also overweight and fat. I've recently moved out, and one of the big perks is I have a healthier relationship with food. I binge less and eat less in general, but I'm mostly not consumed by thoughts of food 24/7 like I used to be. This Christmas was actually the first Christmas I didn't binge chocolate before and after dinner. I ate reasonable amounts, but it's still Christmas. Everyone except Dad was telling me how they think I've lost weight. Yay! I left feeling good about myself. Enter my dad. He called my home today to fix my sink. As he was leaving, he sat me down and went through all of the food I ate at Christmas and told me how much less of each item I should have eaten. I tell him to stop, as him controlling my food will trigger me for a binging episode. He continues. I explain again. He tells me though my binging is only hurting me. I tell him I know, but he needs to stop. I also mention how freaking creepy it is for him to watch me eat and count what I eat during Christmas. He tells me that that is as right as my father, and anytime we have meals together, he's going to be watching and counting. Other things he has done are 1. Look through my trash to see what I'm eating in my own home that he does not live in. 2. Question what I've ate every day. And 3. Offer to order my groceries online for me so I don't have to go to shops during COVID. He then edited my shopping list to meet his standards. However, I am slowly gaining more control over food in my life, and I feel so free. Jesus, what a horrible person. Do you reckon this dad ever thinks, like, stops for 1 second, he thinks to himself, I wonder why my child has such, severe eating disorders, like needing to binge, being overweight. I wonder why that could be. Could it possibly be because of me? No, it can't be that. It must be other people, because I'm being nice to my child. I'm looking out for everything that OP eats, just to make sure they don't get too fat. I don't know. It's just like a strange one. Surely these people have to look at themselves at some point and think, maybe my actions are actually causing these dramatic ramifications. Who knows? I just think this dad is stupid. Like, how controlling, how weird of a person to be to even try and control your kid's food in the first place. Let alone when they say to you, please stop, you are the reason that I have trouble with my food and eating in general. Then just carry on and say, no, it's my responsibility as your father. Strange bloke. Yeah, pretty much I would just say, get away from this man as quickly as you can, OP. Who cares if he's your father or not? Get him out of your life. Now moving on to our final story. My cousin sued her own sister. My great-grandaunt died of COVID in the beginning of 2020. It's been a huge blow for the entire family, especially her 2 daughters. The drama between them came to a head when her will was read out. She left both of her daughters 1.5 acres each of land that she owned out in Louisiana, but she left her house to her oldest daughter. That house is a family staple. It was the house my great-grandaunt lived in when she moved from Louisiana to Washington to be with someone she loved. It was where she celebrated Christmas Eve and Thanksgiving. It made sense that the oldest daughter got the house, since she was already living there to begin with. Not to mention, the younger daughter already had a house, one where she just renovated the basement and put a brand new deck in the front. She didn't need the house at all. But my cousin didn't see it that way. So she felt the need to sue her older sister for the rights to the house. She even got her daughter and her niece to turn against her own sister. Her reasons for wanting the house are pretty selfish in my opinion. Her main take for wanting the house was so that she could rent it out to other people, not even a week before my great-grandaunt died. She said to her face that making money off the house was going to be her plan. Everyone in my family was so angry, to the point where they all announced that they weren't coming to her wedding, and the ones that were coming would be sitting on the groom's side. Her fiance was actually a nice guy. You may think that that might be a little harsh, but my cousin honestly deserved it. For someone to say that they would claim their mother's house when she dies to her face is nasty. Because of all that backlash she was getting, she ended up dropping the lawsuit and apologised to her sister. On top of that, the wedding was cancelled. I could talk about this for hours, because this situation goes deeper and deeper. I tried to keep it as brief as possible. I just hope that my family gets better after all that's happened. I tell you what, that is a pretty bad thing to do, right? Say to your dying relative that, you know what, even if you don't put your house in my name, this is what I would plan to do with it. I would sell it out, you know? I wouldn't even live in it myself, wouldn't even honor it, just rent it out to random people. And if you put it in my sister's name, I'm gonna sue the heck out of her, ruin her life. I don't care about you, great, whatever you are. I mean, I don't even know what your name is. That's how little I care. It just doesn't matter to me. I want to make money off of your land. Pretty crazy thing to say to someone that is dying in literally a week. I also wonder why the wedding was cancelled. I hope it was cancelled because the fiance, the nice guy, realised that he would be marrying a monster, and not that you realised, or whoever this is realised that, yeah, people aren't going to be sitting on my side at the wedding, and let's just give it a bit of time and then they will. I really hope that the fiance was like, you know what, after this entire debacle, you're gone. You're gone, mate. Let me get someone else, because you are not good enough for me, because you are a disgusting human being. Because, let's be honest, to do something like that, you would have to be a pretty disgusting human being. I'm going to visit my husband, not running away from home. I'm currently 24 years old, and I could probably easily pass for anywhere between 15 to 19, depending on my clothes, hair, and makeup. When this happened, I was 20. My husband and I met online while we were both in the military. I was stationed in San Diego, and he was stationed in 3 hours away, 29 Palms, which is about 30 to 45 minutes from Palm Springs. All three of those are in California for anyone who may not be familiar with the area. We got married, but weren't able to live together unless we wanted to live in between our bases and each drive 1.5 hours one way to work. So we each stayed in our own apartments in our respective cities and just visited each other whenever we got the chance. I didn't have a car. I took the bus and trolley to work. When I went to see him on the weekend that it was my turn to visit him, I would take the train. So one Friday, I get off work and call an Uber, taxi, to take me to the train station. I brought my backpack with my clothes for the weekend to work with me, so that I didn't have to go home first, but I could just go straight to the train station. The Uber driver said, "You have a backpack and are going to the train station. Are you running away from home or something?" "No, I'm going to see my husband for the weekend." "Husband? They let you get married really young here." He was foreign, I think maybe Middle Eastern. "I mean, not really. I'm old enough to be in the military." "Wait, how old are you?" 20. "I honestly thought you were 12. People usually think I'm way younger than I am, but that's definitely the youngest I've ever gotten." Alright guys, let's talk fractions here, you know? I'm a bit of a mathematician myself, so let's delve into the numbers here. 12, yeah, as a percentage of 20 is 60%. Therefore, this driver is thinking that you are 60% of your actual age. That's like saying to a 40-year-old that they look 18, you know? Have I got the maths right there? Someone correct me in the comments, 16 or 18, one of the two. It's pretty mad, nonetheless, it is my overall point. To be thought of that you are pretty much half the age that you really are. I've never seen someone that is 20 that looks anywhere near to 12. I mean, 15, 16 maybe, but 12? That's just an insult at that point. I mean, come on. That's a madness. Now moving on to our second story. Kiosk employee mistakes my friend for a predator. I'm 19, he's 21. So I, a 19-year-old female-to-male guy, was hanging out with a couple of friends at one of their apartments. We were all drinking and just having a good time with each other. Around 3 AM, it was just me, Sam, my 21-year-old male friend, and another guy who was still awake, as everyone else had gotten tired and gone to bed. Sam and the other guy were both hungry, so me and Sam volunteered to walk to a kiosk nearby for some grub. I didn't want anything myself, but I felt like getting some fresh air. When we got to the kiosk, I just kinda walked around aimlessly while Sam went for some snacks first. I noticed that the kiosk employee at the register, who was the only employee there at the moment, was staring at me and Sam. I figured he was probably watching us to make sure we weren't stealing. When we walked up to the counter, however, the employee was looking at us really strangely, furrowing his eyebrows like he was suspecting us of something. When he looked at Sam, he looked sort of angry, and when he looked at me, he seemed more concerned. We paid for our stuff, and just as we were about to leave, the kiosk employee stopped us. This is the conversation that followed. "Wait, you?" "Yeah," I reply. "Can I ask how old you are?" I found that strange that he would ask me this, because I wasn't trying to buy anything age restricted. Yeah, I'm 19. Without missing a beat, the kiosk employee said, Oh, alright, sorry. I just had to ask because I didn't think you were more than 14. I was honestly a bit offended. I know I look young, but really? 14? I just sort of reassured him quietly and then we left. And that's it. Lol. Sorry it's not the most exciting story. Well, I still enjoyed it. See, stories like this, in my opinion, guys, are not as bad. You know, they're not as embarrassing for the person who got someone's age so badly wrong. I mean, in any case, getting your age wrong by 6 years, 20 to 14, is better than the first story, 20 to 12, 8 years. But yeah, I mean, this kiosk employee, look, he was just looking out for you. He was worried that something strange and illegal was going on. So I can't really blame him for that, you know, just doing his job. Not even his job, you know, just, you know, being careful for the general population and for you. So yeah, rather than being insulted, I mean, it is a bit insulting to be called 14 when you're 20. I do understand that. However, see it as a compliment and see it as someone that is just, you know, looking out for general people and making sure that some weird stuff is not going on. Now moving on to our third story. You really think you'd get away with that outfit? So this happened last year when I was 23. I needed to go and get a copy of my high school transcript as my university had somehow misplaced mine. I'm short and small. It was much easier for me to just physically go to the school than wait for it in the mail. I showed up just before school started, and there's high schoolers all loitering around waiting to be let inside. My high school won't let you inside without a teacher's note for before school tutorials or band students. It was hot outside, like 90+ degrees, so I was in a tank top where you could see my bra straps, scandalous, and probably the shortest denim shorts I own. None of this is within the school's dress code, by the way. So I walk into the school to head to the front office, and this coach, acting as hall monitor, pretty much, steps in front of me, stops me, and goes, "Did you really think you could break the dress code so blatantly? You really think you'd get away with that outfit?" I looked right at him and began to just walk around him and said, "Well, seeing as I graduated almost 6 years ago from the school, yeah, I do expect to get away with wearing this outfit. I'm here for business with the school, not to go to school," as I avoided his other attempts to stop me. That particular coach was always a little power hungry when I did go to school here. Wow, I'm not going to lie, that one feels a little bit premature. I wanted to know what was going to happen after that, OP. You've left me hanging there, which is not very nice. I've got to say, I wanted to know, you know, was this guy going to carry on stopping you even though it's pretty clear that you are actually older and you're not a student there anymore? Was he really embarrassed? Did he just, you know, slink off without saying anything? Or did he, you know, be a man and apologize? I wanted to know, but unfortunately we weren't given that information. So I'm going to leave up to you guys to, you know, think about what might have happened. Comment down below, what do you reckon might have happened? The way this guy was acting, the way OP has, you know, explained what this guy was like back when she did go to school. How do you think he reacted? I want to know. Let me know in the comments down below. And yeah, our heart, the best answers. Now for our final post. Female guard confused me for a senior high schooler. This happened last year, so still no COVID-19. A little background to my story. So just recently, our country proposed a new educational program, which basically added more time for you to go to school. Before, we didn't have junior high and senior high, just elementary, high school, then college. But now, after elementary, you have to enter junior high school and senior high school. After the government applied that program, our university too also offered junior high (JHS) and senior high (SHS) services. So instead of only college students present, our university also now accommodates junior high and senior high services. Enough about that though, and on to the story. There is a rule in our university that junior high and senior high students cannot go outside the campus before 11 AM, and in the afternoon they also cannot exit before 3:50 PM. But as a college student, I am free to go in and out whenever I like, assuming I don't have class at that time. So it was a Wednesday, and every Wednesday is wash day. This is important, since the only thing that distinguishes a senior high student and a college student is the design of the uniform. That specific day, I think the senior high school had an early dismissal, since there were so many students lining up or crowding up the main gate, waiting for them to be allowed by the guards to leave. The time was still 10 to 10:30ish. Mind you, teenagers nowadays are so tall and basically look like adults already. I was 23 at the time, but I was quite skinny and kinda average in height and baby-faced, especially when I had a shaven moustache and beard, which I did at the time. So as I approached the main gates, I leaned on the scanner to have my ID scanned so that the automatic doors would open. but a female guard stopped me and said, "You're not allowed to go out yet. It's still 10. I replied, "But I'm a college student. If you look, step back or I'm going to confiscate your ID and give it to the prefect's office." "But mom, if you look closely, step back or I'm going to confiscate your ID." So apparently she thought I was a senior high school student. I keep saying that I'm a college student. Just look at my ID. It states there that I'm a second year BScs computer science student. But she wouldn't listen, or maybe she can't hear, probably because it was quite noisy at the time with all those students talking. So I just gave up, and I was going to go and try the backdoor gate, when all of a sudden I see my teacher on my major subject walking towards the gate, so I ask him to tell the guard to let me out, since I'm not a senior high school student. My teacher says to the guard, "Why didn't you allow this student to go out?" I am told that we would only allow senior high school students to go out at 11 AM. But he is not a senior high school student. Look at his ID. I gave the ID finally to the guard and she was embarrassed. "Well, why didn't you say so?" At that point, it was exhausting to argue. Finally, I got out. I know she was only doing her job, but it was still quite annoying since I hadn't had breakfast at that time and I was famished. Ever since then, every morning, whenever she is assigned at the main gate, I see to it that I wave at her and always remind her that I am not a senior high school student, to the point of being annoying. Well, OP, I would argue that that is a little bit uncalled for, if I'm being completely honest. As you say, she literally was just doing her job, and you've told us why she may not have been able to hear you because obviously there are loads of school students around, and obviously doing her job like that, she can't, look at every single person who might be trying to sneak out, you who legitimately could have gone out. She can't be dealing with every single one of those people individually. So I guess maybe at that time, because it was so busy, she was just like, nah, and no one's going out. And to me, I can understand why she would do that, because it would take a lot of time to deal with every person, on their own. And she obviously wouldn't want to do that because, think about it, it'd be horrible. But yeah, I don't know. There's no need to, rub it in her face. Obviously, she realizes she's made a mistake in that situation. She's been embarrassed to her face by one of your teachers. And now you're waving at her every day saying, yeah, look, it's me, the person whose age you got wrong. There's no real need for that, In my opinion, just my opinion. Maybe other people would say, you know what, she made a mistake there. And yes, she deserves to, own up to it and well, not own up to it, but, be reminded of it. But that just seems a little bit harsh in my opinion. A little bit unnecessary. Again, guys, let me know what you think down below. Yelled at by customer at work. This happened to me in March of this year, just as the lockdown started and many stores had started having special shopping hours for elderly and high-risk customers. I worked at a grocery store on the overnight stock crew, and my shift ended at the same time the special hours started. I would frequently pick up items I needed at the end of my shift before heading home. On this particular morning, we had finally gotten a shipment of toilet paper and cleaning wipes in. I picked up a 12-pack of the cheapest toilet paper in the store and a canister of Clorox wipes for my mum, who is high risk. I was not wearing my black work polo because I was 7 months pregnant and it didn't fit, so I was allowed to wear a plain black t-shirt instead. I picked up a few food items and headed for the register. I ended up in line behind an older woman. She said very pointedly to the cashier, who is a friend of mine, that we needed to be more strict on the elderly and high-risk guidelines. She looked straight at me as she said it. She said we needed to have a guard at the door to make sure that no one was coming in during the special hours, except those that actually needed to shop at those times. At our store, it was from 7 AM to 8 AM every day. She also said that if the store lets other people in to shop, they should make sure that they don't buy the essentials that other people need, looking at the toilet paper and Clorox wipes in my hands. Now, my co-worker is an elderly woman, and she is not shy. She's a spitfire and she'll tell you what she thinks and doesn't give two dangs about what you think. She looks straight at the woman and says, "There is a limit on essential items. You can't buy 2 packs of toilet paper." The customer had 2 of the biggest packs of toilet paper we sold. We're talking 18 rolls. The woman snapped at her with a, "Fine, whatever, but I'm not coming in here if you're going to keep letting other people in during the special hours. I want to speak to a manager." Bet you guys didn't see that one coming. My co-worker calls the manager on duty, which happens to be my manager on the overnight crew. He comes up and this woman goes off yelling about how we're letting regular people shop during the special hours, how the cashier was rude and was limiting her, etc. Full on Karen. My manager looks at me and can see that I'm irritated. He looked at the customer and straight up said, "I would like for you to leave." She got angry and asked why she should be the one to leave when she was clearly following the rules of the shopping hours, and I was not. He said, and I'll never forget this for the rest of my life, "This customer you are harassing is my best employee. She just finished working a 9-hour shift to fill these shelves so that you could come in to buy your essentials. She is picking up a few items after her shift. And on top of that, you're harassing a pregnant woman who is considered high risk, and she has as much of a right to shop during these hours as you do. She is exhausted, and she's scared because of the pandemic, but she comes in every night, works extra hours, and busts her butt so people like you can come in and talk down to her. You can leave now, and you're welcome to stay out." And he walked away. She tried to stammer an apology at me and ask about my baby, when I was due, what I was having, etc. when the loss prevention guy showed up to escort her out. I ignored her and picked up one of her packs of toilet paper instead of the 12-pack I had grabbed. I checked out my items and was on my way while the loss prevention guy took her picture and made notes that she was banned from the store for 30 days for harassing an employee. Yeah, I guess the moral of this story, guys, is that you never really know if someone is high risk or not. Just because they're not old, or just because, you know, they're not pregnant, maybe she didn't know you were pregnant, whatever, it doesn't mean that someone's not high risk. Or maybe, as you said, OP, you were buying for someone who is high risk, your mum, you know, who's elderly. So yeah, I guess just don't presume until you really know is the moral of this story. But I kind of get a little bit what this woman was saying. Obviously, this Karen did not go about it in the right way. She should have been way more polite than just going mental at you and the staff. But I get what she was saying, and that it is important to respect these special hours so that elderly people, people who are high risk, get the stuff that they do need and deserve. It was just unfortunate for her that OP, you'd been working all night stocking the shelves and you were just on your way out, and yeah, she happened to get annoyed at you. But yeah, I kind of see what she was saying. Do you know what I mean, guys? I'm being a little bit, you know, lenient with this woman, but I kind of understand where she was coming from. She's probably tired as well. She's probably scared of going out in the pandemic. But yeah, no need to be overly aggressive in this one is my overall point, I think. Now moving on to our second story. She does work here, lady. She just doesn't get paid. While this is not the typical retail horror story, I thought you might enjoy it here anyway. I'm a retired veteran and have been for more than 20 years, making this story just about 3 decades old. Usual disclaimers for the passage of time and my failing memory, but I'll do my best. Thank you. I'm in civilian government service these days, but back then I was a technical sergeant in the healthcare administration field. I've been assigned to the base hospital's outpatient records office as the non-commissioned officer in charge, not long before these events transpired, and we were short-staffed due to Operations Desert Shield and Desert Storm, so we were busy. This was long before the days of electronic medical records. These were good, old-fashioned, coloured folders, chock full of all your appointment notes and test results, all filed on shelves, lots and lots of shelves. What with active duty personnel, their family members, and local retirees and their spouses, there are about 44,000 of them. If you scheduled an appointment more than 24 to 48 hours in advance, we will pull your record the night before and send it to your provider's clinic. Otherwise, you had to come see us yourself to sign out your record before you could be seen. It was a weekday, early to mid-morning I think, and we had a long line of patients at our service window. I was on duty along with 2 to 3 junior enlisted workers and RL, a very nice lady. We were dodging each other in the narrow aisles and pulling records as quickly as we could. It wasn't quick enough for IK though, inpatient Karen, who, RL, the records lady, was helping. I was near the window checking a patient's eligibility when the impatient Karen sighed like the air brakes on a bus pulling up to the curb. A moment later, she starts whining. "What is taking so long?" Then, "This is stupid. I can't believe this." And, "What's wrong with her?" Waiting in line is rarely fun, and is much less so when you or your children are sick, so I get it. I stepped up and I told the Karen I'd check on her record and be right with her. I found the records lady in the aisle, looking at the shelves with confused frustration, and I understood the delay. Now, my colleague, the records lady, had suffered a traumatic brain injury some years before, and while she didn't have any major deficits or disabilities, she occasionally had trouble processing numbers. Our records were organized using a terminal digit system, based on the first 2 digits of the last 4 digits of the service member's social security number. This could be challenge enough for the lady if she was in a rush. Being under the pressure of a foul-tempered Karen did not help. I suggested she take a break in the back, found the record, and took it to the service window. "Here you go, Mom. I'm sorry about the wait." "Finally, you need to get rid of that woman. I can't believe she actually gets paid to work here." Each exclamation point, by the way, there was accompanied by an increase in not just volume, but also venom. "I should complain to your commander." I wondered how in the heck this woman could not see and understand the difference between my colleague record lady's uniform and mine. I was wearing BDUs, battle dress uniform, and she was wearing street clothes with an apron. Mine was woodland camo and her apron was white with some red trim, maybe pink too, and a conspicuous red cross smack dab in the middle of it, as in the American Red Cross. So, I hand the impatient Karen her record and say, "I understand your frustration, and again, I'm sorry for the wait. But while she, the records lady, does work here, she's a Red Cross volunteer. She doesn't get paid for helping you. Not one dime. However, I'll forward your concerns to my commander, and I'll send a copy to your husband's commander as well, as a professional courtesy, of course." She went pale, realizing that she may have just gotten her husband into trouble. She drank her big steaming cup of STFU and walked the walk of shame to her appointment without another word. Just as I promised, I wrote up the incident for my commander, who actually contacted the impatient Karen's husband, clued in my first sergeant, and CC'd the hospital patient advocates, just in case. I never heard anything further. Not long after that, I worked with the Red Cross coordinator to find the records lady another volunteer position, one where she wouldn't be subjected to that kind of treatment, something that also better suited her talents. She really was a nice, generous lady, and I didn't want to see her volunteer efforts wasted, thanks to some self-centered Karen's abusiveness. Oh man, I feel so bad with stories like this, because yes, this person technically is an employee, but they're not getting any money. They're volunteering their time just for you to come in, Karen, and just be like abusive to them and ultimately really disrespectful and ruin their day when they don't even have to be there. Like, they're literally gaining nothing being there in terms of a monetary value. They're just giving their time to help. Oh, it's such a shame. And yes, Karen didn't know, but that's no excuse, right? You can't just be horrible to an employee. Like in the first story, you can't just be horrible to a customer. You can't just be horrible to an employee. You don't know why they're there or why they're in a certain position. I guess the thing with both these stories is don't presume because, or don't assume because it makes an ass out of you and me. And by you and me, I don't mean you and me. You watching and me speaking. I mean you and me, other people. Yeah, it would never be us, don't worry. Anyway, it's a shame, isn't it? It's just a shame that people act this way, because why not just, go in with a little bit, a bit more kindness and say, like, I'm really sorry, I am in a rush, but can I get these things because, my kid's sick, I've got to go and do this, I've got to do whatever. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Oh, I just feel bad for this woman. And yes, she has been moved to probably a better position for her because she does not deserve this. But like, imagine what this would do to your self-esteem, getting abused when you're volunteering. It's not even like you're getting paid and you hate your job, you're volunteering. Oh, it's sad, but I hope she has a better position now is all I can say. One that she at least enjoys more than this rubbish. Cheat on my friend and spend all of her money? Get deported. So my friend, let's call her Coco, was really popular in high school. The type of girl that everyone wanted to be friends with, and nobody wanted to cross. Coco was known to be promiscuous, but by senior year, she seemed to have finally settled down, and was in a stable relationship with a boy. Let's call him Edgar. Edgar immigrated from Ecuador as a child, but was completely Americanized, and I don't even think he spoke Spanish that well, from what I can remember. He was the type of kid that was seen as kinda a bum to most at the school. He was nearing 20 and barely showed up to class sometimes, only to smoke behind the school and hang out with friends. I guess he was on some sort of program to get his diploma before he legally couldn't continue showing up. Regardless of this, he made my friend happy, so even if I didn't think he was Prince Charming, I tolerated him. Coco, on the other hand, was head over heels. She worked every day after school at the local grocery store, and with her hard-earned money, she spoiled the heck out of him. A new Xbox, shoes, taking him out to eat, the whole 9 yards. She kissed the ground he walked on, and I was, of course, skeptical, but again, she was happy and it wasn't my business. Things seemed cool for a while, but when poop hit the fan, it hit with ferocity. 5 months into their relationship, he cheated on her. Not only did he cheat, but the girl he cheated with was freshly 14 years old and a freshman at the same high school. Keep in mind, he's 19 and probably shouldn't even still be at the school. Now, this 14-year-old girl wasn't exactly innocent. She'd had a reputation for a while for sleeping around with older men, and she looked around 17 to 18 years old. Not to take away from the gravity of the situation, but to point out that she was a very willing participant. I just feel it's needed context. Yeah, but she's still a minor. News broke because this girl was bragging to all her friends about sleeping with Edgar, and I guess one of her friends told Coco. I was almost 100% sure that Coco was going to fight this girl. She being 17 at the time, she wouldn't have gone into the trouble she would have being an adult. To my shock, however, that's not what she did. Coco was obviously devastated. The man she's adored for almost half a year, her first real boyfriend, and the thousands she spent trying to make him happy definitely tore her to pieces inside. Instead of fighting the 14-year-old and trying to socially execute her, however, she played it smart. Here is where the nuclear revenge came in. This 14-year-old knew Edgar was with Coco, and obviously feared Coco and the social power she had at the school. It was clear that she was scared to death of even showing her face once the news broke out, expecting to have to fight Coco or having to attempt to save her social life. What went down, however, was nothing like that. Coco messaged the girl on Instagram saying pretty much this: "Hey, I know what happened between you and Edgar, and I just want you to know I'm really sorry that he took advantage of you like that. I think we should meet up and talk about it. I know it's not your fault." Coco didn't really believe this girl was preyed upon, and I'm sure she was even fuming at her, but it was important to her master plan that the girl took up the victim role. I see where this potentially could be going. They end up meeting, and Coco pretty much showers the girl in affirmation that she is a victim. Edgar is the evil Baphomet child of Satan, and that if she went to the police, that Coco and her whole friend group would stand beside her and care for her. Long story short, the decision between social suicide and a fast pass to the popular group wasn't too hard for this girl to make, and she ended up going to her guidance counsellor the same day. The guidance counsellor listened to what happened and promptly called the police, who pulled Edgar out of class and have him handcuffed outside in a public spectacle. When the ugly truth comes to light, it's worse than anyone could have imagined it. Not only did Edgar and this 14-year-old get it on, they did it in the school bathroom. His mugshot was plastered on the news and everyone was talking about it. After multiple hours of Coco gaslighting this girl and telling her all the right things to say to the police, he was charged. He ended up getting charged with statutory rape on top of another charge because it was on school grounds. He got $50,000 bail, which he wasn't able to pay, and better yet, they were deporting him to Ecuador, the place where he had no remaining family, barely spoke the language, and that's only after he served his 5-year sentence in the US. Throughout the entire trial, Coco pretty much coached the 14-year-old, telling her to say she was scared and felt pressure to do it, when in reality, it was all on her own accord and nothing new to her. She complied with everything Coco said in order to save her own social reputation. She even continued to brag about her sexual endeavours to us, but as long as it wasn't Edgar, we were happy to entertain it. We were young and dumb and living life like we were in an early 2000s teen movie. Looking back, I can tell the girl definitely had some issues with male attention. Regardless, for the rest of our senior year, Coco let the girl tag along with us and treated her really well, even bringing her to senior prom in a loophole for the LGBT students. 3 years later, the girl is seemingly doing great. I see her on social media from time to time, and she's enrolled in college for the full semester. Coco has a new boyfriend she's been living with for over a year now, and Edgar is still in prison awaiting his deportation. Looking back, I realize how messed up the whole situation was. The 14-year-old definitely had some problems in her life, and Coco was definitely manipulative. Sometimes I even feel bad for Edgar. But at the end of the day, she was still 14, so even if she was totally down with it, it's still illegal. I don't think either side was exactly doing the right thing. It's not like Coco actually cared about the 14-year-old like she pretended she did. At least the girl had a nice time for the rest of high school. Coco just wanted to scorn Edgar, and scorn him she did. Nah, you know what? Yeah, you are right. Okay, fair enough. You are right, OP. She did want to scorn Edgar. That is completely legit, but she did it completely legally. And, you know, most importantly, she was outing a nonce. I can't say it any more than that, you know? A 19-year-old was sleeping with a 14-year-old, that's illegal, and he should know way better. Even if the 14-year-old is entertaining it, or even if the 14-year-old is demanding it. Really, it doesn't matter. You're 19, and you're sleeping with a 14-year-old. Yes, you deserve to go to jail. Yes, you deserve to be deported. It's pretty simple. It doesn't even matter what Coco's real, you know, reason for doing all this was. At the end of the day, a paedophile got reported for paedophilia and arrested. That can only ever be a good thing, you know? It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter about the other stuff. It really doesn't matter at all. Yeah, like there is a comment down below which I completely agree with. Another way of titling the story is Coco recognizes that her 19-year-old boyfriend has committed statutory rape and helps the victim report it to prevent him from preying on other victims, and then continues to support her afterwards. Like, that is how I'm seeing this. The 14-year-old, doesn't matter what sort of person they are, they're 14. That's the whole point. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. The 14-year-old could do anything. They can do whatever they want. It's still fine. They're 14, and they've been, let's be realistic, they've been victimized by a 19-year-old. Weird. Really weird, but at least this guy's put away now. Great stuff. Now moving on to our next nuclear revenge post. Be a POS all of your life. Have fun getting stranded in a drug cartel city. This revenge was performed by my mum and her epic mind. It all started when I was born. Life was happy, good, and easy. My brother was a good and working person. College dropout, but always very smart, or that's what we thought. My brother went out every night with his friends. Nothing alarming, but very weird. Time passed, and I turned 10 years old. At this point, my brother had a girlfriend, a son, and had already moved out. It was fun, until my brother moved back with me and my parents. Poop truly hit the fan there. The first day, we noticed an instant change in both his personality and appearance. You see, he didn't move back in alone. He came with his son and girlfriend. We asked why he came back, and he simply said they had a problem and this was temporary. For his girlfriend, to which I will refer as D, and son, this was true, but he stayed for the rest of this story in our house. When his girlfriend and her son left, she cut contact with both our family and my brother, but she did occasionally ask for money. Don't tag her as bad just now because she had a very good motive. My brother, after this, became a good-for-nothing POS with everybody in the house. It turns out his friends actually were his dealers, you know, for drugs and that stuff. Later, we asked why did they truly leave the other house, and he just said, "I had a fight with her brother and dad." It was vague, but it was true. Sometime around 2018, when I turned 11, we occasionally went to visit his ex-girlfriend and his son. One of those times, my mum asked why she cut contact. The truth was that my brother was emotionally, physically, verbally, and sexually abusing her. She didn't press charges and still refuses to do so because of fear. My mum became enraged at him, but she didn't do anything just yet. Years passed. My brother stayed in our house. Fights between my brother and everybody here became more and more common. My brother smoked pot 24/7 with 2 kids in the freaking house. I started showing signs of depression around those times. I was just 11 years old. Imagine how trashy this was for me to consider suicide at that age. More time passed. It's now 2020, and his first fight with my dad, his stepdad, just happened. My mum was leaving to go to Culiacan, and right after the fight, my brother asked if he could go. My sister, who's not been relevant to this story, offered to buy him a plane ticket. This is where the revenge starts. You see, my sister bought a ticket to go, but not to come back. Mum was the one to come up with this plan. My brother didn't even know it at the time. Culiacan is a city known for being home to various drug cartels. Sinaloa, the state where Culiacan is pretty much horrible. More if you are like my brother. The day my mum returned is when I was notified about all of this. I was expecting my mum to come back with my brother, but she came home alone. My brother was left alone in a hotel with no money, no family, nothing. He tried calling us multiple times through public phones, but wasn't successful at all. Unless he gets a job and a house, he's either going to die of starvation or is going to get killed by a drug cartel. It's the first time in years I've truly felt happy. Thanks a lot for reading all of my nonsense. My God, it is mental to see the effect that just one person can have on a family, to the extent that your sister would offer to buy a plane ticket for him to go and then just never come back. He must be a horrible, horrible person if your whole family hates him that much, because, you know, normally with family, you can put up with people being annoying because they are family. You know, you don't have to be super friendly with them, but they're your family. You love them. To get to this, though, where you're sending your brother to a different country with no method of coming back, that's a bit mad. What I hope, though, is that, you know, he doesn't die, he isn't killed by a drug cartel, but he just, you know, becomes a better person and realizes, oh snap, they've done this on purpose. I need to sort my life out. You know, I'm old, I've got a son, I can't even see my, you know, the mother of my son anymore because, you know, I've done some terrible things to her. Hopefully, for the sake of his son and the sake of his family, you know, he turns his life around, gets a job, or somehow gets the money to get a flight back, and then moves out if he can, gets a proper job, and, you know, sorts his life out, because you can't go on living like this and annoying everyone and smoking in a house with 2 kids. That's mad. That is really, really mad, because at that point, you're not just affecting your own life, you know, you're ruining everyone else's. But yeah, I think he needs to do something about that, for sure. Smoke in my car, enjoy the fresh air. A bit of background. I am from Germany. I have only a few rules concerning my home, my stuff, and my car when other people come around. In my home, it is, I am not a servant. If you want to eat, drink, take it from the fridge or pantry. With my tools, it is, ask before using. And in my car, it is, do not smoke in my car. And for all of the above, make a mess and you clean it up. Seems reasonable? Well, not for the guy in this story. This happened in summer 2015. I got my car in December of 2014, a 2008 Volkswagen Golf 1.9 diesel. I still drive it. I was on my way to a convention and decided to take a passenger with me. Really nice to have some company on a 6-hour drive. I picked him up and told him about the no smoking rule. Everything seemed fine until we hit the Autobahn. This guy pulled out a pack of cigarettes and lit one up. This conversation ensued. Hey, what the heck? I told you no smoking. My passenger replied, so what? What are you gonna do about it? Kick you out? You know, it is illegal to stop on the Autobahn. For those of you that don't know, the Autobahn is the German motorway. Now, this is true, to be fair. German law states you can't stop on the Autobahn unless it is an emergency or your car breaks down. You even get fined for running out of gas on the Autobahn, as it is preventable. Anyways, I knew something my smoking passenger didn't. There was a truck stop just 3 kilometers ahead. I got off the Autobahn and stopped at said truck stop. Alright, out my car, now. You can't do that to me. Sure as heck I can. This is my car and I have every right to kick you out. The next part is a bit blurry, as it was mainly screaming at each other. I remember getting out of my car and tossing his suitcase and bag out of my car, then dragging him out of my car and shoving him to the ground. I drove off and listened to music the rest of the drive, singing along to Rammstein. Later that evening, I was in the hotel room relaxing after my drive. I had been there for about 3 hours at that point when I heard a knock on the door. Hotel management, hotel security, convention security, the convention organizer, and the police were all standing there with a smug-looking smoker passenger. The police told me they picked him up about 2 kilometers away from the truck stop on the Autobahn. He claimed I kicked him out at the spot where they found him. The policeman said to me, "You do know this is illegal. You broke highway code XYX and willingly endangered this guy's life." I reply, "Sir, with all respect, he's been lying to you. I kicked him out at the truck stop. You can ring them up. I'm sure they have it on tape. Did he even tell you why I kicked him out?" No, he didn't. I then told them the story and explained I didn't want him in my car anymore because he broke my personal rules in my personal car. I kicked him out at the truck stop, as from there he could have easily called someone to come and pick him up. The smoking passenger turned very pale by that point. The policeman looked at him, furious. "Is this true? Well, you need to come with me." The smoker got charged with falsely accusing me. It was a money-related penalty, in the 4-figure range. It wasn't the first time, as I later found out. The convention actually cancelled his membership, hotel management cancelled his reservation, and I got free drinks at the hotel bar for my entire stay, as well as a free sponsor upgrade for the convention. You see, in my opinion, this is one of those entitled parent stories where I genuinely wouldn't really mind being involved because realistically, imagine you're OP in this situation, right? All that's happened to you is someone has smoked in your car. Yeah, it's annoying, but you can always go and get it cleaned or, you know, just get like an air freshener or something. It's not the end of the world after you told them not to. And then in return for that, you get massive upgrades at your hotel, free drinks, and an upgrade to the convention that you love to go to. I mean, I think that's a good thing, right? I know it's a bit annoying, obviously, to have that guy smoking in your car, but put that behind you, you're going to have a great week at this amazing convention. I reckon it's a win for you, OP. To be fair though, smoking when you've been asked not to in a reasonable situation is probably one of the rudest things you can do, right? Because, you know, not only is it quite smelly and quite generally disgusting, I guess, to some people, it's also negatively impacting the health of the people you're smoking around. You know, secondhand smoking is a real thing, even for a short time. I mean, in this situation, it was a 6-hour car drive. That could have a negative impact on somebody's health. Maybe they're asthmatic, you never know. So yeah, don't do that if you're a smoker when someone else asks you not to. Yeah, OP, you lucked out. That's all I'm going to say. You did luck out, I reckon. Now moving on to our next story, my father is hurt that I didn't tell him I was depressed. He tells people he has 2 children instead of 3. This is something that happened over a long period of time, and one might say that I'm jealous of my sister because of this. It started when I had just ended my 2nd year of high school. I was depressed and had severe anxiety about basically anything at this point. I had stayed at my ex-boyfriend's family for almost 4 months when I moved back to father. Our relationship was already damaged at this point, but it didn't get any better after this. I spent one weekend at my father's, but every night I cried myself to sleep. I was so exhausted from all the stress that had built up, trying to maintain a relationship that seemed one-sided. I talked with my ex's father and asked him for advice. We talked and I felt it was best to move to them, permanently. They noticed me, they saw that I was depressed, they said they could help me, but in retrospect, it only made things worse. I told my father and he became cold. He only said, okay. He didn't ask why or anything. This made me feel so bad, like I'd really hurt him. The day I moved, he only stared at his computer. He didn't say anything to me. He only said goodbye to me when I had taken all my things. I tried to talk to him for years after this, but he either ignored me or told me to talk to my new family. I was conflicted. I felt horrible. I didn't know what to do. I tried to mend things with my father after I graduated high school, explaining why I moved. He said, "Why didn't you tell me? I can't read your mind. How was I supposed to know you were so sad?" Yes, he used the word sad to describe my depression. I tried to explain to him why, that I didn't want to say anything because that would mean I accept that I was depressed. I was actually in denial for the longest time. It wasn't until I almost jumped from the 7th floor that I came to realize how bad it was. Thanks to a friend of mine who had my mother's phone number, my mum called me and on a whim I answered while I was in full panic mode. I guess this is when my mum also realized just how bad my depression was. She begged my friend to take me home to her, and when we did, I just collapsed. My mum stepped up and drove me to doctor after doctor, and finally we got to see a psychiatrist who prescribed me medication. We had this conversation after all this, and I felt strong enough to ask mother to get my father to come so we could talk. My dad then came with his oh so familiar quotes he liked to use when he felt he was right and I was wrong. "You should have listened to me and done what I told you. Then we wouldn't be in this situation now." And that was the end of that conversation. Fast forward a few years after my son was born. This was when I last spoke to father eye to eye. I sent him a message asking what I have done wrong. He answered, "Nothing that I'm aware of." I answered back, "Then why won't you respond to me when I call you or text you?" I never got another message again. A few years flies away and my mum calls me one New Year's Eve to tell me some good news and bad news. I was afraid to ask, but I wanted to know. Mum told me the good news first. My father and sister had finally signed the adoption papers. I was so happy for them. I told Mum to congratulate them for me as I had no way of contacting them. Both my father and sister had blocked my number and blocked me on every social media. That's when my mum became serious. She took a deep breath before she broke the bad news. My father had gone round telling people he had 2 children, my sister and my brother. When people had asked him about me, he had only repeated that he had 2 children. So he no longer acknowledged me as his daughter. Mother noticed how I became quiet and tried to comfort me with that. Now that she finally had a good relationship with me, she would never let me go again. This is years after the phone incident, by the way. My mum told me that my father and sister had tried to get my mum and stepfather to ignore me and shut me out too. She had refused and yelled at them for even suggesting such a thing. I didn't know what to feel. Hearing how I, a daddy's girl, no longer had a father after 20 years on and off. He'd basically disowned me. I wanted to cry, but I held it in. I had my son next to me, and I am so thankful for him. If he hadn't been there, I would have jumped headfirst from the balcony, 3rd floor. I broke down after my son fell asleep. I later found out that I could access his Facebook, and I could confirm it by myself. He had written, "My family consists of 2 children, OP's sister and brother, none other." By this time, I had completely shut down. I'm kind of glad that mum told me, instead of finding out by myself later. I know I haven't been the best daughter, or even a good one at times. I've done some pretty bad things for attention, I've lied to get friends, I've made decisions I regret to this day. I was a depressed teenager though, for goodness sake, but it just hurts so much. 5 years has passed since this, and when I had visited my mum and met my dad, they lived in the same town, my dad just ignored me, acted like I wasn't there. He turned his head when he saw me, turned his back at me, or only answered my greetings out of hateful politeness. Oh my goodness, OP, wow. Imagine, pretty much being disowned, effectively disowned, if not legally, mentally, by your parent, your father, for having depression and going through probably the worst period of your life. It makes no sense to me. It's the opposite of what a father or any parent should do, right? Or just any decent human being. They should be there to look after you and, support you if you're going through such a horrible experience like the one you were going through. Do people not realize that you can recover from depression? You just need massive support from people around you, just like your mum in this situation. You said, OP, your mum stepped up, took you to the doctors, and you got prescribed some amazing medication that looked to have been working a little bit, at least. I guess your father doesn't realize that, you can actually help people in depression. They're not just suicidal forever. They can be helped and you can save a life. Genuinely, I wonder what your dad's reaction would have been had you actually jumped off of, your apartment floor like you said you were going to. Would he have regretted his actions? I reckon deep down he definitely would have done. I just don't get what he gets from, not speaking to you or acting as if you don't exist. I don't even understand how you even upset him in the first place. Was it literally by telling him that you were depressed? I just don't get it. Yeah, he's a weird bloke, and there's no wonder that him and your mum are split up. Honestly, I imagine that your mum's new husband, your stepfather, is probably a much better bloke than your dad, because your mum seems like a really great person. Your dad, on the other hand, seems like an absolute pillock. I helped someone get revenge on their gold-digging butt of a significant other. This happened some years ago, but I was just reminded of it. So, here you go, Reddit. I worked as a front desk agent in a large luxury hotel chain for some years. One particular hotel I worked at was located really close to the downtown area, and so we got a large number of young, very wealthy business people who love to party. I usually worked the second and third shifts, which meant I got to see loads of drunken hookups, breakups, cheating, hookers, and more. This particular one though, this is one I will never forget. I was working at the desk when a group of young, well-dressed men come walking in. They've all clearly been drinking, but aren't so drunk that they can't walk right and hold a conversation. One of them comes up to me and tells me that while he and his friends were at the bar, a woman was hitting on him, and even though he told her no multiple times, she wouldn't stop. So he and his friends left, and it wasn't until they got in the Uber that he realized he didn't have his room key anymore. He thinks she took it, and he's concerned that she may come up to his room. He asked that I deactivate his keys, and if she does come up to the hotel, to not let her in. When he was telling me all of this, it didn't sit right with me. He and his friends were all grinning about it and snickering amongst one another. Then he gave a clear description of her without being asked, told me height, body shape, hair colour and style, the kind of dress she was wearing, all while saying it in a mocking tone. Now, this could have easily been because he thought the whole thing was ridiculous or he was too drunk to take it seriously, but it really didn't sit right to me. Either way, I did as I was trained in that situation. I pulled up his reservation, deactivated the keys as requested, made him a new set when he showed me his ID, and even offered to move him to a new room if that would make him feel more comfortable. He and his buddies all laughed a little at that, and he declined, took the keys, and they went to their room. About an hour or so later, the woman he described showed up. Now, by this point, my relief for the night had also shown up and was sitting at the front desk while I was in the back office counting down my cash drawer. I hadn't had a chance to tell him about the woman. Just as I'm walking out of the back office with my bag and about to leave, I see my co-worker buzz the doors open and the woman comes rushing in. She cuts through the lobby and down the hall to the elevators. She was barefoot, holding her heels in her hands, and knew exactly where she was going. I rushed up to my colleague and told him what the man from before had told me about her. My co-worker looked at me confused. He then pointed to the screen that had the reservation pulled up and told me that when the woman arrived, she went to use the room keys and they didn't work, so he asked for her room number and last name. She gave both and her name is on the reservation. I looked at the reservation and down in the notes, there was a woman's name listed. The man from before was listed as the primary, but her name was listed as secondary with his consent to be in the room. I was confused. I thought maybe she wasn't the same woman he was talking about, but to be on the safe side, I called the man in his room and told him the situation and that we allowed a woman fitting the description he gave to enter the building because she confirmed her name was on the room. He laughed, said he forgot her name was on the room and asked that I removed it. I was now super confused and I asked to make sure. Sir, just to be clear, the woman you met at the bar tonight was with you at check-in hours ago and was allowed keys then, but now she is not? At this point, he is laughing to all his friends in the room. Oh, guys, I confused the poor girl. Gets back on the phone with me. Yeah, sweetheart, she's banned from the room. Don't worry about the other details, just take her name off. I see. Then if she isn't going to be on the room anymore, would you like us to call the police and have her removed from the property? Whoa, that's too far there. Don't worry, she'll get the hint soon enough. We ended the call there and I got really suspicious of this. I told my co-worker to not do anything and that I was going to stick around for a bit to see if anything happened. A short time later, the woman came off the elevator pouring tears, sobbing while on the phone with someone. She sat down in our lobby and my co-worker and I tried to look busy while eavesdropping hard on her phone call. She was sobbing on the phone to her mum and sister. From what she told them, she was invited out to spend the week with her boyfriend, meeting all of his old college buddies. This being their first night, they all met up for dinner and drinks. After a bit, she went to the restroom and when she came back, she caught her boyfriend hitting on another woman. His friends all bet that he wouldn't do it. When she confronted him, annoyed, he called her a bunch of names and humiliated her in front of his friends and the entire bar. All of his friends joined in on mocking her and he threw in her face that she was nothing without me and dumped her right there. He and his friends then took an Uber back and left her stranded at the bar with no money and no way back. She then had to use her phone's GPS and walk back to the hotel from the bar barefoot. She had heels and walking 2 miles in those was not going to cut it. Well, actually, it probably might have cut it. Her toes I'm talking about. Apologies for that terrible pun. She was asking her mum and sister for help as he wouldn't let her in the room to get her luggage or her wallet. My heart broke and I felt horrible. I helped this guy treat this poor woman like rubbish and now he and all his friends were up there laughing at her while she's sitting in our lobby sobbing and with nothing. I went over to our snacks area in the lobby, grabbed her a bottle of water and brought it to her. I told her that I couldn't help but overhear the conversation and was very sorry for her situation and asked if she would like us to help her. I informed her that if he was keeping her from getting to her things, we could call the police and have them force him to hand over her things so she could leave if she'd like. Or if she wanted to let her mum or sister pay for a room, we'd be happy to give her a very low rate in a room far from him. She thanked me, took the water and tried to calm down and talk to me about what all was happening and what her options were. Eventually, we decided on her staying in the hotel for the night and figuring out the rest in the morning. As we make it to the desk, she asked me to try and run her credit card to see if it has enough on it for another room. I ask her what she means by another room, and she tells me that she's actually paying for the room he's in, that his name is on the room because he booked it, but it's her card paying for everything. This intrigued me. I asked why she was paying for the room if it was in his name. She told me that she's the one with the job, not him. That he hasn't been able to find a job in his field since graduating from college and is essentially living off his parents' money. But just after they started dating, his parents cut him off, so he's been living off of her money. That's why she was so upset and confused by how he had been acting all night. He was sweet and doing everything for her back home, but since he met up with his friends, he did a full 180 and hasn't been the same guy the entire time. I wanted to tell her that it was obvious he was using her for the money, and that he would probably blame his friends for all of this and try to get back with her later on, but I doubted she would have listened to me or cared for a complete stranger to butt in on her personal life like that. So instead, I offered up a sweet piece of revenge. I informed her that, considering she's the one paying for the room, if she can confirm that it is her card on file with some sort of photo ID and verify the last 4 digits of the card number, that's honestly all this hotel company required, then she could, if she wanted to, kick him out of the room and keep it all to herself. But considering how poorly her night has been, if she were indeed able to prove she is the one paying for the room, then I'd be more than happy to provide for her the biggest luxury upgrade we offered at our property, largest suite we had, full hotel amenity access, and I'd even have my co-worker fish out a bottle of champagne and some fresh strawberries for her to have sent to her room, all free of charge. That sounds incredible. She was taken aback by the offer and was very sincerely tempted, but she looked like she was about to say no. Then I told her that since she would be upgrading her room, that would require moving her things from her current room into her new one, which means the room that she is currently listed in would need to be vacated immediately. If anyone was to remain in the room after we have demanded it to be vacated, we are required to have them escorted off the property or they pay for the room, their choice. She then thought about it, pulled up her card's banking app and showed me the screen. It had a photo of her, her full name, the card's full number, and the hold from our hotel for the room. She asked if that worked. It was good enough for me. I quickly upgraded her, moved everything over in the system, and before I could say a word to my co-worker, he was already grabbing a set of master keys, a bell cart, and was asking her what her luggage looked like since he would be the one retrieving it for her to deliver to her room. He did not want her to have to deal with her ex again. She smiled and told him which ones were hers and that she hadn't unpacked yet. My co-worker runs down to the elevators and up to fetch her things, while I make her a new set of keys and send her off to her new room. Once she's on the elevator, my phone at the desk starts ringing. It's the ex-boyfriend, and he's very angry about why my co-worker has entered the room and is taking her things. I calmly explain that I cannot give out the private information of any of our guests, and that if he would like to remain in his room, he will need to pay for it, as there is no longer a method of payment on his room. He, not surprisingly, blew up. He's making a ton of demands and at the same time yelling at my co-worker to stop what he's doing, but it's obvious from the way he's yelling at him that my co-worker isn't listening to him. I can even hear the guy's friends telling him to chill out and just pay for the room. I then explain that we will give him a courtesy 10 minutes to make a decision, at which point if he doesn't have payment ready, then he must vacate the building or we will be forced to call the authorities and have him evicted. He continues to yell at me. He screams, swears, threatens and yells for a solid minute before taking a breath. I then tell him he has 9 minutes remaining and ask if he has come to a decision yet. He hangs up on me. Oh, brilliant. 9 minutes later, I call the room and he doesn't answer. I call again, no answer. I call a third time, he picks up, then immediately hangs up. So I call the police and tell them what's going on and they said they're on their way. The officers arrive. I tell them what's going on. We go up to the room together and the man and his friends are all white as ghosts when they see the cops. The cops explain to the ex-boyfriend and his friends that they're being evicted. The ex-boyfriend starts trying to talk to me, but the cops stop him and tell him to only talk to them. I told him about his attitude on the phone before. The friends are all offering to pay for the room at this point, and the cops look to me and ask if that would be acceptable. I smile very sweetly and say no, and the cops nod and start rushing all the guys to grab their things and leave the room. The ex-boyfriend is the last one out the door, carrying his 2 bags and complaining that he isn't even given a luggage cart and has to carry his own things. His friends all looked fuming at him. I go with the officers to escort all of them out of the building and run into my co-worker in the lobby. He waits until they're all outside in the parking lot to tell me that the woman is in her new room, loves it, and said no to the champagne. She just wanted sleep. I'm not surprised. I didn't get to see her before she left town the next day, but the ex-boyfriend did try calling our hotel to complain a number of times, and even tried leaving some bad reviews of us online and lied through all of it. I hope she doesn't have to ever deal with him again. Wow, first of all, what an incredible story. I mean, that was just amazing from start to finish. Also, secondly, guys, if you are sitting there right now thinking to yourself, wow, I did not expect the guy to be the gold digger, then I'm not gonna lie, I'm ashamed to say that in all honesty, I also thought that as well. I guess that just shows the double standards that we all have, unless none of you are thinking that and it's just me. Fair enough if you're not thinking that, by the way. Well done to you. You're grounded for having depression. My mother is a terrible human being. She's always been abusive to me, and I want to have a decent relationship with her, but it's extremely difficult because of her behaviour. Growing up, I got bullied a lot for being a bit weird, a trait I now pride myself on. Long story short, this and a multitude of other factors ended up having me diagnosed with depression in high school. My mother's solution to fixing this would be to punish me in a variety of ways. One of the most common was with hard labour. We had a wood-burning stove and would stock up on wood to last the winter. If I wasn't smiling, she usually would force me to go to our basement to cut and pile wood. A lot of the time, I'd get sent to my room for not being happy, usually without meals. She commonly banned me from playing video games because I was acting depressed. One time, during a family trip to the zoo in the city my grandparents live in, they threatened to go home without visiting my grandparents unless I put on a smile. My grandparents were everything to me. They were easily the only ones who bothered to make me feel cared for, so this was one of the worst punishments imaginable. This happened constantly throughout my time living with her, amongst many other things. She would especially do this when she was in public, as she didn't want my poor mental health to tarnish her image in the community. Oh wow, what an incredibly selfish mum, Jesus. I mean, if there's one thing that's going to make your kid happier if they're feeling down, it's not feeding them. What an amazing solution. Honestly, I read some of these stories and they're a bit bemusing. This one is very top of that list. I just don't understand the logic here at all. Imagine being made to feel bad by your own mother because you're suffering with mental health issues. What is this world? Now moving on to our next story. Why must you? Karen, why? It's 11 PM. Stop. I have worked at McDonald's in Georgia for 5 months now. I am trained to work any station except grill, which means 9 times out of 10 you could walk in and see me at the counter or in the drive-thru windows. The time was 10:56. We close at 11 o'clock. I'm in the front window, which means I make the drinks and hand out the food. We are pre-closing, with only 4 minutes left before we shut down. This is normal. Coffee machines are off, grills are being cleaned and shut down, dishes are being washed, and we got cleaning staff mopping the lobby. At 10:57, here comes Karen and 7 children, all of which look freaking tired. It ain't even funny. She comes to the register and just starts yelling, "Excuse me, is there someone who is going to take my order?" My manager looks at me with this "go handle this" look. So I go to the front counter and I'm like, "Hi, I'm sorry, but we are closing up right now." She looks me up and down and just scoffs. "Oh, your website says you close at 11. It's not 11. You can take my order." I sigh because this is policy. If a customer comes in before closing, we are obligated to take their order. So I log into the system and start taking her order. 15 double cheeseburgers, 15 large fries, 15 sweet teas, and 3 large coffees. I was like, "Mom, there is no way the staff can do all of that. Our grills are shut off for the night, and there are only 4 10-to-1 patties in our heat box. Our coffee machines are off, and the pots are being washed, and we have enough sweet tea to fill 3 large cups, not 15. Now at this point, she is red in the face. "You will turn it all back on, or I will have you fired. This is discrimination. You cannot do this to a white woman in the South. My husband is an army soldier. You should have more respect for me." "Mom, I'm not being discriminatory. It's almost 11 and our staff are closing up. As for you feeling that this should be stopped and restarted just because we are in the South and you are white, that's just wrong." By now, my manager is standing behind me on the phone with corporate. Mom, I'm the shift manager for tonight. What is the problem? This racist, lesbian female dog is refusing my order because I'm a white woman married to an army soldier. I demand our order be completely free for the insulting behavior of this dumb idiot. My children are scarred for life because of her. Well, at this point, my blood was boiling. Not only did she call me a racist, but she assumed my sexuality because my hair is short. First off, I'm white as well. My hair is styled in an undercut with slight bangs and it's a blue-green colour. Second off, when did I say I refused the order because of her race or her husband's occupation? Anyway, my manager is just staring at her and says, Mom, I'm on the phone with corporate and I've been informed to tell you that unless you leave the premises now, I am well within my rights to call the police. You are harassing my employee after our closing time and using rather choice words in our family-friendly lobby. In the long and short, that's what caused me a free day off, with pay, because I didn't get to leave McDonald's till 2 AM on a school night, because we did have to call the police. I don't like Southern Karens. Well guys, I can't say I've ever had the pleasure or displeasure of meeting a Southern Karen, but after this story, OP, I'm inclined to agree with you. They sound absolutely terrible. I mean, maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe I'm generalizing, but Jesus, I would not want to run into a woman like this. Oh, especially not if I was working in customer service or, you know, in a fast food joint like this. Jesus, that would be terrible. What a way to spend a night. So you left at 2 AM having to call the police. I really want to know more, you know, because I feel like we've only just scratched the surface of this story. What happened next? I want to know. Update me, OP, please. Moving on to our next story. Entitled Dad demands I fail because I caused his daughter to fail. This one will need a lot of context, so bear with me here. I'm 19 at college. Last year, I started a language education career. My first language is Spanish, and even though I often have mistakes, I can understand and speak English. Then realised I wasn't in the right place, so I dropped out during the first semester. So now I'm studying theatre, which has always been my true passion. Anyway, during my first semester on language education, we had to do tutoring as a part of our grade. The college I went to also had language classes on Saturdays for anyone who wanted to learn a second language. This college only allowed people on their language education's career that had either completed the Saturday's course, depending on your progress can last up to 8 years, or that may prove they can speak at least 2 languages by a written and oral exam. So, I was doing tutorings for English speakers that struggle in their Spanish lessons. One of my tutees was an 18-year-old girl who shined by her absence. She just didn't show up, not even once, and never gave me a heads up or explained afterwards why she didn't come. I just reported with my teacher that she didn't appear, then reached out to her to reschedule the date of our meeting and called it a day. We were given our tutees or parents' contact to set up the day and hour of our meeting within the college facilities. Then, the teacher assigned a classroom for the tutorings and had a full report of all tutorings we had to do. Nothing of interest happened until a few days ago, when I received a call from a number I didn't recognise, and as the dumb boy I am, I answered. Hello, who's this? It was her entitled dad. Are you OP? Yes, I am. What can I help you with? Working on retail has taken its toll on me. It's your fault that my daughter failed her exams. Excuse me? I don't know what... You tutored my daughter and she didn't learn anything from you. You sabotaged her and made her fail. I'll report you to your teacher and make you fail too. Sir, I dropped out last year. That's because of your incompetence. Then you have to pay me for wasting my time taking her to your classes. Sir, who is your daughter? I'm not telling you anything. Listen, I need to know her name to give it to my ex-teacher so he can tell you about my tutoring with her. So the entitled dad does say her name. I reply, sir, she didn't show up once to... Don't you dare! You're lying! I took her to tutoring every time you summoned her. I want to talk to your teacher right now. I guess he forgot I told him I dropped out. Wait a moment. I checked my cell phone for my teacher's number and quickly gave him a heads up on what was happening. It's insert number here. Anything... He hung up on me. A while later, my teacher informed me of how rude the parent was with him and how he complained of me, saying I'd been rude to him and I lied telling him his daughter never did tutoring with me and demanded I had to fail the semester. The teacher explained that I had dropped out, then showed him the empty reports of her tutorings, explained to him that her daughter and I had never even met. He told me that after he sent him the reports, the dad stayed silent for like 20 seconds and then hung up on him. So I guess I won't fail at the college I don't attend. I mean, seriously, how dumb do you have to be? This guy has just told you on the phone, I don't even go to this college anymore, so how are you going to fail me? I don't even attend. Then you double down and you're like, no, I'm going to fail you. Like, seriously, what sort of logic or what sort of IQ do you have to say such a stupid thing like that? I mean, at that point, you know you've lost the argument when you're saying things that just make zero sense. But yeah, this is Entitled Parents. I've got very used to it, that is for sure. Actually, you know what? I do potentially feel a bit bad for this dad because maybe, I haven't even clocked this right, maybe he's being legit and he actually was dropping her off, just she was not going to your classes. If that is the case, and I think the more I think about it, it actually could be, then I feel a little bit bad for him because his daughter is kind of cheating him out of money and, you know, he's kind of been embarrassed by his daughter in this entire situation. Do you reckon that's the case, guys? Or not? What do you reckon? What do you reckon? Comment down below. I'm not too sure, to be honest. I put vegetables in all my food to stop my roommate's kid from eating it. Mum threatens legal action. I, a 26-year-old woman, live in a rented house with a single mother, who is 30, and her 6-year-old son. I had another person living with me, but they moved out and the mother moved in. I don't mind living with her and her kid. It's fine, and we kind of do our own thing. I spend a lot of time at my boyfriend's place or working. Our work schedules collide, so we really don't interact much, but when we do, it's fine. No issue there. I want to start with saying that she clearly struggles financially, but I don't think that's an excuse. I don't make lots of money either. However, I've noticed that my food would go missing, or portions would be taken from it. I assumed it was her kid, so I asked her if she'd stop him from eating my food. I was calm about it, and she just said that she would. It didn't really upset me when it first started, but it started getting annoying when I'd get home from work and expect to have a meal's worth of leftovers in the fridge, only to see it picked through or just gone. I kept bringing it up, and she started getting annoyed with me bringing it up. Just from observing them, I realized that neither of them ever ate vegetables. And judging by the food that would get picked through and the food that would be untouched, anything with green in it was avoided. Orange chicken would be gone, but chicken and broccoli would be untouched. So I started putting vegetables in everything. Now, I find vegetables to be delicious, and anything green or not a potato doesn't get eaten, so I could mix some bell peppers into the food and it would be fine. I make a big portion of vegetables pretty frequently anyway, so I just started putting in everything I eat. If I had leftover mashed potatoes, I'd pour green beans in and mix it up. If I had leftover cheesy/bacon fries, I'd pour broccoli all over it and mix it in. Usually my homemade stuff has vegetables in it, but I started making sure that everything did. I made a pot of mac and cheese, the kids' favourite thing, and poured in roasted Brussels sprouts, which is actually delicious to me, and I'm eating more vegetables, so it's a win-win. Now, the mum had been seeming annoyed, but we were all home when I made the pot of mac and cheese. She was in the living room and saw me get out the Brussels sprouts and was like, "What are you gonna do with that?" as I poured them in. She said I was being greedy and annoying. I just said, I like Brussels sprouts, and that was it. She then said, "We need food." So I told her to go and get some, or stop buying only pre-packaged things and your money will go further. I think she sees this as some big act of revenge, but I just simply want to be able to eat my food. I also want to add that the sharing is not the issue. It's that I expect to have food there and it's not. So often I'd be working a long day and get home expecting to have a meal's worth of food and it will be gone. Or I wake up in a rush and have my food ready to eat the next morning only to find it gone. So now I have to skip breakfast. If she would simply text sometimes, "Hey, is it okay if we eat said food item?" I would at least know and know to make other plans. I would stop for food, or now I have to whip something up when I get home. Also, I think eating the last of someone else's food is crazy and rude. If someone makes a big pot of something and you ask for a serving, sure. But if someone made something and there is one serving left and you eat it without permission, That is evil as hell. Okay, so that is the story so far. And thankfully, there is an update coming. So we're going to see what happens next. But just off the bat, I've got to say, if someone is stealing food from you, I don't want any excuses. It's terrible. It really is. I get what OP is saying about if they eat the last of someone's food, like if they have the final portion, that's the worst. But even if they have the first portion, if I've made a batch of food, I expect to eat that batch of food, right? I've done it for myself. If I come back and some of it's gone, I'm going to be fuming, of course. And look, I do understand OP's point that if the mum at least asks first, then she would know. But still, like, make your own food. Come on, it's not that hard. Okay then, so here is the updates. So, I've been steadfast with putting vegetables in everything. I put vegetables in things I've never even thought of. This has carried on, and the mum calls me a jerk, but will not verbalise that she is eating my food. She just sees me making a lasagna and adding celery and bell peppers in the layers, and she fumes off to the side. The only thing I can't add vegetables to is snacks like chips or if I bake brownies or cookies. However, this is easily remedied by putting baked goods in a Tupperware and keeping them in my room. Same with chips. As I previously stated, the sharing isn't the issue. Recently, the kid knocked on my door and asked if he could have a bag of microwave popcorn. I said yes and gave him one. All of this would be way less annoying if she just texted, "Hey, can I have some of this?" and waited for my response before just helping herself. I do feel for the mum because she clearly struggles with cooking and trying new foods. She is older than me and winces at the thought of biting into anything green, and it's spreading to her kid, but that's no excuse. A few days ago, I was making taco meat out of ground beef, and like usual, she was looking without looking. She was off to the side watching my every move, but trying her best to look normal. I made a dish the day before that involved sauteed mushrooms and cut up peppers. So when the meat was almost ready, I opened the fridge, and she freaked when she saw me holding the mushrooms. She said, "My son hates mushrooms." And I just pulled them in the pan and mixed, along with the cut up peppers. This caused her to react in a way I'd never seen from her before. She was yelling and stomping around the kitchen while the kid just watched. I felt bad for the kid to have to see his mum like that. Now before, people were worried about her tampering with my food. I don't think she's the kind to do that, but if she did, I'd report that right away. She was flipping out, but she didn't snatch my food or knock anything over. She was opening and slamming cabinets, and it was all very silly. Then she started going off about how she's going to get the authorities involved. I just told her, sure, and that she needs to relax. She seemed genuinely upset and stressed, and I told her that I understand being a single mum is hard, but she needs to use her government assistance more responsibly. She'll come home with cold mac and cheese, sushi, and chicken from the grocery store prepared foods and blow all of it on that. I suggested food pantries and buying ingredients that last a while, like potatoes. She said I was being condescending and I always have food to eat. This is to address the just make a portion of your food and set it aside for her and the kid. I do not make enough money to regularly feed 2 other people. If every now and then she asks for some of my leftovers, sure, but this is a consistent thing that was happening. It's not as simple as giving her leftovers that I won't eat anyway. If I make a pot of something, I expect to live off of that for the next few days. If it's eaten, then my money is messed up, and I have to go shopping again and budget for more food, wasting my time and money. Yeah, once again, I completely agree. I think it's ludicrous that anyone in the comments is saying, oh, why can't you just make a little bit of food for 2 extra people? I mean, that's a lot of food, especially if you're doing, multiple meals per week. That's insane. And even if you're not struggling with money, that is another huge expense. It shouldn't be just on you to have to deal with them when the mum is the one that's responsible, of course, for her and her child, for cooking and making sure they're well fed, and for not blowing her money on things that aren't sensible. When money's tight, and you can't just buy takeaways or buy, pre-prepared stuff. You need to spend it on more sensible stuff and perhaps spend more time actually doing the cooking and make bulk meals with cheaper ingredients that last for longer. I don't know. I'm not a single mum, as you can probably tell, but in many ways, I feel like I am. I mean, it is very simple. She's just asking you, well, she's not even asking, she's just stealing your food. So it is actually theft. Just happens to be your roommate, your housemate. The kids actually seems quite nice, by the way, like knocking on your door saying, hey, can I have some microwave popcorn? That is very nice. And I would absolutely encourage that and say, you know what? Yeah, sure. But the mum being angry at you for putting mushrooms in a pan, no thank you. Ex lies during divorce to have me jailed and instead is left with remorse. I was getting divorced in the early 90s. My ex was fuming that I was divorcing him. I owned the house prior to the marriage, so he moved out, but he broke back in and tore up all kinds of things. He tore up my jewelry, my clothes, he cut holes in all of them, etc. I couldn't prove it, but of course it was him. When we went to divorce court, he gave the judge a 2-page list of things that he supposedly brought to the house with him prior to marriage that I refused to return. My attorney showed me the list, and it was stuff that he never owned in the first place. He totally wanted me thrown in jail for contempt of court. My alternative was to pay like $2,000, and I wasn't about to do that. So in a way, I guess I opted for jail. But my friends kept telling me to just pay it. I refused though. 2 days before I was to appear in court, a girlfriend of mine asked me if she could see the list. Sure. She noted that the things he said were there didn't give much, if any, of a description. For example, he says there's a gun, but doesn't say what kind of gun. He said there was a computer, but not what kind of computer, and so on. Her point was that if I went around and bought everything on the list, it would probably cost me about $200, and that was worth staying out of jail. I agreed, knowing it would also be worth him being livid that his plan didn't work. So I made a game of it. I went around to pawn shops and resale stores, and I told whoever was in charge there that I was on a scavenger hunt, and I briefly explained what was going on. They all loved the idea and helped me get through the list rather quickly. Here are some lovely examples of what was boxed up for him. So, for the gun, I got an old rusty cap gun. For the screwdriver set, same, old and rusty. For clothing, I got Goodwill horrid stuff. For the bust/statue, I made one myself from clay. For knives, again, old and rusty. For camping gear, an old pan, matches, and a tiny tarp. And one of my favourites that I remember was, he said he had a Monopoly game. So I sent him a Goodwill find without any of the pieces, just the board. I wish I could remember everything that we got. It was so much fun. And when we got home, we had to videotape boxing them all up and going through the items one by one. My attorney told the judge that I'd found them in the attic and just hadn't seen them before. So sorry. The judge told my attorney to simply drop the box off at his attorney's office and that the divorce was final. My only regret is not being able to see his face when he opened up that box of garbage. And there was nothing he could say because he made the stuff up in the first place. It's been 30 years and I still get joy thinking about it. Oh wow. Imagine his face when he opens that box. I mean, what a terrible person anyway to make up all this stuff and lie about it. But you're right. I can imagine it would have got very, very techie, like, you know, a little bit convoluted if it had become a he said, she said sort of stuff where he was saying, no, I had all this stuff, she's stolen it. And you were saying never had it in the first place because there's no real way of proving anything. I guess maybe you could argue that you could go and look for receipts, but say these products are super old. This could have been really, really technical. But doing this, there's literally nothing he can do about it, right? There's nothing he can do because he has the items that he said he owned. Obviously he didn't, and they're terrible. Simple as that. Great, great petty revenge, and a very, very good way to avoid jail time yourself and absolutely mug him off. I love it. And now for our next petty revenge story. How about this for a title? My homeless dad used me in his money scheme, so I took it all. Okay, so the homeless guy is technically my dad. My dad was only in my life actively from ages 0 to 7, and in that time gave me a load of trauma. He was a hardcore alcoholic manipulator and a lot of other things I can't say. My mum, being the badass that she is, left him, and for a short bit we did weekends at his place. It was a never-ending cycle of him drinking, being a POS, and then buying us over with animals and gifts. After getting several DUIs, unpaid child support, and a few child endangerment cases, he up and left to avoid going to jail. Like, disappeared. Left the animals locked in the house that he abandoned and shut off his phone. Every few months or so, he would randomly show up at my school drunk and crying with gifts in hand, or leave notes on our door. My school literally had to implement a safety plan because my mum was scared he would take me. That then stopped, and we didn't hear from him for about 13 years. When I was 20 years old, he messaged me on Facebook saying he'd love to get to know me and asking if there's anything I need financially. My initial response, sick to my stomach and crying, quickly turned to anger. I was broke and really could use the money. And I mean, he owed me, right? I told him I would meet and needed money for rent. When I saw him, my stomach turned. He looked like the crazy guy you see on the side of the road begging for money. He really didn't make much sense, just talked a lot of trash about my mum, saying she was a liar and turned us against him and mumbling nonsense. Apparently, his brother, my uncle that I never had a relationship, would no longer give him money, but would wire transfer him money for me. He told his brother I needed 1,500 and told me he would take 500 and give me 1,000. His terrible burner phone ran out of minutes, so one of the calls to his brother was made from my phone. Of course, he didn't have an ID or anything, so I would need to pick it up with him. When someone wires you money, they get a code, then give you the code and voila, you get the money. My dad wouldn't give me the code until we were physically at the place to pick it up, which we planned to do the following morning. The next morning, I decided to text my uncle, since I now had his number, and ask him directly for the code. So I got the code, picked up the money, and blocked my POS dad. He made sure to leave me some deranged voicemails about how big of a POS I am, but he pretty much used me to get money from his brother. If he really wanted to be in my life, he would have taken the proper steps to do so and change, but he never did. Not denying what I did wasn't trashy, but also, screw my dad. I mean, yeah, this is brilliant. Your uncle has explicitly said that he's only sending the money to you. Your dad is just being the makequay, trying to use both of you to get a little bit of cash to help him, but he doesn't deserve that. Ultimately, he's pretty much frauding both his brother and you. So you going behind his back and doing this, although admittedly, yeah, you could argue it's a little bit trashy. How about the years of neglect and trauma that he caused you, and the fact that your uncle has openly said the money is for you and not for your dad? I think that's completely fair. And yeah, I mean, I don't even know if it's petty revenge or if it's even revenge at all. Sounds like he left you with a lot of trauma, as I said, and this is just one decent way of getting back at him and making sure that he doesn't get into your life anymore. So poor from him. After 13 years away, to call you up saying, "Oh, I miss you so much. Do you want some money?" Realistically, just trying to get money for himself. Disgusting human being. I am at a loss as to what to do with my wife's request. My wife and I have been married since 2001 and been together since 1999. She is the most intelligent, thoughtful, caring, loyal person I know, and I've always thought of myself as fortunate to have met and married her. She is, even today, aesthetically beautiful, and men have told her this throughout our marriage. She's always shot them down. Now, earlier this year, she was diagnosed with uterine cancer, stage 1, and had a full hysterectomy. I was never concerned about the cancer. It was diagnosed early, dealt with quickly, and she made a full recovery. I took time off work to look after her after the surgery, and all seemed well. There were some to be expected emotional instances on her parts, and although I am not an emotional person, we dealt with them together. After her recovery, she was insistent that we start living life to the fullest, and took a 10-day trip to Europe, followed by a trip to Belize. We also have a trip to the UK and Spain and Portugal later this year. Now, I'm fine with these things, building memories and crossing bucket list adventures off of her and our list. I also understand that these are a result of feeling fragile on her part. She also took up yoga, swimming, and healthy cooking classes. I was fully on board until last week. Last week, she came home from work and told me she wanted a hall pass, a one-time opportunity for her to have sex with someone else besides me. She said that since her cancer diagnosis, her outlook on life has changed and she doesn't want to be handcuffed from doing things she wants to do. She explained that there's a guy at her work that she's always had some attraction to. He is leaving the company and she'll never see him again, so this is the perfect opportunity to sleep with someone else. She said that I could say no, of course, but that she would be mad and disappointed at me for an indeterminate amount of time, and that it would be confirmation of my male toxicity and insecurity. I don't consider myself to be toxic, and if not wanting your wife of 20 plus years to have sex with someone else is insecure, then guess I'm insecure. I told her that I appreciated her talking to me about this, but approval via coercion is not approval. I also said that I do not appreciate her language in describing my, as of yet, unknown reaction to this very large issue that could affect the rest of our marriage and life. I got up in the morning and she basically said that she was sorry for putting such a large decision solely on my shoulders, and that to help, she was taking the decision away from me. She booked a hotel near where her co-workers are having a party / send-off for this guy, and she would spend the night there with him and hoped that I would be here when she got back. That she would answer any questions I have about the night after it happened, but not before. She will not tell me who he is or anything about him because she knows me too well and that I will dwell and obsess over him, and that would make it too real for me, which is pretty accurate. Her POV is that the less I know, the better, which contradicts the offer to tell me anything I want to know after it happened. I think she knows I won't want to know or ask anything, or she simply just won't tell me. Part of me thinks at least she's been honest with me, and she's been through a lot since finding out she had cancer, so maybe I should just let it happen. I certainly have no concept of what she went through, so I cannot dismiss how this affected her mental state or outlook on life. Part of me wants to put my foot down and say this is not going to happen and deal with those consequences when they happen. Her BFF called me callous for even suggesting that I wouldn't let it happen because I have no idea what she went through. I find it hard to believe that she is okay with the possibility of throwing away 20 plus years of marriage over some guy that she has had no relationship with outside of work, and that I should just call her bluff. Maybe she thinks similarly that I won't throw away the marriage because of one encounter. I just don't know what to do. I empathize with her, and then an instant later I'm angry with her. Part of me wants to know who this guy is. What does he look like? What has he got that is so enthralling for her? Is he just a safe option? Is he married? Does his wife know? Would I be a callous jerk for saying no? What can I do besides walking away? Okay, now, where do we even begin? Now, of course, this is best of Redditor updates, so we're gonna get a lot more content here. But off the rip, I've gotta say, what a load of absolute rubbish. I know multiple people, multiple couples in which one of them has gone through cancer and they survive. And they don't just then go, you know what? Yeah, I've survived this. I'm not gonna go around shagging like a legend. They just don't do that. It's very abnormal. Now, the whole part about your wife ticking things off your and her collective bucket list is great. Traveling, making her realize and making you guys realize that life is short. It can end at any moment. It's good to do things you want to do whilst you have the chance to do them. Completely fine until you get to having sex with one of your co-workers, forcing your husband to be okay with it. That's probably a little bit too far. At that point, I think, how about just end the marriage and move on with your life? It's just very, very strange. What I love the most, and by love I mean just cannot get at all, is her saying, no, you have to let me do this because, by the way, I had cancer and therefore you have to let me cheat on you. It's on you. Like her saying, you know what, I'm just going to take the decision out of your hands. Don't worry. I'll just take the decision out of your hands. Don't worry about me. It's so great. I love it. Nonetheless, let's carry on and let's get into this comment which was posted on the original, which I think is really, really good. Kind of think this is the way your marriage will be from now on. With her epiphany, she wants to relive her life and she's going to do it regardless of your feelings. I think she's being rather selfish and probably only threatens this because she thinks you are beaten down and will simply put up with it. Perhaps not the best time for trips and frills. She wants a single life. Let her see what that means. I agree. I feel like, obviously it's very, very tough for you. And I completely understand what you're going through in the sense that you say that 1 second you're like, no way am I ever going to let her do this. I'm going to call her bluff, go and do it. She won't. And then the next you're like, oh, well, I do love her so much. And she did also have cancer. That's going to be very mentally taxing. Oh, by the way, I'm not for 1 second saying that I know what that's like or how it feels or I can empathize with that in any way. I obviously can't. But I agree with this commenter. It gets to a stage where you got to just say to her, yeah, obviously you're not allowed to do this. I don't care. And also, what's your best friend saying about you can't not let her do this? She had cancer. Again, terrible friend. Sorry, very obvious. You have to call her bluff. You have to just say, you know what, this is going to hurt me, but go and do it. And if you do it, that's the end. It is weird though. 20 plus years of marriage and that? Wow. Now, OP has actually replied to a couple of comments from the original saying this. She thinks because she'll never see this guy again and that I have never met him, supposedly, that it won't really affect me or our marriage in the long term. I'm left with accepting it and never viewing her the same way again, or going through a divorce at 54. Not really great options on either front. That is a very fair point. I don't know where her head is, and the bout with cancer is affecting her in ways that I couldn't possibly imagine. I don't think she believes I will leave. There we go. I mean, you've pretty much said exactly what I think there. You have to test that though. If she doesn't think that you'll leave, you have to actually leave and then see what her reaction is. Because then, if she goes and does this thing anyway, you know that sadly, very, very sad and painfully, though it may be, it was the right decision for you to do that. Because otherwise you'd just be a massive cuck. And secondly, you have to test her. You just have to, because you can't just get away with stuff like this for the rest of your life together. Because even if you do stay together, you'll just be miserable. So unfortunately, that is the only thing you can really do. Now, let's get into the update that was posted just a few days later. I received a ton of advice that I couldn't possibly respond to. I do appreciate the people who took time to offer advice in the comments or via PM. It's been an exhausting couple of days. I was hoping that my opposition to her plans would give her pause, but unfortunately that did not happen. I said I am a hard no, and I'm not sure how I will feel about you if you go ahead with it. I was met once again with, "This is for me, it will be one time. What can I say to help you deal with it? You'll get over it. We were meant to be regardless of the situation." Remarks leading up to Saturday. Some of the most selfish words there that I've ever heard, despite the fact that this woman went through cancer. At this point, I honestly don't really care. That's insane. So she left on Saturday, ostensibly to meet her co-workers, but in reality to screw the guy. I asked her to text me when she was leaving for the bar, and when she did, I asked her if she was really going to go through with this. After her response was this, "I'm not answering any more questions tonight, I will see you tomorrow," I blocked my wife. Then, I did something either stupid or brilliant. I went to the bar where the get-together was happening. You know what, I love this. Well, not the bar, but a transit bench across the street. I waited for a long time. It was running through my mind leading up to this event that I need to know who this guy was, maybe to compare myself against him, to see what he had that I do not. It was driving me crazy not knowing who he was and what was so special about him that she would ruin a marriage for. After what seemed like an eternity, a woman that I recognized from my wife's office left the bar and got in a cab. Soon, other people started filing out and a whole group came out and people were hugging a man and shaking his hand. I assumed that I had my guy. I didn't see my wife, and I had a brief thought that maybe she had called it off. I unblocked her, but there were no messages. Everyone said their goodbyes and left. The dude was standing outside for a few minutes, and then my wife came out. She looked around, took his hand, and they started walking away together. Of all the emotions I went through, trepidation, sadness, anger, it was disgust that really encapsulated the event for me. This guy was short, fat, and bald. All the things I cannot compete with. Ultimately, I felt like a pervert for watching from a distance. I followed until they got to the hotel and then turned around and went home. I woke up Sunday morning and put a lock on the master bedroom door. I moved her things to the spare room and left a note asking her to find another accommodation as quickly as possible. I visited another friend who's a lawyer and he gave me some sage advice and a couple of recommendations for divorce attorneys and made the introductions. My wife has been calling me numerous times since around 11 or so. Once blocked, the calls go to voicemail. I listened to the first couple but felt nothing but some satisfaction when she couldn't get through to me, and she was obviously becoming concerned. I didn't want to go home, but I left in such a hurry that I didn't plan an overnight properly. I got home around 9 and as per my buddy's advice, I recorded the interaction. I was halfway up the stairs when she came up from the family room asking what was going on. Could we talk? I thought we talked about this. I just answered with, "I am not interested in discussing this tonight," and went to bed. After not getting a response from me through the door, she left me alone. I feel kind of like a child for not talking with her and shutting the door on her, but I just couldn't look at her. Monday, I got up and ready for work. She was waiting for me and asked if we could discuss getting back to normal. I said, "You've been doing all the talking for the both of us for the last week. Why don't you just continue?" And I left for work. I have an appointment with the attorneys that my friend recommended for this week. And there we go, guys. That is the end of that one. I don't really know quite what to make about this story because I feel like we've just encountered one of the most stupid women of all time. She is surprised when her husband of 20 years is annoyed at her because she cheated on him, not just with anyone, but with a short, fat, bald man. I mean, does it get any worse? Look, I'm all for short kings and bald kings and also fat kings. What a trifecta that is. Listen, if you're short, bald and fat, get in the comments down below. Are you this bloke? I want to know. Now, one thing I will say before getting myself in trouble is that there is another comment here that I want to highlight because I think it's a very good comment that kind of, in all seriousness, encapsulates my thoughts. Here it is. "I can only hope that you've decided to do what's best for you. At the end of the day, you're the one that has to live with your decisions. From the previous post, it's obvious that your wife, and I use that term merely as a placeholder, has made her decision. I know that having something that has been such a huge part of your life end can be daunting, but sometimes it's for the best. And yeah, I think this time it absolutely is for the best. You clearly made the right decision. Your wife's dumb, and she's also unfaithful. What a terrible, terribly potent combination. Good stuff, OP. Right, now our final story from this episode is actually one chosen by one of you guys. One of you added me on Twitter saying, do you remember that face tattoo story that I narrated about 6 months, 12 months ago? And I said, you know what, I do. And then they said, there's actually been an update to that post. If you don't remember the original, I will link it down below. It's probably on screen right now as well, the thumbnail, or behind the I button. Pretty much, this woman gets a face tattoo and then wonders why her fiance is annoyed at her. Like, she doesn't even tell him, she just does it. And then is like, oh, what, don't you like it? He's like, no. To be honest, it's quite a silly story. But one of you told me on Twitter that there's been an update, and there has. Just a week ago, we got this update, so here we go. About 9 months ago, my ex-fiance, Kim, got a face tattoo without telling anyone. This was just the start of her doing everything she could to ruin her life. She broke up with me and called off our 7-year relationship when I questioned why she did this. She worked in a client-facing job for an incredibly large financial institution and was let go within a month of showing back up for work after getting the tattoo. I kept in contact with Kim's sister, hoping for some news. They tried to get her help as they thought she was having some kind of psychotic break. However, she eventually called the police on her own family, claiming they were harassing her. After that, I decided to just walk away. Now, Kim didn't just destroy her own life. When she broke up with me, I felt numb. I knew this wasn't Kim doing this. I wanted to believe deep down that Kim was always like this. Always this impulsive, crazy, who would ruin her life by getting a face tattoo. I tried to convince myself that I'd not lost the wonderful woman who I'd spent 7 years of my life with. However, clearly the person who made these choices was not Kim. The woman who told me over the phone she hated my guts for not supporting her. The woman who wrote she hated me and only ever stayed with me out of pity. That was not the woman I asked to marry. That was not Kim. That was someone who I came to find out was having a mental breakdown. That resulted in months of bad decisions that will affect the rest of her life. The day I walked away and told her sister I could not deal with it anymore was the worst day of my life. It hit me like a train. The numbness and denial of what I lost hit me all at once. I almost quit my own job and moved back home to my parents. I can only thank my boss for being so understanding that she let me take 4 weeks off to deal with what happened. She and the rest of my team went far beyond what should ever be expected of co-workers and management, that it makes me realize how close I was to leaving a job I actually enjoy. I never moved on from Kim, but I came to accept what had happened. I thought I was okay until 2 weeks ago. I got a call from Kim. She'd blocked my number and done everything she could to remove me from her life. My mind just blanked when I saw it was her calling. I picked up, and it was actually her. We didn't talk. I didn't know what to say to her. We decided she'd come over to my place, and then we talked. The tattoo is still there, but she's covering it up now with makeup. She says when she has the funds, she's going to look into getting it removed if possible. She's lost a lot of weight since I last saw her. She's not been able to find a new job. She'll probably need to move to a new city for that. She wasn't the Kim I'd fallen in love with. She was like a shell of herself. Something just wasn't there anymore that used to be. Kim told me what had happened. The year leading up to the tattoo was awful for her. The stress of everything seemed to pile up more and more. I respect her and keep much of what she told me secret. However, the thing that's important is that she secretly started doing methamphetamines to keep up her performance at work and to deal with everything. And one day, she just out of nowhere decided she hated everything about her life. She explained why at the time she wanted the tattoo. It doesn't really make much sense, but a lot of what she was thinking at the time didn't. And from there, she just lost control of everything. I won't talk about what happened after she disappeared, but it's not pretty. These are things that she did that will follow her for the rest of her life. It explained a lot, but it didn't make things any better. We talked for nearly the entire night. She didn't leave my place until almost 4 a.m. Since then, she said that she wants to try and get back together with me. She admitted she knows things cannot be the same, yet she wants to try. I haven't talked to anyone about what I'm about to say yet. I've held off on talking to Kim about it because it feels selfish. But there's something about the way Kim acts, about the way it affected my life, that irks me. When we talked that night, she said that I was lucky she cut me off. I was lucky I didn't get put through any of this. I was lucky that my crazy ex wasn't at my door screaming or showing up to my work and causing a scene. She acts like my life wasn't affected at all. I told her what happened after she left, how much it hurt, how I almost quit my job and moved across the country. Her response was dismissive. Like, because I didn't go through with that, I don't get to complain. She acted like because I wasn't the one with a tattoo on her face, I don't get to act like it had long-lasting effects on me. She didn't even apologize for the explicit and hateful note she left with my things when she returned them. Or for the phone call where she called me a manipulative, selfish jerk who only wanted her for her body, or even just for breaking up with me. She knows she was wrong to do it, but it's almost as if she's acting like because she had a breakdown, I can't hold her accountable for what she did to me because it wasn't long-lasting. I texted her last night saying how hard it was for me when she left. She ignored it entirely and tried to move on. No acknowledgement at all. I don't know why, but it hurt me. It hurt me so much. I feel like I did back when all those emotions finally hit me after she left. I wish she'd just never come back into my life now. I wish I didn't know what happened. I wish I hadn't picked up the call, because it hurts. But a part of me feels like I'm being selfish or complaining too much, that I don't get to feel this way because I'm not the one who had the mental breakdown. But there we go, a pretty similar story to the first one, truth be told. Both stories have a man who's been so deeply saddened, or I guess kind of even traumatized by their ex-wife now, or wife or fiance's past doings or current doings, you know what I mean? But then even when that woman has come back into their life and you feel like both these men might just say, you know what, despite all the trauma, I still love you, I'm gonna get back with you, we can get through this. They both, in my opinion, make the correct decision and say, you know what, no, I can't do this anymore. What you did is truly ridiculous, it hurt me so much, and that's the end. And to both men, I have to commend them because I think they made the right decision, and I know in that position how hard that decision would be to make. So fair play to these guys. It takes a lot of courage and bravery to do that, and yeah, I would just say put yourself in their position if you can for a moment and think about how hard this would actually be. Obviously, for someone like me or you looking at this objectively, you can think, okay, these women are just crazy and stupid. But if you actually love that person, then that is a totally different conundrum. But yeah, as I said, I think they made the right decision. What do you guys think? Get in the comments down below. Kevin, the inept felon, runs from police and loses something more than his freedom, and not for the first time. This occurred in 1997. I was a news photographer, video not still, for over 20 years. The majority of that was at a TV station in a large-sized city. I'd been at this place less than a year, so I was working weekends. On a Sunday morning, I was heading to work and I noticed it had rained earlier because of all the puddles of water around. This city was a ghost town on Sundays, so I expected it to be somewhat slow until a reporter came in later to come up with a story. I walked into the newsroom, which at that time was only occupied by the guy running the assignment desk, RK. I was about to take off my jacket and get some more videotapes for my camera when RK told me not to get too comfortable. He had to send me out right away. What's going on? I asked. I'm not sure. Police Watch Command called us and said they had a story. You're kidding, I said. For context, whoever is working the assignment desk in the morning has a daily ritual of calling up all the local police and fire departments to see if anything has happened overnight. If it was a slow night, they'd just say no and we'd move down the list to the next one. If something did happen, they would let us know then. They never call to say they had a story for us. RK told me that a police sergeant was waiting for me at an intersection about 4 blocks away. I grabbed some tapes and drove over there, not knowing what to expect. The area I went to was an older part of town that had a few railroad tracks crisscrossing where freight trains would normally pass through. The sergeant sees me pull up and he gets out of his car, walking up to me with a smirk on his face. I walk up to him with all my camera gear and I ask him what is going on. He says, "Let's just start the interview and I'll tell you." Weird. Usually I try to get an idea of what's going on before I start an interview, but whatever. I go through the motions of clipping a microphone on his tie, getting him into position so the lighting looks good, asking him on camera for his name, spelling, and rank. Okay, I asked, what's going on? And the sergeant proceeds to tell me the tale of Kevin, the inept felon. Earlier that morning, Kevin had been driving around looking for somebody to rob to support whatever bad habit he had at the time. It was an older part of town, but it still had nice homes in it, so not a bad neighborhood at all. After a while, he finally spotted 3 men walking down the sidewalk. He parked his car and ran up to them. He had a metal tool in the pocket of his jacket. I think it was part of an old steering wheel club, that he was pointing at them through the pocket to make it look like he was armed, and he told them he wanted their cash. Judging by his appearance, they thought he was homeless, and they started digging around for any loose change. The first guy didn't have anything. The second had a 10 spot. Kevin realized he wasn't making himself clear, so he motioned with his gun at them to let them know he meant business. The third guy finally clued in on what was going on, so he pulled out his very real gun and pointed it at Kevin. As I was being told this story, I imagined Kevin's eyes bugging out of his head a la Looney Tunes at this point. Realizing he's outgunned, Kevin pulls out his gun and takes a couple of swings at the men before sprinting back to his car. The three men manage to get a plate number before he drives off. They call the police with the plate and a description of Kevin. The car comes back as stolen, and the police pull out a BOLO for Kevin and the car. For those of you like me that are not from America, that stands for Be on the Lookout. A patrol officer in the area heard it and thought it sounded like Kevin, since he was a frequent flyer in the back of cop cars. He decided to head down to a popular park downtown that was frequented by criminals, druggies, and other riffraff. Upon approaching the park, he sees, parked along the curb, the vehicle in question. And there is the Kevin he knows standing next to it, talking to some of his ne'er-do-well friends. Kevin notices the cop approaching and makes a beeline for his ill-gotten car. They start a short chase around downtown. Fortunately, since it was Sunday morning, downtown was deserted. They eventually end up at the place where I'm conducting the interview. Unfortunately for Kevin, there is a slow-moving train going through the intersection and blocking his escape. Kevin, in his infinite wisdom, decides that the train is moving slow enough that he could easily jump in between the cars and get away. Believing he has enough of a lead on the cop, he abandons his vehicle and runs for the train. At the beginning of this story, I said I'd noticed it had rained earlier in the morning. Apparently, Kevin didn't notice. As the pursuing officer was stopping his vehicle, Kevin was jumping in between two train cars, but he slipped on a wet coupling, flopped onto the street under the train, and got his left leg cut off above the knee. The cop stopped in his tracks, quickly spun around and reached into his patrol car to grab a fistful of the oversized zip ties police were using at the time as flex cuffs. He ran over to Kevin and made a tourniquet with them around what was left of his thigh. He called it in, and an ambulance and fire truck showed up to stabilize Kevin and haul him off to the hospital. After the sergeant I'm interviewing finished his tale, I'm just standing there in a dead stare with my mouth open. After he confirmed he wasn't joking about the story, I asked him a couple of follow-up questions and unclipped the mic. I let him know I didn't need him anymore if he needs to go, and I asked him where exactly it happened. He points to the tracks ahead of us about 30 feet. I asked him if it was still bloody up there, and he said no, the fire department hosed everything away. I thanked him for his time and got to work getting some B-roll. After shooting for a minute and wondering exactly where it happened, I noticed a bit of leg meat wedged in between the street and the train track that the fire department had missed. I got what I needed there and headed to the park where the officer spotted him and into the neighborhood where he tried to hold up those three guys to get some additional video. I make it back to the station where RK asks me how it went. I sit down and tell him the tale of Kevin the inept felon. His reaction is the same as mine. We both laughed about it for a minute and he tells me about the next story I need to shoot. The rest of the day is rather slow. So slow that I'm told that the story about Kevin is the lead for the 5 PM news. Back then, after we shot a story, we just handed it off to an editor, and that was the last I heard about it until news time. I eventually go back to the train tracks to meet up with the reporter for the live shots. We talk briefly about the shot he wants for the background and chuckle about Kevin's misfortune. 5 o'clock hits, and the anchor in the newsroom throws it to the reporter. He gives a brief intro about Kevin's adventure and throws it to the package, the pre-recorded story with the reporter's voice track on top of interviews and video. I listen to it in my earpiece, waiting to cue the reporter when they throw it back to him on camera. Now, since someone else edited the story, I missed out on one last bit of information. The reporter explains on camera that this was not the first time Kevin's own actions resulted in an injury. 2 years earlier, Kevin and another man got into a physical argument involving a shotgun. They were trying to wrestle it from one another until the muzzle gets pointed downwards, and blammo, Kevin blows his right foot off. As the reporter says this over the air, I start saying, "What?" Halfway through, I instinctively slap my hand over my mouth. I never did go back to look at the air check, but I'm sure that made it on the air. He throws it back to the newsroom and the director clears us. My reporter starts taking off his mic and earpiece
and notices that I'm just staring at him with my mouth open once again. What? He asks. Let me get this straight, I say. So not only is this guy, through his own fault, missing his leg, but now he just doesn't have any feet? Yep, he says. Some people's kids. Oh my goodness me. I mean, look, maybe we could have forgiven Kevin for this one incident. I mean, people make mistakes, right? And I'm all for seeing the good in people. You know, it's not the best idea to try and rob people and then make a stupid decision by trying to jump through 2 trains. But nonetheless, you know, we all make mistakes. However, the fact that he's already blown off one of his feet and now is literally footless just confirms, if we didn't know already, which realistically after hearing the first part of the story we did, that this Kevin is indeed a Kevin and is an absolute clown. I think what is very important here to remember is that he was trying to do this, right, as in, you know, escape the cop with 1 foot, because he'd already blown off the first foot, right? So was he running with 1 foot? I mean, does he have a prosthetic? I feel like there's more information here that we need. Would he have made the jump if he'd had 2 feet? Who knows? Maybe if he'd had the foot in the first place, he would now have both feet still. I don't know. I mean, this is just as typical a Kevin story as you can get, really. Just crazy, insane, and ultimately the guy is just left disabled for no real reason apart from his own stupidity. There we go. Now for our next story about Kevin. Courier Kevin will die on the code hill. A few days back, I used one of those courier apps. I type in my info and delivery address, and I wait for the guy or gal to come pick up my package. They're usually friendly and efficient. No issues until now. This time though, Kevin shows up. First sign of trouble, he calls my phone. That's never happened before. Hi, I'm Kevin from X Delivery. I'm at your door. He most certainly isn't, since that would have required me to buzz him in to access my floor, but nevertheless, I humour him. Hi Kevin, did you follow someone in? I look through my peephole and, as expected, there's nobody in sight. No, I'm here. Open please. I hear an aggravated lady through the phone. Tell them it's the wrong door. Kevin? I say. Yes? Where are you? I'm at your door. No, Kevin, I'm at my door. And you are not. Have you checked the address? Kevin hangs up, then proceeds to call again. Mom, open please. I'm at your door. At this point, the woman at the other end is threatening to call the police. Kevin, please leave that poor woman alone, walk out and find the right building. I then tell him the address. I don't need to check the building. I used the entry code, the door opened, so it's the right building. Kevin, I'm now in my building's hallway and you're not. So clearly you're in the wrong building. I'm telling you you're wrong. The woman you've been bothering is telling you you're wrong, and I'm not having this conversation all day, especially considering I'm freezing my butt off, coatless, in my slippers, gradually losing my compassionate adult veneer. Kevin hangs up again and then calls back. Kevin? Yes? I swear to God, if you hang up on me one more time, this won't end well. Now I want you to listen to me very carefully. Are you listening? Yes. Good. Tell me, are you on XYZ Street? Yes. Lovely. Please walk out of that building and stand on the sidewalk. I'll find you. I look out and I spot Kevin 2 buildings up the road. He was easy enough to find. The company dress code is bright red. Cue extra negotiations to get him to walk to me. Remember, I'm still in slippers, no coat on. Kevin finally reaches me, and the first thing out of his mouth is, why does that building have the same entry code as yours? How would I know, Kevin? I don't live there. But 2 buildings can't have the same entry code. That makes no sense. You know what makes no sense? You insisting that I should know what goes on over there, in a building I do not live in. He stares at me for a few seconds, then mumbles, sorry I wasted your time. I did ask him if he was sure he could handle this delivery. He declared he was fine now. And that is the most bizarre Kevin encounter I've had to date. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anything screams Kevin more than, oh my goodness me, how does another building have the same entry code as yours? Does he genuinely think that every building in the entire world with some form of security system or entry system should be in communication and say, none of us are allowed to have the same code as any other building ever in the entire world? Ideally, that would happen, I would say. It'd be great for security. However, it does seem quite impractical. It really does. I do actually feel kind of bad for this guy. I don't think this was malicious, given that at the end he says, sorry, I wasted your time. I kind of feel bad. And I do think that a lot of the time with Kevins, they are not malicious people. Unlike entitled parents and a lot of other people that we see on, you know, revenge subreddits, for example, that are kind of bad people. Kevins are just doing what they can, I think, but they're just pretty dumb and have no common sense. Kind of like this guy. And now for our final story about Kevin, just a quick one to finish. Kevin misses total solar eclipse in a car wash. Back in 2017, a lot of the USA got to see a total solar eclipse. At every location, totality only lasted for a couple of minutes, so it was a huge deal. There hadn't been a mainland US total eclipse for decades. The Kevin in this story is my dad, who took me and my brother, I was 13 then, my brother was 8, to see the eclipse with a big crowd in the middle of Nebraska. Everyone was standing around waiting, but my dad insisted the eclipse was an hour later because of daylight savings time not working on an eclipse. Why would they want to save daylight when the moon is in front of it? This in spite of the 200 people gathered in the middle of this grungy small city / large town, Grand Island NE, to watch. So my dad, Kevin, says he's going to buy potato chips at a gas station nearby. I figure this is okay. Worst case, if he doesn't get back in time, he will watch from his car. An hour later, totality is over and everyone gets ready to leave. Papa Kevin comes back and it's the first time I've ever seen him cry. He explains, he got a car wash and missed it. There's another eclipse next year and Kevin says that this time he's taking a bike. Oh my gosh, if there's one thing that you don't want to do when you know there's going to be some form of eclipse, it's kind of shelter yourself from the outside world, the sky in any way. You know, go inside, go in a car wash where there are things all over you and you're inside the car and, so dumb. I mean, look, if there was better reasoning behind it, perhaps I could let this Kevin off. But the fact that he said that daylight savings time doesn't work on an eclipse, as in what? You have to forget the fact that time has changed or the hour has changed because there's an eclipse. Like eclipses and other planets don't have different time in general. It's just, I can't even begin to kind of understand or work out what he's trying to say here. Surely if you see a group of 200 people waiting for something at a certain time, you don't think, oh, they're all wrong and I'm right, let's go and wash the car. Seems pretty stupid. And again, you know, he's not a bad person. He's really upset with himself at the end, you can tell. But maybe in future he'll learn this lesson. Who knows? I feel bad. Once again, I do kind of feel bad. And I feel like that's sort of the case with a lot of these Kevins. Stepdad cheats on my mum, so we get revenge. I moved in with my mum after her marriage of 25 years with my bio dad was ended. He was a manipulative jerk, but that's another story. Shortly after the divorce, my mum introduced me to her boyfriend at the time, Chris. Now, my mum worked as a correctionals officer at the county jail. The boyfriend was a former inmate, in for a DUI. That should have been the first red flag, but my mum was grieving a long marriage, and I didn't want to push the subject. Chris seemed to make her happy, and that was enough for me. Me, my bro, and my sis all moved in with my mum and Chris, and we seemed to get along okay. Chris and I bonded a bit over our love of video games, and all seemed well. That is until 2017. Due to Chris's prior DUI, he had to go in regularly for probationary checkups at the courthouse. One day, he didn't return, and we all got a little worried. We then received a phone call from him from Texas. Turns out, when he arrived at the courthouse that day, he was jumped by the FBI. His family from Texas was implicated on a number of gang and drug-related crimes, and due to a situation where he was in a vehicle during a drug handoff, he was on the hook as well. He ended up agreeing to testify against his family members in exchange for a shorter sentence, and he was allowed to be out of prison before the trial. Soon after, the drinking started. Now, obviously because of his DUI, Chris was clearly no stranger to drinking. He began to drink more and more to the point where he was consuming half a 24-pack of beer a day. Chris was a mean drunk. He regularly started fights when wasted, and while they never got physical, he wasn't exactly kind with his words. My mum enabled his behaviour for several years, saying the stress was getting to him from work and from the upcoming trial. Finally, after several years, my mum had had enough. Chris came home extremely drunk one night, and my mum confronted him. She asked if he'd been drinking, and when he didn't deny it, she kicked him out. He went to live with a friend temporarily. The next morning, Mum asked us to help gather a few of his essentials so that he didn't have to re-enter the home until he was sober. While we were gathering his things, we heard a knock at the front door. We opened it to find Betty, one of Chris's co-workers and someone I went to high school with. She told my mum she had something important to share. After sitting my mum down and telling her not to share where she got the info from, Betty told my mum about how Chris was cheating on my mum with Darla, how he regularly had Darla perform sexual acts in and around his workplace, how Betty had caught them, and how Chris told her that if she ever told my mum, he'd fire her. He was the store manager. And finally, how Darla was pregnant. My mum was angry. After the initial shock wore off, she told us to round up all of Chris's things and to dump them outside. We took everything of his out of the house and tossed it all in the alley behind our house. Chris had no reason or ability to return to the house. It was rented with only my mum on the paperwork, so no issues there. In the meantime, she called and confronted him. He confessed to the entire affair and that he was happy Darla was pregnant because that meant he'd finally have a child of his own. Mum refused to have more kids. We three were massive strains on her body. She likely wouldn't survive anymore. He refused to apologize for any of his actions. My mum arranged for him to collect his items from the alley with an officer present, and he left our lives. So now for the moment we've all been waiting for. The revenge. Now, my mum clearly wanted to dust her hands of him and move on. She was already quite emotional from the whole ordeal and wanted nothing more from him. But my sister, brother, and I had other ideas. First, we called his workplace. DQ operates as an independently owned franchise, and the owner of this branch owns several branches in the area. He was also a good friend. We informed him of the sexual acts being performed on the premises, and he went through the processes of getting Chris booted from his position and barred him from any of the branches in the area. Funnily, Betty got his position after he left, and now runs a tight and clean ship. Chris no longer had a job or a place to live, and so went to live with Darla in a town about an hour away. We found out that he started working at another DQ in that town and informed the owner of that location of the situation. It took significantly longer due to there being no current indecent actions occurring there, but eventually he lost that job too. Soon after, Chris began driving around our neighborhood, seemingly stalking my mum and our family, probably because of his job loss. Now, due to the whole situation in Texas, he never had his probation lifted for his DUI, and thus still did not have a license. He never had to drive when he lived with us, since work was local and we could drive him as needed, but here he was, clearly driving around by himself when he shouldn't be. We contacted the police and informed them about Darla's vehicle in our neighborhood and that we believed Chris was driving it without a license. We told them to pull over the vehicle next time they see it, as it would likely be Chris driving again. Sure enough, a few weeks later, we were told that Chris indeed was pulled over and sent back to the local jail for driving without a license and while intoxicated. The police also did a search of the home he was staying at and found several guns at the premises. Since he was a felon, he was not legally allowed to have weaponry on the premises, meaning there was more jail time tacked on. By the time his jail time had finished, it was just in time for him to be sent back to incarceration in Texas for the trial. Chris's son was born while Chris was in prison. Darla evidently realized what an absolute butt Chris was and cut ties with him while he was in prison. During his prison time, Chris started sending tons of letters to my mum, stating how sorry he was, pleading to take him back, and ranting about how it wasn't his fault. This was all in the same letter, mind you. Mum burnt every one of them. We moved on, moving out of states. Chris evidently got out of prison some years ago and now lives in Kansas, struggling and fighting child support, which Darla sued him for. Mum now has a new boyfriend who treats her right and cares a lot more than Chris ever did. My brother and sister moved on and out, and I still live with Mum, assisting her with the newly purchased home that we've been renovating. Life's looking okay. I was reminded of this story by a chat with a co-worker about cheaters, and I thought to post it here for others to enjoy. Well, to be honest with you guys, the first thing that kind of springs to mind, or the first reaction I have after finishing that story is, wow, Chris was driving around your neighborhood in Darla's car under the influence and with a gun probably as well. That is extremely scary, and I'm kind of, well, I don't know. I kind of want to say that it's lucky that you guys weren't affected or harmed, or that he didn't find you first. I don't know what else he could have been doing that other than trying to look for you and get his own revenge. That sounds terrifying. So look, great revenge and all, but genuinely, I think that could have gone so much worse. Wow. Like, look, I'm all for good revenge stories, but by tracking him down and getting him fired again, which, yeah, I can't argue, is great revenge in isolation, that made him come back to the neighborhood and look for you guys, right? You know, and we know what he's like, as I've just said, driving under the influence with a weapon. So yeah, like good revenge, but also there could have been a really, really tragic ending. So I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that. Maybe that revenge went too far. Obviously, in the end, it was fine and it was good revenge, but think of the potential consequences. What do you guys think about that? Sometimes does revenge go too far? Would it have been fine just, you know, making him lose his job in the neighborhood you're in, and by the time he's in Kansas and stuff, just leave him to it? That's enough. Because again, you don't want to damage someone to such an extent that they then have nothing to lose anymore. Because I think that's what has kind of happened here. Let me know in the comments down below. That is it's a controversial one, but yeah, I reckon that might have been a bit too far just for your own safety. When your racket with the local cops bites you in the butt internationally. This happened a few years ago when I was serving overseas with the US military. The location I was at was in a poorer area. There's a fair number of panhandlers, a lot of petty crime, and just people doing stupid stuff. Well, one racket that goes on in this area, and apparently in other areas of the country too, is the local cops incentivize reporting vehicles without a date inspection sticker. Apparently, they give these people access to the inspection database if they think the sticker is fake or stolen, which actually does happen. If you drive a motorcycle, one of the things they tell you when you're in process is to keep the sticker in your wallet and not on the vehicle, or else it'll just get peeled off. Anyway, what these people will do if they find a car with an out-of-date sticker, or if they run the plates and find it's out of date, they'll jimmy the door open, steal every single thing out of the car, and leave a note that they've taken it to the police station. The idea is that you show up at the police station to get your stuff, and they force you to pay the fine for an overdue sticker, and then give you a deadline for an inspection, or else you'll get another fine. Well, I came out to my car one morning, and lo and behold, there was a note on my seat saying that all my stuff was at the local police station because my inspection sticker was fake and I had to go and get it. Now, not only am I late for work, my kid's also going to be late for school because there's no bus and I have to drive her every morning on my way. Also, my inspection sticker is not out of date, so I've got no idea what's going on. Now, here's the thing that was extremely problematic. I'd put my passport and my wife and kids in the glove box because I was taking them to the base to get some paperwork done. I was also going to grab some paperwork for my wife to apply for a new passport because hers had expired. I'm very forgetful, so I put them in the night before and made sure the car was locked. Yeah, dumb mistake. Anyway, I get to the station, ask them what the heck is going on, and then when I have them look at the inspection documents that the guy had taken, which clearly stated the car had been inspected and was current, they apologized and told me they'd give me my things back and I had to wait there for a second. I asked to file a police report for theft, but they looked at me like I had 3 heads and told me nothing was stolen, even though somebody broke into my car and took my things. This is when a light bulb went off in my head, and this might fall into the unethical category. The guy had taken official US passports, which might be a problem, but probably nothing would come of it since they were turned right into the police. However, I asked him where my wife's passport was. They told me that whatever is there is there. I said I needed a police report because I needed to contact the US Embassy about a stolen passport and the fact that this police station would know exactly who the person was that stole it because they had dropped off my things that morning. I've never seen someone's attitude change as quickly as that cop's attitude changed. He tried to talk me out of filing a police report, but I was pretty insistent. So I went ahead with the report, and then I did contact the embassy and reported the passport stolen and gave them all the information of the police station. And when I got the police report, I emailed it to them as well. I wound up getting a free passport out of it for my trouble. The embassy told me they were going to handle it, and from what I heard, the person who broke into my car actually got arrested and fined, and was looking at additional charges because he stole foreign documents. I really would have liked to be a fly on the wall when one of the local cops rolled into wherever he was and told him to come with them. I don't feel bad at all. Hopefully the dude learned his lesson and I didn't have any further issues until I went back home. Okay guys, look, I'll be completely honest with you. I don't really understand what's just happened there. It's not often that this happens, I'll be honest, because a lot of these stories are pretty self-explanatory and the revenge is, you know, it's kind of makes sense or it's obvious. I don't get it. Why is the fact that, I don't know, maybe I'm just barking up the wrong tree, but from my point of view, something is awry or something is unethical because OP's wife's passport has already expired. I just don't get it, right? I don't understand. So what happens is they take all the stuff, hand it to the police, then you go to the police to get it back, and then they say, actually, you need a date of inspection or whatever on your car, pay for that now, so you get a fine. You know, obviously a bit backwards, but yeah, that's I guess some sort of racketeering with the local cops. However, what is it about OP asking where his wife's passport was that made this into some form of revenge? What's the difference, I guess I'm trying to say, between his passport and their child's passport being taken and his wife's expired passport being taken? Surely taking any passport at all is illegal, or handing a passport in, unless he's saying or claiming that his wife's passport wasn't expired. Pretty much, guys, get in the comments down below. I don't really know. I think I'm missing something here. I've looked through the comments and no one has even mentioned it, so I'm not entirely sure, but you know, maybe you let me know in the comments. I'll have another think, but that's my initial reaction. I don't know what's happened. Look, I get the fact that these are US passports, and maybe that is the thing that's illegal here. However, I don't understand why OP has specifically referenced his wife's passport. It's got to be to do with the fact that it's expired in some regard, or I don't know. I'm missing something perhaps, or something's missing from the story. But again, guys, comment down below, because yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but an interesting one nonetheless. Today I effed up by being a jerk on the internet and causing a stranger to get divorced. I'm cross-posting this from the subreddit Today I effed up. I'm really not a mean person, and I genuinely felt terrible for destroying a marriage, but the lovely users over there thought I should post here, though I didn't mean for the revenge to go to this level by any means. I don't even know if I meant for revenge at all, but here we are. So, I, a 42-year-old woman, effed up big time. 2 weeks ago, on a random Thursday morning at like 1 AM, someone started shooting off fireworks in my neighborhood. I've been having bouts of insomnia and was finally able to get to sleep, and I had to wake up at 4 AM for a meeting 2 hours away that I had to be at for 8 AM. I was fuming, and so were my dogs. I love fireworks, but I think there's a time and a place. Thursday morning at 1 AM is not it. I posted to the neighborhood Facebook group a few hours later during a coffee break about people that set off fireworks at 1 AM midweek. After I make the long drive home, I check my Facebook. Some guy comments that I can't sleep because I'm a fat pig. Now, I'm chubby, but not sloppy fat. Plus, I just lost the equivalent of a fully grown male wombat, or 54 North American grey squirrels, so I feel freaking awesome about myself. Now this is where I may have really effed up. I respond to the guy, who was maybe mid to late 30s or very early 40s, about the same age group as me. I write in a comment beneath his, "Listen, guy's name, I'm sorry I had to end things, but I just didn't have the same feelings. What you're saying now is just hurtful and mean. Please stop sending me messages and commenting on my Facebook posts. It's just a pathetic way to contact me. I told you a dozen times already. We are done. It's over." The following day, I had to get to the airport for an out-of-country vacation that had me getting up early and leaving early as heck. So I don't check my Facebook during all the craziness. Also because I'm only on it sparingly. I don't live on my phone, and when I am, I'm usually on Reddit or TikTok versus Facebook. I couldn't check my Facebook even if I wanted to. I was on a cruise, and I'm not paying $25 a day for internet, and the country we visited didn't really have the greatest Wi-Fi. Besides, I was having a blast, leaving the chaos of the world behind. I signed back in on Monday night, and frick. Apparently, people took my message seriously, and they told his wife. She was freaking out at me, pleading for information. She sent me messages. Her and his friends were DMing me. He was DMing me. It was bad. The last message was the guy saying I'm a total C-word because I refused to tell the truth, and I just destroyed his life. I immediately messaged both him and his wife explaining what happened. I sent pics of me on vacation even. Timestamps. Apparently, he is a serial cheater, and when I exposed our affair, another woman exposed her affair with the husband to the wife because she was jealous that he had yet another side chick. This was the straw that broke the camel's back, because not only are there multiple affairs, but because he humiliated her with how public this was, especially me putting this in a Facebook neighborhood group. So, there is my accidental pro-revenge. Well, there we go. What a story to kick things off. I've got to say, although it was accidental, was it justified? 100% yes, in my opinion. Like, this guy is an absolute disgrace. I'm sorry, not only because of his just online abuse, I mean, why is he calling you a fat pig on Facebook? Just ridiculous. But also because he is a serial cheater anyway. So although you probably didn't realize that when you said these things, ultimately, is it a bad thing that you kind of expose his cheating? I would say no. And if people realize that he is a cheater because of what you said, it doesn't matter if you were lying. You got to the truth. Like, realistically, this probably would have ended in divorce, this relationship, down the line at some point. It just seems pretty obvious that that was kind of a guarantee. So in doing this, in exposing this man, doesn't matter if it was accidental or not, you are saving, first of all, the woman that he is with a lot of years, probably, of wasted time. And then also the person that he's having an affair with anyway, a lot of time, because maybe she didn't know, maybe she did know anyway, and there's also a terrible person. It's less about her, I would say, and more about his wife, saving her a lot of years, because at least now she knows what's going on and can move on. Wow, accidentally causing a divorce. Fair play. Now moving on to our second story of revenge. Boss from hell gets what she deserves. I am a woman in my 30s, and I've been a people pleaser to a fault my whole life. I've been working in marketing for over 10 years. And over the years, I've had my fair share of bosses who were good, average, and some who sucked. There is one in particular that stood out as awful. This story is from about 5 years ago. Pamela, in her 40s, not her real name, was the VP of marketing and sales for a mid-sized retailer. She started at the company a few years after I did, and if rumors were true, she was the fourth pick for the position and was simply hired so the company could appease shareholders. I was a manager under her, and my whole job was to make sure the website and stores had their products merchandised properly, received all their monthly sales materials, managed advertising, set up and managed the department's budget, PM'd all department projects and operations, created reporting to reflect sales, managed presentations / creative briefs for future projects, etc. In short, I did her work and all the administrative grunt work to keep the department afloat. I managed all of this because I had access to her email and many times sent emails on her behalf to keep the department functioning. Pamela spent most of her time showing up after 10 AM, taking business lunches and planning company parties. I don't even know why we did those, but I planned those too. I consistently questioned why she spent so much of our budget on these events when we didn't have the budget resources for any of it. Pamela told me to take from future months' budgets to pay for the current month's overspending. So at the start of every month, I had an original budget, and by the end of the month, I had to turn in an edited budget, edited under Pamela's direction, that made it look like Pamela's spending was under control. This is important for later. I definitely made mistakes here and there, being in charge of so many tasks, and constantly found myself working 12-hour days, split between being in the office and working after my kid went to bed. Weekend work was also done before my family woke up and then after they went to bed. My word. During Pamela's first major holiday season, sales were awful. Pamela kept changing her mind on the visuals for the stores, kept bringing on new advertising and PR agencies to bring in sales. All these agencies consisted of her personal friends and ignored our buying and merchandise team's planned promotions for her own better ones. At this time, I'd been dealing with an ongoing infection that turned to sepsis and was hospitalized. The doctors and my husband said it was due to the stress of work and that I needed to take a break. As I recovered, I realized how much I was hurting myself, my family, and even the company I work for. Eventually, my old habits got to me, and I got on my phone and checked mine and my boss's emails. What I found made my blood boil. First, I got a lovely bouquet of flowers from upper management wishing me well, and I knew that Pamela organized the delivery. She sent me her favorite flowers. I went to her inbox to put the receipt in the correct folder to send to accounting when I got back, and at the top of her inbox from the past 3 days were emails clearly not related to business. What I found in her emails was Pamela emailing her personal friends, grabbing about how I can't just shake off sepsis and get back to work. She also complained that she couldn't find any of my notes, spreadsheets, or documents for any of the work she was technically in charge of. They were on our shared drive, labeled very clearly. Finally, I found an email she sent a friend from a previous company asking for advice on how to bring in sales and save her job. In this long thread, this old colleague asked if there was anyone managing most of the work, and of course, Pamela said I was. This colleague explained that clearly it was my mismanagement that was causing issues and that I could be blamed if sales didn't pull through by the end of the season. Pamela mentioned that I was in hospital and repeated comments from her other email thread. This person said that she couldn't outright fire me because it could seem like retaliation, as I needed to take emergency medical leave. But if Pamela could prove I was stealing from the company or misusing company resources, then she would have grounds to have me fired and then use me as a scapegoat. Upon my return, Pamela called me into her office and said she was worried I was taking on too much and wanted to take work off my plate. She announced that she was taking managing the department budget off my plate. She asked me to only drop off a small stack of invoices to accounting. Additionally, Pamela told me that under no circumstances was I allowed to talk to accounting about anything regarding budgets. Also, if I had any concerns about the department or workload, I wasn't allowed to go to HR. I had to discuss it directly with her. Oh, yeah, I could see where this was going. Unfortunately for Pamela, I had built a rapport with Lois, who was our main accountant. Lois always said that she would do everything in her power to help me, should I ask. Knowing this, I grabbed a stack of invoices off Pamela's desk to give to accounting. I also added the email threads that I read while I was in the hospital and the current unedited budget that Pamela hadn't touched yet for the month. I also found in my filing cabinet the hard copies of old budgets with Pamela's handwriting on what numbers to change to balance our budget. Finally, I added an email from our first round of budget adjustments where Pamela subtly threatened to put someone else in my job if I couldn't do what she asked. So I walked and dropped off the invoices to accounting when I bumped into Lois. She brought up invoices, and I sternly looked at her and said Pamela is the only one in our department that Lois is allowed to talk to about our budget and invoices. Lois saw the suspiciously thick file folder on her desk, gave a firm nod, and lovingly kicked me out of her office. Within the week, Pamela was fired. From what I understand, she's been continually job hopping for the past few years. The CEO and HR brought me in to personally apologize for everything I went through and gave me a paid 1-week vacation to take at my discretion. Given other issues with this business, I left after another year. Which brings me to today. I am once again a manager for sales and marketing. I have a wonderful boss, Mike, who trusts my business decisions and backs me up on practically everything. We're hiring for my team for me to solely manage and direct. Today, I looked through the applicants and found Pamela's resume sitting among dozens of others. I stared at her name, wondering how many other people share her name. Upon review, yep, it's her. She definitely fell down the corporate ladder, with VP of our old company being the highest title she earned. And to no surprise, she embellished her achievements, claiming the work that I managed as her own, and claimed that she generated an 87% sales growth during the holiday season at our previous company. As a people pleaser who firmly believes in giving everyone a chance, it has never been so satisfying to click disqualified. One thing that I will mention that maybe a lot of you are thinking right now is, wouldn't it have been better from OP's perspective, I guess more rewarding, to have her walk into the interview room and you, OP, just be there, sat across the table, knowing full well this is the same Pamela, and just seeing her reaction, knowing in that one moment that she is never ever going to get that job and is completely wasting her time. However, I will put up on screen right now what OP replied to that. To those suggesting that I interview her to see her reaction, I would have loved to see her face as she walked in, but I felt it would have risked my boss's trust in my decision-making ability. I understand that. I do understand that because, yeah, you don't want to kind of sacrifice or risk your own job while messing with Pamela, as much as I'm sure you want to. However, couldn't you have just done the interview anyway and then just secretly said, no, I don't really like her? Although again, yeah, thinking about it, you do risk Pamela saying, I know you, you know, it could potentially put your job in jeopardy. One last thing that OP did say though is maybe I'll send a personally written rejection email. That you definitely have to do. It's without a doubt. You just have to do it. Get it done. Now for our final story of revenge in this episode. I left behind a dead man's switch in the company workflow when I sensed I was about to be bullied into quitting. I started working in logistics at a company that builds things. That was just as COVID was starting actually. When I started, we were 5 people in the team, but one of the guys quit soon after. This is important because it was a very good insight into how my department operates when they don't need or want a certain someone around. They won't outright fire you, since then they have to pay you severance, but instead, they will bully you into quitting. I saw pretty much the whole package, excluding them from meetings and important events, putting them down in public, lecturing them, never noticing good work, but always making sure that everybody knows about work that is poorly done, drowning someone in work and then berating them when they inevitably can't keep up. It was outright childish at times. I didn't register it at the time, but it was a really valuable lesson for later. I was put in charge of managing our overseas suppliers, among other things. About half of our material came from overseas, most of that from China. While it seems like a big task for someone new, it wasn't done out of malice. Genuinely, everyone believed we were going to get a guy in China for the Chinese supplies, then I'd be left with a handful of others. It seemed fair. But we never got that guy for China, and I was left with all overseas suppliers. Another important thing is that just in this project, the company had decided to change the workflow for overseas suppliers. This is because, due to COVID, the price of shipping containers had exploded. To explain it as simply as possible, previously, the suppliers were responsible for filling our containers and bringing them to the harbour. We were responsible for picking them up from the harbour and bringing them to us. However, due to demand and many other things, sometimes we just needed 2 or 3 pallets of parts where a dozen or more could fit inside a container. So we were shipping a lot of air. The new workflow would have the suppliers bring the parts to an external warehouse, one in the US, one in China. Then we would load them into containers to get the containers as full as possible, and then bring them to the harbour and then into our plants. This way, we needed to rent far fewer containers. This complicated things because it erased the direct contact from us to the suppliers, and there was no official method of how we were going to keep in contact with suppliers, telling them how many parts we need, how to package them, if there were any changes requested, etc. During that time, I was left mostly alone to deal with it, and I set up a system with Excel. It was mostly manual, rather simple, but it worked well. It worked so well that one of the suits even chatted with me about it for a bit, since he wanted to make it a standard in future projects. And also, this is very important, I was the only person who actually knew all our overseas suppliers and their contacts. Some of you might be able to tell where this story is going already. So during that entire time, nobody had actually bothered to ask me to explain to them how my system worked and where I kept track of all the supplier contacts. All of this data was hidden on like slide 800 of some Excel file that I'd saved in a folder titled Parts Pictures, which was otherwise filled with pictures of parts. Now moving forward, as COVID began to die down, the department, for whatever reason, decided they didn't need me anymore. I have theories, but nothing certain, so I'll just leave it at that. I pretty much saw precisely the same thing go down as I'd seen with that one guy who had left shortly after I started. All the bullying. I thought to myself at first that if I pull through and keep doing a good job, and I believe I did a good job, they'd eventually cool down. But they didn't. After 2 months of that, I said screw it and decided to just sit out and endure until the Christmas bonus we get every year and then hand in my notice. And also, I just delayed teaching anyone how my system worked until I was gone. And that is pretty much how it happened. So for my own future employment, I actually lucked out. One of the local suppliers I was managing had a really chill guy as managing director. I gave him a call, explained that I was about to be unemployed, and I asked if they needed staff. He then called me into an interview. We talked about anime for an hour, while his HR lady looked confused about what a Attack on Titan was. And he told me I can come in the moment I'm done with my then or current job. So back on topic, a month into working at my new job, I got a call from my old job, the department manager. To his credit, he was always a reasonable guy. He told me in plain words that they have no idea where the frick to even start with the Chinese suppliers. He then offered me my old job back with a very respectable pay increase. I explained that I already had a new job though. 2 days later, I got another call where the same manager offered me many times my monthly salary just to come in for 1 week and instruct my old team in how my process functioned, introduce them to all the contacts, etc. I told him I refused because of the way I'd been treated by them when I worked there. He said that he understood and wished me luck at my new job and hung up. The reason I'm writing this story now? Well, this week I randomly got in touch with some of the people in the transport department from my old job. They mentioned that in the now 10 months since I left, the logistics department racked up 8-figure losses due to wrong deliveries, over and under deliveries, outdated parts, some suppliers cancelling their contracts, and new suppliers needing to be sourced, etc. And all the blame for that fell on my old team. My new job is fine. It's not the best job, but I get to travel a lot and get nice bonuses for it. My boss isn't around much since he's married. I do sometimes regret not taking that offer for a week as an instructor. My parents decided to cancel my 14th birthday party to accommodate my spoiled younger brother. Then they reinstated it when I told everyone at school. I am a 20-year-old man, and this happened when I was 14. I have a brother that's about 6 years younger than me. He was extra coddled by my parents for having been diagnosed with high-functioning autism when he was 4. But other than that, he seems very normal, just unbelievably spoiled. And he used to get his way a lot. And by a lot, I mean nearly all the time. Anything I had, he also had to have. So that meant we had doubles of almost everything that wasn't a shared item. And anything he had that I didn't, he'd rub in my face any way he could. When I was 11, I begged my parents for a 3DS for my 12th birthday. I got one, but then was told to lend it to my brother whenever he wanted it, or else I'd have it taken away. Which it was, a lot. When my aunt found out, after seeing my parents forcibly take my 3DS out of my hands to give to my brother on one of her visits, she let loose on them for such blatant favoritism. They returned my 3DS immediately, then blamed me for the situation after my aunt left. But they didn't make me give it to my brother again. Instead, my parents went out a few days later and bought another 3DS as a surprise gift for my brother. On several of mine and other people's birthdays, my brother made a huge fuss because the party wasn't all about him. Even going so far as to outright state that he was upset because he wasn't getting any gifts or getting to blow out the candles on the cake. My parents learned the hard way that they couldn't enable my brother the way they'd have liked at those parties, and were actually kicked out of a few for trying that. And because of that, other kids at his school stopped inviting him to birthday parties altogether. For me, my birthdays were some of the only days I had that I got to have about me, because otherwise my parents forced my life to revolve around my little brother. In the year prior to this story taking place, my parents ended up paying more attention to him the entire time of my 13th birthday. And they even asked me if I'd let my brother blow out my candles for me because he was upset and pouting. I refused that because I wanted to blow out my own candles. They called me a spoiled brat at first, until my aunt intervened and chastised them on their favoritism yet again, stating how much she'd noticed how my brother gets nearly everything between the two of us just because he's autistic. My parents got no support from anyone else there other than my brother, who was still crying because he wasn't getting to blow out my candles, and because he didn't get his way, he tried to outright spit on my cake out of spite. But my awesome aunt thankfully blocked him before he got the chance, then scolded him till he ran to my mum in tears. My parents took a lot of heat from the other adults there, and then promised to never ask me to let my brother blow out my candles again. But they pretty much just went through the motions for the rest of the party. My aunt then took over coordinating everything from that point onwards. The following year, a couple of weeks before my birthday, my parents sat me down and told me they were still going to get me some gifts and a small cake, but my birthday party was effectively cancelled to avoid my brother having another meltdown. I told them I could not believe they were doing this to me, and they just seemed to shrug it off without a care. So, at school over the next week, I told my friends, my teachers, and even my school counsellor. All of them were appalled by my parents' lack of consideration and empathy. The vice principal even found out and consoled me, and all of this got back to my parents through social media. My parents ended up grounding and gaslighting me for telling so many people, but that didn't stop me from still telling everyone at school that I was grounded just for being upset that my birthday was cancelled for no good reason. Now I guess that made it a lot worse, because several of my parents' own friends, along with parents of other kids in my school, called them up or sent them Facebook messages basically saying, "What the heck is wrong with you?" Suddenly, I was ungrounded. I didn't get an apology though. My dad just walked into my room with his arms crossed, told me my grounding was over early, and then walked out. That was it. I thought my party was still cancelled because nobody said anything about it. And my brother thought it hilarious and rubbed it in my face that I wasn't going to get to celebrate. But by the end of the 2 weeks, my parents held a surprise party for me at my favourite restaurants. They then started claiming it was their intent all along. I knew it wasn't. From what I'd seen, everyone was incredibly unhappy with them for what they did, and it showed with any interactions family members had with my parents. So they ended up doing the surprise party to try and save what little of their reputations they had left. I'm pretty sure they actually had to pay through their nose that day to just accommodate me. I got dinner with all my friends at my favourite restaurant that had a small arcade, and I even got the PS4 game system I'd been jonesing for at the time. I could tell that pretty much none of it was planned and bought last minute because my dad had a look about him that my aunt comically described as looking like a moth had flown out of his wallet. My brother, of course, made a huge fuss that I got a surprise party. But with so many of my friends and their parents there, my mum and dad finally put their feet down on my brother to stop his tantrum when he wanted to push my cake off the table. My brother ended up getting a time out for the first time since he was a toddler, and my mum had to stay with him to make sure he didn't do anything crazy. He did try several times to run to the cake or stack of presents. Who knows what he would have done were it not for the fact that at least one adult was always on guard. Even my dad stood guard to keep him away. My mum ended up having to remove my brother and herself from the party entirely and took my little brother to a McDonald's nearby so he could have fun in their play area. I heard later she spent at least an hour trying to get him to come out of the play place tube structure, and he only did so because he had to use the bathroom, then tried to run right back in again. My parents never tried to cancel my birthday again while I still lived with them, though they never again tried as hard or spent as much. For the remaining 4 years I was under their roof, my birthday parties consisted of a local pizza parlour, a cake without my name even written on it, and never again anything as expensive as a new gaming system. I don't mean to sound spoiled, but I was a bit disappointed I never got a cake with my name on it again. My aunt called my parents out on that each year, and each year they claimed they forgot to get the cake decorated. I'm pretty sure that the reason my name was never written on another cake was because my brother always refused to eat pieces of cake that had writing of someone else's name on it at any party, and they couldn't put his name on any of my cakes or it would have looked very bad for them. But the fact that I still got a day that was just about me at all and not my brother was fantastic in my book, especially because just about everything else revolved around him. During each of my remaining birthday parties while still living at home, my brother made a fuss, and my mum took him somewhere else to calm him down. I was still required to share my PS4 with my brother, but it was mine, and I took it with me when I moved out at 18. Now, little brother didn't like that and had a huge fit till my parents went out and bought another PS4 for him. These guys are such enablers, what? When I moved out, they finally had to deal with how they'd raised my brother so spoilt, because I wasn't there to help them with him anymore. On his recent 14th birthday, he went mental at our parents for not getting him a PS5. He's now currently grounded for I don't know how long after causing hundreds or maybe even thousands in collateral damage during that rampage. He picked up a chair and just started destroying anything that was in front of him with it. My parents just looked mentally checked out when I saw them last. My aunt has also told me they confided in her that they wish they could send my brother to military or boarding school in the future because they can't handle the monster they created anymore. But there's no way they can afford that. I'd be lying if I said I didn't find it ironically funny. Yeah, as I said whilst I was reading that, your parents are by far the biggest enablers I've ever seen. That is insane. Look, fair enough. The kid's autistic and he needs special treatment. I understand that wholeheartedly. Trust me, I do. But not to this level. Come on, not to the extent that one of your children can't even have their own birthday because of another one. That is mental. Listen, there's special treatment because your child has a mental disability, and then there's spoiling him rotten. I think the fact that your parents are now regretting how they brought him up and are wanting to send him to a military school shows exactly where they lie. Entitled Neighbor wants her kids in my garden. I am so glad to have found this subreddit because I have a legit crazy neighbor with boundary issues. I am a 29-year-old woman. I don't have any kids, but my younger sister, who is now 16, has lived with me for about 10 years. And we've got a trampoline still in our back garden from when she was younger. The neighbour to the left of me has 4 kids and moved in a year ago. 2 weeks ago, Glasgow started getting really good weather. So the kids have been out playing constantly. Not an issue. They asked if I could let the kids use the trampoline one day. So I was like, sure, but only for a bit because I have friends coming over for some drinks. 7 PM comes and I ask them to go home because my 5 friends have shown up and we're going to be drinking.
Cue the crying. They leave the garden upset, but hey, that's not my issue. They've been on the trampoline for 3 hours at this point. Their mum then pops her head out of her bedroom window and asks if they can stay in the garden longer. No, I'm not your babysitter. She's annoyed but drops it. Last week, I come home from some shopping, and to my surprise, I found all 4 of the kids in my garden, plus their younger cousin. I asked them to leave and tell them they can't just come into my garden without me there, and they didn't even ask, but they refuse. So I shout up at their mum and tell her to get them out of my garden. She says, "Oh, let them play for a bit. You don't even use it." Okay, but still, not your garden? Eventually we get into an argument and they leave. She's angry and shouting, saying I'm being a Karen, oh the irony, and I should let them in. I tell her not to ask again because the answer will be no. This though happened again the day after, all 4 kids plus their cousin waiting till I move the car from the drive and then heading straight into my garden when I'm gone. So I wake up this morning. I've since put a lock on their trampoline, just a small one on the mesh safety enclosure to stop them opening it up, cause I'm petty as frick. Plus it's a Saturday. I'm not working today, it's my day off and I want a long lie-in. But no, the neighbour decides that at 9 AM this morning, her kids are being fired straight out of that house with breakfast bars and a bottle of water and heading straight into my garden. So I can hear them from my window. I look out and tell them to leave. By the time I get downstairs, the mum has descended from her house and is trying to climb the fence between our gardens, shouting about how I used to let them use it and she's going to call the police for hitting her kids. Great, you do that. I'll be sure to show them the Ring camera footage, which coincidentally also has footage of your husband picking the lock open so your brats can use the trampoline. Wow, even the husband's involved at this point. Unbelievable. So long story short, the entitled mother sends her kids into my garden repeatedly, even after being told not to. She actually did call the police on me for harassment and hitting her kids, but ended up getting her own husband arrested for theft and housebreaking and criminal damage. Suck it, you female dog. Now guys, that is the end of that post, but don't you worry. I know what you're saying. Is there an update? Well, today you're lucky because there is. So here is that update. The main point, I guess, is that the day after this happened, I spoke to the police about the charges and asked if they could let them go. There was a charge of theft too, because the dad had moved tools out of the way and threw them into his garden, but they got thrown back in, so I wasn't missing anything. They initially asked me if I wanted the oldest kid charged. Now she looks a lot younger. I assume she was 10, but she's actually 13, because she was the one who climbed the fence first, then went through my drive to open the gate and let the younger kids in without having to climb over. I've since seen the dad at the local shop. He just sort of apologized quickly and thanked me for letting it go. I think the realization that his daughter could have been arrested was a wake-up call. I haven't heard an explanation though. Maybe he wasn't thinking about how serious it could end up. The mum, on the other hand, absolute crazy woman. I mentioned that she told police I had hit her kids, which is absolutely untrue, but she also decided to tell a couple of neighbours that I hit them. I actually had 2 of them ask me about this. She also put some sort of barbed wire at the top of her fence. What, to stop me climbing over? She's also chained her outdoor grill barbecue and dismantled the swing set I gave her when she moved in. And I thought I was petty. On a maybe related note, I had a visit from the SSPCA about animal abuse, even though I don't own any pets. They seemed pretty annoyed about being called out for a prank, so I don't know what happened with that. Well, I think that's pretty obvious. I've also been asked about my sister's involvement with the story. I just mentioned her at the beginning because I wanted to explain why I was 29 and had a trampoline in my back garden. She also wasn't home at the time because she has clubs on. By the time she got back in, it was all over. Well, you know, I'm 24 and I've still got a trampoline in my garden, if that's any consolation. Overall though, I've not had any more issues from it. The trampoline is now gone. The kids haven't really been out because it's been raining the past week. I rarely see the dad around as he works, and the mum spends her days in her own garden being the most obnoxious Gleskaski ma you could imagine. Now, I'm not entirely sure what Glasgow Ski Mar means. I asked my editor, Stevo, who some of you know is Scottish, and even he didn't know what that means. So, yeah, none the wiser. I think it just means horrible Scottish woman. That's all I can guess, and it seems pretty likely. Gotta say, OP, legendary. Very nice of you to drop the charges. It's not petty locking your own stuff up, by the way. If you know that someone is coming without permission and using your stuff, yes, lock it up. What is going on here, by the way? It's like a whole family affair. You got the 13-year-old trying to like jump over and get around, open your gate. The dad's using bolt cutters. The mum's mental. This is just a typical entitled family. Unbelievable. And in terms of having a trampoline when you're 29 years old, they're fun. There's nothing wrong with that. Am I the jerk for saying I'll be driving myself and paying for my own room on the upcoming family vacation so I won't have to be a babysitter? I, a 23-year-old man, was repeatedly stuck playing the part of helper and babysitter on family outings. I had to move out of my parents' house because I kept being forced to help watch my 3 nephews. Last year, we took a family vacation in summer to the coast. I rode along with my parents and they paid for my hotel room. Only, I had to share that room with 3 rowdy boys because my sister and her husband wanted a room to themselves. I was promised time to do my own things on the vacation, but instead I ended up having to help with these kids. I complained to everyone about it and was reminded I was there for free. And then we pretty much just did only one thing I wanted to do, which was tour an art gallery. I like doing this whenever I'm at the coast, but the kids find it boring. This year, my parents have a beach trip planned for June, and they assumed I'd be riding along the same way as last year. But I refused. I said I'd be driving myself and paying for my own hotel stay to have my own room. My parents were shocked and tried to remind me of the cost. I said it was no worry. I've got a good job and a decent running car. I can more than afford it. That's when the but started. I stated the previously listed things as why I'll be driving myself and paying for myself. I want to be able to enjoy this vacation as an adult and not be treated like a child like last year. My parents told my sister, and she called to blow up at me that I'll be ruining the vacation if I'm off doing my own thing while she has to wrangle her 3 boys. I ended up yelling at her that last year all she did was rope me into her mess. I didn't really get to do much of anything I wanted to do, and I was treated like the bad guy for wanting to just go to an art gallery. I'm a grown man. I deserve my own vacation too. Now my sister is not speaking to me, and my parents are still trying to convince me to just ride with them to keep the peace. I'm still refusing, but the pressure is getting to me. Am I the jerk for not giving in? I know they'll have a pretty hard time when they won't have another person there to help. Right, then immediately let's get into this first edit. It's been barely an hour since I posted, OP says. But my sister is apparently a Reddit lurker in the mornings and she saw my post. Not only is she furious with me, but she's also upset that no one in the comments is siding with her. To make it short, she went on a big rant about how it's so hard to be a parent to triplets, and the least I could do is help because I'm young and single and she needs a break. I stood my ground on my decision, and now she's calling our parents to get them involved. I'm expecting a call from them any minute. And then a further update from OP. Well, I'm off work now, so I can tell you guys more as to what went down. I guess you could say it's over. My sister got our parents involved, they looked at my post, and were absolutely horrified by the continuous influx of commenters. Yes, they're very angry with me that I posted here, but I told them that if they'd just listened to me to begin with, I'd have never needed to. Guys, for context, this post has over 40,000 upvotes and over 7,000 comments, and I'm pretty sure you guys can all work out who they're siding with. I'm sick of the whole keep the peace mentality that sacrifices me to placate my sister. They in turn went off on my sister, and to make a long story short, the whole vacation has been cancelled. The hotel wasn't booked yet anyway, but my parents are arguing with my sister. My sister's blaming me, and my nephews are crying because they aren't going to the beach. My sister called me at lunch and basically implied I have no life, which is why I have time to help. I recorded that and told our parents, and that's currently what they're fighting about. And then one final small update. I wasn't going to update again, but here's a little more. Parents said that they won't ever push babysitting of my nephews on me again, and have agreed that what happened last year was unfair to me. Right now, they're very angry with my sister for telling me I should help her because she thinks I have no life. My sister, though, is playing the victim. And my brother-in-law is basically saying nope to the whole mess and spending most of his time at work,
Well, I don't blame him. Thank you to everyone who's commented. You made my day. Now guys, that is the end of r/AmITheJerk for this story, but it's just the beginning of this whole escapade. Let me tell you, this now gets a little bit crazy. We're moving on now to r/entitledpeople where the story continues, but goodness me, you're going to want to stick around. Here we go with the second post. So then, now moving on to the second post from OP. My parents apologized, my sister did not, at least at first. A week ago, I made this throwaway account to ask AmITheJerk a question, in which I was found to be anything but the jerk. I have too much to say to post in there as an update, so a friend recommended I come here to r/entitledpeople. Now, my posting on AmITheJerk essentially opened a Pandora's box in the family. Basically, my parents and older sister had become very comfortable with me helping with the childcare of my young triplet nephews. I didn't leave home till I was 22 because I was trying to save money while also going to college. A scholarship covered a lot, and living at home kept me from getting rising debt due to my working part-time as well. I'm very thankful for this. However, after college, everyone just seemed to act like I had endless time on my hands and convinced me along on a family vacation. In this so-called vacation, I was forced to babysit my 3 at the time 6-year-old nephews. I even had to share a hotel room with them. And believe me, those kids didn't listen to a dang thing I said on the first night until I called their mother twice. And I was treated like the bad guy for wanting to do other things during the trip. Like, if it's something the family doesn't enjoy as a whole, then it doesn't happen. Which was extremely hypocritical because I'm family, but wasn't included in that vote. And you can bet I aired this grievance with my parents after my last post. And they've acknowledged being in the wrong. You know what? Fair enough. A lot of the parents I see on subreddits like this never acknowledge this, so that is a good sign. After that awful vacation last year, I decided it was time to move out, and did so before the summer even ended, which surprised everyone as I gave them no warning. I'd landed a great job pretty much right after college thanks to an internship, and used moving as an excuse to drop my commute from 45 minutes to just 15. My sister hated this the most because it meant no more free babysitting on weekends, but she still tried to make me do it, and I caved, sometimes, usually by being bribed with pizza. And this sort of became a new norm. But then last month, my parents announced plans for another family vacation to the same place along the coast, and they basically wanted it to go the same way. I immediately saw it for what it was, a trap. I knew that if I rode with my parents and let them buy the hotel rooms, I'd be screwed over the same way as last time. So I just casually stated I'd drive myself and pay for myself, and that is when this all started. OP then outlines exactly what happened and how they came about posting the AmITheJerk post, and how his sister, lurking on Reddit, spoiled the post in less than an hour. What followed was Pandora's box. At first, the family was against me. My sister called our parents, and they called me when I still had a little time to talk in the morning. My parents were on the phone with me while also reading my post. I asked them if anything in it was a lie. They sort of steered around it and called the post an exaggeration, but I pointed out numerous details that made it pretty much on the mark. Then I told them to check the comments. There were already far too many to read. I was repeatedly refreshing the page on my home PC and telling them how many comments there were. Then I told them I was sick of their mentality of keeping the peace by forcing me to placate my sister. Then I said I was out of time and we'd have to resume this later. My parents were positively horrified that hundreds if not thousands of people were commenting in a matter of hours, and later on I told them that the numbers had basically doubled and were still growing, which only added to their horror. So I guess they were forced to take a long look at their own actions, and that right there is the beauty of r/AmITheJerk and Reddit as a whole, making parents reconsider their entire lives. I mean, it's unbelievable, really. My sister tried to call me to complain while I was at work, but my phone was on silent till my lunch break, so all she could do was leave messages and texts. But she was persistent and managed to get through to me when I was eating my lunch. The gist of the conversation was my post had taken our parents away from her side, and now they were mad at her. In the ensuing argument between them, my parents cancelled the entire vacation. Yes, they later acknowledged they just passed the blame out of embarrassment and have fully accepted fault. They told me no excuses could excuse the fact that they made me their go-to free babysitter when I wasn't even living at home anymore. They did try to backtrack a little by pointing out they never charged me rent while I was in college, but I reminded them that kids don't ask to be born, and I was doing my hardest to make my own way. Then I pointed out that my father had the same kind of leg up from his parents. They let him live free of charge at home while he was in college. That basically ended any argument my parents had left. When my sister managed to call me at lunch, I presented the facts to her, and she showed her true colors. She implied that I have no life and that my free time on weekends should be spent helping her because she's tired and unable to even go out without bringing her children with her unless someone is watching them. She is a stay-at-home mum with a husband that makes a decent salary. They live in a pretty decent house that's owned, not rented. And to be frank, my nephews aren't really my responsibility. They just forced them on me and expected it to stay that way. My sister angrily hung up on me, but I recorded the call and then played it to my parents later. They were furious, and they basically went to war with my sister. My sister dug her heels in, blamed me, and then doubled down on her belief that my life should circle around hers. I told her that was the most narcissistic and entitled thing she's ever said about me. It took days, but her husband finally stepped in and forced her to apologize. I'd never seen her cowed like that by anyone, but she was on the verge of crying. It ended up being admitted that one of the reasons I was the go-to babysitter was because my sister didn't trust strangers. It was never about the money. Or was it? Actually, my brother-in-law thought my sister was paying me for my time watching her kids after I moved out of my parents' house. But she didn't even give me gas money, just cash enough to order pizza for both myself and the kids, and she pocketed the rest. My sister had been shortchanging me for months. He blew up at her when this came out during her half apology, and she was forced to pay me what she owed me in cash entirely from her own savings, which she looked very sore about. Then my brother-in-law apologized to me for his own inaction in letting my sister walk all over me and promised they'd get a normal babysitter from now on. Yes, it will cause a bit of a drop in the bucket for them, but my sister will be getting date nights back. Then came the family meeting the other day's evening. We all gathered up at my parents' house and everything was laid bare. Apologies all round and whatnot. Then my parents reinstated the family vacation. And yes, I still plan to drive myself and pay for my own hotel stay. I'll even stay in a completely different hotel if my sister tries to revert me to childcare. And I've stated this. She's promised that won't happen. And if I don't update again after the vacation in another month or so, then you'll all know everything is fine. Now guys, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, depending on how you look at it, we don't have to wait until after the holiday for our next update. That came just a few days after the one I just read. Again, on our /entitledpeople, now 26 days ago at the time of recording. My sister called me demanding I take my post down. Now, she's more upset than ever to know how far it's spread. Having a family that knows about your Reddit account has its disadvantages. Yesterday, my sister called me after I got off work to ask me if comments are still coming in. She said she cannot bear the negativity of looking at them herself because the comments are all so hurtful towards her. So, I was brutally honest. At least 10 comments are still coming in daily, and most of them more or less say the same things about her. She started crying and demanding I delete my Reddit posts, but I refused and told her she can cry to anyone she wants, but the posts stay up, because they are my assurance she won't try to treat me like rubbish anymore. After all, she literally felt like my life should revolve around hers. She didn't pay me the babysitting money she was supposed to and pocketed it for herself, and forced me to be the constant babysitter on last year's family vacation, so I had pretty much no fun the entire time. Is it really any wonder people are having so much hate for her when she treated me like that? Then I mentioned the posts have already spread to other websites, as I was asked a couple of times to let an article be made about my situation. And there are some videos that were read as well. Yeah, maybe like this one. Well, my sister shrieked hearing that and hung up. My parents then called me begging I take the post down. I've refused, stating that I only did this because they didn't stick up for me. This would have never happened if they'd told my sister to treat me like an equal and not a servant. I'm not her butler, babysitter, or handyman. I'm her frickin' brother and a grown-ass man. Wouldn't they be tired of this stuff in my shoes as well? They agreed, but still begged I take the post down. I again refused and said that I'll keep making more if they don't start sticking up for me more when my sister comes crying to them. Let her clean up her own messes, because all the enabling of her has led to this. I didn't father those kids. I've got a life of my own, a career I'm still new to, and hopefully, soon enough, a girlfriend, as there's someone I want to ask out. I'm moving my life forward and I won't be held back. They can either step out of my way or keep trying to enable my sister. but I assured them that the latter would end badly for them. The only way this posting on Reddit will stop is if the drama stops. I've kept things anonymous, and I've got a right to vent my very valid frustrations. Well, that left my mother crying, my father just went silent, and I said, tears don't move me. They know what it would take to end this, and that's to stop enabling my sister. Well, my sister called me again to yell at me that our parents have told her they aren't dealing with this anymore and to figure it out herself. Oh, and they told her to be nicer to me too. I just pictured her eye twitching as she internally screamed after hearing that. Be nice to my kid, brother? What is this? Do I look it up on Google? Yeah, I was that sarcastic to her. But it left her crying too when I hung up. My brother-in-law called me later to get my side of the story. He was mad I'm still posting and made his wife cry, but I explained everything to him, and he said he'd have another talk with my sister. I'm hoping this drama finally ends here, but the family vacation is still on for late June. I've already booked my room and put it in for a day off work so we can all leave on a Friday. My room is also not near the ones my parents, sister, brother-in-law and nephews will be using. In fact, it's not even on the same floor. And when we go to the coast, when it's not a family activity, I'm going to go where I want and do what I want. And you can bet I'm going to tour those art galleries, pig out on local food, and just enjoy being carefree for a change. And there we go. You're probably thinking, wow, that sounds like a good end to the story. But alas, as you can tell, there is more to come. That promised update after the family vacation was posted just 24 hours ago. Let's see what happened. This is the conclusion, for now, of this story. Update after the family vacation. Well, the family vacation is over. Some things, both good and bad, went as expected. Good that my parents didn't enable my sister trying to make me babysit. Oh yes, she did try. But bad in that my sister did try to find out which room I was in. But that failed and got her in trouble with her husband again. Firstly, I made sure to tell the hotel in advance that they were not to give out any of my information to anyone who asked except for the police if something needing that were to come to pass. They assured me over the phone that they would not tell a soul. Then, on the day of the vacation, I left earlier in the morning than the rest of the family. I knew they wouldn't be able to get moving as a group until at least 10 AM, so I left at 9. Check-in wouldn't be until 1, but I wanted to make sure I had a head start. I sent out an FWI group text and was off like a shot to make the 3-hour drive. My parents were upset because they'd planned a family brunch on the way, but I pointed out I was never made aware of that, so it was cancelled in favour of fast food. Like I planned, I arrived at the hotel early. Too early for check-in, but I told the desk staff I was there to make sure my parents or sister didn't give them my information. They claim they don't do that, but I told them I know for a fact it still happens sometimes, so I'm covering my butts. When they happen to be dealing with my mother, sister, and 3 potentially crying boys trying to guilt them at the desk, they'd better not yield. And I wanted to know if they'd try anything. They awkwardly promised me no one but me would get access to my room. Then I decided to go out and get something to eat. I came back more than an hour later, and there was my parents' car and my brother-in-law's big SUV. I went to the desk to check in after making sure the lobby was clear, and it was. Then I asked the clerk if my family had asked about me, and where I was staying in the hotel. Yeah, they did, but the clerk refused to tell them. My sister had apparently tried to push it, but her husband shut her up. I checked in, went to my room, and then called my folks. I didn't mention I knew what they tried with the clerk, and they conveniently didn't mention it either. Then we all met up as a family to go out and tour around. My sister at one point asked me to watch her kids for a moment, to which I replied, hell no, because I knew exactly what she was doing. She'd pretend to be gone for a moment and then be gone for an hour. I called her out and her husband told her to stop trying to make me watch their kids. So what does she do? She just started crying on the spot, saying that she needs a break. Her husband scolded her. He's a tired man, but he wasn't complaining. My mother gave me a nasty look, so I went right to her and said that if she tries to even think that I should be watching those kids, I would walk away from this vacation right now. It's not my job, and I'm sick and tired of her and my sister acting like this. Well, that made my mother start crying too, and then she just started repeating the words, "You're right," over and over again. This is another old tactic of hers. She tries to look pathetic to guilt me, but I just said I am right and just let it go before walking away. Neither my mother or sister tried anything for the rest of the day. When we got back to the hotel after dinner, my family were all crowding the elevator, but I didn't get in with them. They asked why, and I said I'd wait for the next one. My sister glared at me because she knew exactly what I was doing. Then I just sat in the lobby watching YouTube on my phone for 15 minutes and took the elevator up. I was on a different floor and on the other end of the hotel. I had a splendid night, and the next morning we all went out for breakfast, but I made sure they left first. I can't quite believe what I'm reading. The fact that you're having to do this on a family vacation, pretty much hide from the people you're vacationing with at the hotel, is mad, but after all I've read, it makes complete sense. I was the last one out, just like I was the last one in the night before. Breakfast went fine. Then I gave an FWI that I was going to be doing my own thing for the day. My mother tried to bring up plans to go to the aquarium and a couple of other places, so I said I'd meet them for those, but the rest of the day was mine until family dinner. They accepted this, and that day went fine too. But back at the hotel that evening, my sister caught me leaving my room. She must have been stalking the whole floor looking for me. I went back to my room to chill a bit before dinner as I was tired from walking so much, and my sister was just down the hall when I left my room to meet them for dinner. She tried to corner me, saying that I'd ruined the family vacation for her because now it wasn't hardly any different for her than at home, since she had to wrangle her kids. I called bullspit because my parents were helping her a lot. Then I told her that I'm sick of this song and dance of being her scapegoat, and it's already over. So leave me the heck alone and get on with your life. Then I started walking, with her yelling, "Hey, I'm trying to talk to you." I told her I don't care and was going to dinner. She followed me to the elevator and we both said nothing to each other. I didn't stay silent, and I told my parents and brother-in-law that my sister had stalked me to find my room. She was scolded like a child. She had a pity party. I told her to stop milking it and grow up. The old days when she could force her will on me were over. And then I walked out of the lobby and to my car. This time, I was the first one to dinner. When everyone else arrived, my sister looked depressed, but not a dang thing was said about what happened, and that was just fine with me. My sister refrained from eye contact with me the entire evening, and this time, I didn't care about riding in the elevator with the rest of them. And I told them bluntly that unless it was an emergency, nobody is to come knocking on my door. I had a do not disturb sign for a reason. The final day, everything went swimmingly. Neither my sister or mother bothered me at all. They'd fully surrendered at this point. Yes, during the whole vacation, I did play with my nephews a bit. I'm not a complete jerk. I didn't stonewall them. I kept up being the fun uncle, just not the babysitter uncle. The kids didn't even seem to care. They just wanted to play. I even bought each of them one of those little baggies of crystals and polished stones to take home as a souvenir. There was a bit of mild drama between my sister and her husband, but that was just some small disagreements that I didn't bother to pay attention to. All in all, I'd call the vacation a win, because it finally hit home for my mother and sister that the old way they did things involving me is over, and I have my own life. And there we go. That is the culmination of that story, I guess, so far. The amazing thing about this post is that these 4 posts that I've just narrated are actually the only 4 posts on this entire account that OP has made on this account anyway. Now, they said right off the bat that it was a throwaway, but nonetheless, all the posts that have ever been made are those. And that's it. Pretty cool. Pretty great to see that one story can traverse a couple of subreddits. I don't know exactly what the title of this is going to be. Maybe AmITheJerk / Entitled People. You don't get too many collaborations on episodes of mine between subreddits, but hey, there you go. I just noticed that post and thought, okay, let's have a look back at what's been going on here. And everything seemed to align and be good enough for just one episode. So there you go. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, and you want more episodes and stories like this, where it's more of a deep dive of a family in particular, or a character, or one individual story that goes on for a longer period of time across different subreddits, you know, kind of updates. I guess in many ways, this was very similar to a best of Redditor updates video. Then let me know by dropping a like on this one, commenting down below that you enjoyed it. The more comments and just general feedback I get, the more likely I am to do a video similar to this in the future. So that is the best way of letting me know. I found out the hard way yesterday that my wife is a serial shoplifter. I came home yesterday to find the police at our house. My wife told me that she'd made a very poor decision. Her claim was that she went grocery shopping but forgot her wallet, and for whatever reason decided it would be a good idea to just leave with the groceries and come back to pay. This went about as well as you may have expected. It was also a lie. They caught her by catching her plate number on camera, The officer issued her a summons for 6th-degree larceny, shoplifting, and a court date a couple of weeks from now. A few hours later, the house of cards fell apart. The police summoned her to the station and told her that the supermarket has biometric cameras, and they matched her face to 2 previous incidents this year where she loaded up bags of groceries and just walked out the entrance. They had a total for each incident right down to the penny. She admitted to it, but then lied again, saying it was because money was tight. It isn't. We aren't rich, but she has a joint credit card with thousands in available credit on it. I was sitting next to her as she said it, but I kept my mouth shut. In the end, they are submitting for a warrant on 2 additional charges, same as the first. Internally, I wanted to completely blow up on her. What she has done is going to cost me thousands in lawyer fees for certain, and for her, possibly her career. I'm so beyond angry right now. I did not go off on her though. I did my best as the stoic, supportive husband. Reaming her out would have accomplished nothing positive. I've already been researching lawyers for her this morning. I think I found a good one with a strong public service background with the town. I'm hoping that she can end up with just a fine, community service, or possibly even continued without a finding. I'm also going to be looking for therapists to try to help the underlying issue. The toughest part for the lawyer is going to be that she's already admitted to everything to the police. She can't tell me why she did it. There very well could be dozens of other incidents I don't know about. She did say she'd done it at least a couple of times long before we met. Words cannot begin to express my level of frustration right now. I've spent years trying to put us on a better footing, only to have her kick me in the financial nuts with this incident. I barely slept last night, and I doubt she did either. Okay, and there we go. You know what, guys? I know that OP is obviously trying to help out someone that he loves a lot. It's his wife. I get that. From my perspective, I just don't know if I could be with someone like this. Like, if I find this out about someone, and it's easy for me to say because, you know, I don't have a wife. I've not been in love with someone for X amount of years like OP has, and probably has a crazy life together, whatever. I just don't know if I could do it anymore. For me, stealing is literally the lowest of the low. It's such a bad thing to do. I don't even care who you're stealing from, even if it's a massive company with X trillions. I hate it. Like, it's something that I will never do. I never have done. Even like from your corner shop, stealing a sweet. I'll never do that. I just don't understand it. I think it is literally the lowest of the low. So if someone is doing this in my life, the amount of respect that I instantly lose to them is mental. Now, I do like OP that you're saying you're trying to help and that you're going to go through therapy and all that. What I don't like is that you're saying that you want to try and find the best lawyer possible. I understand it. But ultimately, I really hope your wife gets punished for this. It's disgraceful. It really is. Look, I rate you posting it online because it's a pretty kind of horrible thing to talk about. And I know you're looking for advice and all that stuff. But from my perspective, I'd say, really, I would have to question being with this woman. Sorry if that's a little bit too harsh. It's just what I'm thinking. Never warn anyone if they're about to be fired. It creates a dangerous situation in the workplace, especially for women, and I will never do it again. About 2 years ago, I was inadvertently made aware that one of my co-workers was about to be fired that Friday. We will call him Carl. Apparently, Carl had made a habit of annoying the wrong people and making misogynistic comments in front of his female supervisor. Surprisingly, that's not what actually got him fired. What finally did Carl in was the fact that he stupidly chatted up some powerful guy's wife at a company social event the week prior. Rule number 1 for company social events: never, ever, ever be too chatty with random women. Stick to the people you know. You never know who she's married to and how powerful and insecure her husband may be. I only found out about Carl's pending firing because my job duties required me to spend a lot of time around upper management. My proximity to the halls and offices of upper management allowed me to overhear a conversation about his pending firing. And since none of the upper management personnel was aware that I knew Carl personally, they spoke freely about him, right in front of me. They laughed for several minutes about everything involving Carl, from his mediocre work ethic, the chatting up somebody's wife incident, his wardrobe, and the inappropriate misogynistic comment he was accused of making in front of his female supervisor. I basically sat there stone-faced and disinterested to hide the fact that I knew Carl personally. It must have worked because they kept going on and on about just how mediocre he was. When I was finally able to sneak away, I consulted one of my buddies for advice. I told him that Carl was getting fired on Friday, and I asked if we should warn Carl. This was on a Monday afternoon, and we both agreed that despite Carl's many flaws, it would be the decent thing to do to warn him so that he can start his job search a few days early. Huge mistake. The next day, Tuesday, arrives and we invite Carl out to lunch. After we're all done eating, we break the news to Carl. We tell him that we caught wind that he's getting fired on Friday and there's nothing he can do to reverse it. We also advised him to start his job search immediately and to call out sick on Friday so that they're forced to fire him over the phone versus humiliating him by having him escorted out by security on Friday, which is standard procedure. We also made him promise to keep a low profile the rest of the week and not make it obvious that he was aware of his fate. A promise that he only kept for the 20 minutes it took us to drive back to the office, because within minutes of arriving back at the office, he stormed into his female supervisor's office and accused her of hating men, sabotaging his career, and actively working to get him fired. We weren't present for this part of the story, but apparently, after storming her office so aggressively, she asked him to leave immediately. When he refused, she literally screamed for help. That is when several people within earshot came running to see what was taking place. When they forcefully removed him from her office, he took off running to HR. But in the midst of all of this chaos, his supervisor panicked and pulled the fire alarm, assuming that he was running off to get a weapon to come back and harm her with. I was completely oblivious to all of these events, so when I heard the fire alarm, I assumed it was a normal fire drill. Everyone on my floor casually exited the building via the stairwells, but when we made it outside, we were greeted by several police vehicles arriving and cops literally running full speed into the building. That's when we were all told to go home for the day. I was still completely oblivious that all of this was for Carl. I actually found out later on social media that Carl triggered all of the chaos. The next day, I also found out that when the cops were searching the building for him, they found him sitting outside of HR, waiting for the fire drill to end so that he could file a complaint against his supervisor. He'd assumed it was a normal fire drill as well. He had no clue it was his supervisor that had pulled the alarm on him because she was afraid of him becoming an active shooter. He was fired on the spot, didn't even make it to Friday. And this is why I would never tip anybody off ever again. Lesson officially learned. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't really get why you'd want to warn Carl about him being fired. He doesn't seem like a nice person. Why would you warn someone like this? That's what I'm getting at, unless you're mates. You said that he's actually quite a nice guy or something, didn't you? You said that he's actually not that bad, but he's misogynistic and clearly has anger issues, right? I just don't really know why it would be in your interest to say this to him in the first place, let alone telling anyone about them being fired, because yeah, you're risking a big reaction like this. And to be honest, how would you react if you were told by a coworker, oh yeah, by the way, you're getting fired in 3 days? You'd probably be pretty irate and want to go get answers and not really care anymore and go off the wall. So to that respect, I don't really blame Carl for his reaction. But yeah, just a weird thing to do anyway. Tell someone they're going to be fired. It's not really much of a warning anyway. 3 days, what are they going to do? Go and get a new job in 3 days? I highly doubt it. So I know you're saying that you'd never tip anybody off ever again. I wouldn't have done that ever in the first place. What do you think? Would you tell someone if they were as unhinged as Carl? I don't think I would have done. My parents asked me to learn how to clean and bury corpses. It's been over a month now for the civil war that happened in my country, Sudan. Things have been going downhill ever since, and so is my patience and mental health. It's been 21 days of no electricity and water, and our food in the fridge, or what's left of it, is all spoiled and rotten. We're running out of cash, and I don't know how to run things anymore. The stores all around us are closed and all of our cash got spent on buying water from the milk van. We can't afford milk because it's way too expensive, and we need the cash for both my mother and dad's medicine. The RSF forces are robbing all the nearby houses, and it's only a matter of time before they reach ours. I can't imagine my mother getting assaulted or my dad getting shot to death. And there are only 10 hospitals in the country, and they only treat the military forces and announce the dead civilians. I figured we have to flee to the States, but I fear we might get killed on the way. And with no income and my dad being 80 and mum being 50 and weak, it's up to my 19-year-old butt to hit the streets and find a job. But no one is hiring, not even a maid or a babysitter. And I never imagined that one day I'd go from being a medical student to a panhandler in the streets. Yesterday it was 2 AM when a bomb hit the airport and it lit up the whole sky and shook the house and broke all our windows, doors, kitchen utensils and ornaments. My mother sat down and talked to me about her will and that if she dies, she wants things to go according to her will and that I should learn how to do Ghusl al-Mayat. As I'm writing this, tears are stinging my eyes and her words keep circling my head, and I just want to bury myself and relieve myself from all of this. But my parents have no one but me to support them, and I would do anything for them, and I would sacrifice everything for them. even if it costs my happiness and well-being. Now guys, for those of you that don't know, like me, I've just looked it up there. Ghusl Mayat is performed on a deceased Muslim. It's usually carried out by family members who are the same sex as the person who has died. It involves washing all parts of the body with soap and water in a specific way while maintaining privacy and dignity. Pretty much, OP's mum is saying, if the worst comes to the worst here, you might be the one that needs to know how to do this. Wow, what a just frankly disgusting thing to hear. Oh my goodness me. That is just, yeah, wow. I mean, the first two stories were pretty tough. This is just horrific. Absolutely horrific. What can I say other than that? I'm just so sorry, OP, that you're in this situation. I really hope that everything going on in Sudan improves as quickly as possible and there are no more deaths. Sadly, it seems unlikely, but goodness me. That is just a tough story. Where do I even begin with that one? Other than saying, yeah, I completely can't believe that you're in that situation. Sometimes when I'm, you know, a little bit upset about things in my life, or I'm like, oh, it's not as good as it should be, I think about things like this. I'm like, okay, you've got it pretty good, my friend. And let's be honest, the majority of us doing this right now, you know, the fact that you're even able to listen to a podcast or watch this video, the fact that I'm able to record it in peace is an absolute blessing. That is a crazy story. I'm going to be honest, those first three stories have been pretty negative. And some of the stories that you see on True Off My Chest are quite negative, you know. They're anonymous for a reason. So, for that reason, the next two stories, the next two posts I'm going to narrate in this episode are going to be positive, all right? We're going to change it up. I'm going to find some happy ones, and we're going to end this episode on a good note. Here we go. I've been reverse pickpocketing my parents for years, and I think I'm addicted to it. When I was younger, I noticed how excited my mother would get over finding money on the ground or in the wash, even if it was only $1. Once I was a bit older and had a job, I realized that I had money I could spend however I wanted. My parents didn't really like receiving random gifts when it wasn't a holiday or birthday, so I started sneaking ones and fives into their wallets, bags, and even coat pockets. It made me so happy to see how excited my mum would get, even though it wasn't much money. And sometimes my dad would bring home candy with the surprise extra money. I'm an adult now, and I still live with my parents. They let me live with them super cheap, even though money has been a little tight the last few years. They don't like it when I just give them money to help, even if they pay me back. So I've started reverse pickpocketing 10s and 20s. My mum gets especially excited and tells me about all the money she found. My dad doesn't vocalize that he found it, he just brings home ice cream or fast food for the family. The problem is, I can't stop. It's not putting me at a detriment because they don't charge much for rent, but I'm worried I'll get caught soon. I'll probably stop once our financial situation is a bit better in a year or so. I just absolutely love the smile it brings to my mother's face and the smile my dad has when he surprises us with a special treat. It's worth the $20 to $30 every paycheck. I don't do it too often, but it's been going on for so long, I think I'm addicted to it. And there we go, that is more like it. That is a sort of story that I absolutely love. Super nice of you. And you know what? I also completely rate your parents so highly. The fact that your dad doesn't even want to say that he found the money. He's almost embarrassed by the fact that he's found it and just immediately goes to spend it on the family straight away, giving them a treat is so nice. Your parents are clearly lovely people. Even in financially hard times, they still don't want any help from someone like you, their child, who's actually doing pretty well for themselves, it seems. Just very kind people all around. A lovely family. An amazing, selfless thing to do, OP. Yeah, that's more like it. A great story. And the good news is, we've got time for one more. And now for our final story of this episode. My little brother sent me a meme that made me cry. He's almost 13 and I'm in college. Sometimes he comes over during the weekend, and depending on whether I have free time or not, we go catch a movie, visit the city, plan activities, or hang out in my room and play video games. There's been times when I had so much to study that we couldn't leave my room at all. He plays games on my laptop. I have a gaming one, so he's able to play more recent games, and I cook meals for us. He sent me a meme. It was a random shot from a movie in which a guy was walking away visibly sad. The caption was, POV, 12-year-old me leaving the bro's house after having the best weekend of gaming and watching movies with him. It made me cry during class. I know he treasures these moments with me, and we're also going through some rough moments in our life. I'm doing my best to be by his side because I understand how important it is to have a support system. He's been more open to me about a lot of stuff, and I feel like our relationship has grown deeper since I moved for college last autumn. I love him to death. And there we go. What a way to end the episode. See what I mean, guys? I don't know. You let me know in the comments down below. Do you prefer the tough, true off my chest stories? The stories which, I'll be honest, I kind of feel like are suitable for this subreddit, the ones that this subreddit was kind of made for, you know, speaking anonymously, really asking for help, or just saying something terrible that's going on in your lives or the lives of people around you. I think that's kind of what the subreddit is for. You know, if you're getting something off your chest, it's normally a negative thing. However, those past 2 stories make me feel good. So let me know, what do you prefer? The first 3, the last 2, or a mixture of both, like what I've just done there? Let me know in the comments down below. Mess with my kids, lose your house. I am a 50-year-old man, and I've got 2 stepsons, who I just call my sons, as I've been in their life since they were 8 and 10, and they're now young men. My wife and I made it a point to have a great relationship with their dad, Jason, and made sure he had a chance to be around as much as possible, even staying at our place frequently to be around his boys, as he lived over an hour away and couldn't afford to live closer. Jason had a crazy ex-girlfriend who tried to claim they were married, variously saying common law or that they were married in secret or married on an Indian reservation, but he had a restraining order out against her because she was nuts and had tried various ways to screw up his life. The ex is a horrible person. She's been arrested several times for forgery and fraud. She and Jason had a fiery relationship, but he had it in his head that he should make it work, as he did like her daughters and grandson. But the ex got him sent to prison for violating his probation when he left the county to go to his mum's funeral and hadn't filed an appropriate form. I am a little unclear on this part, but she played a major role in it. After he got out several months later, she wanted him back, and he wasn't having it. He made a clean break, moved to a new town, but she continued to harass him, thus leading to the restraining order. She would send texts to people, pretending to be police investigating, saying he was drunk driving or taking drugs, or pretending to be friends and family to spread rumors and hurt him. She even sent texts to my kids from burner phones, pretending to be other family or friends, saying awful things about their dad. Now, Jason died unexpectedly of a heart attack, and it was a shock to all of us. He was finally living in peace, had great relationships with friends and his sons, and was the happiest he'd ever been. He didn't have much. He lived in a single wide trailer a friend had let him stay in for free, some boxes of tools, old comics, video games, D&D books and modules, mementos from his time in the Marines, and an old 2009 pickup, which on several occasions he'd promised my oldest son. Let's call him Paul. Jason didn't have a will, and my wife became the executor of the estates, because at the time of death, both the sons were minors and sole heirs. We packed up the things out of Jason's trailer and took the truck, which had Jason's name on the title, but had to wait for the death certificate to retitle it in Paul's name. But the ex called Jason's sister, demanding the truck, saying it was hers, and posting on Facebook that she was reporting it as stolen, etc., which really angered me. After we got the death certificates, we went to the DMV and found out that she had stolen the title to the truck by forgery, saying she was the only heir and we couldn't transfer the title. My son was driving around with a packet documenting everything in case he was pulled over for driving a stolen vehicle. We had to get a lawyer and start a special process that took several months before a director at the DMV fixed it, and we were able to title the truck, with the ex continuing to threaten and cause problems, making everyone miserable and costing us several thousands in legal fees. Early last year, we got through probate courts. The ex never showed, in spite of saying that she was the wife and sole heir. The court declared the boys as the sole heirs and my wife as executor of the estates in their names. Instead of showing up, the ex sent an email to the court saying she couldn't make it because of work. She doesn't have a job, and that Jason was never around his kids. He didn't miss a single high school football game, home or away, and never missed a home track meet, and that they were just leeching off his SSI for the back child support. She went on with a bunch of other non-relevant stuff just to trash my wife and sons, and pretty much said it didn't matter what the judge said, that she should get everything. During this time, we found out that Jason's name was on the deed of the ex's house. In order to get a reduction in property taxes because of Jason's disabled veteran status, she had filed papers to put him on the deed, but not the mortgage. If she'd just left my kids alone, we would have let it go, but she'd pushed principal beyond the point of detail, so we filed suit for half the house. The property is worth about $380,000. We went to court-ordered mediation, and she rejected a mediated settlement of a fraction of the value, which we would have taken. In April, her lawyer dropped her, and so she got a continuance on the first hearing. She then claimed that she had found a will from Jason, designating her as sole heir, in addition to another signed paper that she found as a quitclaim deed from Jason for the house. I did wonder if it was this or her not paying him which caused him to drop her. She was going to go back to probate court to reopen, appeal the probates, and needed time for that, which the judge granted. On Tuesday, we finally went to court on the deed to the house. Again, she no-showed. The judge had inquiries to the probate court and she never filed any papers. The trial lasted less than 10 minutes as the judge recorded the facts and awarded the estate half the property. They will impanel 3 lawyers to determine how the property will be sold, and she's going to lose her house and for the first time in her miserable life face the consequences of her actions. Frick around and find out. And there we go. That is the end of that one. I've got to say, first of all, OP, congratulations for winning the case, but I can't help but feel that it's very sad that Jason isn't around anymore, or indeed wasn't around during the culmination of the story, and now to see his kids grow up. You and your wife are doing an amazing thing. It's such a shame that that woman is just knocking about. I mean, why is she trying to fake a marriage that never happened? I mean, I know why, but come on. That's so easy to see through with just a little bit of questioning, right? Do you have the papers? No. Have you forged some things in the past? Yes. Maybe you're lying. Tough one. But yeah, overall, it's a shame that Jason isn't around. But yes, as I said, you and your wife are doing an amazing job for these kids. I will just say though, it might be worth getting some form of protection in place, because I feel like now that she has literally nothing, and again, not your fault that she has nothing, you completely gave her the option, right? And as you said, if she hadn't messed with you, you wouldn't have messed with her house. I feel like there's a chance she may now come after you, because at this point, what has she got to lose? So as long as you have some form of plan in place, if that is to happen, or some protection order or some sort of legality, that would be good and make me feel better, and I'll be able to sleep at night. Until you do that, I'm going to be a little bit worried, because yeah, I feel like she might be hot on your tails quite soon. But nonetheless, great revenge, very much deserved. Now moving on to our next revenge story of this episode. Now this one is an absolute classic, posted over 6 years ago, one of my favorite posts of all time. Can't you just unload around me? So this happened earlier today and was too perfect to not share with you guys. I work in construction as the foreman for a new house build. The location is kind of strange. The house is 250 feet up a hill via a footpath only. All of our materials have to come up that footpath by hand. It's a pain in the butt to manually carry, quite literally an entire house up this hill. One of our saving graces is having the 2 parking spots on the street at the bottom of this hill marked with official no parking signs. Unfortunately, there is an elementary school about half a block away, and the parents of children seem to regularly, at least twice a day, think it's okay to park in our spots. Now, I consider myself a reasonable person, so if someone is parked in the spots and we don't have a delivery or need to park a truck, I'll let it go. But if we need the spots and there's someone parked there, I will ask them to move, nicely, and most of the time they do so immediately. Until today. I get a phone call from the lumber delivery truck that is en route to our location. He says he'll be there in about 2 or 3 minutes. I let him know that I'll meet him at the street and make sure he has space to park. He's carrying all of the material to frame the roof of our house, which is a lot of really big lumber and will take easily an hour to bring up the hill. So naturally, I didn't want him parked in the middle of the street with his hazards on for an hour when we have a perfectly good parking spot for him. As I begin my trip down the hill, I notice there is a school parent sitting in her car idling, assuming she's just waiting to pick up her child. I walk up to her car and politely let her know that she is parked in a no parking zone and we really needed to clear it to park a delivery truck. But she scoffs at me and rudely states back, "I'll just be a few minutes, and your truck isn't here. Take a chill pill, dude." Before I can respond, a giant lumber truck comes around the corner and I wave to him, and then gesture towards him to the woman in the car, who's now put her window back up to ignore me. I put on my best customer service smile and wave at her through the window. She puts it down halfway and angrily shouts, "What?" By now, the truck has pulled up alongside her car and I politely ask her again, with a stronger tone of voice, to move her vehicle, reminding her that she's illegally parked in a tow-away zone. Then she gives me this wonderful idea. She says, "Can't you guys just unload around me? Jesus, it's not that hard." I give her another smile and walk away, a brilliant plan forming in my head. I instruct the delivery driver to park as closely to her as possible, and block her in with the porta potty that is at one end of our reserved spots and the parked car that is parked just adjacent to our spots on the other end. He smiles because he immediately gets what I'm trying to do and proceeds to expertly block this lady and her car into a little 2 parking spot jail. We unstrap the lumber and my guys begin humping material up the hill. Meanwhile, I call the police parking enforcement to let them know the situation. At this point in time, I wasn't trying to get her in trouble, I just wanted a record of why we were blocking part of the street so that we don't get in trouble with the city. The very friendly traffic officer lets me know that she can be there in about 30 minutes and deal with the situation for me. Wonderful. As we continue to unload lumber, the child of the parent shows up. And wouldn't you know it, Mum is just now realizing that the lumber truck is parked so close that she can't get out of her driver door to meet her kid. She awkwardly clambers across the inside of her car and stumbles out the passenger door, shooting glaring looks at me and the truck driver in the process. She loads her kid into the back and then begins to realize that she has no way of leaving. She comes storming up to myself and the driver and states, "I'm in a big hurry. You need to move your dang truck right now so I can go." Before I can respond, the driver gets a grin on his face and says, "Mom, in order to unload the lumber on the truck, we had to unstrap it. And per our company policy, I'm not allowed to move the truck with any unsecured load on it. Sorry." This sends her into near aneurysm levels of blood pressure. Meanwhile, I can barely contain my laughter. "Screw your policy, I have somewhere to be," she barks back at him. At this point, with impeccably convenient timing, the parking enforcement officer shows up and parks behind the truck. She doesn't see the officer arrive, and while the officer is still getting out of her vehicle, I just casually say, "Can't you just pull out around it? It's not that hard." With the biggest poop-eating grin I've ever had, I watch as she realizes that I just used her line on her. "Screw you," she yells, and storms back to her car, and angrily clambers back in through the passenger door and into the driver's seats. At this point, the officer is walking up to myself and the driver, but before she can even introduce herself, the mum in the car slams it into reverse and stomps on the gas, crashing into our porta potty and knocking it over. Then she throws the car into drive and tries to mount the curb and drive on the sidewalk. The officer, driver and I are staring in disbelief as she gets halfway over the curb and gets stuck. I can hear her screaming obscenities over the idling truck from inside her car. The officer promptly walks up to the door of the car and orders her out. My favorite part of the entire thing is watching her face go to shock as she realized she just did all of that in front of a police officer. She gets slapped in cuffs as the parking officer calls for a second unit, and she's promptly sat on the very curb she tried to drive over. She sits on the curb yelling to the now 2 officers about how we told her she could stay there and that we never asked her to move. The traffic officer responds that she was the one who was originally called when she first refused to move and that she already knows what's going on. While myself and the driver are giving a report to the second officer, my guys finish moving the remainder of the lumber and the driver finishes his statements and takes off to go back to the yard. By the end of the ordeal, she was arrested, charged with child endangerment, her kid was in the back of the car the whole time, reckless driving, destruction of property, the porta potty, and driving on a suspended license. On top of all of that, she also got her car towed. The kid went home with his grandma, and she went to spend some quality time in a cell. I never expected her to actually heed my advice to just pull out around it, but I think next time she'll probably think twice about parking in a tow-away zone if she ever gets a license again. And there we go, guys. Hopefully you now see why this is one of my favorite stories that has ever been posted on Reddit. I mean, that's just brilliant. I just got the picture of her in my head. Her in her car, just completely sandwiched in. Just beautiful, beautiful stuff. And ultimately, if she just followed the rules and not parked somewhere that literally says no parking, none of this would have happened. Completely her fault. What you guys did was not illegal. I mean, she literally said, "Can't you just unload around me?" You did just that. Fine with me. And yeah, I mean, I do feel for her kid because, yeah, reversing into a portaloo and then trying to smash through a curb and maybe through the van as well. I don't know, through the lorry. Pretty dangerous stuff. I was a bit surprised when I saw that charge, child endangerment, but then thinking about it, it makes complete sense. And yeah, hope the kid's all right. What's amazing about this story is that in every single paragraph, there was a moment in which this Karen could easily have just been like, okay, you know what? I'm done.
I've made mistakes here. I apologize. Not even apologize, just say, fine, I was wrong. And just move or continue on with her day and not cause this terrible outcome. Every single moment though that she was offered that chance, and you offered her multiple, OP, she said, you know what, no, I'm doubling down, I'm going again. And she kept making the story and her situation and her kid's situation, sadly, worse and worse at every moment. That is the problem with these people. They have chances to get out of it. It starts off pretty chill. Please, can you just move out of the spot? It's no parking. Oh, yeah, annoying for me because I would like to pick up my kid, but I'll do it. You have another chance. We're not going to go to the police. Just please move. Oh, we can load around you. Are you 100% sure? You see what I mean? At every moment, she could have just said, you know what, you're right, I'm gone. But she didn't, and that was her own downfall. I very rarely tell you guys about real stories that happened to me in my life. So I thought, in this one, why not? Let's do it. Something happened to me and my flatmates recently in this flat, as you can probably tell by the title and thumbnail. And yeah, you know what? Let's talk about it. Why not? It's a rare occurrence that something like this happens to me in my life. I mean, it's never happened to me before, but why not? Let's do it. Also, before we get into this, the reason why I've got all this cream around my eyes, if it being real, is because I have dry eyes and I put cream in my eyes. So there you go. But nonetheless, I'm going to break this down into a few different parts, kind of, what we were thinking at the time, the outcome, what happened with the police who got involved, and the conclusion. First proper story, I think, that's like an actual life event that's happened to me that's probably worth telling on this channel. So I hope you're ready and I hope you enjoy it. And I hope you give me some good advice down below in the comments as to just what was going on here. But yeah, nonetheless, let's go. Okay, so this happened last Wednesday. Now, first of all, guys, if you didn't know, I moved out my parents' home. When was this? Back in March of this year. So what, 4 months ago now? And I moved into, I live in London. I live in southwest London, but moved into slightly more central London. Just, a bit more going on. Moved in with my friends who I've known for like over 20 years. And it's been great. However, this is the first time that something's happened in our new flat. And yeah, it was a little bit disconcerting. Nonetheless, let me set the scene. So it's a random Wednesday night. But when was it? Let's get the exact date, just so we know for sure. The 28th of June was the day. Me and two of my flatmates are just chilling in the living room, having fun, messing about, chatting, whatever. It's a random Wednesday night, guys, if I hadn't said already. It's about 11:45 at night. So dark outside, sun is set, dusk has been and gone. To give a little bit more context, I live in a flat. It's part of 4 different flats on 2 floors above a shop. So we have a shop, then above that we have our flat and another flat. Then above that we have another flat and another flat. So 4 flats total. And all of those flats are owned by the same people, the landlord, the company, and they all have one main front door. So you enter any of those flats, first of all, through this main front door, which is, down there, if you can see where I'm pointing, pretty much next to the shop. At that front door, there are 4 different doorbells, 1, 2, 3, 4 for all the 4 flats. Pretty self-explanatory. There's also a camera system, so you can see who is ringing the doorbell when they ring it. So out of nowhere, at 11:15 at night on the Wednesday, we get a ring at the door, and I go and have a look, and it's this random bloke in an Adidas tracksuit who I do not know. Now, bear in mind, 11:15, yeah. I'm like, well, probably not going to answer that, given that it's late at night, and also we're about to go to bed. I mean, not me. I'm about to come to my desk and do some work, but the others are about to go to bed, and we're all just kind of chilling out, doing whatever, not getting some random bloke round to our house who I don't know. So don't answer. Don't speak on the intercom either, because I'm like, well, obviously not coming in. They probably got the wrong address, whatever. Go back to the living room, but then rings again and again and again and again, and keeps ringing, like holding the intercom doorbell. And at that point, I'm like, what is going on? Like, why is this random bloke who none of us know ringing the doorbell? Bit of a weird one, but yeah, maybe drunk, maybe got the wrong address. I don't know. Let's just leave him to it and I hope he goes away or whatever. Who really cares? Then I hear all of a sudden him ringing the second flat. Now, can't really hear the second flat's intercom. It's just over there. Can't really hear it, but you can kind of just about make it out. And after him ringing that our doorbell 3, 4, 5 times, I'm kind of like, what's he doing? So I'm listening out. We're all listening out. Then we hear the second doorbell go, just about, and we're like, okay, so he's doing the same to the second flat. And then all of a sudden, we kind of hear him come in and come up the stairs, our communal stairs in the block of flats. And at that point, we're like, okay, what's going on? Then all of a sudden, we hear banging at our door, at our flat door, just there. And at that point, I'm like, okay, so for some reason, our other, another person who lives in a flat with us has let them in for an unknown reason. And they don't know them, by the way, they just let them in. And they're now at our door, banging at the door. Now, we can't see just outside the door. I mean, you have like a little viewfinder or whatever, but we're not looking at that. But then we're just like, okay, what is going on? So instantly we go and like lock the door, double lock it, you put the chain across, whatever. Then we look at the intercom again, the camera, and see like 3 other guys at the main door, like coming in to the block of flats. And I'm just like, what is going on at this point? Don't know what these people's objective is. Like, what is going on? Why they're just like running into our flat seemingly and now like hammering on the door. So I say to all my flatmates, I'm just like, okay, call the police. Like, what the f going on here? Very strange one. Kind of scary at the time. But like, okay, I don't know if these guys are trying to get in. It seems like they are for an unknown reason. Like, do they have a weapon on them? Sounds silly, but they could have done. Like, what's their motive? All this stuff's going through our heads at the moment, and we're just like, what is actually happening here? So I'm like, yeah, call the police, do it now, and just ask questions later. Then, thankfully, we have a pretty solid front door. Like, it's pretty thick. I mean, so is the main one downstairs into the building entirely, but unfortunately, flat 2 let them in for an unknown reason. I'm not bitter, not annoyed at that. We'll get to that later. They're at our door now, and we're just like, what's going on? Call the police. Police are like, okay, we'll be there at 15 minutes. And I'm like, no, it's way too long. They're threatening to come in. They're trying to smash our door down. They might, and they asked me, like, do they have weapons? Do you see they have weapons? And I'm like, I've got no idea, but they might. Like, they know we're in here. Like, the lights are all on, everything they can see from outside. At this moment, I'm like, I need to work out what is going on here. So I look out the window just down here, and a couple of other people are still there. And I'm like, oh, they must be from that same group of people. Like 3, 4 guys at our door. 2 girls are outside. I open the window. I'm like, what is going on here? I'm calling down, like, what are you lot doing? You're like, we've called the police. What are you doing? I'm kind of a bit scared at that point, to be honest. I'm like, what is going on? And then this girl like shouts up at our window. It's like, I know you've stolen our phone or my phone. And I'm just like, what? I'm like, what are you talking about? You're like, you've intruded in our flat. You're smashing our door down. What are you doing? And then she's like, earlier today, someone in a balaclava on a moped drove past me and took my phone out of my hand. And I was like, okay, didn't ask, first of all. Secondly, like, do you really think that was me? Do you think I'm the sort of person that would do that? I mean, they don't know me, but fair enough. What transpired was, and the reason why they were there in the first place, I now believe, and we now believe, is that that person had their phone stolen. And if you know about iPhones and Find My iPhone, they had the ping of Find My iPhone, and it was pinging in our, like, this area right here. So as a result, I think that they thought that for some reason we had stolen it, our flat in particular. Now I have a lot of, doubts about that, which I will get to later, but for now in the story, I think that is why they were there. Now, first of all, why they came at 11:15 at night, I don't know. And also why they just chose our flat in particular rather than any other flat is another question that I still have. Nonetheless, that gave me a little bit more context as to what was going on here, and made me think, okay, these guys aren't like madmen that are completely like drunk or whatever, or off their face on whatever sort of drug or anything. I was a bit more like, okay, I understand now. Well, to be fair, I say that I didn't really. I was still like panicking. I was just like, what is going on? We were all just like kind of distressed. I probably haven't conveyed that enough. My flatmate's heart rate was at 138, for those of you that know about heart rates, and my other flatmate had a shot of whiskey, so that was the level. There we go. Now, they said out the window that they'd also called the police, and I was like, why have you called the police as well? You're the ones that are like coming into our building, smashing the door down, threatening, saying, we're coming in. Now they're saying, I know you've stolen our phone. We're coming in. Really weird one. The police show up and they're just like, well, you can hear them outside. They might be back. We live on like a main road, so police coming past is not that rare. They took ages to come. They're like 15 minutes. Like, come on. They were like, yeah, we were changing shifts. All right, come a bit quicker next time. Nonetheless, they came and it was so strange. So I was on the phone to the police and I was like, where are you? And they were like, oh, a car's now here. I was like, I don't see a car. None of us see a car. None of us hear any sirens. They were like, no, trust me, it's there. Then they put me on with one of the policemen who were there, and they were like, yeah, we're outside. Let us in. So I did. Open the door. Right, they said, not police. Open the door. 4 policemen. Well, I don't know what we call them. Officers there. 2 women, 2 men. And behind them is this geezer, like the same guy that rang the doorbell in the first place, with the tracksuit on, like the same bloke, and he's just like seemingly with them. And I'm so dumbfounded by this. I'm like, what is going on? Why have you let this guy into our apartment block? He's not a resident here. What is going on? They immediately asked me and my 2 flatmates who are behind me, have you guys stolen the phone tonight? Be honest. And we're just like, what? Absolutely gobsmacked. I'm just like, what are you talking about? I've just felt very, very threatened for possibly the first time in my life in my own home, and you're asking me this. I'm honestly just like, I'm just like, what?
no, first of all, obviously not. Do we look like we would have done that? Second of all, these guys just come into our flat, and yeah, really weird one. I did not expect them to say that. Also, one of them was wearing shorts, so make of that what you will. I mean, I'm wearing shorts now, but I'm not a police officer. Crazy, I know. After that, when the police have arrived, I've calmed down a little bit. We've calmed down a little bit. We're like, okay, at least we're not going to die at this moment. Another thing in our flat is there's no escape. Like, if someone comes through the front door with a knife, as crazy as this sounds, it was going through our heads. If someone comes through the door with a knife, you can't really get out. There's like my mate's room right at the end that has a window that we could probably like jump out of or clamber out of, but we're not at ground level. We're on the first floor. You can't just jump down. You're going to get injured. So, we were thinking about that as well. A very stressful situation. But nonetheless, the police are like, have you stolen the phone tonight? We're like, obviously not. Also, what is going on? Why have you let this guy into our building again? And then they look at him and they're like, well, he thinks that you've stolen his phone or one of his friends' phones. And we're like, first of all, that is so besides the point. I don't care what he thinks. He's been smashing, or him and his friends have been smashing our door down, threatening us, saying we're coming in no matter what. They just seem to forget about that. Then he starts getting in the mixer and he's like, it's so suspect that you guys didn't answer the phone, the doorbell. If you'd answered, we would have left. And I was like, first of all, absolutely no right or no reason to answer the doorbell to you, someone that I don't know, a complete stranger, again at 11:15 at night. Now this goes back to my previous point. Come earlier in the day, come in the daytime, come with not 6 of you, come with like 2 of you or 1 of you, the person whose phone got stolen, and actually like ask a proper question rather than just ringing the bell. So I say that, and then the policeman turns to me and is like, oh yeah, actually no, he's got a point. I wouldn't open the door either. And I was like, what? Whose side are you on? It was so bemusing. It was baffling, to be honest. Then they're like, yeah, well, we have no warrant. We're not going to come in. I'm like, yeah, you're not going to come in, obviously. If you guys didn't know, by the way, I need to put this in here. If I hadn't become a YouTuber, I probably would have been a detective. I was going through that entire process. I was actually up to the final stage of that application process when YouTube kind of took off, and I was like, well, yeah, I'm going to stick with YouTube for now. So not saying that I know how to police, but I know a little bit about like how things should be done slightly. I didn't get trained, but I did a lot of the application of it, and we went through a lot of different scenarios. I was very shocked by how they acted. They eventually were like, okay, we're going to leave. We have no warrant to come in. I was like, yeah, of course you don't, first of all. And second of all, wouldn't let you in anyway. That's not true. But yeah, they had no warrant. I'd said to them, come in, look for a phone. Just get these guys to like F off. Obviously they couldn't. As they're leaving with the bloke as well, like randomly with them, tagging along, one of the women says to me, oh, by the way, if they come back, just call us. And I was like, oh yeah, that's great. How about tell them not to come back into our flat ever again? And secondly, you took so long to come here the first time, I wouldn't even call you. You're a disgrace. I didn't say any of that last bit, but I wanted to. And yeah, then that was that. And the police left, the guys left as well. That group of like 6 people, 2 guys, 4 girls, they left as well. However, we were just left there at that point thinking, first of all, what on earth is going on? First time that's ever happened to any of us. Pretty much people were trying to break into our house while knowing that 3 of us were in there, 3 guys. I'm the smallest of which, who is 6 foot. And I mean, I'm not like big, but I have a frame, whatever that means. The other 2 guys who were here, who I won't name, but who were here, are much bigger than me. One of them gyms a lot. The other is a big bloke and could, take on people. It was very, very confusing as to why these guys were trying to break into a house and knowing that us 3 were in there. Normally a normal burglar would look at a house and see, oh, there are people in there, there are lights on, I'm going to go to another house. That's why it was so baffling and so scary, is because we were like, what is going on? Do they have weapons? Are they, trying to kill us? But yeah, you get what I'm trying to say. So yeah, after that kind of all transpired, we were just on the sofa. I was just absolutely pranging. I was like, are they going to come back? What was their motive in the first place? And yeah, we were just like, what is going on? So that's where I kind of want to ask you lot. What do you think they were doing? I've not given you all the information there because I probably missed out a bit, but I've given you what I can think of at the time of recording and what's coming to my mind. Do you think that they were crazy? Do you think they genuinely had their phone stolen and the ping for Find My iPhone was in our flat? And they also mentioned that they'd called every other flat and we were the only ones that didn't answer, but flat 4 literally weren't in. So that can't have been the case. I still am thinking about this now, to be fair. I'm still questioning it now. It's very strange. I've gotten over the shock of it now. It's been a bit, but at first I was just like, what is going on? It was more baffling than anything. It was very disconcerting. So yeah, get in the comments down below. What do you think was really going on here? And yeah,
I'd love to get your opinions on it. It is one of the strangest things I would say that's ever happened to me, and it was very stressful. Unless I'm missing something, which I don't think I am. Let me just think to myself, nah, that's pretty much it. The one thing that I have downplayed is that it actually was legitimately very scary. I will be honest. We were all, well, I mean, I won't speak for the others, but I was scared. I was like, what is happening? I was very, very stressed. I was like on the phone, my voice was like shaking. I was like, you need to get here now. They're like threatening. They were like, they have weapons. I was like, I've got no idea, but they're trying to smash a fucking door down, mate. And he was like, yeah, no, there's nothing I can do about it. Honestly, the police were actually disgrace. Fair play. Shout out the police. I would have joined you, but at this one moment, they were terrible. They said they were like on shift change or something. Mate, how about just like get here a bit quicker? All it was is I was thinking like, if they had machetes, we would have probably died. Now they didn't, but they could have done. And that was the point. Now, the one thing was after they left for a period of time, I was thinking, are they going to come back? Because of what the woman said. And also I was like, well, they really think off their phone is here. At least they said they did. If they think it that much, they may well come back and try again. So I was a bit like, I was on edge for like a day or two, but you know, it's been a week and a half now and nothing's happened. And yeah, I'm now pretty sure that nothing will happen again. And also if it does, then kind of we know what to do. But yeah, I think that is going to do it for this one. There we go. Not a story that I actually plan on telling, but I feel like you guys might enjoy it. Very unstructured, very different to anything I've ever done on the internet before, but that was a real one. Let me know down below. Do you want any more real stories from me? Did you enjoy this? Did it give you a bit of an insight into my life? And did you like that? I don't actually think off the top of my head I have many other stories like that to tell, but I can think of some. And who knows, something like that may happen in future. And although it'd be bad at the time, it would make for a great video. So there you go. Let me know. And yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow with a more normal upload. I went no contact with my narcissistic mother over a tea kettle. She tried to ruin my life again, so I ruined hers. I'm 42 years old. To say that I tried for too long is an understatement. I tried the hands-off approach for my 30s, and most of the time it worked. However, as I've been learning about my codependency and trying to heal from the trauma that woman has wrought across my life, I've been much more upfront on calling her out on her bull. I was patient. I wouldn't back down anymore, and I'd often find myself feeling absolute pleasure at seeing her flying off in a narcissistic rage over me being able to beat her at her own game. Fun for a while, right? But I realized these talks and texts we had were coming at a price to my mental well-being. Sometimes I admit she'd get me. As a mum, she knew what buttons she could push to really get a rise out of me. I was trying to welcome myself and started debating if no contact would be the best choice. That is when it happened. The thing that sent me over the edge was an old tea kettle. First of all, some backstory. I moved back to my hometown after my grandmother's health was starting to go downhill to take care of her. As she was a former nursing home CNA, I always promised my nanny I wouldn't ever let her waste away in one of those facilities. But with the move came drawbacks. My once flourishing career was gone, and I was starting over at a smaller facility with much less money. In my mind, it was more than worth the price of being able to take care of my grandmother. However, I'd have to move in with my grandmother in her home. And as I've said, my mother is a narc. I wasn't crazy about this idea, as I knew my grandmother only had a lifetime estate on the property. My mother would inherit, and I knew it would be hell. Before that though, I got 4 amazing years with the women who actually loved me and supported me, even through all the pain my mother inflicted upon me. Cue to when my grandmother finally passed. My mum sweeps into the home and starts to lay down rules and what I needed to do to stay in her home. Keep in mind, I'd done all the upkeep to the house for the last 4 years. I paid for everything, and I never asked her for one dang dime of money. I know there's always a price when you ask that woman for help. So, instead of bowing down and paying her rent to live in the house that she wasn't even going to use, I made plans. I informed her, no, that won't be happening, and let her know of my plans to move. To say she tried every which way she could to prevent my moving is an understatement. From trying to drum up new things I owed her money for, to dangling the carrot of signing the house into my name, to letting other family members know if they helped me move, she'd never forgive them. I was 39 years old. That is how controlling this woman tried to be. However, I just kept my nose down, packed all my things, moved absolutely everything I owned by myself, and took off in a U-Haul not even a month later. After my grandmother passed, I did try harder in an effort to keep a relationship with my mother. I should have known better, but I told myself, one more time.
If she can't play nice, then I'm going to cut this out of my life for good. It didn't take but 5 months for me to be completely done. Since moving, my aunt made a group chat for us and my mother, mostly to keep up with our day-to-day lives. Funny memes, just checking up on me, and just wanting to know how my new home was. My mother would always say condescending things about my new place, but I'd let it slide and remind her that I would have been more than happy to live in her home had she not tried to pull what she pulled. That only made her say that I was ungrateful for her not having charged me rent for the years that I lived there, taking care of her mother, and working full-time. Keep in mind, my mother remarried a doctor and took every penny of inheritance my grandfather left me. To say she's rather well off is no exaggeration. She's just that greedy. But back to my story. 5 months in, my mother starts texting the group chat that I took off with items of hers from the house. Upon asking what it was I supposedly took, she launched into a tirade of me never being able to tell the truth and that she'd never forgive me for what I had done. Again, having to push for actual details was hard over a text, so I called. This is where the tea kettle finally comes into play. The call. So I called. She starts launching into me about how I gave an old cast iron tea kettle to my father, her ex-husband. I'm like, what the heck are you even talking about? She explains what she believes, that I had, while living with my grandmother or after my grandmother died, given my father an old tea kettle from our wood stove. I let her know there hadn't been a tea kettle on that stove in years and I wasn't aware it was even missing. She'd somehow found out that the tea kettle was back at my father's place. Now, if you have a narc in your life, you know how they absolutely adore to twist history to their liking. This tea kettle was in my father's family for generations. I grew up knowing this, but my mother simply took it with her in the divorce to hurt my father, as family heirlooms meant a lot to him. So I kept explaining over and over again. I had no idea what she was talking about or how Dad even got the tea kettle. After screeching at me for a while, I finally told her that I wasn't entertaining this notion of hers. I would call my father myself to figure out what had happened. She said I better fricking get the tea kettle back or there'd be hell to pay. The truth. So, I called my good old dad. Now look, my father isn't perfect, but he's been pretty dang good to me. Especially after all the trash my mother put him and I through together. From using me to emotionally blackmail him and intentionally sabotaging our relationship wherever she could. AKA, he knows she's a covert narcissist because he was married to her. So when I call him, he answers with, "Hi, is this about the tea kettle?" I laugh and say, "Bingo." He then explains, while my grandmother was alive, she felt bad that my mother had taken the tea kettle from him during the divorce and left it at her home, my grandmother's house. After I moved back in, my father started to come and visit us. He always loved my nanny and she adored him as a son-in-law. They reconnected and he helped us a lot while she was still alive. He'd even visit when I wasn't at home sometimes. He said he noticed the tea kettle, but never said anything about it to her until she brought it up one day. She told him to please take it back. She knew it was his, and she didn't think my mum even remembered having took it. Of course, she had taken almost everything from his house when they divorced. He was very grateful, of course, and took back the family tea kettle. Fast forward to years later, when my father was talking to a buddy about their divorces, and he was admitting that he finally got something back from her, even if it took almost 20 years. They had a laugh, but the friend's now ex-girlfriend was charmed by my mother and told her about the tea kettle being with my father. Boom. So she called him and started calling him a thief, and that he knew that tea kettle was her family's and had never been his. He just called her on her BS and said, well, hell, even if it didn't say my family name on it, possession is 9/10 of the law, blah blah, and on no uncertain terms let her know that she would not be getting it back as it was his in the first place. She was livid, and of course he was amused as she asked how the heck he got it in the first place. He explained my grandmother having gave it to him, but for some reason she fixated on it being my fault. I had to have been the one to give it back to him. I was the one who gave her family's tea kettle to her ex. Tiring story, isn't it? So unnecessary and draining. With all that in mind, that was when I realized I was done. The emancipation. So, having got the full story from my father, I was texting my aunt and mother in our group chat and telling them. My mother continued to call me a dirty liar with nasty comments in the group chat in front of my aunts. Now, I'm the most patient and understanding person, so while I really hate how my mother treated me, I would never call her out in front of anyone. I would always argue and debate behind closed doors and alone, as I didn't want to, number one, bring anyone else into the mess that was her abuse, and number two, she was still my mother, and I didn't want to embarrass her in front of anyone. I don't know what it was about this tea kettle that finally broke me, but it was the catalyst. But there were other things that made the tea kettle incident explode. While I had moved, my mother was still intent on having me move back into her home so I could take care of it until I inherit it from her one day. Ha, yeah, right. So I tested her on this a few weeks before the tea kettle incidents. If I wanted to move back, her conditions were that I would only have access to one bedroom. There's three, but she and her husband are hoarders. By the way, his touch in this was allowing me to have access to the communal areas of the house. Isn't that so kind, to allow me one bathroom and access to the kitchen and living room? God, they're a match made in hell. The reason I'd only have access to one bedroom was they miraculously put their home on the market and it was going to be sold. They were going to move from a 3-story mansion to a 3-bedroom cabin. So that's the reason she couldn't put the house in my name right away. It would have to wait until they bought a new house. They'd live in the cabin with me while the new home was being built and their old home sold. It's beyond insane, but this is how her mind works. I then told her, no thanks. I'm very happy spending way more money being in a thriving city and having my own home with 3 bedrooms. However, it struck me. My mother likes to lie a lot. So much so that over the course of the years I was doing the hands-off approach, I've recorded what she'd say and replay it to myself to remind me that I wasn't insane. Because, as I'm sure many of you know, gaslighting is a hell of a drug. This house lie was another provable story. There'd be evidence if it was on the market. One of my buddies who grew up with me is a real estate agent. He hates my mother because of how my mother treated his mum. So he gladly helped me look at all the listings from as far back as a year ago. Supposedly, she'd put her house up for sale about a month ago. He couldn't find anything about it. It's listed as not for sale anywhere, even as of today's writing. So, boom, more concrete evidence of her lying. I recorded the conversation with her and her husband without her knowing it. Don't worry, I live in a one-party state. Because again, nothing comes without terms and conditions, and she likes to rewrite history. Back to the future. I'd recorded this conversation. I thought it's about time that I do something different. If I'm thinking about going no contact, I might as well go out in a blazing ball of righteous hellfire, right? While she was attempting to humiliate me in front of my aunt again, I spoke to my aunt in a separate message. I'm sorry if you're going to be upset with me, I said, but this has been 41 years in the making, and I'm done. She called me, worried, and I told her the truth. Finally, I let someone else hear the lies she told me. And in the group text, I posted the real estate listings and how their home was not listed for sale anywhere. My mother started to go into panic mode and was telling more lies about how it's not up yet because it was so new. I let her know that was a lie too, as it had been quite some time since she said she listed it. My aunt gasped, seeing her floundering for an explanation in the chat. I explained and she let me know. No matter what, she still loved me and understood how after years of abuse, I finally had enough. The fallout. So, as a narc usually does, she went on her rampage and started to blacken my name to everyone in our family and in our hometown. Not a big deal, I don't really like my hometown. The few people I keep up with are lifelong pals. They know the private monster my mother can be versus the public persona that most people get. But for years, it had been building. I had a lot of proof. However, I was trying to allow her to behave and back off. I'd not answered her since the night I posted those listings to my aunt's group chat. But I was getting nasty messages from the flying monkeys about what a terrible daughter I am. I finally texted and let her know. Unless she backed down and stopped this campaign against me, I was going to do something to her for how she's poisoning my name and reputation. I knew from reading about narcissists that this was coming, so I prepared. When she didn't stop, and a preacher I had never spoken to contacted me via Facebook to attempt to shame me into talking to her, I saw red. I did it. I went full scorched earth. I made a huge group chat with all of my contacts in my phone, all our family, some of her friends, some of her ex-friends, her husband's family, his kids, many people in our community, that preacher who decided I was a horrible daughter, just many who believed her lies. Most of these people had turned their backs on me anyways, so I didn't feel too bad when I sent them all the nasty things she'd said about them to me in texts, voicemails, and the phone recordings I had. I didn't realize how much I had saved, all just to keep my own sanity with her gaslighting me. And I sent it all. At the end of it, with the story about the house being for sale and the latest live fest she'd concocted shown, my father, who was also in the group chat, took a picture of the kettle. He asked in the chat, was this really worth it? Many of these people had also wronged him in the community due to the lies my mother spread about him after their divorce. He and I then left the group chat. The conclusion. Suffice to say, that ruffled many feathers. Many of the people in that group chat were upset at how my mother had spoken about them. A lot of them blamed me for being a horrible daughter, but some have apologized to me. I don't care about them. I care about the damage I finally inflicted on the woman who hurt me over and over again with no conscience. I landed a blow to the weakest part of herself, her public persona. Her ego took that hit, and now she can truly be the victim she's always claimed to be. All of this could have been avoided if she didn't lose her goddamn mind over an old rusty tea kettle that's worth nothing. Nothing but sentimental value, and not even to her. That tea kettle was just a conquest to her, a token of victory over her ex-husbands. I went no contact that day. I've also cut off many of the relationships from the people in that chat, even if they apologized. It's not that I don't forgive them, I just don't miss them. Maybe I'm a horrible person for doing what I did, but I can't lie and say it didn't feel good to finally show people what she's really like. I spent so much of my life trying to be the good daughter that when I finally broke, I broke hard. I hope you don't judge me too harshly for my actions, but if I had to do it over again, I'd pick the same every time. And there we go. That is it for that whirlwind of a nuclear revenge story. Where to even begin with this? The fact that this has gone on for your entire life just makes me feel honestly so bad for you. I'm so lucky that my parents are just like very good in general. They're just good people. They let me get on with my own thing. They would do anything for me. They're very selfless. I do take that for granted a lot of the time. I'm not going to lie. Perhaps with age, I'm understanding that more, how good they've been to me across my life. But wow, it really hits home when you read something like this. Someone that has, for 41 years of their 42 years of life, had to deal with someone like this. And only 4 decades later, after being born, have they finally managed to get over this monumental, I guess, hurdle in their life. Think of the lasting damage that this woman has had on her very own son. It's ridiculous. It really is. r/nuclear revenge, more like r/scorched earth revenge. But as for the revenge itself, it was absolutely meteoric. It was scintillating. It was sensational, and I thoroughly loved it. The fact that you just chuck everyone in a group chat and you have so much evidence to just show how much of a terrible person your mother is brilliant. It should be the go-to revenge, honestly. Record someone in private and just chuck it public. Why not? Like, yeah, it's not a very nice thing to do to somebody, but how about being narcissistic for 40 years? That's also not that nice. From my perspective, literally the perfect revenge. Didn't take much effort at all, just a bit of bravery on your part, and it had the desired effect. Great, great stuff. A friend set up my dad, and he was nearly beaten to death. My grandfather got revenge on everyone involved. This isn't my story, but it comes from my dad and other family members who witnessed it. Background. This all went down in the late 1970s when my dad was 17. The area he grew up in was in the UK and was a stereotypical working class town. The part of town my family lived in was run down, full of poor families, and had its fair share of crime, but it was close-knit and everyone knew everyone. This will be important for later. Now, my dad wasn't the most well-behaved kid, and he hated being at school. But aside from a speeding ticket, he'd never been in trouble with the police. He was, and still is, a really talented musician and had a very active social life. For his 17th birthday, one of his friends bought him a leather jacket with a very specific logo on it. We'll call this friend Dave for future reference. According to my dad, it was a rare and quite expensive motorcycle jacket. He was extremely happy that Dave had got it for him. Dave had bought himself the same jacket a while before, and it was a big surprise. My grandmother apparently joked that with the jackets on, they looked like twins, and she wasn't far wrong. They had similar features, black hair, and were both well known for being kitted out in motorcycle gear. A few days after my dad's birthday, he was leaving work as a bartender in the town centre at around 10 PM. As he was getting close to where his bike was parked, a gang of 5 men approached him from behind. The last thing my dad remembers was being smacked over the head and passing out as he hit the floor. These men beat up my dad with bike chains and a crowbar, literally to within an inch of his life. Luckily, 2 bouncers from a nearby pub heard the commotion and rushed to help. The men ran off and the bouncers called the cops, and my dad was taken to hospital. It turned out that Dave had quite a substantial gambling habit and owed a large amount of money to people who you really didn't want to owe money to. They had threatened Dave and told him that they'd be looking for him to teach him a lesson. So, Dave decided to set up my dad to take the beating instead of himself, or at least lessen his chances of taking it. He'd bought my dad the same jacket because these guys knew that that was what he wore when he rode. He then arranged for a guy he knew to find out when my dad left work and call up the loan sharks to let them know where Dave was. What a scumbag. The revenge. My grandfather and grandmother were obviously distraught about this whole thing. The first thought on my grandfather's mind was if my dad would survive. When that was answered, his second was how best to get revenge. A bit of background on my grandfather. He was a lifelong boxer and a career military man. He enlisted at the back end of World War II at 17, stayed in the forces through Korea, and then served in Malaya and Burma as a scout and sniper during the mid to late 1950s. He only reluctantly retired when my dad was little and worked as an engineer after his discharge. This guy was a certified badass, even into his 50s, and although he wasn't the best husband or father at times, he could never stand by and watch his family get hurt. The first move my grandfather made was to call up every ex-service buddy, bouncer, pub landlord, etc. that he knew, and even a few less than legit characters he knew from the pubs. In my town, word travelled fast, and my grandfather was well liked and had a bit of a reputation, so it wasn't long before he had the names and addresses of the 5 men who'd attacked my dad. Apparently, these guys had been bragging about beating up a defenseless man from behind. These guys were career criminals with violent reputations, but my grandfather really didn't give a dang who or what they were. My grandfather then called up a few of the most dangerous, hardened guys he knew from the service. He explained to them what had happened, and they were all happy to help. One night, the group kicked in the doors of each thug and beat them to a pulp. All 5 of them. They knew that if they hit one, the others would hear about it and run, so they hit all 5 of them in one night. My grandfather knew no one would call the police in the area they lived in. Talking to the cops was a big no-no in that area back then, so there was little chance of being caught. All 5 guys ended up bloodied with broken noses, shattered teeth, and the requirement to be fed from a tube by the end of the night. One of them had to be put into a medically induced coma. Of course, the police interviewed all of them in hospital when they sufficiently recovered, but none of them talked, both out of fear of my grandfather and feared they'd be labelled as rats, and nothing came of it. But my grandfather wasn't done there. My grandfather used his connections in the clubs and bars to start spreading rumours about why they'd been beaten up. Soon it had gotten round that these 5 guys had screwed up and had beaten up the wrong person. Not only that, but they bragged about it and lied to whoever they worked for about it. Not only were they physically broken, but my grandfather ruined their credibility so that when they got out, no one, criminal or otherwise, wanted to be associated with them. Once this was all done, my grandfather turned his attention to Dave. He'd specifically left Dave for last, knowing that he would poop himself knowing that my grandfather knew what he'd done. My grandfather, however, was much more subtle in dealing with Dave, as he thought that a simple beating would be too good for him. He waited and asked around, and it turned out that Dave was not only a compulsive gambler, but also had recently turned into a heavy drug addict as well. My grandfather found out who he was buying his drugs from, when he would usually buy and where. He had a buddy of his follow Dave when he went to buy his stuff, follow him to where he was living, and let my grandfather know. My grandfather then called in an anonymous tip that there was a huge drug deal going on at the address, and he thought he heard gunshots. He got 2 of his buddies to do the same. The police investigated, searched the house, and caught Dave red-handed with boatloads of drugs in his home, as well as counterfeit bills and a ton of other illegal stuff. Dave was charged, denied bail, and ended up pleading guilty to all the charges laid against him. My dad could never remember his exact sentence, but it was definitely heavy, at least 15 years. To add to that, Dave owed a lot of money to a lot of people, and let's just say his time in prison was made much worse by this fact. My dad never spoke to him again. His parents disowned him, his girlfriend dumped him, he struggled to get a job with his record, and when he got out, he had to move miles away as no one he knew wanted anything to do with him. My dad eventually recovered from his injuries, although you can still see various scars on his body from the beating he took. My grandfather never told anyone what he'd done until my dad asked him about it when he got really ill in the early 1990s. Dave's life was ruined, and out of the 5 who attacked my dad, 3 ended up in prison later in life, and 2 ended up dead due to crime. My grandfather passed away in the late 1990s, and although my dad and him had their issues, it could never be said that he didn't look out for him when he needed it. Wow, is all I can say after reading that. That was simply stunning. Goodness me. Even what happened in the first instance, what Dave did to you was absolutely shocking. Honestly, well, this is about your dad, isn't it? I know your dad nearly got killed, but very clever from Dave to set your dad up as him. Maybe I shouldn't be saying that, but I was kind of thinking that's pretty genius from Big Dave to do that. Nonetheless, your grandfather's revenge, just like chef's kiss. Because not only did he absolutely brutalize these 5 Donnies that deserved that, but he could have gone one further with Dave, but that would have been the wrong play. What he did in the end was absolutely perfect. You can't just let Dave get away with one beating. You can't. And I do think that the killing would have gone too far. So that lovely little middle ground of absolutely destroying his life is a perfect solution. So to grandfather, I salute you. To OP, your dad, I say, well, very tough this happened, but hopefully you feel backed up by your dad. And yeah, overall, a brilliant story with some very satisfying revenge. Karen preaches to my child. My eldest is having a play date with a friend and her mum comes to pick her up. I'm in my bedroom with Streetlight Manifesto playing and my boyfriend watching the kids. He comes to get me, saying that Mummy Dearest wants to talk to me about my music and rolls his eyes. So I go and she immediately starts with the, "You let your children listen to such blasphemy." And I tell her, it's really not blasphemy if we don't believe in God. She then gets so outraged that we need to see the light. So I snap back at her. "Leave my house immediately or I will have my boyfriend assist you in finding your way to the exit." I send her an email the next morning. "Hi Emily, this is Famer. I'm very concerned about your insistence on my preaching to my children and do not appreciate you insulting me and my children, especially not in front of my child. I would very much like for you to keep your religion to yourself and your family. If you find what you need in your God, that is wonderful for you, and I'm truly happy for you, but we do not share your beliefs and we very much do not want you pushing your beliefs on us. And especially not our children, who do not yet possess the critical faculties to understand such difficult concepts. As a courtesy, I will refrain from playing atheist music while your child is over." I got a message back. "Famer, I'm very sorry for my attitude the other day. My mother's currently in the hospital and I wasn't having a great day. I understand you have a difference of beliefs and will respect that in the future. Thank you for coming to me instead of just attacking me." So, I think it's settled, and I let my daughter go to her playdate despite my boyfriend wanting to chaperone. I should have let him. When I pick up my child, we start driving home, and I ask what they did and if she had fun, and she says, "We watched a movie about Jesus." Luckily, my child already knows about Christianity and that they have their beliefs, but that we, mummy and daddy, do not share those beliefs. But now I have to figure out how I'm going to answer the "but why" questions from a 5-year-old that I was hoping I could put off until she was better equipped to understand apologia and its critiques, because I don't have any real issues with Christians or Christianity that aren't based in the logical failings of their arguments for the existence of God. I became an atheist because I studied philosophy. So I sent another email to Emily. "Emily, this is Famer. Please explain to me why you thought it appropriate after our last conversation to proselytize to my child." Here is the response. "Famer, I'm sorry. I figured you wouldn't mind, given you espouse the virtues of atheism in your home, that I at least provide a counter to your blasphemy. Children should be allowed to decide whichever path they wish on their own." "Emily," I responded, "thank you for responding. I will no longer be letting my child over to your house unsupervised, and your child is no longer welcome over at ours unsupervised. I will be taking further actions as necessary through the school. I advise you don't weaponize your child in this and allow them to continue to be friends. However, should you fail this, I will seek a no contact order and go to the police to report your harassment. Any further correspondence can go through my boyfriend, as frankly, you don't want my patience to run any thinner than it already is. His contact information is attached, and I've CC'd him to this thread now."
we haven't heard back. Well, I hope after that threat, I mean, it's so ridiculous that you even need to make that threat of your boyfriend getting involved, that is going to be the end of that story, and it certainly looks as if it is. But yeah, overall, I will say I completely agree with you, OP. It's one thing having your own beliefs in your own religion, and I'm completely here for that. And as you said yourself, if you believe in whatever you believe in, that is completely fine. And genuinely, yeah, I'm happy for people that have their beliefs in whatever they believe in. It's all good with me. But once you start forcing and pushing those beliefs onto other people's children, yeah, that I don't really agree with. Now moving on to our next entitled parent story. Now I will give a little bit of a warning before we get into this one. It's a little bit graphic, perhaps. If you're not very good with blood or bodily fluids or that sort of stuff, maybe you want to avoid and just skip to the third story of this episode. But it's a really good story, to be honest, and a serious story, and one that I wanted to cover and show you guys. So if you're keen, here we go. My mum, a 41-year-old woman, believes me, a minor under the age of 17, vomiting blood and having violent diarrhea is because I don't exercise enough. I am currently sitting on the toilet writing this in incredible pain. Yesterday night, I was sent to the ER because my stomach was in serious pain. I came back with violent diarrhea and I ended up vomiting blood all over my floor. My mum claims that she cannot take care of it and that I should be able to when I'm literally pooping blood. She's been told multiple times for over a year to take me to a gastrointestinal specialist because I'm suffering symptoms of something chronic, but she will not take me. She believes that it is my fault I am this way when I try my absolute best to take care of myself when suffering from severe mental illness. She took them saying that I should see a specialist as a F you, I was right on her part, and is claiming that if I just ate better, I'd be fine. She is aware I'm recovering from an eating disorder, and before that ever started, I had serious stomach issues. Last night, I threw up blood and bile onto my room floor, and I'm unaware how to clean it, being that the smell would most likely make me vomit again. It's a genuine biohazard, but she has forbidden me from cleaning it myself, saying that she doesn't want to deal with me asking how and that she'll get it. But she said this last night, and now, almost 10, she's not remotely began to help clean it or tell me how to clean it. I cannot change clothes because it's in my room. I cannot sleep because it's in my room. I cannot put on pants because it's in my room. And when I ask her to just tell me how to clean it, she refuses. I don't know what to do at this point, and it's gotten to a point that the pain in my stomach will temporarily paralyze my limbs and cause me to go unconscious. No matter how bad it gets, she always ends up saying that there's no way I can have these health problems because I'm too young, when she's the one that goes to the doctor for a minor headache but won't take her child to a doctor despite being repeatedly referred by doctors to do so. I'm scared for my life as the pain gets worse by the day and I'm barely even digesting food anymore. I cannot even drink water without risking my body rejecting it. Okay, so this is pretty much just abuse. Anyone got any contrasting opinions? Leave them in the comments down below. I doubt it though. It literally is just abuse of your child. Is it not? Am I wrong? Am I missing something? It is. I mean, like, you're vomiting blood and saying, first of all, let's not go to the doctor or A&E. And second of all, let's not even bother cleaning it up, guys. Let's just leave it there. That was your fault. I want you to deal with it. But I'm not even going to tell you how. Such good parenting. Ugh, let's carry on. Now for our third entitled parent story of this episode. How my wife ruined her mum's Mother's Day by treating her like a mum. My mother-in-law is an annoying person to say, in the nicest way. She has extremely low self-worth, and she compensates that by forcing the world to go around her. As family who interact with her regularly, we're forced to treat her like a queen, every day, every minute. If we don't, then there will be drama. All the way from pouting, going to her room, fainting, leaving the house to full-blown breakdown, including saying, why should I live on this planet anymore if no one cares about me? Yeah, to see an old lady say she'll kill herself just because we don't give her a few minutes of attention is a bizarre thing to witness. So it's exhausting to be around her, but what else can my wife and my sister-in-law do? She is their mum and they both try their darn best to make her feel special. But they'd also like to interact with her as their mum too, not just as some out-of-touch royalty. They would like to crack jokes, chat about general things and share their problems, not having to be constantly worried what statement might tick her off. When they were kids in her orbits, things were fine, as she controlled them and that made her feel as though she was the centre of attention. But now that they're married, have family of their own, and that she is not the anchor of the family,
she started becoming more and more demanding that we perform some elaborate rituals to make her feel special. It's becoming extremely exhausting. So, onto the actual event itself. My mother-in-law and father-in-law have travelled to our country and are staying with us for a short time to help us with the kids, as we all live halfway across the globe. My wife planned an elaborate Mother's Day event centered around my mother-in-law, even though she herself is a mum too. One of those that included lunch in a popular ethnic cuisine restaurant. By the way, had she not planned it herself, there would have been a snarky comment at the end of the day saying, "Seems like you don't care about your mum enough to plan something for me. I was waiting the whole day for you to do something." Anyway, morning went uneventfully as we've been pampering the grown-up toddler, and my mother-in-law was quite jubilant. We go to the restaurant and I and our elder one go in to set up the table as my wife is bringing the others in, my mother-in-law, father-in-law and our little one. My 2-year-old, the real toddler, decides to throw a tantrum for toddler reasons, but then my mother-in-law sees this beautiful garden in front of the restaurant and wants my wife to take her picture. My mother-in-law doesn't care about anything and forces my wife to take several pictures as my wife is holding a crying, fussing and kicking toddler at her hip. Having basked in the glory of being the center of attention, my mother-in-law is satisfied enough, and they all come in. My wife is ticked off from that, but tries her best to be cheerful. The waiter comes in to take the order, and right then, my mother-in-law decides to go to the restroom. My wife asks her to order before going, as the kids will get hangry if we wait for long. But the big mistake my wife did was she asked in a normal tone, a regular conversational tone, instead of a pleading or pleasing pampering tone. How dare we order her royalty on what to do? That was strike one. As me and my wife are looking at the bazillion choices and trying to order for kids, ourselves, spice level, etc., we got absorbed into ordering without paying attention to the most important person. My mother-in-law wasn't the center of attention for 2 full minutes. How dare we? That is strike 2. We didn't notice that or ask what she wants. She asked if they have a particular ethnic dish, which is a regular staple we have almost every day at home, like a grilled cheese sandwich. That too in an indifferent, meek tone. She was indirectly implying that she's just a nobody because of strike 1 and 2, and therefore she was ordering some peasant food. That was our cue to realise our mistake, prostrate before her, beg her forgiveness, and bring the world back into alignment before things go downhill. We failed to notice that change in her tone, which was strike 3. Instead, my wife suggests, "Mum, we have that almost every day at home, so why don't you..." But my mother-in-law cuts her off, saying, "I know that. Are you saying I don't know that?" And then storms to the restroom. We're all figuring out what the frick happened, and we finish ordering. My mother-in-law comes back and unloads on my wife how she has disrespected her. We brought her to this country, and ever since then, my wife has made it her mission to do nothing but continuously humiliate her, and then she starts crying. I quickly realised what had conspired, but my innocent wife, whose heart is only filled with love and not such evil games, doesn't realise drama that my mother-in-law wants. Instead, she's trying to understand how suggesting that the dish is a regular staple at home is humiliating. And my mother-in-law goes, "You're implying I'm dumb and don't even know this. You have ruined Mother's Day. All daughters do special things on Mother's Day, and here you are ruining mine," with a few other delectable quotes. My wife says again and again, "That's just a regular thing to say to your mum," but my mother-in-law is adamant that my wife humiliated her by implying that she is dumb for not knowing it's a staple dish we regularly eat at home. So she storms off to sit outside. Seriously, that was the entire discussion for a full 5 minutes. It was extremely bizarre to see a 60-year-old woman throw a tantrum and accuse her daughter because she said, "It's a regular staple we eat at home." Now normally we would run after her and apologise and beg her to come back and keep apologising throughout lunch, which is what she wanted after 3 strikes. But this time we were so over this BS, having been through similar ones so many times. So we just sat and ate in peace without an extra side of drama. But my wife was heartbroken. She'd done all this planning, wanted to be a good daughter, wanted her mum to feel special, and in the end has ruined Mother's Day by talking to her mum as a mum and not as a royal. So, a 60-year-old woman started crying in the middle of lunch rush in a popular restaurant, all because we didn't give her attention for 5 minutes while busy ordering food for our kids. There are hundreds of other similar stories, but this is one of the clearest what the frick just happened. Honestly, guys, if I had someone like that in my family, I think I'd just have to retire and say, you know what? I can't do this anymore. I actually just don't even want to be affiliated with you in any single way anymore. You are that annoying. Why is a 60-year-old woman acting like the youngest at that table when there is also a 2-year-old there? I mean, whose tantrum was worse? Genuinely, the 2-year-old's who was tantruming because they're a toddler, or a 60-year-old woman's because your daughter asked you a question? Like, what is actually going on? You just know exactly what sort of person she is like. I don't even have to meet this person to know exactly how they function day to day. As OP said, thinking the entire world revolves around them, but just being so annoying and just like precious and almost like a princess. I mean, is describing her as royalty is absolutely perfect. That is exactly how she thinks she is, that everyone should bow down to her. She needs a taste of her own medicine. I don't know exactly what that would entail. If you have any ideas, comment down below. How does OP and his family, how do we let this woman or make this woman realize that she is so entitled? I want to hear your thoughts. I had a male member of staff try to force himself onto another staff member, a female. She chose not to press charges, but that didn't sit right with me. To preface, I live in a country that employs a large foreign expat workforce in pretty much every industry and in all levels. For someone to move here for work, they have to be sponsored by a company or the individual that's employing them. I own and operate a small restaurant business here and employ more than a handful of foreigners as servers, cleaners, kitchen staff, drivers, etc. So here's the story. I was lounging on my couch enjoying the last of my weekend one day when I get a call telling me that one of our sponsored employees, a server, let's call her Janice, was picked up for indecent exposure essentially. Long story short, she was caught hooking up with a guy in a private booth at a local restaurant. Basically, the police walked in on them whilst engaging in some seriously heavy petting. They were fully clothed, but the guy she was with, or practically on top of, I should say, had his junk out. It turns out he works at the restaurant 2 doors down from where she worked. After a bit of chastising and threatening to escalate the situation and have them deported to sufficiently scare their senses back into them, they let them go. But not before signing a pledge type document promising to never repeat the offense or else. A slap on the wrist basically, and everyone got to go home, but it doesn't end there. That night, something clicked in my brain, and I had the thoughts, how and why did the police find them in a private booth in the back of a restaurant before the restaurant's own staff did? So I called the restaurant the next day. I thought maybe they called the police on them immediately for some reason, or maybe the couple got belligerent when staff asked them to stop. It turns out the staff didn't actually notice a thing. In fact, up until that day, the police have never been to that restaurant before. And when they did, they simply walked in, went straight to the back booths where the two were sat, and they busted right in. I realized that this meant that someone must have seen them and called the cops on them point blank. The question was, who? I decided to speak to Janice. I wanted to speak to her anyway that day, both to check in and get her version of the situation. I also gave her the employer, you know you did something stupid chat, and I reassured her that she is keeping her job. I also wanted to ask who she thought called her in. Without hesitation, she said it had to be Sammy, who was one of our drivers. Why do you think it was Sammy? I asked. Well, he's the one that dropped me off at the restaurant that day. He might have seen my friend walk in right after me and called the police on us, she said. Well, that sounds a bit drastic. Why would he do that even if he'd seen you do anything? I asked. She claimed it was because he was jealous. He was really into her apparently, and kept trying to get her into bed, she said. What genuinely annoyed me was when she told me that he actually tried to force himself on her once and she fought him off, and that he hasn't tried or even said anything since other than being very short and curt with her. My immediate response was, why on earth would you not tell me or one of your managers right away? She said that she dealt with it her way and it stopped. Plus, she didn't want anybody to get fired on her account, and she didn't want any interaction with the authorities. So she decided not to make a big deal out of it in the first place. She also declined to press formal charges against him, which I advised her to do. Her declining infuriated me even more. This guy was going to get off scot-free. Now, clearly I was about to fire Sammy, but in my mind, that was not enough. For someone to attempt to R a person basically, and not get in trouble for it, that's not okay with me. But it seemed like it was something that I'd have to live with. Obviously, my next conversation of the day was with Sammy. My intent was to confront him with the accusations. I called him into my office. I didn't really know where to start, so I went with, obviously you've heard about what happened to Janice this weekend. He stepped in it right away. Heard about it? came the unexpectedly proud response from a proud as anything and positively beaming Sammy, "I called it in." And this is where it started to get super satisfying. You see, for a couple of years since I met Sammy, every now and then he would pull out and show us all pictures of his wife, who was back home living with his mother. She was younger than him and quite beautiful, but sadly barren, which is apparently why she settled with an older fart like him. He was so proud of how pretty she was. He was also a devout religious man, or so he claimed. So I ask, and why call the police? He came back with, "After I dropped her off, I waited to see who she was meeting because she's a troublemaker woman. When I saw the man walking after her, I called the police because I knew him and he's married, and this is against the laws of God and man." I'm smiling now. I know I've got him. Why do that instead of calling your direct manager or even me, and before even seeing for yourself what they were doing exactly at that? Why make it my problem and the company's problem what she does in her own time? Silence. Head down, counting his shoes. "Sammy, I know why. I know what you did. Janice just told me. I'm disgusted by you and sorry that we hired you." He had the audacity to mumble, "I only tried once, sir." I almost slapped him. Anyways, I fired him, handed him a one-way ticket home, which was in 4 hours, and told him to GTFO. This is where I get my not-so-petty revenge. I had his house phone number saved somewhere from when we hired him. It was on his CV. I knew that because I called him there to interview him before we first hired him. I waited until his flight took off and I dialed the number. I assumed either his mother or wife would answer the call, but I was wishing for the latter, and I got my wish. "Hello, Mrs. Sammy. I'm your husband's employer. Well, his former employer anyway. Just so you know, I fired him a few hours ago and he's on a flight home as we speak. His flight number is this. He'll be arriving at this time. And just so you are aware, I was forced to fire him because he attempted to R a fellow employee half his age. I'm sorry." I said that and promptly hung up, but not before hearing her gasping in shock. Well, there you go. A phenomenal piece of revenge to start off today's episode, and I completely agree with you. Look, obviously it's not your decision if this woman presses charges or not, but you can still be really upset that she didn't and want to take things into your own hands. And if you're the wife here, are you not kind of relieved a little bit to know what's gone on? Obviously, she's in a state of shock at first, but after a period of settling down, I think she's going to be happy that OP has told her what OP has told her. By the way, "I only tried once, sir," is absolutely crazy. Like, think about that. What even is that for a sentence? Former manager made my life hell, and I finally got her fired. I was desperate to join a new job after my husband and I were both laid off last year. When I was offered a new role, I knew it would be a step down from what I was doing, but the manager and the team seemed great, and that part hasn't changed. However, since my manager Gary was so busy, he basically offloaded me to another manager, Jane. I was supposed to be the connection point between my team and Jane, but it quickly became Jane micromanaging me. She would ask me to work through lunch, move or cancel vacation days, call me at 11 PM on weekends, and order me around on phone calls. She would also make nasty comments about my weight and said that I was big for my race. The list of personal slights is so long that it filled 3 pages. I would talk back to her and she did not like that, and that provoked her more. I only stayed because we needed to pay the bills. Finally, I had a mental breakdown on a Friday afternoon after she yelled at me for something trivial about scheduling a meeting without including someone from her team who I didn't know about. I was dealing with a family tragedy and I couldn't take it anymore. I told Gary about the situation with Jane, and he was sympathetic and not at all surprised, considering half her team quit. He immediately offered to move me to a different team under him, and I was thrilled. Well, it turns out that going to the new team didn't help. Jane continued to order me around from afar. When I ignored her emails, she came to my desk one day and started loudly talking about how I'm not qualified for this role. Now, Gary overheard and finally told her off, but the verbal abuse did not stop. After 2 months there, I abruptly wrote my resignation letter, and I also stapled the list of Jane's offensive comments to it, CCing everyone. Gary offered a bunch of accommodation to try and keep me, but seeing how she was still provoking from afar, I said the only way for me to stay would be for her to go, and he just didn't have that authority. Her manager was in a different country, and despite several HR complaints from at least 5 people, nothing was done. So I left, loudly and without shame, telling everyone exactly why I was leaving. Times were very bad for 3 months. There were nights that we would eat slices of bread just so we could pay the mortgage and emergency expenses from a health crisis and a funeral. Even after my husband found a job, we were still catching up on bills, and we still are. I spent months applying to 5 to 10 roles per day, sometimes over 20. Last month, I saw a public memo about a big shot from a former company joining the company I just left. Now, I used to work with this guy closely, so I texted him, "Congrats, let me know if you need any insights on the new place." We had a quick call where I told him some ins and outs, where I thought they could innovate, and after this call, he asked me to join the team as his chief of staff. I accepted. Imagine Jane's shock when we had our first all-hands call. All the VPs and above were asked to welcome the new big shot in a giant conference room. In Big Shot's speech, he breezed over that I'll be his chief of staff, along with a few key names. I now sat 2 levels above Jane, and apparently within the 3 months that I wasn't there, the other half of her team turned over. Every single person left. Gary was excited for me and said all nice things. However, Jane took the classless route and sent Big Shot an email about how I'm an unqualified idiot, that I used to work for her, how I tried to get her fired, and that she suspects that I lied to get ahead. She didn't even try to be fake nice. Big Shot forwarded me her email and asked what this was about. I was so nervous and excited. Little did Jane know I was a director at the Big Shot's competitor company under him and was already a level above her. So 2 levels now isn't a big leap. And I worked with him for 5 years. I had an hour call with Big Shot and told him she was bad for the company culture and was a nasty person in general. But the evidence he needed was Gary confirming that her whole team has turned over, my prior resignation letter, which was still sitting on my desktop when I logged in upon return, and a few other nasty emails she sent her recent staff, which they were happy to share with us. Big Shot fired Jane on Friday. Another great piece of revenge here. The only thing that slightly annoys me is that everyone knows that Jane is a terrible person, right? There's a reason why half her team has left and why I presume more and more employees were talking about leaving in the office, you know, people that worked under her. Why does it seem so hard to get people like this fired? You know, I don't have the authority, she's not done enough. I don't really care. Like, if someone's a terrible person and nobody enjoys working with them, then they shouldn't be at the company. To me, it seems as if this could have all been so easily avoided by everyone just saying, okay, look, let's be honest, guys. No one actually likes this woman and she's actually not very good at her job. Simple as that. Couldn't you just do that? I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something here, but nonetheless, a good outcome. I just feel like it could have been done so much sooner. And in that case, if it had been done sooner, loads of people would not have lost their jobs. Yeah, fair enough. You may have not ended up getting that amazing job that you have now, but in general, you know what I'm trying to say. A lot of people had to lose their jobs for Jane to finally be fired, and I'm not quite sure that's right. Tried to steal my legally rented parking spot. Enjoy being unemployed. This happened last night, but I'm now in a good enough spot to actually post this. I'm not quite sure if it qualifies as pro, but it definitely isn't petty. I am a professional driver, and as such, on the roads in the US, there are different truck stops throughout the country that has a pay-to-park system. Usually about 10 to 20% of the lot marked off as reserved, with each space running from $15 to $25. The truck stop where this took place had parking for $17, which is relatively cheap for a guaranteed spot. The spots are reserved for 24 hours, starting at 4 PM local time and extending to 3 PM the following afternoon. I knew that I would have a late night delivery, so I came to the truck stop at around 3:30 and paid for a reserve spot. I told the manager on duty that I had a delivery up the road that night and would be back once delivery was completed, but should still be able to clear out the spot by the next afternoon, which is today. She told me this was fine and she would mark the spot as sold when I left. That way, if someone else comes in trying to reserve that spot, she could consult her notes and deny the sale. 11:15 rolls around. I take off for my delivery. I don't get out of that facility though until 2:30 AM the next morning, this morning. So I groggily drive back to the truck stop to reclaim my paid for spot, only to find that the reserved parking spaces are all full. I call the manager on duty and after giving her my info, I inform her that all the spots are full and that someone has parked in a spot and hasn't paid for it. She sends her other employee out to start checking trucks. The culprit was from a company that is known for their bright orange trailers, and he was a company driver. The other employee starts banging on his door to inform him that he is parked illegally and that he has to move. Meanwhile, I can see the commotion from my mirror, with my vantage point in the fuel island where I've been instructed to temporarily park. The driver answers the door with a bottle of Heineken in one hand and some sort of smoking implement in another. I know what it is, but for the sake of the mods, I'm not going to say it. I decided to roll down the window to hear the commotion, and I hear the employee tell the driver to either move or he will get the towing company and police involved. This driver is flat out irate that someone had the audacity to tell him where he can and cannot park, so he slams the door on the employee, threatening him. The employee calls the police and tow company, and the police show up first. I'd worked for this company before, so I know their policies, and more importantly, what they can and cannot have in their trucks. Alcoholic beverages are not allowed in the cab. Anything that isn't a cigarette or a cigar and a lighter, also not allowed. The coup de grace, a pew-pew of any kind, absolutely not allowed, and especially not allowed loaded. This driver had all of that and some other not so legal substances in his cab, so he was hauled away in cuffs. His truck was hauled away on a wrecker. I made a call after the commotion died down to the company's safety director and informed them that their rig will be in an impound lot and their driver is going to jail over the not so legal stuff he had in his truck. She thanked me and said that he will definitely lose his job, especially over the alcohol and the other not so legal stuff. I guess he played the screw around and find out card, and it bit him in his career. Well, that was just a calamity from start to finish. This guy is asking to be arrested. You can't be doing all this in the first place and then have a loaded gun in your car, be drinking alcohol, have some other illicit substances. I mean, come on, you're asking for it at that point. What is going on? It was just a matter of time, surely. This guy was on a path to prison. Simple as that. But hey, I guess he did save $17, so every clout. I'm sure he can use that in prison to buy probably nothing. I don't really know how prison systems work. Yeah, my tip to this geezer would be only do one crime at a time. Because doing this many at once, yes, it's too much. It's just too much. They called me a baby factory, so now they'll never see me again. I want to say first, I had a difficult childhood, but not because of them. I was a happy kid who had friends and was kinda adjusted, but we were poor. We jumped across the US about twice, and my siblings and father were all disabled in different ways. My youngest sibling and dad were hard of hearing, and my youngest sister had brain and back injuries due to Chiari malformation. Look it up, it's actually a very interesting disease. It's a condition where the lower part of the brain pushes down into the spinal canal. Well, I must say that sounds truly terrible. But when things started really changing was when I was in high school, around my junior year of school. I met a dude and we were best friends, then we dated. Newsflash, he was a terrible person. It ended in me and my sister getting a restraining order against him, and both my siblings seeing and hearing things about me they should never have been exposed to. I graduated high school even though I probably shouldn't have with my grades. I'm pretty sure my teachers just pitied me. And then after like a month, I got diagnosed with ADHD, anxiety, and depression. Go figure, who could have guessed? I get on Adderall and it works great. For one day. Then it devolved into me having all-day panic attacks, vivid and extreme hallucinations, massive problems with an eating disorder, and an inability to control any emotion. It led me to backhanding my youngest sibling over a dispute involving the dishwasher that I still to this day would do anything to reverse if I could. I don't remember that 3 months or so period. I blocked out most of the memories because they were so mentally and emotionally taxing that just thinking about that makes me depressed. But at the time, I really thought that my parents were doing everything they could to help me through that time. They could have done more, but I reasoned they were working and didn't have all the time in the world to baby me, so I should handle this myself. Eventually, all by myself, I decided to go cold turkey and went through withdrawals which were almost as hellish as the actual meds themselves. Looking back now, I realized that the only way my parents could have been more hands off were if they'd packed their bags and moved out. They didn't talk to me about anything. They didn't help me keep track of symptoms. When I attacked my siblings, they didn't protect them from me or me from myself. Now as a 22-year-old on new meds, my doctor just within the last month looked at my old records and was appalled because they started me as an 18-year-old who was very new to meds and sensitive to them at a dose for grown adults well into their Adderall usage. She told me they started me off at around 25 milligrams when she normally prescribes around 5 to 10 for new users. So they didn't advocate for me at all during this mentally traumatic time immediately after being traumatized for almost a year. They took me to a therapist who noticed I was writing a story with an obvious self-insert and very influenced storylines from my day-to-day life. When she asked to see my drawings and everything, the next time my mother pulled me from therapy, saying something I still remember to this day. "I didn't send you here so she could ask you about your stories. I sent you here so she can talk about how your ex messed you up. She's not doing this fast enough." Well, come the end of summer, and even though I was still struggling with leaving the house just for a Walmart trip, they sent me to school for college across the state and basically wiped their hands clean of me. I went into survival mode. I believed my parents were right, and I needed this, so I did my best to fake it till I made it. I shouldn't have been there, but in the long run, it was what saved me. My friends I met there are some of the people who I've chosen as family, and I met my current fiance while there through friends. Funnily enough, I wasn't allowed off campus. Even though my parents lived about 2.5 hours away and wouldn't have known otherwise, it took convincing from one of my friends to go about 2 hours in another direction, and that's where I met my fiance. My parents really don't like Connor, but they did like the free labor he did for them and how mature he was to keep me in line for them. Now they could pawn off the driving around and emotions on him because they never bothered to teach me how to drive or get a job or regulate my emotions. Connor could do all of that quite well though, so they let him teach it to me. But whenever the idea of him got brought up as my boyfriend, they would clam up. They did not want me to date anyone, not after my ex. I thought it was them just worrying about me after a traumatic period, and I was grateful for it. Connor helped us move like 5 times. He did free things for my parents all the time, and he was nothing but respectful the entire time he's known them. But eventually they moved to the same city I was going to college in, and I was going through a hard patch again. COVID had hit at the end of my freshman year, and now they were living here in my college town, and I started half online school for my sophomore year. Living with my parents again was hell. I was used to, at this point, living in a dorm, and I wanted to come and go as I pleased. My friends got me rides, and I fought to get a job until one day I applied anyways and started working at a McDonald's. I was doing terribly in school. I didn't want to be in it anymore. Distance learning was difficult for me, and they weren't doing anything to help me. I was slowly becoming suicidal again, and I wanted nothing more than to find my own place. During this time, my dad was constantly working overtime, and one day when I was probably at my lowest, he made a joke that he was picking up all the overtime just to get away from you. I still remember it clear as day. I was mentally declining and becoming more and more erratic as time passes because I was spiraling again, and they just sat by and watched it happen while continuously judging me, making backhanded comments as I did. All the way up to this point, I was not known for fashion or hygiene. I was constantly self-conscious and didn't have control of my ADHD, so I was never one to doll myself up. But me and Connor were going to go on a date, so I grabbed my prettiest dress, some tights, and my favorite flats, and did my hair all nice, and I even tried makeup. I felt so pretty, and Connor was showering me with texts filled with compliments as he was on his way to pick me up. My mum and siblings got there first. My mum took one look at me and told me to go change. She burst out laughing and was hysterical over my outfits. She couldn't calm down, and the reason she was laughing is because I'm a big-chested girl and I'd gained weight as of recently because my eating disorder was flipping from anorexia to binge eating. None of my clothes fit me. I was in tears, and I just put on my normal jeans and hoodie in almost 80-degree weather, and I ran to Connor's car in tears. They kept trying to call me back into the house, but I just had to drive off without speaking to them. I didn't stay the night at their house for almost 2 days. Mum spent that first night texting me that I was overreacting and that none of the clothes fit me, and yes, she could have been nicer, but honestly, I need to be realistic about my fashion if I'm going to attempt it. If you couldn't tell by this point, my mum had picked out almost every piece of clothing I owned, and because I wasn't anorexic anymore, she was very upset whenever I showed skin. Day-to-day life was getting worse by the day, but eventually I opened commissions. I posted it on Facebook for family and nobody replied but my estranged grandmother on my mum's side, asking for an insanely difficult piece. I draw mostly pretty women in specific poses with pens or pencils, and that's it, especially back then. But she asked for a landscape drawing of her childhood home and a realistic watercolor drawing that she didn't have any reference of and hadn't seen since she was a kid. It was easily worth close to $150, maybe more because I'm terrible with commission prices. But I offered it for $60. My mother asked if I was serious. I told her that 1, I disliked this woman to the point of purposefully not contacting her for almost a decade at that point, and 2, this was so far out of my comfort zone that I would have to learn new skills just to make it, and it's more than half off. Then my dad texted me asking if I was serious. It devolved into a peeing contest on who can be colder and how fast I could move out. I wasn't pleasant, I'll be the first to admit that. I was mentally unstable and lashing out at everyone, but I was also still a child recovering from the toll of drugs that I was overprescribed and their emotional indifference during a freaking pandemic. I emergency moved in with my fiance, then boyfriend, and our friend who introduced us, and I didn't speak to them for a week. This is the beginning of their pattern that they pull literally to this day, regardless of the situation. They finally texted me back after about a week and a half, and acted as if nothing had happened. They hadn't kicked me out, I hadn't fought with them for days at that point, and we hadn't exchanged some of the meanest glances and short phrases of our lives to each other. They wanted to talk about the football game and trivial things in their lives. I didn't know what else to do. It was my family, and they were giving me the pass to be let back in after I'd mentally prepared myself to be shunned forever at this point. Of course, I took the olive branch. Maybe we'd speak about this in the future and laugh at how stuck up we'd been. It could all change for the better. Maybe. Me and my fiance lived there for a year or so before we contemplated moving to the town we'd met in and he grew up in. His whole family was there, and our current apartment was crawling with drug dealers, people stalking us for his old car, and people taking poops in the hallway. Sounds lovely. It was only an idea at that point, nothing concrete, but when I floated the idea to my dad one day when he was driving me home, he went on a rant about how I would become a baby factory for Connor if I moved away from my support system, and his family would turn me into their pawn because I was frankly too mentally weak of a person to not be swayed by them. This is your own father saying this to you. Wow. He went on for a long time and dumped a lot of info, and at random talked about how he kind of regretted having me and my siblings because he had us so young, and he regrets moving across the country like we did because of money problems. I asked him if he'd just told us that he regrets having us and living in this state, and he went, "I did not just say that. Don't put words in my mouth." I went into my apartment and sobbed for a good few hours. Connor was fuming, but was optimistic because at least he was talking. We both wrote off the bad parts and tried to move forward, hoping that this meant that he'd be open to talking more often in the future. We moved to my fiance's old home, and things were fine for a while. The longer I didn't live next to my family, the more I realized that I mentally couldn't handle them anymore. They'd been so mean and gaslighting. Slowly but surely, I was feeding my parents an info diet, and I was placing my boundaries. There were a lot of mean-spirited comments thrown my way. They used Connor for more labor during this time than keeping him at arm's length and refusing to acknowledge that we were serious and looking to move in together. Nothing of significance happened for about a year and a half until within the last year. So it's 2022 now, and me and Connor have lived together for most of the 3 or so years we've been together. We're living in our own home. I'm working 2 jobs and we're both happy. Stressed, but happy. Mum texts in our group chat that she wants me to give up my jobs and move back to their town to become a mailman like my dad. She swears that it's a government job with government pay and benefits, and it's the best I can do as a college dropout who's working 2 jobs. I replied back that I was making almost $1,300 a paycheck with both jobs, and I just moved into my house, and that the town she lived in was absolutely terrible. Remember my old apartments? That's all that's available there, and I wasn't keen on moving back now that I lived in a 3-bed house that's completely quiet and all my own. Well, she responds by calling me 4 times in one day, spam texted the group chat, and spams my DMs, sending Connor multiple texts, and then calling me again.
I spent 2 days ignoring her before I finally replied. I answered her calls and she spent almost the entire time during a 15-minute call that I put on speakerphone for Connor to listen to quietly, trying to manipulate me by calling me again a college dropout and telling me that I'm not happy there, I'm so far away from family and there's no point in living there, especially since my jobs were working me to death and they had nowhere near the benefits that this mail carrier job has as a government job. I didn't have the heart or the verbal space to tell her that the US Postal Service is in fact not a government identity. It was privately owned. I did though tell her that all of those benefits I wouldn't need until I was 26 anyway. I had all of the supposed benefits from my dad also having the same job. She though glossed over that and talked over me to try and explain how miserable I was in that town. I told her I had to go and I hung up. Thanksgiving comes. My entire extended aunts and uncles on my dad's side come and stay with us. Things are looking good and I'm having fun with my family for once. Then I overheard my mum whispering to my uncle that her entire personality is just Connor. She's got no semblance of self anymore and she even moved away to just become Connor's girl. My uncle didn't react or say anything, but I had to hide away to compose myself because I almost went nuclear and lost my mind. Okay, another time skip and now we're in the present and getting closer to the end of our story. Connor proposed to me the day before Christmas Eve, surrounded by his incredibly loving family, by putting my ring in my stocking, and it was beautiful. The first person I called was my best friend, and then the second was my mother. It was close to 1 AM around this time, and I got her on the phone. I told her I knew it was late, but I was engaged. She told me though, in no uncertain terms, "Honey, that's amazing, but don't text in the family group chat or anything, because your dad's asleep and he has to get up at 5 AM. Congrats, I'm going back to bed." Neither of them contacted me about my engagement for almost a week until I went back for their Christmas. I went with my best friend, and the entire time my family talked down to me. They misremembered my size, and instead of apologizing, they insisted that I didn't know my size, and that I was indeed an XXL. I'm a medium to large. And they started the night off by mum mentioning my engagement only once. It started off with my mum suddenly in the middle of things going good and everyone laughing, she starts cackling and goes, "Oh, your dad and his friend had the funniest thing to say about your engagement. Dad, show her the text." Dad just smiles and he starts giggling too. My siblings laugh along with them. Dad says, "Oh, Amir just thought it was nuts that you were engaged because you're so young." I asked to see the text. Maybe I misunderstood him. There had to be something funny based on their reactions, because that was very much not funny at all, especially when I had my best friend sitting right there, listening. If anything, that was embarrassing. I read the text and it goes something like this. Dad's friend says, "Dude, she's engaged? That's nuts. She's too young and she's going into this way too quickly." Dad replies, "I know, I'm upset and struggling right now because my kids are all forcing themselves to grow up when they aren't ready to, and it's hard to stand by and watch them crash and burn like they inevitably will and do nothing about it." I just smiled because while they all laughed and giggled about how funny that was, I was struggling to not burst into tears and scream at them. My friend pulled me aside and asked multiple times if we should leave. At the time, I was using their car. But I told her no, I was going to play nice until I could give it back, and then once it was in their hands again, I was going to go no contact. Connor was supposed to come down and see them and spend Christmas with them, but he couldn't face them knowing that this is what they willingly showed us, especially after Thanksgiving. After this, I bought a car, my first car that's all mine, and I got their car back to them just last week. I'm putting my life together. I'm learning how to do the beginning of adult things well past when I should have. I learned to drive, pay bills, budget and spend, and how to exist, all from my fiance. I had to forcibly teach myself how to manage my own mental health with the help of my fiance and friends. I'm done making up excuses as to why I need them in my life. I don't want to deal with the body shaming, the classist behavior, the looking down on Connor for no reason. I can't handle it anymore. I called my uncle, the one from Thanksgiving, and explained to him my decisions, and he immediately told me he supports me and that my parents don't know how to treat us like adults, that I'm not a screw-up, and that was the first time in my life that I realized my parents had conditioned me into thinking I was in fact a screw-up. So, mum or dad, or anyone in the family, if you find this,
These are the reasons why I blocked everyone's numbers and deleted Messenger. Why me and Connor have our statements and info ready for you when you send a welfare check to tell them to leave us alone. I'm gonna get married and you won't be there. I won't let you be there. If I have a child, you won't see them. I don't care how much you cry and make me feel like I did something wrong. I am not a bad person for being screwed up, and the things you hold over my head were things I did as a drugged up child, a child that you should have protected and should have protected my siblings from. Screw you, and screw all of your attempts at communication that you never did but say you have. Thank you to anyone who read this. I really just needed to yell. When they eventually find out that I cut them off, because I gave them no warning beforehand, I just dipped after the car was no longer in my hands, they're gonna freak out. If anything memorable happens, I'll make an update, but probably not. Well guys, good news, there is I say good news, sorry, I've got to stop myself there. Is it good news? I'm pretty much saying there is an update, and we're going to get straight into it after I give my immediate comments on what I've just read, which was absolutely bamboozling. But hey, listen, if you're on YouTube, comment down below. Is it good news there's an update for us? I mean, is that a bit weird? Almost predatory? Kind of preying on someone's downfall, on OP's mishaps and their horrible family coming back into their life, so we get an extended episode and more of a story? I'm not sure. I'm not sure where I stand on it. But anyway, we're going to get into the update in just a second. However, I need to just talk about that story for just a hot minute, because I can't believe the level of, I don't even know the word to use there because there are so many potential words. We can go with entitled, but that just seems far too basic. I think just malicious, manipulative, downright awful, 100% narcissistic, heathens. That is just a few words I would use to describe your horrible parents. What an absolute disgrace they are. Now, what I will say, and obviously I'm saying this before we get into the update, it looks as if you have, by this point in your life, pretty much gotten rid of them. You say right at the end there that they're not even going to know what's hit them, and you have pretty much sacked them off. They're not going to go to your wedding, not going to meet your child, and that is amazing. The best revenge is a life well lived. And look, you just know for sure that if they see you, you know what, it doesn't even matter. I was going to say, you know, they're going to be jealous and they're going to be like, oh, we made such a mistake. But ultimately, you're not even going to care about that, because you're going to be doing your own thing and forgetting about how toxic those people are. And it sounds like you're on the path to that, which is truly amazing. However, as I said, there is an update, and I really hope that things continue on in a good vein. I haven't read ahead, so I don't know what's going to happen here. I'm pretty nervous, to be honest. I hope it's good. Anyway, here is that update. Let's get into it. Hi again, everyone. It's been about a month since my 2 AM pity party. I want to say thank you for the overwhelming support that I received on my other post. Especially the person who mentioned that my parents were fine with abusing me, but not my siblings, since they were physically unwell rather than mentally unwell like me. That one hit home probably harder than any other comment. I didn't think of it that way, but honestly, it was something someone probably should have said. I'd like to apologize for how rambly and long the last post was. I was in the middle of a panic attack and I've been ignoring calls and texts from them for days. I felt like a horrible person and was gaslighting myself into almost going into contact with them again. Oh my gosh, OP, that's awful. The post was more for myself to understand and write out all the mean things they've done so that I could look back and be like, wow, they really reduced me to that. Ha. But for the actual update, I returned their car to them, and after that, I vanished. I blocked all of my family's phone numbers, but left my siblings unblocked and open on all social media. I didn't want their numbers to be used to contact me unless it was actually them. Their numbers have since been unblocked. My parents didn't really notice at first. I got a text from mum saying that she was trying as hard as she could. I was just pulling away, and she doesn't know why. I might post some of the screenshots of my conversations with them sometime in the future, so you can all marvel at how self-centered they are. It was mostly mum for a bit, nothing really from dad. Then one day she texted that she was going to give me space because I wasn't talking to them for some reason, and she ceased all contact after that. It was quiet for about a week. Then dad started calling me. My phone shows me the caller ID and the time they called, but blocks the call itself. So I got to see almost every morning for about a week or so that I had a missed call from him. Then he started texting me, and he tried to use the age-old tactic of intimidation to get me to talk to him. It was mostly just, you better answer the phone right now. Then he'd call a bunch, but he finally sent a text about a week ago being cryptic about how I wouldn't know about stuff till after it happened,
And if I was going to act like a child, these were the consequences. I kind of just rolled my eyes and didn't respond. It turns out after skimming the family group chat, he's been diagnosed with pretty bad carpal tunnel syndrome in both of his hands and a severe lower back injury they've yet to figure out. He also suffers from a myriad of other illnesses right now, but he still forces himself to work 60+ hours a week as a postal carrier, so I don't know what he expects. To be honest, this might make me a bad person, but I didn't really care. If it had been about my siblings, I would have probably jumped on the phone and been freaking out. But I don't really hold any feelings besides resentment, confusion, and anger with my parents, so this news didn't really faze me. I don't blame you. In better news, Connor has received a few raises due to county regulations being changed, and I now also have a job with the county. I'll be moving on to my own insurance and finally moving onto it without worrying about contact. I also learned right about that time that my parents had taken out 5 different loans in my name to pay for college, all varying up to about $12,000. They did not explain this with me at all and had apparently been paying them all for the last 3 years. So I have credit, I guess, when I thought I didn't. So yippee! I have to figure out a way to transfer it into my name and figure out the logistics, but yeah, that's a thing now. My siblings haven't contacted me. The middle one is incredibly angry with my behavior and wants me to contact my mum at least. I've just avoided the topic with her. My other sibling, I can't honestly tell you how they feel, but they apparently plan to move to a big city about 4 hours away for college in the coming years. So let's hope they go through the same transformation I did. And that's honestly about it. Lots of weird texts that they did nothing but stress themselves out with, and my financial situation is looking up. We also bought a dog recently. Her name is Mandy, and our other dog, Copper, is still getting used to her. So my days are occupied mostly with taking care of a German Shepherd puppy who body slams me awake at 6 AM every day. I hope everyone has a great day, and thank you all again for the wonderful and supportive comments on my last post. Phew, sigh of relief from me, because let me tell you, I was very concerned that we were going to get a very long and horrible update, but that is pretty good. As you say, hopefully at some point soon, your siblings will see the light, maybe when they get to the stage of your life that you were in. I mean, as you mentioned, your parents gaslit you for so long, you actually thought that you were the problem. It wouldn't surprise me if your siblings are feeling the same way, or at least the same way about you. Imagine having your parents telling you, for years, this sibling is disgusting, only to then realize later on in life that actually no, they were just actually gaslighting that sibling the entire time, and I've been thinking the wrong thing because of my parents. All those years, I've been influenced in the worst way possible. I would not blame your siblings if they had that mindset until they move out and realize what's really going on. As for you, OP, I've just got to say, how strong. And yeah, you might say it's a bit cringy, guys. I don't really care, right? Elite from OP. Just put yourself in that position, and maybe some of you watching and listening right now are, or at least were in that position in your childhood and teenage years. I, for one, I'm not sure if I'll be able to cope. Maybe it just becomes your reality and you can deal with it, but going through all the stuff that OP went through and coming out of it like this is pretty unbelievable, I've got to say. Mama Karen wants entitled brat to ring the bell because she deserves it. For those of you unfamiliar with a cancer ward or clinic where chemo is administered, and I pray you always will be, there is a little brass bell. This bell is a symbol of hope for all. It marks the end of treatments and the ringing in of the new chapter, hopefully cancer-free. For me, I vomited right before I rang the bell because the anxiety of the unknown was almost as bad as chemo itself, but that's another story. Today, it was Heather's real name. She gave me permission, turn to ring the bell. Heather is a really lovely lady. She's 58 with stage 2 ovarian cancer. She had a hysterectomy followed by chemo. Heather's diagnosis is great, but she's had it rough. During the hysterectomy, she almost bled out due to undiagnosed complications. This left her hospitalized for over 3 weeks, delaying her treatment by over a month and left her fearing the worst. Heather really is the most lovely woman you could meet. She's the grandma everyone wants to have, but is kind of glad they don't. She's funny and loving, but can give you a look that makes you back away like you're staring down a hungry grizzly. Everyone that interacts with Heather loves her, and honestly, the woman saved my sanity on more than one occasion during my treatments. Another thing that may differ from ward to ward is the chemo room. Patients in ours sit in a little oval room that's like a giant lounge with comfy chairs and a little TV.
There are drinks and biscuits off to one side, and room enough for 10 patients and up to 2 visitors. As I was leaving my appointment, I saw Heather's daughter, who informed me today was the day. So I decided to stick around to see her ring the bell, and Reddit, I'm so glad I did. A couple of weeks ago, a new patient joined the group. We will call him Sam. Sam seems like a relatively nice older gentleman with an absolutely awful excuse of a daughter and grandchild. In the limited interactions I've had with these two entitled brats, I've seen the daughter stealing biscuits off people currently hooked up to chemo machines, and the mother screaming at nurses for reprimanding the child when she attempted to rip the cannulas out of a patient's arm. Wow. Genuinely no idea why they've not banned the mega monster and her little Braticus. Like I said, today was Heather's turn though to ring the bell. Unlike some places where the bell is on the wall, our unit has a little old-fashioned wooden brass bell that the nurses keep behind the desk 90% of the time. Today, just as Heather was getting ready to hopefully walk out for the final time, the nurse brought the bell over to the little side table. At first, the little fallen angel didn't notice the bell. She was too busy attempting to crush the souls of the elderly and infirmed by playing her Switch. Not loud enough to be kicked out, but just loud enough to be annoying as all holy hellfire. But at least she was distracted. Once Heather was ready, the nurse stood by the little side table and made a short speech about Heather and her final day of the journey. Just as the speech was wrapping up, the tiny terror shot out of nowhere, almost knocking Heather to the ground. She reached up and grabbed the bell. Now Heather, being the no-nonsense, badass granny she is, took the bell out of baby Beelzebub's hands and firmly but gently said, "No honey, that isn't for you, it's not a toy." My god, did that unleash some kind of mythological demon, because the screech that child released at being told no was loud enough to shatter glass. She lunged at Heather, trying to grab the bell from her hand, while Mother thinks she's superior stood up screaming. "You can't do that, she's an innocent child. What kind of disgusting woman takes a toy from an innocent child? You're a B word, C word, W word, etc. Give her back the bell, you don't need it, she deserves it more." It was a lot. It wasn't even a conversation. I'm pretty sure she just growled it all in one breath. The harpy screeches went on for about 30 seconds of just incomprehensible nonsense. Bertha Big Mac waddled her way over to Heather to take the bell from her, but Heather just did not have time for her shiz. Heather's got a bell to ring and a life to live. So as the rampaging rhino gets up to Heather, Heather goes heathen on her. She looks this entitled mama dead in the eye and says, "Your father must have been," insert the name of a certain World War II German political leader, "in a past life, to be lumped with such a sorry excuse for a daughter." Well, this took everyone by surprise, as there was a brief pause before Heather unleashed everything she'd been dying to say to this Cerberus. Do you have any idea how exhausting it is to finish a round of treatment with you and your obnoxious brat around, making everyone's lives miserable? I know God's testing us, but my God, we already have cancer. Now he's saddling us with you too? You're disgusting. You're entitled, you're selfish, you're poorly behaved, and your child is just as awful as you are. And I hate saying that about an innocent child, but my God, she's awful. I've never hated a child until I met yours, but she's really, really awful. She's not been kicked out of school. Did I mention the kid is 10 years old? Because the teachers are targeting her. She's been kicked out of school because she's an entitled bully, just like her entitled mother. And if you want any hope of her having a decent life, you'd become a decent parent and correct some of her behavior. But oh no, that would require correcting yours, you abominable excuse for a human being. It was glorious, awful, awkward, and silent. Betty Big Mouth had suddenly been struck dumb. The tantruming terror was gaping like a fish out of water. And then there was Sam. Sam broke the silence when he started laughing, like deep belly, full-bodied laughter. Mama Hodai looked horrified, angry, mystified, and humiliated as her father laughed hysterically. To be fair, not sure any of us knew how to react. After what felt like an hour, but was likely about a minute, Sam stopped laughing and told his daughter and granddaughter, "You can sit down and shut up, or go wait in the car." He then told Heather to go ahead and ring the bell. The slain beast and her beastette slinked back to their seats, where they both sat shell-shocked, while Heather rang the bell. We clapped. Some of the cheap seats clapped a little too enthusiastically. Then Heather, her daughter, and I sauntered out of the room. Heather and I parted ways at the hospital entrance, and I wished her the world of luck. but I've got a feeling she won't need it. If you can slay 2 Karens in one 90-second rant, cancer is nothing. I love Heather, but my God, I'm so glad she isn't my grandma. I mean, to be honest, the only part about the story which I don't really agree with OP on is the fact that you're saying that you don't want Heather to be your grandma. Are you joking? She sounds unbelievable. I get what you're kind of saying slightly, I will say. You think that maybe she's a little bit too just like stern and sticks up for herself too much, perhaps, to the detriment of you as her granddaughter, maybe? You want to have a bit more fun? I don't know. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here. To be honest, she just sounds badass, as you said. Now, as for these entitled people, the fact that their own granddad, is laughing at them for a full minute is just mental. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I do not understand how one family can contain 2 sets of people that are just so different. You got Sam, absolute legend, who just laughs at his own entitled family members. Then you got, as you said, the Beast and the Beastettes. They were just disgusting individuals. I don't get it. I mean, seriously, ringing that bell after being told you are now cancer-free must be one of the most amazing moments in someone's life. And you're trying to take that away from them. It's nuts. But hey, fair play to Heather, not just for beating cancer, but for also beating entitled people. Now for our next entitled parent story. Entitled stepmonster got herself banned from my wedding. I am a 28-year-old man, and my stepmother, who is 49, is a wannabe party planner. She's taken it upon herself to plan and host every party and holiday my dad's family has thrown since she married him. I never loved those occasions growing up. She's controlling and gets upset if people complain about anything, but humoured her for my dad's sake. According to him, this helps her feel included. I'm getting married to my fiance Jane in July. We got engaged in early 2021, but Jane ended up getting pregnant a couple of months after that, and we decided to postpone the wedding to focus on our son for a while. So we've had a long engagement. My stepmother has tried to hijack our wedding plans from day one, complaining, contacting our planner, showing up unannounced to Jane's dress appointments, and more, and we've repeatedly asked her to stop. Now Dad wants us to humour her again, but she's clearly resentful of the fact that she's not hosting the wedding or being labelled mother of the groom in invitations. Besides our baby boy, we also have Luke, who is a 4-year-old, Jane's paternal half-brother. She got custody of him a few months into our relationship after his parents died. I ended up moving in with them during the pandemic and have been in Luke's life since he was a baby. He doesn't call me dad and refers to us as his sister and his OP, but we love him like a son. Stepmother, though, hates Luke. Okay, sorry to interrupt, she hates a 4-year-old child. Crazy. Anyway, she accuses Jane of baby trapping her way into the family. That accusation only got worse after our son was born. My dad gets along with Jane and adores the kids, but stepmother demands him to refuse babysitting Luke, so we don't leave the kids with them often. Instead, Jane's brother and sister-in-law usually watch the kids for us, as their children are close to ours in age. We had a thing last Sunday, and my brother-in-law was out of town with his family. Jane's other siblings live in different cities, as well as my mum and sister. My dad agreed to babysit at our place, and we left. We came back to find both kids crying, stepmother screaming, and dad weakly trying to calm everyone down. Apparently, Luke had told stepmother that both he and our son were going to be our ring bearers, and she went ballistic. At a 4-year-old, that is. She screamed that she wasn't going to allow that because he wasn't family. She then, unfortunately, got physical when he started crying. His lip is still split. She'd never gotten to this point before. Oh my. We immediately banned her from our house and from our wedding. Dad is fuming and has said he's not going without her. He's also convinced half of his side of the family, by severely downplaying what stepmother did, to boycott the wedding as well. This includes my stepbrother, who fully agrees with his mother no matter how many times I try to tell him the truth. Me and Jane are refusing to budge, but many of my cousins who aren't coming anymore are asking us to reconsider. Pretty much all of Jane's family agrees with us, but one of her aunts has suggested that maybe stepmother is acting out because she doesn't feel welcomed by my family. I've honestly had it with my family enabling her behaviour. I love my dad and really want him at my wedding, but I'm more than willing to go no contact if it means protecting my family. Now guys, the good news is that there is an update to this post, so we will find out what happens next. However, I do have to say, just off the rip, the fact that some people in your family are defending your stepmother because she might feel left out of the family, that's a reason why she's abusing a 4-year-old. Like, what is going on there?
seriously, what's going on? And look, maybe it's just a split lip and that's not that deep. No, sorry, I disagree. A 4-year-old has been physically hurt and people are defending her. What is she doing? Now, that initial post was written 5 days ago, but just 5 hours ago, we got the following updates. I'll start off by saying that me and Jane are going no contact with my dad and stepmom. We haven't really spoken to either of them since the incident, and I don't plan on being the one to reach out. Any communication between us is being handled by my younger sister. She's completely on our side, but will remain in low contact for the time being. I've decided to adopt Jane's way of dealing with people she cares about. Forgive what's apologized for, but never forget. Basically, if dad or my stepmom ever truly understand what they did wrong and sincerely apologize, we are willing to forgive them, even if begrudgingly so. But we will never ignore or let them forget what they did to our family. And for the time being, neither of them will be allowed near Luke, our baby, and any other kids we may have in the future, even if we do forgive them. Well, I for one completely agree with all of that, and I'm happy to hear it. As for the rest of my family, I read a lot of comments suggesting that I post pictures of Luke's face, as well as the nanny cam footage. I'm not very active on social media, but even if I was, I'm not comfortable exposing my injured preschooler like that, especially given that nothing on the internet ever truly goes away. I also decided not to share the pictures with my family unless truly necessary. I should probably mention that while my family adores my dad, most of them aren't very fond of my stepmom. She had 2 failed marriages prior to meeting my father, the first of which resulted in my stepbrother, and he cheated on his then girlfriend to be with her. My family loved that girlfriend and disliked my stepmom right away. Not only has she been controlling and manipulative since the beginning, she's also tried to force her way into the family matriarch role by any means possible. Taking over planning duties for every family event was her favourite way of doing it because of all the attention and compliments that come with it. The main reason why I hated these parties growing up was because she'd always find a way to make everything about her, including Christmas and mine and my sister's birthdays. The rest of the family felt neutral about it, but they never liked her. With Luke, it was different. Most of my relatives didn't meet him until COVID restrictions got looser, and by then he was 2 years old. He's a bright and genuinely lovable kid, and there weren't really any other small children in the family, so everyone immediately started cooing over him. The way I see it, my stepmom got upset that Jane and Luke were accepted by my family so easily compared to her experience, and that is why she resents them both. But I can't confirm that. She was also mad that, aside from not being the planner, she would have absolutely no involvement in the wedding party. She tried to pressure us into letting her officiate. One of Jane's best friends was offered that role a year ago, making stepbrother my best man. He wasn't interested and I'd already got on my best friend, or asking her sister's daughter to be our flower girl, but we'd promised Jane's 3-year-old niece. Also, her sister's daughter is 15 and doesn't know us. Sorry, that is so weird. Imagine just a random 15-year-old girl being like, yeah, let me just carry these flowers. Sorry, just got a funny image in my head. Anyway, she also tried to convince us to let my dad walk Jane down the aisle since her father's gone. But her eldest brother, the brother-in-law I mentioned in the first post, had already been enlisted. Okay, that one is crazy. My stepmom was disappointed that my family wasn't as involved in the wedding as Jane's, and kept making comments about how that would never happen if we put me in charge. All of that being said, there is nothing that can excuse being that awful to a child, especially if it really is the petty jealousy that I suspect. Because I haven't spoken with my father, my sister has been keeping me updated on what he's been up to. As I found out through her, the story my dad and stepmom told the rest of the family completely erases Luke's injury and the abuse charges. Oh yeah guys, OP left a really small edit on the first post saying that they actually were going to press charges on the stepmom for what she did to Luke, which is completely fair. It insinuates that me and Jane banned them because we got annoyed with my stepmom and decided to take it out on my dad as well. Because most people already dislike my stepmom, explaining what actually happened that night wasn't hard, and most of the relatives that I actually wanted at the wedding have apologised and are now berating my dad as well. The people that didn't believe us, as well as those saying we overreacted, have been told they are not welcome in our home anymore. Those are mostly people from my dad's generation, so I can't say I'm surprised. But the realisation that they're so biased that they're willing to protect a woman they hate after she hurt a child just to make my dad happy has reassured me that I don't need any of them in my life. My stepbrother is still in denial. He refuses to believe his mother could hurt a child, even with all the evidence we have. I have to admit I understand. I love my mum too, but that doesn't mean I'd excuse his obliviousness. So he's banned too. It sucks because we were close growing up, but I don't regret it. Besides, Jane has 3 other siblings besides Luke, the older brother-in-law, a twin brother, and a younger sister, and I'm closer to them than I ever was with him. Speaking of Jane's family, they're all furious over what happened and have been extremely supportive of us. Jane's maternal family basically adopted Luke after she got custody of him and have called frequently to make sure he's okay. We did manage to save some money with everybody we uninvited and have decided to use it to help Jane's cousin. She lives in a different country and was previously unable to come to the wedding, so we're paying for her plane ticket. That is awesome. Luke has gotten much better and is almost completely back to being the sunny child he's always been. The split lip was shallow. It's healing slowly but didn't require any stitches. We sat him down a few days ago and explained that my dad and stepmonster wouldn't be around anymore. He really liked my dad but understands that he and stepmom are attached at the hip. He's clearly scared of her, but we're doing our best to make him feel safe. That is so sad that a 4-year-old has that much terror in their lives. At that age, wow. Me and Jane have reassured him that he is family. We love him, and no one will ever change that. I'm not too worried about my dad or stepmom trying to show up at the wedding, but we've alerted the venue and given them pictures just in case they try anything. Better safe than sorry. Some people brought attention to the fact that my stepmom is a hypocrite for saying Luke isn't family. I agree, for obvious reasons. Her main excuse for pretty much everything she does is that she doesn't feel like my family welcomes her. Dad has been guilting me to take part in everything she plans by reminding us of that for as long as I can remember. The way he continues to make excuses for her without realizing this is basically a case of the pot calling the kettle black, except Luke actually is family. This is what has made me accept that while I will always love my dad, it's not healthy or safe for me and my family to be around him anymore. It hurts to know that my son won't have his only remaining bio-grandfather in his life, but he has 2 amazing step-grandpas to make up for it. For now, I'm sad but satisfied with how things have turned out. I don't like to complain about my life. It's a mess, but a beautiful one. I love my fiance, I love my kids, and I'm lucky enough to love my job. We're happy, and I'm not letting anyone ruin that. And there we go. Great story. Really enjoyed that one. You know what? I really like the fact that throughout this, you kept almost reminding us the reason as to why you were treating your dad in the same way you were treating your stepmom, alienating him from the family. Well, not alienating him, but you know what I mean. Going no contact. When he, to be fair, himself wasn't doing anything particularly badly. But yeah, you just summed it up at the end right there. The fact that he is enabling your stepmom's disgusting behavior, if anything, is just as bad as what your stepmom is doing, right? Now, OP has said that they hope that this is the last update on the story, but they'll keep us posted. It's one of those ones. I really, really hope that they do not show up at your wedding. But if they do, wow. It would make for some Reddit posts. Karen gets shut down at a funeral. My mum died in 2011, right around the time that my paternal aunt Cookie was left by her husband after beating cancer for a 3rd time. Now, my aunt is very physically changed from all the chemo and radiation. She had gained a lot of weight, lost most of her hair, and had aged a bit faster due to a lack of hormones from having every trace of womanhood cut from her body. I have extreme anxiety stemming from agoraphobia, so my Aunt Cookie was my safe place for the duration of the whole event, which lasted several days. This consisted of everyone being at my parents' summer house in Mexico, basically standing around, chatting, drinking, and eating everything in sight. This funeral had every family member, plus people who were aunts and uncles that I'd never met in my life. Not being a drinker and not knowing a lot of the people walking around, my aunt and I sat down to have a cigarette each and catch up on our lives and whatnots. Suddenly, while we're mid-sentence in her cancer update, a Karen that I'd never set eyes on in my life starts loudly going, "Ugh!" She swats at the air like our cigarette smoke is even anywhere near her and makes a big fuss. Karen says, "Oh, that is so disgusting. How can you behave in such a disgusting manner at a funeral?" I reply, "My mum was a smoker, so she'd approve." "What? She was your mother? She didn't teach her daughter how to be a lady, I see. And you," talking to my aunt, "you should know better. What do you have to say for yourself? Smoking in front of this child.
I was 33 years old. My Aunt Cookie takes off her sad cancer hat and strokes the small tuft of hair she had left in the front, and booming her voice, but not yelling, says, for all to hear, "What's it gonna do? Give me cancer?" Karen looked uncomfortable after the hat came off, but still managed to look insulted and walked away. I could hear the internal "ree" here. After a millisecond of silence, I giggle snorted and laughed until my sides hurt. Everyone else in the room just kind of smiled, though I think I heard a few snickers. I asked my aunt, who was she? My aunt said, I don't know, some weirdo that probably came for the free food. My aunt rocks. She's been in remission since 2012. Oh man, there we go. What a way to start an episode. Your aunt is an absolute beast. I'm sorry, imagine the look on this Karen's face as she takes off her hat and just goes, so what? I don't care. I've beaten cancer 3 times. It's amazing, by the way, that she's been in remission since 2012, that she's still going on. I mean, like, fair play. The strength, the patience, I don't know, just the courage to continue to go through that. Chemo after chemo, probably most likely, but yeah, it all go well and she be okay now. It's pretty crazy, so fair play to her. And as for this Karen, I mean, come on. These guys are adults. They can choose if they want to smoke or not. It's not your business. You don't even know them. Now for our next entitled people story. Entitled guest thought money could get him anything. So, I live on the big island of Hawaii, and last year I was working at a local resort doing concierge. Most of the job was helping people figure out what they want to do while on vacation, like snorkeling, guided hiking tours, helicopter rides, etc. One afternoon, I was approached by a guy who wanted to take a tour to the Captain Cook Monument, which is known for having great snorkeling, but is only accessible by a steep and fairly grueling hike, or by boats or kayak tour through a permitted company, of which there are only a few. He wanted to go that day or the day after, and I explained that unfortunately all of the tours were fully booked. Unfazed and without pause, he tells me to find him another boat. I explained that only certain boats are allowed to be in that area, and all of them were full. He insisted though that I get on the phone and start calling anyone I could who had a boat that he could pay to take him there. And he kept saying, money isn't an issue, just find me a boat. I calmly explained again that that was not possible or legal, and that no local boat captain would risk losing their license to take him there. Exasperated, he finally gave up on the boat and started asking about other tours. At this point, I mentioned that one of my favourite local tours is for stargazing on Mauna Kea. I know I've pronounced that incorrectly, but please, Hawaiian locals or people that know, comment down below, correct me, thanks. I told him all about the incredible sunset views and absolutely breathtaking stars, and that you go up in a nice van with about 14 other people. He was interested in going up the mountain, but didn't want to be around other people or be on a tour for 8 or so hours, so he tells me to call the helicopter companies and find him one that will fly him up there for a private star show. I begin explaining that the mountain is restricted airspace due to the observatories at the top, and that even if it wasn't, that not only can the local helicopters not safely make it to 14,000 feet in altitude, but none of those companies do stargazing tours because they aren't trained for it and don't have the equipment. Again, he tells me to just call around and find him a pilot willing to take him up there, and again starts repeating that money isn't an issue. I once again calmly explain, while shrieking like a banshee internally, that no pilot is going to risk the loss of their license as well as fines and jail time for taking him up there. Finally, he throws up his hands and says, fine, I guess I'll just go to the beach then. Like, yeah, dude, I feel so sorry that you left planning your vacation activities until you were on vacation, clearly have issues being told no, and now your only option is to enjoy a stunning beach in one of the most beautiful places in the world. God, I hate rich people. Oh my God, I just, yeah, absolutely despise this sort of person. Just because you've got money doesn't mean that you can have access to do whatever you want. It's just not how the world works. It's just annoying that people like this have lots of money and just feel entitled to be able to say and do things like this. It's just insane. There's literal legal reasons as to why money doesn't matter in this situation and you cannot do this thing. Yet they don't get it. how dumb are they? And yeah, again, I completely agree. Now your only option is to enjoy a stunning beach in one of the most beautiful places in the world. It's not as if it's a bad thing, is it? Goodness me. The audacity to say, fine, I guess I'll just go and enjoy the beach then. Yeah, you will. My sister-in-law got a new engagement and wedding band, and it's the exact same one as mine. My sister-in-law copied my engagement ring, and I'm trying not to get angry. My sister-in-law has always hated me. From the moment I got with my now husband, her husband's twin, she has always hated me. The first thing she ever said to me was that I'm the longest lasting girlfriend, and since that day, there's been this weird unspoken competition where she's always trying to belittle me, making me feel small and insecure. At first it used to work, but now it just angers me. She's bragged about seeing my husband, boyfriend at the time, naked before. She's made comments about my sister's marriage unnecessarily. She's just jealous or something and has always said something to demean me. She goes and changes into outfits that match mine and literally copies me in everything. Well, me and my husband got married recently and he bought me a new ring because of our new journey in life as we'd grown so much. And then today I went to my mother-in-law's house to celebrate someone's birthday and she's here with my husband's twin. I look at her and she copied my ring. Exactly. My husband bought me a new 5-carat pear rose gold double halo ring and she has the exact same thing. I am so freaking angry. Also, an added note, she also copied our other sister-in-law's engagement ring. My husband has 7 brothers and the eldest got married first, and then she did and she had the exact same ring as that girl too. So I know this behavior isn't random or a coincidence. I'm trying to contain myself because it's not a big deal and it's just materialistic things, but I'm fuming and I'm so annoyed. I literally don't want to talk to her at all on this trip. So should I confront her or just leave it alone? Yeah, now this is just extremely weird. And to be honest with you, over the history of my channel and having read a lot of stories about people like this is not a kind of new occurrence, I want to say. An individual like this in one of these stories on these entitled subreddits. She's just, I don't know, got so much wrong with her. So much jealousy. We don't know why, because obviously there's not a lot of context to outside what we've been given, but it's just clear that she is a terrible person. And I don't really know what her agenda is, what she's trying to do, what she's trying to achieve. But yeah, just a horrible person that sadly is a part of your life. All I can say is just try and ignore her as much as possible. Every little thing that she does to try and irk you or get under your skin, whether it's dressing like you or having the same engagement ring made or wedding ring or whatever it is, just ignore it. And by doing that and not giving her any fuel to add to her stupid fire, it will just drive her crazy. Trust me, I think that's the only thing you can do here. Lady gets a ticket after people kindly warned her. This one is from a few months ago, but it's still gold. There's an intersection by my work that connects 2 main roads, east to west and north to south. When you come to this intersection from any direction, you won't be able to turn left. There's signs everywhere telling you, no turning left. Easy, right? Well, no, not easy. Living in that town and going to work where I work for almost a decade, I've seen so many people turn left. People usually just honk and swear, but this time there was a cop waiting to go through, east. This lady pulls up in a nice Cadillac. She's coming from the south and goes to turn, you guessed it, left. Now, people see the cop. They know that her getting pulled over will slow down traffic as it's a 2-lane street. So panic ensues. Honking, yelling, some swearing. One guy on the street says, "Lady, don't turn left. There's a cop. Don't turn left. Don't turn left," like a freaking chant, everyone together. This lady rolls down her window the rest of the way. At this point, she is mid-intersection going to turn left. The cop is shaking his head no. Bro looked like he was on lunch and he was fuming. Like he's close enough that I can see the sandwich bag in his car. The lady though yells out, and I'll never forget, "I can do whatever the frick I want to. I will do whatever I want, and if I want to turn left, I'm freaking turning left. I don't care." And left she goes. The cop looks down. Lunchtime has been interrupted. His windows may have been closed, but you can tell when someone yells the F word. He turns around and puts his lights on. Of course, she pulled over. She can do whatever she wants till the cops are there. Oh, I mean, come on, woman. Everybody there is telling you not to do something. They're all trying to help you. But no, I guess that is the definition of entitlement. You feel entitled to do whatever you want. And yeah, you pay the repercussions because you deserve them. Like, come on. Even the cop is pretty much chanting, saying, please don't do it. I'm eating my sandwich, man. Just play by the rules like everyone else does. Or the majority of people try to, at least. Everyone's trying to help you. But no, I'm going to have to pull you over here. I'm going to have to do my job. And yeah, nobody really wanted that to happen. Apart from you, it seemed. It's just instant karma of the highest accord. And one thing is for sure, never interrupt a cop on their lunchtime. That is a surefire way to get a ticket. Now for our next entitled people story. My aunt felt entitled to my money. At the beginning of the year, I decided to move across the country and change career. What I'd not anticipated was that due to stupid French insurance laws, they cover agencies and homeowners for unpaid rent only if the renter is a student, not workers in training. I couldn't find anywhere to live. My aunt was living less than an hour away from where I would work, so I called her. She was about to move away from her old apartment and apparently didn't have enough room for me in her new place, so she offered to keep renting her old place while I finish my probation period, and then once I'm able to rent, I'll move out or rent the place myself. But it came with a condition. I had to pay her the entire caution in case I break anything, and I had to buy her the kitchen she'd installed and several other pieces of furniture because it was a pain to move it. I also had to only have moving boxes, no furniture myself. I had to argue to let me have a freaking fridge. I moved in and stayed for the 3 months probation. Then I decided that I prefer to live near my job and move out. I cleaned my aunt's apartment, I moved my things out, and the furniture she sold me, except for the kitchen, and left. Now, because I was here illegally, I had no choice in that. My name was never on the contract, but I still paid my aunt rent every month. I believed that she would receive the entire caution back and give it to me. Plus, she said she would try to resell the kitchen to the new renters, and that would allow again me to have some money back. But she texted me yesterday that she'll only receive 30% of the caution back. Here are the reasons. She lost the key and it has to be replaced. I insist she lost a key. Charges to pay, and then also garbage taxes. Here is the kicker. Those are the charges for the entire year, but I was only there for 3 months. Yet still, she is making me pay the entire tax. I wouldn't mind paying them for the 3 months I stayed, but I find the entire year to be exaggerated. Plus, I didn't lose the key, she did, and still it's up to me to pay? Her reason was, we agreed I would only give you the money that the agency is giving me back. I'm screwed because I was there illegally, so I don't have a leg to stand on. I'll just remember to never trade with that aunt again. Well, although I see your point, OP, that you don't have a leg to stand on because you were there illegally. You can do other things, right? You can, for example, tell your entire family about how your aunt treated you, what she made you do, and how much money she made you pay, when in reality, that was her caution. That was what she had to pay. Well, at the minimum 9 months, but probably more, given, as you said, she was the one who lost the key. So yeah, I think that there's nothing you can do financially in terms of that money is gone. But tell your family, tell everyone, make people understand what your aunt did and that your aunt is a bad person. Just to clear up some things as well, I'll put this on screen actually. People are asking in the comments, if OP was there illegally, isn't your aunt the one that's liable? So do nothing, it's on her to fix, not you. But then someone has replied that the aunt is shorting them on the payback, there's nothing owed to the landlord. OP clears things up though. Yeah, I don't know if it's the same in the USA, but in France you have to pay a caution when you rent a place, and when you leave, if anything is broken because of you, part of that money isn't returned. Okay, so in England we call that a deposit then, that makes sense. To assure my aunt I was coming in good faith, I paid her the caution before arriving. I really had no choice, and she took advantage of that. I see, it all makes sense. Very sad, but there we go. I, a 26-year-old man, found her, a 28-year-old woman's TikTok after we went on a date. This is honestly not something I expected to post about. But here's the thing. I've known this woman for a while since we are in the same friend groups. She's a nice person, attractive, and honestly, I've always enjoyed my talks with her. A few weeks ago, I asked her out on a date. I figured if she says no, it's fine, but she actually agreed. We went on a date this past Saturday, and honestly, I thought it was awesome. We went out to dinner, had drinks, spent the rest of the night talking, and we even took a walk on a walking bridge over the town's lake. It's not a big one. I dropped her off and was elated. I absolutely loved the night. However, that night when I was scrolling through TikTok on my bed, a post from her, I didn't follow nor knew she had a TikTok at that point, appeared on my For You page. Essentially, she said in the video, "Getting ready for a date I really don't want to go on." That was like a bucket of ice water being thrown on my head. I was so freaking happy, and I just found out she didn't even want to go on a date with me. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying she has to want it, but please let me know if that's the case. We don't need to go out. We can forget I even asked her out. But doing this on the internet, it made me self-conscious. I'm not sure if that's the right word. Now I'm unsure about what to do. Should I tell her I saw this or just forget about it? Honestly, it really hurt me, and I'm not really sure I want to give this another try. I mean, she didn't want to go out with me in the first place, right? Wow, that is a really tough situation. But without further ado, let's get into the update. This was posted just a week later. Hello everyone. Some people have reached out to me through comments or chats asking for an update on the situation. Sadly, there isn't much to share at the moment, but I'll provide what I can. Please keep in mind that I won't be discussing this further, nor will I reply to comments. Thank you for your understanding. After last week's post, I read almost every comment, or at least most of them. I'm thankful to all those who commented and shared a bit of their own personal story. Some people mentioned that anxiety is normal and feeling like not going out is definitely common, suggesting that I shouldn't look too much into it. While I agree with their perspective and see no fault in not feeling like going out, what bothered me the most in this situation was having to post a TikTok for a significant audience. I am a private person by nature, and even my social media accounts, like Instagram, only have one single post. I don't really like to overtly share, nor do I want to be with somebody who does. It's completely fine to share whatever you want, I just don't want to be a part of it. So, I decided not to contact her. I chose to pretend I'd never seen the post and let things be. I understand a lot of people might think this isn't the best choice, but I feel it's the best course for both of us. Last Thursday, a few friends who also happened to know her invited me for drinks. We went to a bar, and while we were eating and enjoying our drinks, a mutual friend asked me how my date went, as our circle was aware that we were going on a date. I didn't want to say much, so I just replied, "Oh, it was good, but I don't think we clicked." This friend followed it by saying, "We figured," which made me feel rather uneasy. When I asked what he was talking about, he hesitated, but eventually said that they had seen a TikTok post from her about not wanting to go out. At this point, I didn't really know what to say. This situation is just incredibly messy for me, but there's not much I can do about it. Still, I wasn't going to mention it, nor did I try to look up if there was any update on her part. In fact, I deleted TikTok after that incident. It just wasn't doing me any good. Nevertheless, this past Saturday, she sent me a text. She mentioned that she enjoyed our date and asked if I wanted to go out again. I understand that she clearly stated that she enjoyed our time together. However, I don't want to be with someone who exposes so much of their personal life. It's not something that would be good for me. So I decided to tell her the truth, and I sent a text explaining that while I absolutely enjoyed our date, her company, and that I thought she was an amazing woman, her post from the night of our date came across my For You page on TikTok, and it made me feel really self-conscious. While I understand that she enjoyed the date, contrary to what she felt at the time of the post, I didn't feel comfortable going out with someone who had such a high level of exposure online. I wished her the best and expressed hope that she finds someone whose lifestyle aligns with hers. She has read the message and left me on read ever since. I don't think she'll reply, and I don't think we'll have a lot of social interactions going forward. I'm sorry if this wasn't the update you guys were expecting, but yeah, sadly, that's what the situation became. Anyhow, I wish everyone a good day. Okay, wow, what a post to start things off. First of all, I've got to say that usually I try and keep my comments relatively short and concise on these episodes, but I have so much personal stuff to say about this that I don't think this is going to be short. First of all, I literally know someone who's been in this exact position before. It's actually one of my good friend's brothers, and yeah, he was in this exact spot, dating someone who posted about their dates and, well, her dates with him on TikTok. It's a very, very weird spot. I mean, this person has quite a few thousand followers. We're talking tens of thousands here. This is a relatively big account. And yeah, he knew that after going on a date with her or texting her or, you know, just his feelings towards her or her feelings towards him, it was going to be public through her TikTok account. And that was obviously pretty weird. It was also weird for us, right? Watching these videos from her. She's American and he lives in America. But yet we were given an insight into their dating life. It was just a bit strange given that we knew the person that she was talking about. Now, if you don't know who that person is, maybe it's interesting. I can hold my hands up here. However, linking this back to the story I've just read, from OP's perspective, I don't think it's a very comfortable position to be in when you going on a pretty intimate date, you know, a personal thing, yet the person you're doing that with is spreading everything or telling everyone online about it. Now look, I know that there is a big audience for that. I completely understand it, and it's very popular, that sort of content, but I agree with OP. It's not the best thing, I think, to have somebody just spreading that information online. I don't know. I kind of agree. For me personally, I don't give out too much information about myself online, if I'm being pretty honest. I actually don't give out that much at all. Yeah, you know, I have an Instagram account, I have a Twitter, but those aren't that public really. I mean, they are public, but they're not super public. I'm not like posting stories every day about what I'm doing. I'm not kind of necessarily telling you lot all the time how I'm feeling or like my dating life or that sort of stuff. It's just not what I kind of want to do, because I feel like it's important to keep that sort of stuff separate. I don't know. People do that sort of stuff and people love it. It's just probably not for me. Now, going back to OP here, I think that the way he's handled this is really, really mature, and it's actually a great reason for not continuing to see this person. And I'd like to think that if I felt the same way, which I might, I feel like I'm more inclined not to, because I get this sort of industry, but you never know. I wouldn't want someone saying, oh, this date was good, oh, my boyfriend's really annoying me, doing a video about all that stuff, to be honest. So I might, but yeah, by saying, look, we had a great date, I appreciate the fact that, you know, maybe you had reservations before or not, or I like the fact that you said you wanted to go on another date, all good. I don't want to be in a relationship with somebody or see somebody that is posting so much stuff publicly about just me and you. I think that's a very, very valid point. But if you think about it, right, his friends saying to him, yeah, we figured. They've seen the video. I mean, that kind of epitomizes the whole notion of what OP is saying, right? You don't want other people, you don't want your friends knowing about that sort of stuff. You don't want other people knowing, you don't want strangers knowing. It's just weird, isn't it? It's just so strange, and yeah, I think you made the right decision. Now for our next best of post. Would I be the jerk for not telling my husband I'm pregnant until after he's back from his trip? My husband is a stay-at-home dad to our 4-year-old daughter. He is an extremely devoted and loving dad who has barely spent any time away from her, and she is a major daddy's girl. In 2 weeks, he's going to his best friend from college for a whole week. He's going to be reuniting with his college friends that he hasn't seen or spent time with altogether since our own wedding. He originally wanted the 3 of us to go, but I convinced him to just go himself, because I think being alone would make him enjoy it more, so he doesn't have to do childcare. I think our daughter is too young for that big of a trip for people she's only met once. Also, I'm planning on taking a week off work and would love to spend one-on-one time with her that we so rarely get. This morning, I learned that I am pregnant. We've been trying for some time now and really want lots of kids, so I'm over the moon, and I know that my husband and daughter will be too. I've not told my husband yet. My first pregnancy, he was a huge prepper, and when I first learned I was pregnant, he went into overdrive with preparing, researching, and taking care of me. He was incredibly helpful and loving, and it was so sweet, but he also really worked himself up and got stressed. I don't think it'll be as bad with this one, but I could still see it being a lot. I honestly don't really want to tell him until after his trip, in 3 weeks, even though it's a huge secret for me to keep. I think he'll potentially be upset, which with him is very, very tame, when he finds out that I'd known for 3 weeks, but he would get over it fast. My concern with telling him is I could honestly see it ruining his trip. I can just imagine the constant texts asking me questions for the millionth times, or sharing his most recent thoughts. I really, really want him to have a chill and fun trip and be able to decompress. And for myself, I want to be able to just focus on having a great time with my girl. But I also don't want to just hide something so hugely important to our family from him, since he obviously deserves to know. I can't really decide. Would I be the jerk if I decided to wait to tell him until after his trip? Okay, so before we get into the update here, first of all, a couple of relevant comments from the original comment section. Someone has said, no, you're not the jerk, but definitely don't tell anyone else before him. I completely agree with that. The logic here does make sense from OP. I think that's completely fine. But yeah, you cannot tell anyone else because that is when it would get unfair. OP replies, oh yeah, I'm definitely not telling anyone else. That's why I'm asking Reddit for advice on this and not friends or family. Yeah, that does make sense. Although I may tell my daughter right before he gets home because I'm loving all of the surprise suggestions that I'm seeing, especially with her wearing a big sister shirt. That is a good shout. Someone else has replied to that saying, I love the big sister shirt. If she's not reading yet, you can have her help you make it, then tell her when she's putting it on to show him that it has a secret message for daddy to read out loud to her. They can both get a surprise at the same time. That is genius. Oh my word. She can blurt out when she sees him that her shirt has a secret message for him, and she won't know ahead of time what it is. Oh, that is so clever. And OP has replied that she absolutely loves this. This is absolutely what she's going to do. Thank you so much. What a great idea that is. Okay, so now for the update, which came 6 days later. So I hadn't planned to give an update so soon, but even though I planned on waiting until after my husband's trip, after a few days, it became clear to me that I could not wait that long. He definitely knew something was up with me. I've been getting crazy excited and been chomping at the bit to tell him, and honestly it just didn't feel good to keep something that big from him for so long. We've been trying for this baby for close to a year now, and it's such happy news, and I decided it's just not worth it. But I still wanted to give him the surprise I had planned. I asked him to go out to the store to grab something really quick, and before he got home I had my daughter put a shirt I'd got on her that had "only child" crossed out with "big sister" written underneath. When he came through the front door, she sprinted to him, yelling about how her shirt had a secret message for him. He was very taken aback, and it took him a second, but once it clicked, he was beyond excited, as was our very confused daughter once we told her. She started dancing around the house, singing about having a baby sister, which she is adamant it will be, and it was just a really good day. He's still going on his trip and has not been even close to as stressed as he was last time. If anything, he's looking forward to it even more now because he knows it's going to be a last chance to really decompress before things become a whole lot crazier. Thank you so much everyone for all of the lovely comments and responses that I got. I really appreciated them. I showed my husband the post and admitted my original plans, and he got a big kick out of it, but he's very glad that I told him before the trip. Thanks again. Well, there we go. If you were after some wholesome content today, that's it. You just got it. That was just a beautiful story. I just love that. Sometimes Reddit can be a pretty toxic and negative place, but it's good to remind ourselves that a lot of good stuff does also exist on the website like that. That was wonderful. I mean, honestly, like the amount of stuff, you guys know this, the amount of stuff I read about entitled parents, like entitled kids, just rude people and terrible people in general. Then you come across a family like this where, you know, even on a subreddit like AmITheJerk, sometimes a lot of the posts are kind of negative, or you're like, yeah, this is kind of not great anyway. I mean, some people are in the wrong here, some people are not entirely sure. This is just someone genuinely asking, should I tell him now or later? Because either way, it's going to be an amazing thing, but could I potentially make something that's going to be amazing as well, his trip away, a little bit worse? Just great. Just like a healthy relationship. a lovely family, very enjoyable stuff. I agree with you as well, OP. I think that, it wouldn't be as stressful this time. I'll try and put myself in that situation. Obviously, it's tough because I'm not a father. However, one day I may well be. And I think if I am to become a father twice, the second time would be a lot less stressful. I can imagine myself being a little bit like OP the first time, just wanting to make sure everything's okay, being, on top of stuff, asking loads of questions, trying to sort things out. But I feel like once you've done it once, the second time is a lot easier and you know more what you're doing. So yeah, I reckon he's going to enjoy the holiday a lot. My ex-coworker told our department about my sex life, so I told her boyfriend she cheated on him. I used to work in a factory. This chick was my age. I thought we were cool. I told her about a time I used a cucumber as a you-know-what. I used a condom, don't worry. I believe that everyone has some wild sex stories, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. Her and my old team would talk about wild things all the time. We'd laugh about it and move on. I quit that job and went back 2 weeks ago thinking I'd want the job again. I saw her in the break room and I didn't say hi because I was talking with someone else and I don't want to be rude. I quit that day because I realized I still hated that job. I'm assuming that's why she told the whole department, not just my team, that I screwed a cucumber. I found this out last night through a mutual friend. Normally, I wouldn't let this bother me, but the fact that she told the people who gossip to everyone after I quit struck a nerve. Seemingly because she felt entitled to me saying hi. We weren't even that close. I put up with a whole lot of BS at that job, and I'd be danged if I still had to after I quit. When I worked there, she cheated on her boyfriend, who also worked there, with our co-worker. Everyone knew about it, and they'd brag about it to everyone. I didn't get involved because it wasn't my business. I found her boyfriend's social media last night, and I told him about her cheating. Now she wants to fight me outside of work, and the co-worker she cheated with is mad at me for causing issues for him at work. We all warned them what would happen if they got together. The whole team is chaotic at the moment, which is what my mutual friend texted me. I'm sure that my cucumber story isn't that important anymore. Well, there you go. That is as fair as it gets. That is the definition of an eye for an eye. It's petty, yeah. Is it justified? 100%. As the top comment says right here, living in glass houses and throwing stones is a dangerous business. I completely agree. Why would you do this sort of thing when you know that you're cheating and you know that the person that you're telling these things about also knows that you're cheating? It's so dumb. Obviously, easiest form of revenge would be that person telling your boyfriend or getting in contact with your boyfriend and saying, yeah, by the way, just so you know, you're being cheated on. How dumb are you? Neighbor blows air horn at dog, and my brother has the sudden desire to practice his guitar on the back porch. So, I've lived in this house for 2 years with my brother. The neighbors work nights and have woken us up every morning they have work. See, their driveway is 5 feet from our bedrooms. They like to take Bluetooth phone calls in their cars when they get home. I can hear these calls on the opposite side of my house, let alone 5 feet away through my bedroom wall. When I got my dog and she started deterring the phone calls by barking at them when she was outside, I kind of thought it was funny. Until the neighbor guy started blowing an air horn at her. The first time I took it as a sign that I was being a bad owner and installed dog bark deterrents outside. Thing is, this guy leaves his house to do yard work once a week and get the mail once a day. I bring her inside whenever I see him outside, but sometimes I don't catch her in time. The dog bark deterrent battery died earlier today too, so I'm relaxing in my living room and here comes the air horn. My brother got sick of it and felt a sudden compulsion to set up his guitar and amp on the back porch. 15 minutes into his impromptu concert, I hear yelling. I go outside and the neighbor is screaming at my brother that he's a jerk and he already spoke to me, a lie, and said that if he's outside, then bring the dog inside. He and the wife, who had been hoovering by the door, storm inside. My brother is considering practicing every afternoon when he comes home from work. Well, yeah, I think it makes complete sense. There's only one way to get better at the electric guitar, and that is to play it extremely loudly when you come home from work. Ideally, outside. Simple as that. It has to be done. Look, these guys know, they must know that they're being inconsiderate. And it probably works both ways, right? You know, if you do work a night shift, then I imagine that the worst part about it is trying to sleep in the day. Well, one of the worst parts for sure. Guys, if you've ever done night shifts, let me know in the comments down below, because I can imagine that there are a lot of natural disturbances. You know, life is obviously louder in the day as more people are awake. But you would think that knowing that, these people wouldn't be loud to their neighbors right in the middle of the morning when they're coming back from their shift, right? Because they know how easy it would be to flip the script, as we're seeing from OP's family. Come on, like the first story, don't throw stones in glass houses. So dumb. You know what I reckon your brother should do? Listen very closely to one of the Bluetooth calls and then make a song all about it and just play it to them. See their reaction then. I bet they'd love it. Ditching a family vacation in favor of going away with my husband. Every year, my family likes to plan a big vacation together. It's usually my mother, my sister, my brother and his wife, my daughter, her husband, and my grandbaby, and finally me and my husband. We also have open invitations to other various relatives. This year, they wanted to do an all-inclusive resort in Aruba. It was settled and tickets were purchased. While I don't mind going on vacation with family, I have some qualms with the various parties who are attending. Let's start with my mother, who is up in age but hasn't really taken the best care of her body. So she has weight problems that have affected her ability to walk. It's also led to sleep apnea. This means that she can't walk very far without taking tons of breaks and will fall asleep anywhere, which isn't a problem, except every time we plan an activity that requires some level of physical fitness, she discourages us from doing it, and she can't take us having fun without her. So we end up scrapping our plans and doing whatever activity she feels she can do. Then there is my brother, who wants to go and can't afford his own way. This leads him to scrounge off my mother to find a way to go. Usually, it plays itself out as he says he is going, his ticket gets bought, and everything else is paid for, and then my mother will have some sort of emergency where we need to help her out. We basically end up giving her close to, if not more than what it costs for my deadbeat brother to go, and then we spend the rest of the vacation paying for him and mum through meals, tickets to attractions, and anything else that tickles their fancy. Now that you have some background, let's get to the jerk/revenge part. As we get closer to the trip, I get rumblings of my mother needing the cash for house repairs. Then my brother has to quit his job to go on the trip because the man won't let him off, and my daughter and her husband booked the honeymoon suite. As all of this is going down and we confirm flights, accommodations, and excursions, I just nod my head and agree. The day of the trip, we all head to the airport and get through security. As everyone turns left to go to their gate, me and my husband turn the opposite way. They start quizzing us as to where we're going and if we're getting something to eat so we can bring them some. So I just turn to them and say, we've decided to go on a cruise out of Miami. See you guys in a couple of weeks. My daughter is irate and says, who is going to watch the baby while we enjoy our second honeymoon? My mother is like, who's going to pay for this for her and pay for that? My brother just looks dumbfounded like he just lost his pet. And they all start to tell me how I'm ruining their vacation and I'm a jerk and stuff. Now this right here is absolute genius. Yes, in this one moment, I have to say that you are being a jerk because you haven't told them about this, and yeah, it's tough on them. However, it's so beautiful and it's completely justified. Like, it's so good. Imagine the look on their faces. They have taken advantage of you for so many years now, probably so many different trips, and yet here we go. Right back in their face, bang. You're leaving them probably in the complete mud because they were reliant on you to pay for everything. Let's be honest, that's what you've always done. That's what they've always relied on you for. What are they going to do now? As you go off gallivanting, enjoying your trip with your money, good for you by the way, they are just completely fricked. And that is what I love to see. A taste of your own medicine. Phenomenal stuff. I mean, their actions, to be honest, just confirmed, right? How each of them individually plan to take advantage of you. It's right there for you. The reasons for you doing what you did were literally stated back to you as you left and did your own thing. So obvious. Like, if you had any doubts about if what you were doing was right or wrong, there you go. Confirmed. You did the right thing. Phenomenal revenge. Creep learns to not ask girls for nudes. This is an older story, but something on Today I Effed Up reminded me of it, and I figured it was worth sharing. So we'll call Creeper Kevin because he was an idiot, and this concerns my older sister, who I'll call Susan. Kevin lived across the street and was friends with my brother. His mum was friends with our mum, and we regularly babysat his little sister. I think it started when we went camping. We got him to go over and feed the cats and fish and water the plants while we were gone. And when we got back, Susan found that someone had been in her underwear drawer. And if I remember correctly, there was a pair missing, but we never really got any confirmation. Well, don't ask how because I don't know, but Kevin had Susan's phone number and he started asking for nudes. Susan showed our parents, and the way they saw it, there were two options. They could tell his mum, and we knew that she would absolutely kill him, or we could screw with him. Susan chose that option. He asked for a hot pic. She sent him a picture of the stovetop with one of the burners on. He asked for a nude. She sent a picture of an ankle. He wanted more explicit, so she obliged. She sent him a picture of a thigh in spandex. He wanted more, so she sent him a picture of a nipple. He didn't ask again, and we let that brew for about a week. Then we told his mum, and she was ready to rip his head off, but then we told her what we did, and we sent him the same pictures, but this time they weren't cropped. You see, dear reader, those weren't pictures of Susan. They were pictures of my bio dad. So that thigh in spandex was his hairy thigh in these spandex boxer things he used for his back, and that nitpick the kid jerked off to was a hairy man nipple. His mum was howling with laughter. She did have a sit down with him, and she noticed that he wasn't disappearing to his room for a nap for a good long while, and his showers were much shorter. We're pretty sure he was traumatized for life, and he never asked my sister for another picture. Once he asked for one from a girl that she knew, but obviously Susan told her friends about what happened, and the friends sent him the same zoomed in nitpic. We never heard about him asking another girl for pics. Oh my, this is a hands on head moment for me. Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine having a fun time, with yourself over a picture that you think an attractive girl has sent to you, and then you find out that it's a hairy man nipple. How can you ever look at yourself in the mirror again? I mean, it's just ridiculous, unbelievable. And also the fact that he's then continued on asking other girls for news and has had that hairy nipple sent back to him again is so good. Look, obviously the guy's a complete creep, but he is going to be traumatized for a long time. Imagine jerking off over that. Oh, it's crazy. It really is. And now for our final petty revenge post of this episode. Steal my parking space. Enjoy the fine. Me and my girlfriend started renting an apartment in August. My girlfriend had a few weeks left of her job, a city over, and due to that, my girlfriend needed a car. Since she worked late evenings, it would be almost impossible for her to find a parking space close to our apartment at roughly 9 PM, since all parking spaces would be filled at about 4:30 PM. So we both decided to pay $90 a month for the parking garage under our apartment. After a few weeks, my girlfriend started working closer to our home, and the need for a car disappeared. The lease wasn't up on the parking space, so we decided to use it as a reserve space in case friends or family came over. Since the space is usually empty, people started parking in it. We usually would call parking security and they'd put a fine on the car. But this time I chose to be nice. A blacked out BMW was parked in our space, and I found out who owned it. I called them with the intention of asking them to move the car politely. The owner of the car was a 30-year-old man. I rang him up and he picked up the phone. Silence. He was silent for a solid 5 seconds before I hesitantly said, "Hello?" He responded, "Who is it?" in an annoyed voice. "Hello, my name is OP." "OP who? From what company?" "Oh, I'm not from a company. I just live in the same apartment complex as you and was wondering—" "Go the frick away," he interrupted. Then he hung up the phone. I then called parking security, and 10 minutes later, there was an $80 fine on his car. I tried calling him again to tell him that there was a fine on his car and a tow truck would be there to pick it up later that evening if he didn't move it from our spots. But when I called him up, I got a very warm and pleasant response. "Stop freaking calling me!" And he hung up. Later that evening, I saw a nice blacked out BMW on the back of a tow truck. Oh, and a little update to when this one as well. One of the other times this happened, I took a photo of the car. I just remembered that I still have the photo, so I looked at the license plate, and it turns out, same last name as this new guy. I looked up the person and they're related. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, I guess. Oh wow, I mean, yeah, this is good revenge, but it's not really revenge at all, is it, if we're being honest with each other? This is just what you would do in this situation. Ultimately, you didn't even have to be polite in the first place. But you were, and he still didn't really care. I mean, maybe he's one of those people that just won't even care about the fine or the fact that his car's been towed. I mean, surely not, right? Surely it's worth just, you've heard that someone's from your apartment. Are you that much of an arrogant idiot? And I want to say something a lot stronger there, but I'm not going to swear. That just says, oh, I don't care from my apartment, just F off. And then you get that same call again and you still are not like inquisitive at least, or maybe someone needs your help or something like that. Or perhaps you realize that you've parked in a space that you don't pay for or own. Maybe it's to do with that. I mean, come on. It's ridiculous. And yeah, ultimately, the guy's car deserved to be towed. What an absolute tool. It's funny, I'm just looking through the comments. A lot of people are saying that, oh, what a surprise, the guy's insert swear word here. He drives a BMW. Tough. Do you agree? Get in the comments down below. I don't know about that. I don't know too much about cars, but I know that BMW drivers do have quite a bad rep. But yeah, there we go. Am I the jerk for giving a fake name at Starbucks? Alright, so I am a 22-year-old man and I think this whole thing is ridiculous. But my girlfriend is really angry at me, so here we go. I don't like giving my real name at places like Starbucks and similar stores, where they shout out your name when the order's ready. I can't tell you why. I have a normal, reasonably common name that I like fine enough, but for some reason it majorly creeps me out when a barista shouts my name through a room full of strangers. I guess it's just some harmless quirk I have, at least to me. So whenever I'm at a store where they want your name, I say it's Tom. That's literally the name I use. Nothing inappropriate or outlandish, just plain Tom. I know I am meant when they call it, as I always use the same one, so there's no confusion or anything. They yell Tom, I get my drink or my food, and it's never been a problem until now. A couple of days ago, I was at Starbucks with my new girlfriend and ordered our drinks while she sat down. I gave them my fake name, as always, and when our order was ready and they shouted Tom, I went and got it. My girlfriend was a bit confused and asked me if I went and got someone else's order, which is fair enough. So I explained the thing to her and thought that was that. But she got really angry. She says it's really disrespectful to lie like that, and that I am making everybody in the store out to be creeps who will do something bad if they know my name, which is not at all what's happening. I just don't like when they yell my real name, so I found a harmless way to get around that. But she can't see it like that. She thinks I'm a pathological liar who is way too suspicious of everyone and I need to stop. I really can't see the problem she has. It's really not that deep. I don't think I'm hurting anyone, or am I? So yeah, I'm really confused by her reaction and asking myself if I'm the jerk after all. For some reason I can't comprehend. So Reddit, am I the jerk for giving a fake name? No, in my opinion, you're not. It's not as if you're giving a stupid name, right? If you were taking the mick and just trying to be funny and cool and trendy, then I say, yeah, you are in the wrong, because there's no need to do that. However, nobody is getting offended by the name Tom, are they? That's completely fine. Your reasoning is completely fine. If you fully explain this to your girlfriend and she doesn't get it, then suck her off, mate. She's clearly weird. It's very easy to understand why you do this. And by the way, it's fine if she doesn't agree. Your reasoning makes sense. If she doesn't understand that, that's on her. Am I the jerk for telling my husband I find him disgusting and I want us to sleep in separate beds? My husband and I welcomed our second child 4 months ago. With having a new baby, I'm extra cautious about germs and cleaning. This got me thinking about my husband's shower routine. He would take a shower in the morning and go off to work. He's a chemist, so mostly desk job, but sometimes he walks outside from one building to the next. They're less than a block away. We live in humid, hot Florida, so of course that adds some inevitable perspiration to the equation. He's also a manager, so he deals with people all day long. I've tried to bring up the subject of him taking a quick shower when he gets home from work, or even just before bed. He says that he does not need to take another shower since he showered in the morning. I try to explain that I don't feel comfortable with him laying in the bed because I lay our baby there sometimes, and I feel like the bed sheets are dirty by him laying on them Same with our comforter. No, the baby sleeps in a bassinet safely next to me, but during the day I will lay him on the bed while I do chores around him, like folding laundry, etc. I realise that everybody has their own routines, but I've washed my hair in the morning, showered and gone through the day. At the end of it, I'm feeling dirty, grimy, and I'm in need of a shower before bed. How can he be okay with having gone through the whole day and not feel like he should shower? I finally told him I'm not comfortable with him laying in bed dirty, so he should sleep in the guest room. I have OCPD, so it's really hard for me to not have things be the way I feel they should be in my mind. In my mind, it's disgusting for him to lay in bed dirty, but what do you guys think? Am I the jerk? Sorry, saying that you have OCPD is that's not an excuse. Sorry, it isn't. A lot of people have that. That's not OCD. That's just liking things done the way that you like them in order, which the majority of people like. I mean, maybe I'm getting that wrong. I'll have a quick look at what OCPD really is, but I would say myself that I have that. And you can't say, no, you have to have 2 showers a day because I have OCPD. That's insane. The primary difference is that OCD includes obsessions and compulsions, while OCPD does not. That's kind of what I think. Like, OCPD is more of just a preference, really. OCD is you are characterized by intrusive thoughts. So having OCD is one thing. That is a mental disorder. Having OCPD and liking things done the way that you like them, I mean, come on. You can't force a man to have 2 showers a day. I have a shower once a day in the evening, and that's it. Personally, I don't really understand the morning shower banter. I know a lot of people do. You want to get up, you want to get fresh for the day. Maybe you disagree. Let me know in the comments down below. Really interesting discussion there about the benefits of showering at different times of the day. That is what I love to bring to you guys on this channel. But nonetheless, the way you've gone about this and telling your husband that you find him disgusting because he only wants to shower once a day, yeah, pretty crazy. Also, why not just put your kid somewhere else if it's that much of an issue? There are workarounds here. You don't have to say, I find you disgusting, sleep in another bed. Am I the jerk for kicking out my girlfriend and her son after she invited her ex into our home? Me and my girlfriend, Sarah, have been together for 4 years. She has a son, Nathan, who is 9, with her ex, Mark. Sarah has full custody of Nathan, with her ex having scheduled visitations 1 weekend of every month. Sarah and Nathan moved in with me a little over a year and a half ago, and from my perspective, it was a little rocky at first. I've always been pretty protective of my space, so making room for 2 other people was difficult for me. When Sarah moved in with me, we agreed that the visitations for Mark would be held in our apartment as long as I'm home. The main reason I wanted this is because I don't know Mark that well, and I don't really want him wandering around our apartment without me there. When we proposed this idea to Mark, he was fine with it. Now moving on to the real issue. 3 weeks ago marked 4 months since Mark's last visit, so I'd asked Sarah when he was planning on visiting Nathan. My girlfriend replied by shrugging her shoulders and telling me she'd ask. She never followed up with it. So a few days ago, I asked when Mark's next visit was, and Sarah said she'd tell me when she knew. Nathan was in the living room but had apparently overheard us and shouted something along the lines of, "Dad was here last weekend, remember?" Sarah's face immediately dropped, and when I asked what Nathan meant, she wouldn't give me a direct answer. Eventually, she ended up telling me that for the past 2 visits, Mark had been to our apartment when I was working. When I accused her of going back on our agreement, she kept telling me this was her home too, and she could invite whoever she wanted, and that it was fine because she was here and watching. I told her that was besides the point, and she violated my trust. It blew up into a huge argument, which ended in me telling her to get out of my apartment. She packed up and left with Nathan. Last I heard, she was staying with her parents. I've gotten several messages from both Sarah and her parents calling me a jerk for kicking her and Nathan out of their home for something so small. She's even been blasting me on Instagram and Facebook about how horrible I am to do this to her. It's got me thinking that I might be the jerk, but I'm not entirely sure yet. Am I? No, you're definitely not. I mean, there's no doubt about it. You had a verbal agreement, sure, but an agreement with your partner, and she's gone against it. Simple as that. You're allowed to get angry at that. Like, she's been lying to your face for a few months. It's terrible form, and yeah, I'd kick her out too. I think that's completely fair. I really do. I don't think there's much more to say than that. I think importantly as well, you said that it's your apartment that they've moved into. Now, look, obviously, you're in a relationship, and by you saying that, you are kind of, cohabiting, and it has to be their apartment as much as it's yours. And, well, definitely your girlfriend's as much as it is yours. But you do own it at the end of the day. It is yours. So if there is some sort of conflict and it comes to you as to a decision as to what you want to do in terms of your living space. And if you don't feel comfortable living with your girlfriend at this moment in time, then you can say, sorry, you need to move out. You can't be the jerk for kicking her out. Sorry. And look, it sounds as if she can go to her mum's for a bit as well, but it's not ideal. She's been lying to your face for a few months. Get her gone. Am I the jerk for not fighting for my daughter to be valedictorian? My daughter's school did not choose her to be valedictorian for graduation, and she is still salty about it. Her high school normally goes with the highest grade point average, but it can be between the top 5 students if one demonstrates high academic achievement, like winning a competition. My daughter was the leader of and won a national robotics competition, and being the top 1 to 2 students, she was sure she would get valedictorian. But the school broke away from their criteria by choosing a girl who'd been in a car crash caused by a hit-and-run driver. The girl wasn't badly injured, but her mum died from the accident, and she went on to finish the year with good grades. She wasn't in the top 5 students and only took 1 AP class, whereas most previous valedictorians came from the IB or full AP course load. My son was valedictorian 4 years prior and also did full IB. So my daughter was really angry when she found out because she felt like it was unfair, and also thought it was racist because kids and parents have been complaining that only Asian students ever got the award. According to her, the last 8 years it was always an Asian who had won, and while my daughter is half Asian, so is my son, the school was trying to find a non-Asian to appease the families. She said she would have been okay with the other 5 top students winning, but to give it to someone with just above average grades when the criteria was about academics made her feel like she and the other 5, which according to her were all Asians, were discriminated against. I don't know if this is true, and I understand why it's unfair, and even agree with it to an extent. But the girl lost her mother and still finished the year with good grades, and that should be recognised. Also, the valedictorian has been made public, and if my daughter tried to get it overturned, it would make her look like a sore loser. I did explain all of this to her, and I told her that she was going to MIT already with a partial scholarship, and everybody knew she was smart. She needs to accept sometimes that unfair things happen. She was extremely angry at me for not going to the principal about this, and my wife was also angry because she felt like the school discriminated against our daughter. She's now in her first semester at MIT, and while she likes it, she says that most people in her classes were valedictorians in their high schools, and she feels like she was robbed when she worked so hard. I thought she'd forget about it, but she seems to still be angry and not as close to me as before. So, am I the jerk for not talking to her school about this when I could? That right there is called life. Life is not fair. It sounds like she deserves to be valedictorian. Fair play to her, she worked very hard, and I can fully understand from her perspective that it's quite sad to not get this. And yeah, maybe it's a little bit strange that she's still going on about this despite the fact that she's now in college, and surely you would have thought she got over it, but moved on to better things, but clearly not. However, I can understand that she's worked very hard for something that she feels like she's owed and she hasn't got it, and that's irked her. But she's not the first person that's happened to, and she won't be the last, not just with valedictorians, but in life. I'll be honest, I don't know how important or meaningful valedictorians are in American high schools. You'll have to let me know in the comments down below. But I mean, we have something similar, I think, which is like head boy, head girl in school, and people really want to get that sort of stuff, but sometimes they don't, even though they deserve it. And by the way, the person that did actually get it is pretty astonishing, right? I would say they deserve it more than Opie's daughter, to be completely honest. Like, your mum was killed, you were in the car, yet you still do really well in school. Is that not more deserving of someone that had a nice, normal life, their parents are still alive, and they did better academically? I don't know. It's a tough spot, but I think for this argument, it seems reasonable. The only thing that I could say was that if you really wanted to, you could ask a question about the Asian thing and the discrimination. I mean, I don't see how it can be, but who knows? I mean, we're missing context here. I think really your daughter is clutching at straws a little bit with that, but who knows? I mean, there could be more to that. But yeah, I don't think that's reason enough to say that, no, you should have really gone to the school and protested and said, what's going on here? The fact of the matter is, someone else won it, and that's life. I mean, can you imagine, though, if you did protest, how bad that would look? You're protesting against someone who's, I mean, I don't know why, it's not funny. It's kind of funny. As in like the irony of the whole situation. You protesting against a girl that did so well after her mum was killed in front of her about her being a valedictorian because your daughter got better grades. How bad would that look? So yes, good thing that you didn't do that. Let's be completely honest. And yeah, as I said, that is life. Entitled sister-in-law tries to take credit for large cancer fundraiser donation. So, context. My mother has a friend that has terminal cancer. She got diagnosed about a year or so ago, and it recently went terminal. She only has a few months left. So, her friends and family decided to have a fundraiser in her honor to help cover medical/afterlife/bucket list costs, as well as help the family out after she passes. This lady is an amazing person. Everyone in town knows and loves her. She's a hairdresser and has been doing my mum's hair for ages. My mum has been a big part of the planning and fundraising for this event. There are a handful of this woman's friends and family taking part in it. However, most of them live an hour or so away, so the businesses and people they are getting donations from are not in our town and they don't know anyone. So, my mum took it upon herself to call dang near every business in town. Family-owned shops and restaurants, chain shops and restaurants, travel agencies, insurance agencies, big places of employment, etc., as well as donations from the general public. She even got our local Walmart to donate. She's gotten everything from small items, gift cards, whole baskets, massages, discounts. She even got our local airport to donate 2 30-minute airplane rides around our country. That is phenomenal. And the latest place to donate was our bowling alley. The guy who runs and owns the place is amazing. He also coaches both our high school bowling teams. When my mum called him, he said that he's going to take a bit to think about what to donate because he wants to do something other than just a free bowl or two. He ended up ordering 2 new bowling balls and is donating them along with 2 one-hour bowling parties for 10 bowlers. That's like a $400 donation overall, at least. So anyway, he told her last week when he called to confirm what he's donating to call back in a week, today, to check if it's in and if she can come and pick it up. She's been posting thanks on Facebook for the donators and telling them what they've donated to kind of give a peek at what the auction baskets will include. So she called today to ask if it's in and if and when she can pick it up. She was informed then that someone already had. My mum was not made aware that someone else was picking it up. She posted about the donation on Facebook and added in the group chat that they have for their friends and family. No one outside of that chat knew that she hadn't picked them up yet. So she messaged them all asking if one of them had grabbed it and forgot to tell her. But they had no clue what she was talking about. We thought maybe some jackwagon saw the post and decided to take it for themselves. I called the owner and asked if he knew who picked the stuff up, and he said Janet. He said that since she was family, he thought that we'd sent her. My mum texted the group chat asking if anyone knew who she was, and it turns out that she is the woman's husband's sister. This sister is not in any of the group chats and hasn't attended any of the meetings regarding the fundraiser or the planning. The woman's daughter is in the group chat and is very active in the planning and the fundraising. She called her mum and asked if she heard from the sister and if she's seen the bowling balls or certificates, and her mum said that the sister had actually brought them to her home, saying that she had got this huge donation from the bowling alley. Now, none of the other donations have been going to her house. We don't want to clutter up her house and cause her stress trying to help plan, so the friends and family have been keeping the stuff at their houses until it's time for the fundraiser. So there's no other reason for her to take them to her house other than to take credit for it. I just don't understand why she would take it upon herself to go and pick up a huge donation that she didn't take part in without telling my mother, the one who got the donation, that she didn't need to go and pick it up because she had it covered. She took it straight to the woman's house without asking the group that's planning where we're storing the donations. And she didn't tell anyone that she took it. She doesn't even live in our town. She lives 30 minutes away, so she had to go so out of her way to pick this up. She took it to her sister-in-law's house, trying to take credit for this huge donation when she hasn't put in a lick of work for this fundraiser, and left us worried that someone else had just taken our donation and ran off with it. Honestly, after reading this, I kind of would have rathered it be someone just steal the donation and keep it for themselves. This, if anything, is worse. At least if someone went and just stole the donation, you'd say, you know what, that's a real shame. Isn't it so sad that these things happen and people out there exist? It's terrible. However, what the sister-in-law has actually done here is try to just completely
devalue the entirety of your mum's work and the number of other donations that have been made from, you know, an insane amount of people, it sounds like. If she is claiming this as her own, what does that then mean for everybody else who's actually done the work? Do you kind of get what I'm saying? So yeah, although I'm sure you'll get the donation back and that's unbelievable, the fact that she has put this like doubt perhaps into the woman's mind, into everyone else's mind about who's actually raising the money or what's going on here is crazy. Like it's so much more selfish than if some randomer had just stolen the donation in the first place. Like she knows the level that your mum has gone to, like the effort that your mum has put in to get these unbelievable donations. Yet she's still done this. The audacity, not just the program that I'm using to record this audio on right now, niche joke, but the audacity. I am at a loss as to what to do with my wife's request. My wife and I have been married since 2001 and been together since 1999. She is the most intelligent, thoughtful, caring, loyal person I know, and I've always thought of myself as fortunate to have met and married her. She is, even today, aesthetically beautiful, and men have told her this throughout our marriage. She's always shot them down. Now, earlier this year, she was diagnosed with uterine cancer, stage 1, and had a full hysterectomy. I was never concerned about the cancer. It was diagnosed early, dealt with quickly, and she made a full recovery. I took time off work to look after her after the surgery, and all seemed well. There were some to be expected emotional instances on her parts, and although I am not an emotional person, we dealt with them together. After her recovery, she was insistent that we start living life to the fullest, and took a 10-day trip to Europe, followed by a trip to Belize. We also have a trip to the UK and Spain and Portugal later this year. Now I'm fine with these things, building memories and crossing bucket list adventures off of her and our list. I also understand that these are a result of feeling fragile on her part. She also took up yoga, swimming, and healthy cooking classes. I was fully on board until last week. Last week, she came home from work and told me she wanted a hall pass, a one-time opportunity for her to have sex with someone else besides me. She said that since her cancer diagnosis, her outlook on life has changed and she doesn't want to be handcuffed from doing things she wants to do. She explained that there's a guy at her work that she's always had some attraction to. He is leaving the company and she'll never see him again, so this is the perfect opportunity to sleep with someone else. She said that I could say no, of course, but that she would be mad and disappointed at me for an indeterminate amount of time, and that it would be confirmation of my male toxicity and insecurity. I don't consider myself to be toxic, and if not wanting your wife of 20 plus years to have sex with someone else is insecure, then guess I'm insecure. I told her that I appreciated her talking to me about this, but approval via coercion is not approval. I also said that I do not appreciate her language in describing my, as of yet, unknown reaction to this very large issue that could affect the rest of our marriage and life. I got up in the morning and she basically said that she was sorry for putting such a large decision solely on my shoulders, and that to help, she was taking the decision away from me. She booked a hotel near where her co-workers are having a party / send-off for this guy, and she would spend the night there with him and hope that I would be here when she got back. That she would answer any questions I have about the night after it happened, but not before. She will not tell me who he is or anything about him because she knows me too well and that I will dwell and obsess over him, and that would make it too real for me, which is pretty accurate. Her POV is that the less I know, the better, which contradicts the offer to tell me anything I want to know after it happened. I think she knows I won't want to know or ask anything, or she simply just won't tell me. Part of me thinks at least she's been honest with me, and she's been through a lot since finding out she had cancer, so maybe I should just let it happen. I certainly have no concept of what she went through, so I cannot dismiss how this affected her mental state or outlook on life. Part of me wants to put my foot down and say this is not going to happen and deal with those consequences when they happen. Her BFF called me callous for even suggesting that I wouldn't let it happen because I have no idea what she went through. I find it hard to believe that she is okay with the possibility of throwing away 20 plus years of marriage over some guy that she has had no relationship with outside of work, and that I should just call her bluff. Maybe she thinks similarly, that I won't throw away the marriage because of one encounter. I just don't know what to do. I empathize with her, and then an instant later I'm angry with her. Part of me wants to know who this guy is. What does he look like? What has he got that is so enthralling for her? Is he just a safe option? Is he married? Does his wife know?
Would I be a callous jerk for saying no? What can I do besides walking away?
Okay, now, where do we even begin? Now, of course, this is best of Redditor updates, so we're going to get a lot more content here. But off the rip, I've got to say, what a load of absolute rubbish. I know multiple people, multiple couples in which one of them has gone through cancer and they survive. And they don't just then go, you know what? Yeah, I've survived this. I'm not going to go around shagging like a legend. They just don't do that. It's very abnormal. Now, the whole part about your wife ticking things off your and her collective bucket list is great. Traveling, making her realize and making you guys realize that life is short. It can end at any moment. It's good to do things you want to do whilst you have the chance to do them. Completely fine until you get to having sex with one of your co-workers, forcing your husband to be okay with it. That's probably a little bit too far. At that point, I think, how about just end the marriage and move on with your life? It's just very, very strange. What I love the most, and by love I mean just cannot get at all, is her saying, no, you have to let me do this because, by the way, I had cancer and therefore you have to let me cheat on you. It's on you. Like her saying, you know what, I'm just going to take the decision out of your hands. Don't worry. I'll just take the decision out of your hands. Don't worry about me. It's so great. I love it. Nonetheless, let's carry on and let's get into this comment which was posted on the original, which I think is really, really good. Kind of think this is the way your marriage will be from now on. With her epiphany, she wants to relive her life and she's going to do it regardless of your feelings. I think she's being rather selfish and probably only threatens this because she thinks you are beaten down and will simply put up with it. Perhaps not the best time for trips and frills. She wants a single life. Let her see what that means. I agree. I feel like, obviously it's very, very tough for you. And I completely understand what you're going through in the sense that you say that 1 second you're like, no way am I ever going to let her do this. I'm going to call her bluff, go and do it. She won't. And then the next you're like, oh, well, I do love her so much. And she did also have cancer. That's going to be very mentally taxing. Oh, by the way, I'm not for 1 second saying that I know what that's like or how it feels or I can empathize with that in any way. I obviously can't. But I agree with this commenter. It gets to a stage where you got to just say to her, yeah, obviously you're not allowed to do this. I don't care. And also, what's your best friend saying about you can't not let her do this? She had cancer. Again, terrible friend. Sorry, very obvious. You have to call her bluff. You have to just say, you know what, this is going to hurt me, but go and do it. And if you do it, that's the end. It is weird though. 20 plus years of marriage and that. Wow. Now, OP has actually replied to a couple of comments from the original saying this. She thinks because she'll never see this guy again and that I've never met him, supposedly, that it won't really affect me or our marriage in the long term. I'm left with accepting it and never viewing her the same way again, or going through a divorce at 54. Not really great options on either front. That is a very fair point. I don't know where her head is, and the bout with cancer is affecting her in ways that I couldn't possibly imagine. I don't think she believes I will leave. There we go. I mean, you've pretty much said exactly what I think there. You have to test that though. If she doesn't think that you'll leave, you have to actually leave and then see what her reaction is. Because then, if she goes and does this thing anyway, you know that sadly, very, very sad and painfully, though it may be, it was the right decision for you to do that. Because otherwise you'd just be a massive cuck. And secondly, you have to test that. You just have to, because you can't just get away with stuff like this for the rest of your life together. Because even if you do stay together, you'll just be miserable. So unfortunately, that is the only thing you can really do. Now, let's get into the update that was posted just a few days later. I received a ton of advice that I couldn't possibly respond to. I do appreciate the people who took time to offer advice in the comments or via PM. It's been an exhausting couple of days. I was hoping that my opposition to her plans would give her pause, but unfortunately that did not happen. I said I am a hard no, and I'm not sure how I will feel about you if you go ahead with it. I was met once again with, this is for me, it will be one time. What can I say to help you deal with it? You'll get over it. We were meant to be regardless of the situation. Remarks leading up to Saturday. Some of the most selfish words there that I've ever heard, despite the fact that this woman went through cancer. At this point, I honestly don't really care. That's insane. So she left on Saturday, ostensibly to meet her co-workers, but in reality to screw the guy. I asked her to text me when she was leaving for the bar, and when she did, I asked her if she was really going to go through with this. After her response was this, I'm not answering any more questions tonight, I will see you tomorrow, I blocked my wife. Then, I did something either stupid or brilliant. I went to the bar where the get-together was happening. You know what, I love this. Well, not the bar, but a transit bench across the street. I waited for a long time.
It was running through my mind leading up to this event that I need to know who this guy was, maybe to compare myself against him, to see what he had that I do not. It was driving me crazy not knowing who he was and what was so special about him that she would ruin a marriage for. After what seemed like an eternity, a woman that I recognized from my wife's office left the bar and got in a cab. Soon, other people started filing out and a whole group came out and people were hugging a man and shaking his hand. I assumed that I had my guy. I didn't see my wife and I had a brief thought that maybe she had called it off. I unblocked her, but there were no messages. Everyone said their goodbyes and left. The dude was standing outside for a few minutes and then my wife came out. She looked around, took his hand, and they started walking away together. Of all the emotions I went through, trepidation, sadness, anger, it was disgust that really encapsulated the event for me. This guy was short, fat, and bald. All the things I cannot compete with. Ultimately, I felt like a pervert for watching from a distance. I followed until they got to the hotel and then turned around and went home. I woke up Sunday morning and put a lock on the master bedroom door. I moved her things to the spare room and left a note asking her to find another accommodation as quickly as possible. I visited another friend who's a lawyer and he gave me some sage advice and a couple of recommendations for divorce attorneys and made the introductions. My wife has been calling me numerous times since around 11 or so. Once blocked, the calls go to voicemail. I listened to the first couple but felt nothing but some satisfaction when she couldn't get through to me and she was obviously becoming concerned. I didn't want to go home, but I left in such a hurry that I didn't plan an overnight properly. I got home around 9 and as per my buddy's advice, I recorded the interaction. I was halfway up the stairs when she came up from the family room asking what was going on. Could we talk? I thought we talked about this. I just answered with, I am not interested in discussing this tonight, and went to bed. After not getting a response from me through the door, she left me alone. I feel kind of like a child for not talking with her and shutting the door on her, but I just couldn't look at her. Monday, I got up and ready for work. She was waiting for me and asked if we could discuss getting back to normal. I said, "You've been doing all the talking for the both of us for the last week. Why don't you just continue?" And I left for work. I have an appointment with the attorneys that my friend recommended for this week. And there we go, guys. That is the end of that one. I don't really know quite what to make about this story because I feel like we've just encountered one of the most stupid women of all time. She is surprised when her husband of 20 years is annoyed at her because she cheated on him, not just with anyone, but with a short, fat, bald man. I mean, does it get any worse? Look, I'm all for short kings and bald kings and also fat kings. What a trifecta that is. Listen, if you're short, bald and fat, get in the comments down below. Are you this bloke? I want to know. Now, one thing I will say before getting myself in trouble is that there is another comment here that I want to highlight because I think it's a very good comment that kind of, in all seriousness, encapsulates my thoughts. Here it is. I can only hope that you've decided to do what's best for you. At the end of the day, you're the one that has to live with your decisions. From the previous post, it's obvious that your wife, and I use that term merely as a placeholder, has made her decision. I know that having something that has been such a huge part of your life end can be daunting, but sometimes it's for the best. And yeah, I think this time it absolutely is for the best. You clearly made the right decision. Your wife's dumb, and she's also unfaithful. What a terrible, terribly potent combination. Good stuff, OP. Right, now our final story from this episode is actually one chosen by one of you guys. One of you added me on Twitter saying, "Do you remember that face tattoo story that I narrated about 6 months, 12 months ago?" And I said, you know what, I do. And then they said, there's actually been an update to that post. If you don't remember the original, I will link it down below. It's probably on screen right now as well, the thumbnail, or behind the I button. Pretty much, this woman gets a face tattoo and then wonders why her fiance is annoyed at her. Like, she doesn't even tell him, she just does it. And then is like, oh, what, don't you like it? He's like, no. To be honest, it's quite a silly story. But one of you told me on Twitter that there's been an update, and there has. Just a week ago, we got this update. So here we go. About 9 months ago, my ex-fiance, Kim, got a face tattoo without telling anyone. This was just the start of her doing everything she could to ruin her life. She broke up with me and called off our 7-year relationship when I questioned why she did this. She worked in a client-facing job for an incredibly large financial institution and was let go within a month of showing back up for work after getting the tattoo. I kept in contact with Kim's sister, hoping for some news. They tried to get her help as they thought she was having some kind of psychotic break. However, she eventually called the police on her own family, claiming they were harassing her.
After that, I decided to just walk away. Now, Kim didn't just destroy her own life. When she broke up with me, I felt numb. I knew this wasn't Kim doing this. I wanted to believe deep down that Kim was always like this. Always this impulsive, crazy, who would ruin her life by getting a face tattoo. I tried to convince myself that I'd not lost the wonderful woman who I'd spent 7 years of my life with. However, clearly the person who made these choices was not Kim. The woman who told me over the phone she hated my guts for not supporting her. The woman who wrote she hated me and only ever stayed with me out of pity. That was not the woman I asked to marry. That was not Kim. That was someone who I came to find out was having a mental breakdown. That resulted in months of bad decisions that will affect the rest of her life. The day I walked away and told her sister I could not deal with it anymore was the worst day of my life. It hit me like a train. The numbness and denial of what I lost hit me all at once. I almost quit my own job and moved back home to my parents. I can only thank my boss for being so understanding that she let me take 4 weeks off to deal with what happened. She and the rest of my team went far beyond what should ever be expected of co-workers and management, that it makes me realize how close I was to leaving a job I actually enjoy. I never moved on from Kim, but I came to accept what had happened. I thought I was okay until 2 weeks ago. I got a call from Kim. She'd blocked my number and done everything she could to remove me from her life. My mind just blanked when I saw it was her calling. I picked up, and it was actually her. We didn't talk. I didn't know what to say to her. We decided she would come over to my place, and then we talked. The tattoo is still there, but she's covering it up now with makeup. She says when she has the funds, she's going to look into getting it removed if possible. She's lost a lot of weight since I last saw her. She's not been able to find a new job. She'll probably need to move to a new city for that. She wasn't the Kim I'd fallen in love with. She was like a shell of herself. Something just wasn't there anymore that used to be. Kim told me what had happened. The year leading up to the tattoo was awful for her. The stress of everything seemed to pile up more and more. I respect her and keep much of what she told me secret. However, the thing that's important is that she secretly started doing methamphetamines to keep up her performance at work and to deal with everything. And one day, she just out of nowhere decided she hated everything about her life. She explained why at the time she wanted the tattoo. It doesn't really make much sense, but a lot of what she was thinking at the time didn't. And from there, she just lost control of everything. I won't talk about what happened after she disappeared, but it's not pretty. These are things that she did that will follow her for the rest of her life. It explained a lot, but it didn't make things any better. We talked for nearly the entire night. She didn't leave my place until almost 4 a.m. Since then, she said that she wants to try and get back together with me. She admitted she knows things cannot be the same, yet she wants to try. I haven't talked to anyone about what I'm about to say yet. I've held off on talking to Kim about it because it feels selfish. But there's something about the way Kim acts, about the way it affected my life, that irks me. When we talked that night, she said that I was lucky she cut me off. I was lucky I didn't get put through any of this. I was lucky that my crazy ex wasn't at my door screaming or showing up to my work and causing a scene. She acts like my life wasn't affected at all. I told her what happened after she left, how much it hurt, how I almost quit my job and moved across the country. Her response was dismissive. Like because I didn't go through with that, I don't get to complain. She acted like because I wasn't the one with a tattoo on her face, I don't get to act like it had long-lasting effects on me. She didn't even apologize for the explicit and hateful note she left with my things when she returned them. Or for the phone call where she called me a manipulative, selfish jerk who only wanted her for her body, or even just for breaking up with me. She knows she was wrong to do it, but it's almost as if she's acting like because she had a breakdown, I can't hold her accountable for what she did to me because it wasn't long lasting. I texted her last night saying how hard it was for me when she left. She ignored it entirely and tried to move on. No acknowledgement at all. I don't know why, but it hurt me. It hurt me so much. I feel like I did back when all those emotions finally hit me after she left. I wish she'd just never come back into my life now. I wish I didn't know what happened. I wish I hadn't picked up the call, because it hurts. But a part of me feels like I'm being selfish or complaining too much, that I don't get to feel this way because I'm not the one who had the mental breakdown. But there we go, a pretty similar story to the first one, truth be told. Both stories have a man who's been so deeply saddened, or I guess kind of even traumatized by their ex-wife now, or wife or fiance's past doings or current doings, you know what I mean? But then even when that woman has come back into their life and you feel like both these men might just say, you know what, despite all the trauma, I still love you, I'm gonna get back with you, we can get through this. They both, in my opinion, make the correct decision and say, you know what, no, I can't do this anymore. What you did is truly ridiculous, it hurt me so much, and that's the end. And to both men, I have to commend them because I think they made the right decision, and I know in that position how hard that decision would be to make. So fair play to these guys. It takes a lot of courage and bravery to do that, and yeah, I would just say put yourself in their position if you can for a moment and think about how hard this would actually be. Obviously, for someone like me or you looking at this objectively, you can think, okay, these women are just crazy and stupid. But if you actually love that person, then that is a totally different conundrum. But yeah, as I said, I think they made the right decision. What do you guys think? Get in the comments down below. I beat the heck out of my sister and sent her to the hospital. I can finally talk about this because all the legal proceedings have been dealt with. So, I've been dating my boyfriend, Mark, for about 5 years. He is the best thing that has ever happened to me. He's kind, smart, understanding, and absolutely beautiful. When we started dating, he was a bit closed off and was afraid to initiate any form of intimacy. I at first thought it was because I was his first relationship and maybe he was nervous. But 6 months into us dating, he tells me that between the ages of 5 and 12, he was SA'd and R'd by his mother. His father left when he was around 4. It screwed him up in the head for a while. And when it got out, his mother was arrested and he and his 2 older sisters were put in the custody of their grandparents, who they lived with ever since. He was placed in intensive therapy and still goes to this day. He's come a long way and has healed a lot, but he still has some days where he gets really depressed and cries. Part of his therapy was exercising. So about 2 years ago, he and I started doing some bodybuilding workouts. I toned up a lot, put 20 extra pounds of muscle on, and he toned up a bit. Because we've been dating for so long and have marriage in mind, he told my family all about what had happened, though a less detailed version, and they welcomed him with love and support. Now for my sister, Sally. I've suspected that she's had a bit of a crush on him. She'll flirt sometimes here and there, but he never reciprocated and usually ignored her. I've talked to her about it so many times, but she didn't listen. To make a long story short, I'd gone out one Saturday afternoon with some friends to get some drinks and left Mark behind because he didn't feel like going. My sister had texted me prior to ask if she could borrow a few things from me: a sweatshirt, DSLR camera, and a third thing that doesn't come to mind at the moment. I said sure and to get it whenever. She went when I was out, unknowingly. When I came home, I found my boyfriend on the ground, crying his eyes out, and my sister trying to calm him down. He was having a panic attack. It's never safe to touch him when he has an episode because he may act out violently due to his headspace. Her hands were all over him and he was trying to push her away. Her shirt was also on the ground and she was only in her bra. I tore her away and asked what the frick she was doing. She said that she was trying on the sweatshirt when he walked in on her, freaked out and went into an episode. However, Mark, through his tears, said that she tried to touch him. I asked my sister if it was true and she said no, but Mark again said she tried to touch him. We have cameras in the house and I pointed them out to my sister. Her face went white and I don't know what came over me, but I saw red. I can't remember much because I was so angry, but I beat the heck out of her. I can't even remember if I was the one who called 911 or it was her through her beat up state. I do remember kind of snapping out of it because Mark was still going through his episode and I could hear him crying louder and I had to help him through it. It's all a haze. So I broke my sister's nose and gave her a black eye and bruised her ribs. She was in the hospital for a few days. Well, there we go, a pretty insane story to start with, but OP has given us an update and some more context around this post. First of all, this all happened right before COVID hit, the end of 2019, and everything was just settled this last month. Now this was posted on the 4th of March 2022, so that's how long it took. Secondly, the incident happened in our kitchen. The front door leads down a hall directly to our open kitchen, and to the right is our living room that leads to the bedrooms. Third, we have cameras in every room but the bathrooms and bedrooms because we have a Great Dane named Butler. He's black and has a white oval patch from his chest to his tummy. He looks like a butler who likes to get into everything, so we set up cameras to keep an eye on him while we're out. The cameras don't have sound recording. 4.
My sister didn't R Mark, but she did try to coerce him into sexual activities. And 5, my sister didn't know I was out when she came over. I don't have the recording anymore. It was too painful to keep, let alone watch. Also, my memory of the whole thing is hazy, but the tape showed Mark answering the door. Again, our cameras don't have sound recording, but Mark said that when he answered the door, she told him that she was there to get my camera and sweatshirt. He said okay and let her in. He was watching TV, so he went back to his show while she walked into our room. She called out to him for help, and the cameras showed Mark getting up to help her. I don't remember how long they were in there, but the tape showed Mark rush out of the room while holding his hands out as if trying to stop an attacker. My sister then emerged half naked while holding onto her shirt. Mark backed up into the kitchen, still holding his hand out, and she advanced towards him. Mark said he was telling her to put her shirt on and to leave, but she kept saying something along the lines of, "Hey, it's okay, I just need some help, that's all," and "You're a nice guy, just help me out a little." I think by that point, he was declining into a panic attack as he started shaking. My sister took that opportunity to hug him. She said she did it to try and calm him down, but the tape showed her kind of grinding up on him. He pushed her away and fell to the ground crying and screaming. She then got down by him and was trying to wave her hands through his hair. Her other hand was also moving up towards his crotch. I remember from the tape seeing Mark flinch backwards and trying to push her away. She always moved back closer to him though. A few minutes later is when I got home and beat her to an inch of her life. I can't remember who called the police, but the police showed up and my sister limped to the door while I was trying to calm Mark down. I kind of remembered them asking questions and trying to help Mark calm down as well. They thought he was going into shock, so they put a blanket over him and the paramedics came. My sister was quickly evaluated and then taken to hospital. Mark and I stayed behind because by that point, he started to regain control again. I remember my parents showing up and asking what happened, and I told them everything. My mum stayed with Mark and I while my dad drove to the hospital to see my sister. Mark and I pressed charges on my sister, emotional trauma and sexual battery, class A1 felony where I'm from. My sister tried to sue me, a misdemeanor charge, but it fell through. With the evidence we had, my sister was sentenced to 60 days of incarceration with a bond of $5,000. No one paid. She also had to serve 200 hours of community service, and her name was added to a sex offender registry. She can appeal to the courts to have it removed after 10 years. She was also placed under a restraining order. On top of that, my sister owes us $25,000. I got a small slap on the wrist and I have to do 50 hours of community service. Nothing too bad. My sister was cut off by some of the family and still is. Mark regressed tremendously to the point that he couldn't sleep in the same bed as me for months. He was required to go into even more extensive therapy. He's come some way, but nowhere like he was before it happened. It's going to take a long time for him to heal. I consider myself bisexual, but I lean more towards men, while Mark is 100% gay. He finds the female body disturbing to the point that we've had to skip over full female nudity scenes in movies. My sister knew all of this. When I asked her why then she would do this, she said that she thought she could change his mind. I'm not proud of what I did, but I'm also not sorry. Oh man, there we go. I mean, what a story. You know what? I actually really like the revenge here. Now, I know what you're thinking. 2 wrongs don't make a right. But I've read a lot of revenge stories where the revenge is perhaps meticulous or drawn out over a number of years. And while that is great, sometimes I do just sit and think to myself, if you've seen something happen, why not just sort it right there and then? And look, obviously you never want to be in this position, a truly horrible thing to go through, but I kind of like the fact that OP was just like, you know what, screw this. I am dealing with this right now. And yeah, it's my sister, but she's done a truly heinous thing and she deserves to be punished for it. What I absolutely love the most about the story, I mean, I'm saying love the most about the story. What I mean is what I love most about the resolution of this story, of course, is the fact that nobody paid the $5,000 bond. Not one member of your family paid that money. And a lot of the family now don't even talk to your sister. That just shows to me that everyone in the family knew, despite the fact that this is family, she's done a truly awful thing and she does not deserve to get out lightly. Look, the fact of the matter is, her reasoning there at the end, saying that she thought she could change your boyfriend's mind, tells you absolutely everything you need to know about this woman. A truly awful person. And yeah, once again, I think you did the right thing. What I will say is on behalf of your boyfriend, what do you even begin to say really, if I'm being completely honest? But all I'll say is I hope that he recovers well and eventually works through this with the help of you, your family, therapist, whatever. It seems like he's got a good support group and a truly traumatic thing, and I hope he gets through it. Tomorrow, I'm going to ruin his life. I've been with him for 3 years now. We plan on getting married when our lives settle down. I wanted to start a family with him. I loved him more than anyone else in this world. I've sacrificed so much for him, moved away from my home, turned down jobs so I could stay with him, and stood by his side as he started to go back to school. I gave him my world, and he cheats on me. I found out over a month ago. The scumbag got cocky, and I found out he was cheating on me with 2 different women. One is a TA at his university, the other his best friend's girlfriend. I am livid. I write this post choking back venom. I loved him so much. He was my world, but now he will be the world I burn to nothing but ash. I pay for everything since he quit his job last year to go to school. I was more than happy to help him. I make enough to support us both. The only upside is the student loans are in his name with no connection to me. It will hurt to push the scumbag out to sea, but I will survive. I've held out for a month, enough time to create what I call the day his world burns. Tomorrow we are hosting a party. I arranged for his family to come, but my family will sadly not be able to make it. I've packed everything valuable already, and the suitcase is in the back of my car. My brother will come during the event tomorrow to take the car that is in my name that the dirtbag drives to my parents' house. The joint account, which is all my money anyway, is already empty. The event will be great, and he thinks it's for us to announce our engagement to his family. What will happen in reality is I will announce my departure from his life. I've already taken a job out of state, and I've lined up a new place to live. I will start by telling everyone what he's into. The screenshots of him asking his friend's girlfriend to pee on him, and the many other fantasies his degenerate mind came up with will be passed around. I will then hand him the notice to vacate, as I've already broken our lease. We need to be out by the end of the month. I will end by informing him I've already reported he was sleeping with the TA for one of his classes the previous semester to the university, and that I'm sad I won't see the fallout from that. His friend also has a message for him that I will deliver, informing him that his friend group never wants to see him again as well. And with that, I will leave. I won't look back. I'll set his life on fire and I'll walk away. Now, a commenter below this post has said, it seems like a lot of effort to expend on someone that's not really worth your time. I'd just leave. Tape the picture to the fridge and go. But such is OP's hurt that this is what they replied. The truth hurts. More so because what you say is 100% true. He is not worth it. He is a cheating scumbag who ruined my life. The sooner I cut him off, the better. But I lost everything the night I found out he was cheating on me. A piece of me died that night. Maybe I'm terrible, but thinking of just walking away without making him lose everything that he took from me, it kills me inside. Now, that post was originally posted on the 11th of June, but just yesterday, on the 13th, we got an update. Yesterday, I was supposed to ruin his life. They say that hubris is the downfall of man. Yesterday, I planned to ruin his life in front of his entire family. I worked for a month to create the scenario that would cut him the deepest. I'd patiently waited for the chance to storm out of his world in a blaze of glory. And then I hit the front page of Reddit. I realized I'd screwed up when he wasn't answering my texts and hadn't shown up hours after he told me he'd be home. I'd hoped it was a happy accident, literally a car killing him before I had the chance. But no, I don't know how many men in the world are currently cheating on their soon-to-be fiancé with their best friend's girlfriend and a TA. However, the one who mattered in my plan found my Reddit post. I called his mother and found out that he'd run home to his parents. He told them we had a fight and that we were probably through. I was, and still am, livid at myself. His mother asked me what had happened as he left out a few details, so I decided to tell her that he was cheating on me with a TA and his friend's girlfriend. I soon heard shouting before she hung up. I texted my ex that he had until morning to return my freaking car before I reported it stolen and sent the screenshots of all his texts to his parents and siblings. My car was sitting in my driveway when I woke up. I contemplated sending the screenshots anyway,
but his mother sent me a heartfelt text yesterday apologizing for her son's actions, and I feel they deserve to be spared from his degenerate doings. Me and my father will be moving all my stuff today, and I won't be coming back after that. I know you'll be reading this, you cheating frick. You're a cowardly POS. Just know I am not above sending out all the screenshots if you ever dare to come back into my life. Oh, and your ex-friends all know about your pee and scat fetish. I can't control what they do with that information, so good luck with that. You know guys, for a platform as large as Reddit is, I do often wonder why I don't come across more stories where people involved find out about the original post. I mean, these stories get viewed by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people with tens of thousands of upvotes. They're so popular, it's crazy. But I do believe that that is the first story I've ever come across in over 3 years of doing this in which someone's Reddit post has ruined their plan of revenge. That is crazy. Alright, well, if you thought the first story of today's episode was a bit mad, how about this for a title? My ex lied about vaccinating our immune-compromised 8-year-old daughter. She now has chickenpox and is in the hospital. I want my ex as far away from her as possible. Me and my ex split up before our daughter's birth. There were a variety of reasons for this that I won't get into here. One of them though was her anti-science beliefs. She's an anti-vaxxer and doesn't trust science or medicine at all. Well, this sucks because our daughter was born premature and immunocompromised. We have 50-50 custody of her, but due to her condition and my wife's anti-science beliefs, we argue constantly about how to handle her. Well, recently our daughter has made incredible progress and last year was given the go-ahead to get vaccinated for certain viruses, including chickenpox and the flu. My ex went crazy about this and started making my life a living hell, and threatened up and down to take me to court. Around this time, I also got a new job that paid a considerable amount more than my old. When this happened, I decided I wanted to move my girl into a private school that has a program for immune-compromised children, and I offered to pay 100% of tuition. The only problem, for my ex at least, is that this school requires students to be fully vaccinated, up to their medically allowed limits in my daughter's case. My ex fought me up and down on this and we ended up in court. The judge agreed with me and ordered my daughter to be vaccinated. My ex had a full breakdown, but in the end agreed, only on the condition that she get to take her to lessen the emotional damage and make sure the doctor doesn't poison her. I demanded the medical forms confirming this and she agreed. So my daughter finally got vaccinated and last fall started at her awesome new school. Well, last week my daughter got incredibly sick and had to be rushed to the hospital from school. She somehow had contracted varicella, chickenpox, despite being vaccinated for it. I've been stressed out from the minute I got the call and confused as heck as to how she got it. My daughter must have picked up on this and thought I was mad at her, because when I was visiting her in the hospital, she decided to tell me the secret mummy promised to make me keep. It turns out my ex didn't vaccinate her. She made my daughter lie about it. Instead, she's been using special oils and salts to keep her from getting sick. What about the forms I got saying she was vaccinated? They're fake. I called the doctor and it turns out she never went in and he never signed any forms confirming she was vaccinated. So my ex lied and faked the forms to convince me my daughter had got vaccinated. I am fuming to say the least. My daughter is in hospital because my ex decided to let her beliefs come before our child's health. My ex doesn't know that I know yet, and I told my daughter not to tell her. I want her gone now. How on earth do I approach this to make sure my ex suffers for this? I have the form she handed me and the text from the day she took her. I also have the doctor on record saying he never signed off on these and that the ones I have are forged. I'm planning on speaking to a lawyer, but I'd like to know what to do. Thank you. Now guys, good news. We have an update. Wow, that last post got real popular it seems, for better and for worse. Seeing as you guys were interested in it, I thought I would come back with an update. Well, a lot has happened since that day. My daughter is safe with me and was let out of the hospital about a week ago. She's getting better every day. I know though, you guys want the full story, so here it is. After I made that post, I took the advice given to me, and the next time I saw my daughter, I told her that it was wrong of me to ask her to keep secrets, and that it's okay to tell her mum. Along with that, I saw a lawyer recommended to me by a trusted party. When I went to see him, he told me that this is a case lawyers salivate over, and that my ex is in a lot of trouble. I immediately filed for emergency custody of my daughter. I also got in contact with the doctor again and explained the situation fully to him. He says that while he will not be getting lawyers involved, that he wishes for me to submit the evidence to the police and file a report. Along with this, my lawyer has gotten into contact with the court that originally ordered us to vaccinate our daughter and has handed over everything I gave to him. He's advised me to stay quiet on this matter, so I'll leave it at my ex is in a lot of trouble with them. During this time, my ex started to get suspicious. Maybe it was because a friend told her about a post on Reddit and she freaked out, who knows? A few days later, when I saw her at the hospital, we had an altercation. She became hysterical and yelled various threats and insults at me, including telling me that I want to poison our daughter right in front of our sick child. She was escorted out of the building and the head nurse has banned her from coming back. After this, she sent me a barrage of texts telling me that I'm a monster and that if she had vaccinated her, that she'd be dead by now. This was sent to my lawyer. As he puts it, she's what lawyers dream of when they hear who's on the other side of the court. Outside of this, I've been advised to stay as quiet as possible, so I'll leave it with this. This week, I received emergency custody of my daughter until our custody hearing later this year. I've heard that the DA is slowly getting ready to move forward with a multitude of charges against my ex, and that will land her in jail soonish. And that's really it for now. I'm going to follow the advice given by my lawyer and say nothing else to anyone. I don't want the media involved in this for a few reasons, so I've left this as vague as possible. When this is all said and done, if the interest is still there, I may come back again. But for now, thanks for the advice in the original thread. Me and my daughter appreciate you. And guys, unfortunately, that is where we're up to in this story. That's all I've got for you. You actually bought that, didn't you? For a split second. Did you think that I'd do that to you? Of course not. I would never. Here it is then. 3 years after that update. It's the second update, the one we've all been waiting for, which clears up everything. Hello again, everyone out there. 3 years ago, I made a post about how my ex lied about vaccinating our daughter. Soon after, I gave an update and disappeared over the horizon. I had completely forgotten about making that post, as the last few years dealing with a global pandemic and an immunocompromised daughter have aged me 3 decades. But I saw a post recently talking about my own posts and it came back like a ton of bricks. After wrestling to get back into this account, here I am. I hope you're all still interested in an update. Well, to give the short answer first, I have full custody of my daughter and my ex is barred from having any contact with her. The long answer, my court battle between my ex and me was a grueling process, one of the worst periods of my life. It took over 5 months from the time I got emergency custody to get full custody of my daughter. In retrospect, those 5 months were not as long as they felt, but they felt like the longest months of my life at that point. My ex's harassment at that time got worse, even coming to my house and attempting to force herself in to take our daughter. She was arrested for this and charged with attempted forced entry. Before she could bail herself out, the DA decided to throw the book at her for forging medical documents. She ended up spending a month in jail for this, which unfortunately got our custody case continued. The upside of this was I was given a protective order for me and my daughter, one that bit her in the butt when we finally got in front of a judge. I was given full custody of my daughter. My ex and her lawyer annoyed the judge by trying to claim that I'd planned this all from the start, forcing her into a corner to vaccinate our daughter so I could use her response to initiate the custody battle. Her actions, her upcoming hearing for committing felony forgery and forced entry, along with the protective order, convinced the judge that my ex was more than a danger to our daughter. She lost all custodial rights and as of now is not legally allowed to contact her in any form. My protective order was extended by 2 years as well, but I didn't need it as it was only a few months later that she went to prison. My ex pleaded out. They dropped the forced entry charge and she only got 2 years in prison for the forgery, but was still hit with the felony. She was released early due to COVID though. Since then, luckily, I've had no contact with my ex outside of getting the child support I am owed. I'm not really inclined to keep tabs on her personal life, but I know that she went off the conspiracy deep end. She is now a full QAnon supporter and dating someone who was involved in the January 6th intersection. Other than that, she's disappeared from my daughter's life entirely. As for me and my daughter, the past few years have been a living nightmare. We moved to a new state and I had to put her into fully online schooling. But our lives are great, and amazingly, my daughter was able to get the COVID vaccine only a month ago and is cleared to go to physical school once the summer ends. This saga of my life has taught me so many things. I'm grateful every day to have my daughter with me, safe and in a place where she can slowly grow and get healthier. It's kind of touching that so many people are interested after all this time in a normal guy like me and my daughter. I genuinely hope this is the last update I have to make. Thank you for your interest and see you all over the next horizon. And there we go, 3 years on from the original post, we have a fantastic update, but wow. Did that not take a while? I can only imagine the stress and just anger that you were going through every day, OP. Having to look after an immunocompromised daughter in the first place is tough, but then having your ex be like this at the same time? Jesus, somebody call a doctor. Well, call a doctor and actually go and don't forge your documents this time. Yeah. Sweet. Mum thinks it would be hilarious to have her kid hold up a sign saying he's been kidnapped. I am a former police officer who had to retire due to being badly injured. But this was one of my last calls before the incident that forced me into retirement. I worked for a small town police department with only 5 or 6 officers on duty at any given time, and we each covered a vast swathe of land. My beat mainly was the rural area and county highway that passes throughout the little town. One clear sunny afternoon, I'm doing speed enforcement on the highway when my radio crackles to life of a possible kidnapping in progress. And the dispatcher proceeds to provide the details of the make and model of the car, including a female driver with short blonde hair. I proceed to get onto my computer to see if there are any more details given about this, and sure enough, there is in the call log. It provides even more details, saying RP, reporting party, reports there is a young kid sitting in the hatchback part of the vehicle with a sign that says, "Help, I've been kidnapped, call 911, and the hands appear to be tied together. While the call is within our jurisdiction, they're nowhere near me, so there's nothing I can do at the moment besides other officers and sheriff deputies who are already looking for the vehicle. All is quiet for the next 10 minutes. Everybody is behaving themselves and driving the speed limit when my radio crackles to life again. We're getting another call regarding the reported kidnapping. They're now traveling south on County Highway 123. And my ears perk up and my heart starts to race as the vehicle is coming in my direction and will be here any minute. As I'm waiting for the call, dispatch gets 3 more calls from fellow drivers who have seen this young kid holding up the "Help, I've been kidnapped" sign and had called 911 to report it. With this stretch of highway being very flat, I'm able to see cars miles and miles away, especially if I'm using binos. And sure enough, here comes the van, and as the van passes me, I can see the female driver who matches the description given by the RPs, and the kid sitting up against the sidewall in the hatchback area. I don't pull out right away, just in case this is an honest-to-God kidnapping. I don't want to spook the driver and get into a high-speed chase. Not to mention, I'm completely alone, and in this type of situation, you want to have a decent amount of backup in case they decide to run, shoot it out, or whatever. So, I wait until she's a good mile or 2 away, then I pull out and tail her from that distance until I can get some backup. Luckily, there is a highway patrol barracks not too far away, and they heard my call for assistance. Just as we pass the road that leads to the highway patrol barracks, I see 4 trooper vehicles pull out behind me, so I fall back and let the troopers take lead. In case this turns into a chase, they'd already be in position. While we're getting into position to stop the van, we're talking about how we're going to approach the situation. Are we going to do a soft traffic stop and proceed as a regular traffic stop and just pull the driver out of the vehicle? Or are we going to do a full felony stop? We decided to do a full felony stop. So we spread out across all 4 lanes of traffic,
and all turn our lights and blip our sirens at the same time. The female doesn't pull over to the side of the highway in the breakdown lane, but instead slammed on the brakes and stops in the middle of the highway. We all position our vehicles to give us the maximum amount of coverage in case of a gunfight, then get out with weapons drawn while ordering the female driver out of the vehicle. We should have known something was up when as soon as she got out of the vehicle, she started screaming, "It was a freaking joke!" But right now, we're not too interested in what she has to say. The point man keeps telling her to keep walking backwards until we tell her to stop and then get down on the ground. She complies and she's cuffed. Next, we turn our attention to the female passenger, who we didn't know at the time as we couldn't see her face, but she was the female driver's 13-year-old daughter. We ordered her backwards to get on the ground and cuffed her as well, and we did this for the next 4 passengers who were riding in the 4 seats in the back of the van. Once we got all perceived threats out of the vehicle and secured, 2 troopers went up to clear the vehicle, while another trooper and myself rescued the young boy who was bawling from the hatchback, and we put him in the back of one of our vehicles to get him away from his perceived kidnappers. The whole time, mind you, the driver and front female passengers kept yelling, "It's a joke! He's my son or my brother! I can't believe you guys!" So, after securing everybody in separate vehicles, we start to get to the bottom of this situation. The first person we talk to is the young boy, who has since calmed down after the female trooper got him a stuffed dinosaur and a snack, and we begin to start asking him questions. This is when we learned the whole thing was the female driver's and her daughter's sick idea of a funny prank. Since the van was full, they decided to put the young kid in the hatchback. They then thought it would be funny to make a sign saying, "Help, I've been kidnapped," and have the young boy hold it up while someone else in the van record the reaction of other drivers after they read the sign. Oh wow. Apparently, they'd been doing it all day and just didn't get caught until they reached our area. After talking to the other passengers, who were all under the age of 16, I learned it was mainly the idea of the mother and teen daughter. And after some discussion with the county DA on how it should be handled, we were told to kick the 4 teenagers in the back loose with no charges, to write the teenage daughter the juvenile equivalent of a ticket for inducing panic, and last but not least, save the best for mum. I opened the back door of my vehicle so I could talk to the mum. As soon as I did, she started to get out of the vehicle when I told her to stay put. She said, "Why? Don't you need to take the handcuffs off me so I can sign the ticket you're gonna give me, right?" I said, "It's not quite that simple. I'm afraid you're in a bit more trouble than a simple ticket. You're going to be charged with several felonies." This is when she lost it and started screaming over and over again, "It was a freaking joke! I can't believe nobody can take a freaking joke anymore! It was a joke! Now uncuff me or I'm going to have my husband sue you for unlawful detention." I proceeded to read her Miranda rights. All the while, she starts sobbing, with no tears I might add, while muttering, "It was a freaking joke." After I finished with her Miranda warning, I asked her if she was willing to talk to me. She told me to F off. So I did just that and shut the door to let her wait for the transport vehicle. By this time, the husband and father had shown up at the scene to collect his kids and the vehicle and was filled in on the situation. All he could do is shake his head and say, "This isn't the first time she's done stupid rubbish like this. It's just the first time she's been caught. I've warned her in the past not to do it because I knew it would end up in a situation like this one." After about 10 minutes, the transport van showed up and took her away, and I went back to a quiet afternoon of catching speeders. The female driver was charged with the following: 7 counts of inducing panic, all misdemeanor, 6 counts of felony child endangerment, 1 for each kid she had in the vehicle. The reason it was a felony is that her actions put her children's lives in danger by forcing us to do a felony stop over a prank. And finally, 1 count of having an unrestrained child. She decided to put her 6-year-old son in the hatchback of the van because they didn't have any room up front. While none of those kids should have been back there, I'd rather one of the older kids instead of the 6-year-old. The reason why? Because the other boys were too tall and wouldn't have been comfortable back there.
I mean, look, as pranks go, that is right up there for me as one of the funniest of all time. If you know Sam Pepper and you know the prank that he pulled where he convinced one best friend that his other best friend was dead, wow, this is a similar level. I mean, that's really, really good, isn't it? In all seriousness, this is so dangerous. And the fact that this woman said, what? It was just a joke. Fine, give me a ticket and I'll go, just shows how stupid she is. Like, I'm sorry, but that emergency stop alone, slamming the brakes in the middle of the motorway, that could have caused such a serious accident. Oh, it's unreal. Let's carry on. I am also a bit guilty. So, picture this. You get off work after an overnight shift. You want to start playing Pokemon Go. It's a warm day and you work a block from the beach or boardwalk. Now, with all this, anyone would want to go on a walk, but this was my mistake. As many of you will know, working in security or customer service, or any job that has to do with people, will know the beach is a hotspot for the most snooty of people. During my walk, I was off to the side, minding my own business, when this woman came up to me and pulls on my arm. Me, confused, asked her if everything is okay and if she needed something. My mistake. This lady demands I watch her child while she takes pictures on the beach. Now, to this person, I am a total stranger, no relation at all. So I say no and start to walk away, as one should in this situation. She grabs me and starts saying that I need to watch her kid. I pop my shoulder joint and slink my arm out of her grasp. I walk maybe a few blocks and pop my shoulder back in and go back to paying attention to Pokemon Go when I feel a tug on my pants. I look up confused and I feel the tug again. I look down and there is this woman's kid. He politely asked for water, so I gave him my extra water bottle and locate the mother. This is where I get the idea. I teach this kid the C word. After I make sure he has a firm grasp on this word, I tell him to introduce to her his new word. I think it was maybe 5 minutes. Poplio is a pain to catch. And then I hear that super loud yelling all kids do. But instead of the random normal screaming, it is the C word screamed. And it was loud. Every head in the area turns to look the direction of the kid, who was repeatedly, and at the top of his lungs, screaming the C word. Thinking I've got to make myself sparse, I quickly turn around and walk into an alley between two hotels. I hear the kid continuously scream the word. I get to my car, and that is when I start laughing my butt off. I've got no clue what happened after I left the beach. I'm sure I'll hear something about this tonight. I'll update if I do. See, this is what I'm saying, guys. This is the best policy. If any of you listening and watching right now spot a Karen out in the wild or have an interaction like this with an entitled parent, this is the best thing to do. Just mug them off. Simple as that. Just destroy them. Take the mick out of them. Do what this geezer did. Great stuff. Love it. I wish everyone that met an entitled parent did something like this. I would much rather ask for forgiveness than permission. My wife and I have a pretty nice backyard. It takes a lot of work to maintain it, but it pays off because we all love sitting out there and looking out at our backyard as we eat meals at our kitchen table. Recently, we heard voices coming from the backyard. I went out to investigate what the issue was, and there are a bunch of people doing a senior high school picture session in our backyard. There were 6 high schoolers total among the others present. As I approached them, I asked them what they thought they were doing. The one woman barely even glanced at me, dismissively saying we had such a beautiful yard and would make for great senior pictures. It turns out she was our neighbour from across the street that I'd never met face to face, just the polite waves as you drive by each other. Let me tell you, it was a less than stellar first impression. They made no effort to move, further engage in conversation, nor leave my property. They simply stopped talking to me, continued giving each other pose directions, and continued snapping pictures. I just stood there for a moment, stunned. As they started walking around me to set up in a new position by our pond, I snapped out of it, and I made it clear that I was none too fond of them trespassing on my property. To which the woman said, and I quote, "I would much rather ask for forgiveness than permission." It wasn't just the fact she said it. It wasn't how she said it. It was the fact that she said it multiple times while I was making it clear I wasn't happy with them being there. After getting frustrated with the conversation going nowhere, I coldly quit back. That doesn't work so well when the owner has a gun. After that, I walked back inside to speak to my wife regarding how much of a deal we wanted to make about this. Well, we were on the same page. We had to make sure this neighbour knew she was not welcome to just trespass in our yard whenever she wanted, especially our backyard. I walked back outside to confront them again to make them leave, but they were already gone.
I guess my comment and demeanor hit home and made them feel like it was a good idea to leave. I know, not a great ending to the story. This story could have ended a lot of different ways, but I'll happily accept an ending where it didn't escalate into a big confrontation and they simply left. We haven't caught them in our backyard again, but that doesn't mean she won't try again or won't just wait until we leave. Sorry guys, I just need to take a quick second to understand exactly what she said. I would much rather ask for forgiveness than permission. That is so nuts. I'm sorry, but it really is. Like, I don't want to get deep here, but chuck that into any other context. Maybe getting criminal now. I mean, trespassing is criminal, but think about much more serious stuff. That is such a mental thing to say. How about this? She then goes on and kills a man because she doesn't like them. Now, instead of asking, I don't know, his wife's permission to do that, she instead asked for forgiveness from his wife for killing her husband. Now look, I know it's a little bit far-fetched, but that is the level we're talking here. Ridiculous. Now guys, our final story of today's episode is an update from one I read a couple of months ago. If you haven't yet seen it, link down below in the description, in the pinned comment, and also behind the I button right now if you're watching on YouTube. The title is Mother is Impersonating Me. And a quick update, this person's dad forced them to either quit their job or half their hours, yet refused to support them financially despite the fact they were a minor. It was a pretty crazy first story. Go and listen to it first. Here we go then. Basically, things have escalated, and my mother has started calling into my work under my name and acting like a butthole to my manager, saying that I can't work today. I came into work today and everybody was shocked to see me because apparently I'd called in a few hours ago and said I was sick. I agreed with my parents about a week or two ago that I would drop to 1 day a week starting next weekend. When my mother picked me up from work yesterday, she changed her mind and told me that I wouldn't be allowed work today. No reason at all, she just did a 180. I reasoned with her and said that today would be my last Sunday shift, but she threatened to call in sick or quit on my behalf unless I listened to her. Anyways, I woke up today ready to call in sick, but my dad took my side and told my mum that we'd made an agreement for next weekend and that it wasn't fair on me to order me around like this. I thought it was all sorted, and my dad even offered to drive me into work. Fast forward about half an hour, and I arrived there to find out that my mum had called in sick under my name while I'd been on my way to work. She never told me she'd cancelled my shifts, so I guess it was just to spite me. Well, I ended up in a very awkward situation, and I had to explain the whole story about my mother to 4 concerned managers. What the heck do I do when I come home? Impersonating me like that has to be illegal. Now my mum is gaslighting me and telling me that she never called in and is furious at me for even suggesting that she did. What do I say to her to make sure this never happens again? Or even to make her admit that she did it? Well, unfortunately, my friend, judging by this post and your previous one, there is nothing you can say, nothing you can do, nothing you can say when it comes to the truth. When it comes to your mother, that is. She is a wrong'un, and I also don't even know if those lyrics were correct. Can we get those lyrics up on screen? Were they right? Get in the comments, let me know. And also, if you do know the song that I'm referencing there, keep holding on. Wow. My younger brother thinks he's entitled to live with me forever. So, a little backstory. I am a 33-year-old woman, and I've been helping out my younger brother, James, who is 30, for the past 6 years. He didn't have enough money for an apartment rent on his own, and he didn't feel comfortable roommating with a stranger. So we split my 2-bedroom apartment, and it's helped me save so that I can buy my own place soon. But he went through struggles. He lost his full-time job, he got really out of shape from just sitting at his computer all day. Thanks to the pandemic, the government paid him to sit at home for over a year. Now he's having trouble keeping a job and is just about broke. He's also the worst roommate ever. He never cleans up or helps around the house at all, and he's been short or late with rent several times this year. I'm getting kinda fed up. I'm getting married in the new year, and I feel it's time we go our separate ways. When I told him I was getting married and moving out eventually, he said, I would rather keep our situation and just move in with you and split the rent 3 ways. I told him no, not only do I not want to live with him anymore, but he is untrustworthy with rent and we don't want to be stuck with a more expensive place if he can't afford his parts. He got mad at that and is now being all huffy. Our mum claims he ranted to her that if I don't take him with me, he would be homeless. Mum doesn't want him moving back to her place either, but has asked I take him with me since she doesn't want him to be homeless. I'm like, what? I'm not his keeper. It's his own fault for his situation, and I've been very forgiving. I could have kicked him out for all the times he was late on rent, and our own mum won't take him back, but is asking me and my fiance to look after him instead? How stupid is that? He's 30 years old, not a child, and I'm not his mother. I'm done looking after him as if he is my responsibility. I don't get how he thinks it's rational to demand I bring him with me when I'm getting married and want to start my own life. Well, to put it simply, it's definitely not rational. Simple as that. It's also very poor from your mum, by the way. The fact that she's saying to you, no, you look after him, despite the fact that she doesn't even want to do it herself. That is poor parenting. But hey, look, I don't know what your brother's been through, but it's time for him to step up. He's 30. Come on. How dare you hire my publicly available e-bike? Sometimes I wonder, are all entitled people really just entitled? Or are they also really, really, really stupid? Maybe both at the same time, because I can't help think otherwise. Backstory. Today I was visiting and helping family, while my girlfriend happened to be visiting her family. They live not too far away from where my family lives, and so my girlfriend decided to grab a bus instead of a train and hop out near where I was so that we could meet for a while. We go for some coffee in the city, and afterwards she figured she'd grab a public e-bike so that she could catch her train. So she grabs her smartphone, pulls up the app of an e-bike rental company where she had an account, and thanks to the power of Google Maps, she soon located a bike near us that was available for rental. I was quite intrigued by all of this, so I tagged along to see this miracle unfold for myself. Sure, I know how common GPS has become, but I still think it's pretty cool to see how companies are using all that to their advantage like this, and to the customer's advantage, I might add. We follow her phone's directions, and it leads us to an obviously available e-bike. However, it's sitting in what appears to be a front yard. No lock gates though, so my girlfriend figured she'd make sure. She punches in the bike's number into her app, and she immediately gets a confirmation. And just like that, the bike's unlocked for her to take. So she does just that. As she's taking the bike out, some lunatic comes out screeching that my girlfriend is stealing his e-bike. This is not yours. I just rented it through the official app. It's mine now, my girlfriend says. No, it's mine. You took it from my private property. That's illegal, the guy says in return. No, what's illegal here is you putting this on private property in the first place, my girlfriend retorts. Now, if you'll excuse me, and we both walk away. The guy runs around us, blocks our path, and goes on a tirade. I'm going to call the company right now and report you for stealing my bike. You're going to be in trouble. And sure enough, he calls and even puts his phone on speaker. Now this I gotta see, my girlfriend says. And so we wait it out. The backlash. Hello? Someone is stealing my e-bike, the guy says. What is your customer ID? Where was the bike located, sir? And can you tell me its number? The woman from support asks. The man gives his information and then says, it was in my front yard, then this female dog just took it. We hear some typing noises through the phone. That bike was registered as publicly available up to 5 minutes ago. Now it's being used by an account that isn't yours. I suggest you don't press the matter any further so you don't force me to take further action. No, this is my bike and this dog took it from my yard. I need you to do something right now. At this time, my girlfriend hands me the bike to hold. Very well, sir, says the woman. I've now closed your account due to violations of our terms of service. You will not get your rental credits back due to indirect harassment of another customer. We do not tolerate nor condone such behavior. Thank you, my girlfriend yells at the phone, and in a normal voice again proceeds with, we'll be on our way now, and she starts to walk away, so I obviously follow her. The guy takes another sprint and blocks us again. No, you can't have that bike, he yells, after which the person on the phone responds, Madam, do you need me to call law enforcement? My girlfriend walks up to the dude and actually shoves him out of the way and answers, no, but we may need an ambulance later because if this guy tries to harass me again, then I see no other option but to defend myself. Men these days, always harassing us poor women. and I couldn't help but laugh. I mean, who was harassing who there? My girlfriend isn't a powerhouse or anything, but she does know how to throw her weight around and back it up as well. Unless you're armed with a gun or just as experienced in martial arts as she is, I don't see anyone taking her on just like that. Definitely not this beer-bellied guy. The guy looks shocked at this point, while the woman on the phone continues. Hello, sir? Madam, do I need to provide further assistance through law enforcement? If I don't get a reaction in 30 seconds, then I will escalate this incident. No, it's good, he murmurs. My girlfriend yells, thanks again. This is why I'm a customer of yours. And we continue on our way. The aftermath. We decided to at least walk down the street and around the corner. Also because the original idea was for my girlfriend to take off. And well, 2v1 gives you better odds. But the guy doesn't follow nor bother us anymore, so we parted ways. Ah, she goes off to the train station by e-bike to catch her train. She made it in the nick of time, while I walk over there to grab my train going a little later. Honestly, you guys, I kind of feel sorry for our Ken. Stupid, for sure, but also sincere. He actually did call the hotline and complained, and when push came to shove, he didn't press on. Sorta, I think he realised the obvious, but even so, I don't know about this. Which is exactly why I sometimes cannot help but wonder, is it entitlement or sheer stupidity? One way or the other. I hope it's lesson learned. Don't try to confiscate publicly available items and try to make it look as if they're yours. And neither entitlement nor stupidity needs to go unpunished in my book. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, let me know down in the comments, what do you reckon? Entitlement, stupidity, or a bit of both? I think it's just a combination of the two, to be honest. Like, the thing is with entitled people, sometimes you get innocent ones that genuinely don't mean harm. And I feel like this guy kind of leaned towards that. He just had the bike. He just somehow put the bike in his garden, and that's it. He wanted to keep it and use it himself. I don't think he was being unbelievably entitled or anything. I think he was just trying to be a bit clever, stupid really, and keep the bike for himself. I was under the impression that all companies like this had it set so that you couldn't put bikes, public bikes, onto private property. You have to leave them in public areas or your ride just continues and you keep paying money. I don't know, maybe that didn't happen here, or maybe he found a way to put the bike onto his private property without the software knowing. Whatever happened. Definitely entitled, but I think more stupid. Aunt tries to steal family heirloom. Thinks she deserves an apology for being called out. My aunt's is, to put it politely, a complete piece of work. The more accurate description probably violates the terms of service. She isn't overly well liked in my family. However, my grandparents, especially my grandmother, believe that they can't exclude her from family events based purely on their personal feelings for her. My aunt is an extremely shallow and materialistic individual. She's tried to get my grandpa to sell property that's been in the family for 100 years so the money could be split between my uncles and my dad. This story, however, involves a very old pocket watch. I don't know the details, but the watch is Swiss and very old. It is gold with platinum inlay and is extremely valuable. Now, this watch has been passed down from father to son for a long time. It's going to be passed on to my dad and eventually me. My aunt hates this. She's tried to convince my grandpa to give it to my uncle, second oldest, and for my dad to just say my uncle should have it. Neither have agreed. It all came to a head on Saturday. We were at my grandparents' house for a birthday celebration. Everything was going well, people are having pleasant conversations. My daughter, who is 5 years old, and younger cousins are having fun playing, and somehow not causing more noise than should be humanly possible. It's been a wonderful day, until my aunt goes to leave. She's saying her goodbyes, everything's good, and then my daughter pipes up and says, "Don't forget to put back the watch, Auntie." I look at my daughter and ask what watch, and she says the fancy gold one. My grandpa walks to his study and comes back out asking if she's taken the watch. My uncle looks at my aunt and says she didn't. To cut a long story short, she is made to hand over her handbag, and lo and behold, the watch is inside. Everyone is furious. My uncle can't believe what she's done, and my grandpa wants her out of the house. This would all be bad enough, but to make this even better, she calls me that night and tries to scold me for raising a daughter who was a snoop. She'd seen my aunt while running around and playing, and that I needed to do a better job as a parent. I just laughed and said she's hardly one to talk, given, and hung up on her. I'm not surprised she tried to steal the item, but even I am surprised that she tried to make it my fault that she's been shunned by the family. Yeah, like lady, maybe consider taking some of your own advice. Imagine calling a 5-year-old a snoop when you're the one stealing. It really is unbelievable. Oh, wait, what? A kid caught me stealing something and then told their mum. That's bad parenting. It's not bad on my behalf for stealing something from my own family. No, it's the kid's fault and their mum. Makes a lot of sense. Lady berates me for trying to help her. So, this happened yesterday, and I'm still a bit angry about it, but proud of myself at the same time for sticking up against someone like her, as I can be a timid person most of the time. A quick bit of backstory. I was severely bullied in high school, shoved into lockers, beaten up in the bathrooms, purposely tripped or slapped, and was mentally tortured with belittling words and threats. It caused me to have 4 years of depression and self-harm after high school, and I honestly believed I was worthless. It made me have anxiety whenever I heard insults. I'm doing better now after a good family friend who is a psychologist and a Catholic priest helped me to steadily overcome the trauma. I think if it wasn't for him, I could have taken my life. On to the story. I work at a call center on the phones for sales and customer care assistance with their accounts, or if a package goes missing. Halfway through my shift, I get a call, and after I did my greeting, the woman goes off on a rant about how her package could not have arrived later than what you all says it is. The USPS tracking she means, but she didn't get that we are separate from them. Don't know how. When I was able to get a word in, I first tried to explain that it perhaps was another driver and he does later shifts, then asked if she did receive her package. At this point, the customer was already shouting, "No, I did not receive it. The dang package was not in the mailbox like you claim it is." Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. We can start a claim and resend you the new item at no additional charge? You take me for a fool, little girl? Yeah, that's what I'll call you. I was a bit surprised by her reply because mostly people are accepting of that offer. Also, I know I sound young, but girl, really? Not at all. I'm offering that we resend you a new item without having to pay for it. We just have to send you a claim form. Oh, heck no, you freaking little girl. Just give me back the money I pay for the stuff. You know what? I can get it back faster with the bank. How? I thought. She then goes on an insult rant, calling me many names and that I was useless and not doing my job properly, as well as making crude comments against my voice and job. I've learned to take these words with a pinch of salt, but certain words can still trigger my anxiety. When she paused, I said plainly and calmly, "Mom, if you cannot be civil and allow me to help you, then I'm going to have to end this call." She interrupted me again. No, you don't get to threaten me, you freaking little girl. You're a worthless little dog with a trashy job and you won't amount to anything. You're worthless. Yes, she called me worthless. That is one of my trigger words, as my bully would call me that a lot. But in this situation, my anger came out instead of timidness, and I reply calmly with, "Well, that is your opinion of me based solely on ignorance of your own creation. Despite me doing nothing but offer you help, instead you mock and insult me. I pity you, as no one will want to help you if your actions continue to be belligerent. I bid you a good evening." How dare you? And then I just hang up. I hung up on her and then reported her to a supervisor. I told her what she'd said and how belligerent she was, and she said that she'll listen back to the call and decide what to do, which means that they may give her a warning or she'll be banned, depending on how often she's done this. Though I did get a little slap on the wrist for my comment to her at the end, to me, it was worth it. My hands were shaking afterwards for a while as my anxiety kicked in, but I'm better now and proud that for the first time in a long time, I stood up to someone and told them off and had the upper hand for once. Wow, mad respect, OP, and power to you. It's just a shame that bullies like this exist, and not only in school. Like, any age, there are bullies everywhere. Imagine how much simpler and nicer OP's life would have been if she didn't get bullied in school and didn't have to deal with horrible people like this every day. Ugh, sucks, but I guess that's just the human race, guys. Good stuff. We are a good set of people. And as for your little comment at the end, I don't care what your boss says. I loved it. Yeah, maybe it was a little bit unprofessional, but on the whole, you were very, very good there. Calm, collected, and you spoke sense. You can't just be talked down to by a customer like that. It's not good. It's not nice. You're probably one of the only people in customer service to ever stand up to this woman. And you know what? fair play to you, because someone's got to do it, clearly, or she's just going to keep going like this and no one's ever going to stop her. Am I the butthole for forcing out a fart to get my mum to stop asking my girlfriend invasive questions in front of the whole family? I know what it sounds like, but I swear it's a desperate situation. So, I, a 23-year-old man, have been with my 22-year-old girlfriend for 7 months. She has a visible scar on her neck and she hates to be asked about it and hates to tell the story behind it. Believe it or not, even I don't know the story yet, but I'm waiting until she's comfortable to share. She's met my family several times, and of course, mum and aunts asked her about her scar, like 3 or 4 times in just a couple of hours. Then at dinner, then during movie time, etc. It got bothersome and my girlfriend looked uncomfortable, and I could just tell that the question itself was bringing her sadness. I told my mum to stop asking such invasive questions about the scar, and every time she'd say, "Okay, I won't ask, I promise." But then she would turn around and do it again. On Mother's Day, my girlfriend and I attended dinner at mum's. We were sitting in the living room and my mum goes to ask my girlfriend about the scar again, this time with a bigger audience because the whole family was there. My girlfriend said she'd rather not talk about it, but mum kept cornering her and kept asking her in a yes-no form. I was sitting next to my mum and I forced a loud fart in an attempt to take pressure and attention away from my girlfriend and get mum to switch her focus to something else. I was like, whoops, and the family started laughing. Mum turned to me and gave me a nasty stare. It got awkward, I'm not gonna lie, but I was desperate and I couldn't really yell at mum to stop and start a fight on Mother's Day, so I thought of doing this instead of making a scene. She pulled me into the kitchen and scolded me for what I did, after I admitted that I did it intentionally. She called me childish and said that if I didn't want her to bring up my girlfriend's scar, then I should have said. But I did, I swear, like 100 times. Anyways, my girlfriend and I left, and my girlfriend couldn't stop laughing in the car. Unfortunately, my dad was upset too, saying I behaved poorly and childishly in front of the extended family, and he told me to grow up. So, am I the butthole? Well, hey, I can think of a few less embarrassing ways to get someone's attention, but look, it worked, and you're not the butthole. I love it, actually. It's kind of crazy. You're using your butthole to not be the butthole. That is unbelievable. Am I the butthole for arguing with my husband's doctor and acting like a Karen because they wouldn't listen? My husband has a sore foot. No injury or medical condition that would explain the pain, but he hasn't been able to walk properly for about a week. Being the absolute pain in my butt that he is, he's refused to go to the doctors until today. Apparently he preferred to just pop paracetamol and complain to me. It's gotten progressively more swollen and misshapen looking, and today it's got a funny colour and he can't put any weight on it. So I called our GP, who has sent him to the walking clinic at our local hospital. We finally get seen, and the doctor refused to even examine it. He told him without even looking at the foot that it was a sprain and he wasn't going to prescribe him any painkillers, so not to ask. Then he started demonstrating some kind of exercises that involved going up and down on tiptoes and flexing the toes. I asked if he would please just look at it, as it's gone nearly black in some spots and looks similar to how my wrist looked when I broke it a few years ago. He huffed at me and asked where my medical degree was from. It put my back up and I demanded to see another doctor or his senior. I was the butthole here because it wasn't me being treated, so I get he thought I was a pushy cow. Husband wouldn't say boo to a goose in medical situations though, and he would have accepted the doctor's instructions without any questions about actually needing to be examined. The doctor left, and we heard him outside the cubicle telling the senior doctor that they have a confrontational spouse who thinks her WebMD searching qualifies her to instruct real doctors on how to practice medicine. He also states that he suspects my husband of exaggeration to get opiates. By the time the other doctor arrives, I'm seething, and I lay out exactly what went on, and explain that I only want someone to look at the foot before sending us away. He looks. Cue x-rays, an MRI, the good painkillers, and a walking boot casting with potential to need surgery because he's got 7 stress fractures in that foot, probably from running. Admittedly, they were worse than they needed to be because he didn't get any treatment when it first started to hurt. Then a second doctor and someone from the hospital admin come and apologize for the first doctor and ask if we want to make a formal complaint. So I did, because the outcome of his not listening to the patient or family could have been worse. My husband, though, didn't. My husband said later that the first doctor may well get sacked because of me complaining, and I should have left it because no real harm was done. So was it a butthole move to complain? I don't usually have Karen tendencies, but he was just so patronizing and dismissive, and I kept thinking, what if it was a young mother with a sick baby and he dismissed that? Not everyone would stand their ground, and there could be some really serious consequences. No, you're definitely not the butthole here, and you're also not a Karen. In my opinion, Karens are people that complain about things that do not need to be complained about. Whereas in this situation, you're complaining about a real health issue, and you're right, if you hadn't complained, your husband wouldn't have known he had 7 stress fractures. I couldn't agree more. If this doctor is doing this with your husband's foot, imagine what would happen if it was something really, really serious that could potentially endanger someone's lives. It's bad practice from the doctor, and it's good stuff from you, definitely not the butthole. Am I the butthole for going off on my wife after she made a sex sign to keep my mum from knocking on our bedroom door? So, I've been married to my wife for 4 years. We have a medium-sized apartment. For the last 2 months, my mother has been staying off and on in our guest room. My dad recently passed away, and it's hard for her to live in their house alone, so I've been letting her stay with us. My wife and her have never particularly got along, but I expected her to understand why it's important to me that she overlooked this just for a little while. I mean, she lost her husband of 40 years. She's fragile, and I really want to be able to do what I can to make her feel better. My mum's presence has changed our routine a little bit, mainly our nighttime routine. She'll usually come knock on our door to talk, and my wife hates this, partially because it interrupts our intimacy. Usually, when she's over, we just don't make love. Now, this past week, I noticed my mum hasn't been coming in at nights, so we had normal nighttime habits. Yesterday, my mum pulled me aside and told me that the sign I let my wife put on the door at night was disgusting and not something she ever needed to know. She also said that she was very hurt that I don't want to speak to her since I'm all she has left now. I told her I had no idea what she was talking about. She said the sign about sex. I still had no idea and talked to my wife about it when she got home. She admitted to it. She said that she made a sign to keep my mum out of our hair at nights. On the sign was written, "Please do not disturb unless you want to see me screwing your son." She thought it was funny and necessary, but I was mad about it. I took the sign, crumpled it up, and tossed it in the garbage. I then went off on my wife about how inappropriate and embarrassing this was. She told me it was my fault we needed this, and it's just a joke. I slept on the couch last night, and she is still angry at me. So, am I the butthole? Yeah, I guess the sign's quite funny in a crude way, I'll give you that. But in this context, knowing full well that your partner's mum's husband has just died and she is left all alone, a partner of 40 years by the way, that's just horrible, I'm sorry. Suck it up. Like, you can't have sex for a week or 2. Deal with it. It's not the end of the world. Come on. This is just throwing it back in her face. And yeah, it's horrible. You know what's crazy is that on Reddit, this is probably the first time I ever disagree with Reddit. Everyone on the comments is saying that you, OP, are the butthole. Like, you shouldn't have gone off on your wife and you should set boundaries with your mum. I actually fundamentally disagree. She's been staying at your gaff for like 2 weeks. Can your wife not just deal with that for a couple of weeks? It's not the end of the world, is it? Be nice to someone whose husband of 40 years has just died. Come on. Okay, sorry to go on about this, but I'm just reading through the comments to understand if I'm just in the wrong here. Some people are saying that your mum could come and talk to you at any other point in the day and it doesn't have to be at night. That I agree with. I'm not going to lie. But showing some compassion to a woman who's just lost her husband of 40 years, surely that's the easiest thing to do. Let me know in the comments. Interested to hear your thoughts. Am I the butthole for not waking my husband up for his 5 a.m. walk? So, for the past month, my husband has been waking up at 5 every morning to have a walk. These walks would take about 2 hours. A quick side note to mention that this is new. He's not trying to lose weight, he's pretty thin, he's not athletic by nature, nor has sports interests or hobbies. In fact, he used to hate doing any type of sports. I'm happy for him, since it's an overall positive thing. But yesterday, he came home in the evening after working for long hours, then stayed up late playing on his phone. I went to bed at 10 after getting done with the mess and everything. I woke up to him the next day, yelling at me at 7 a.m, asking me why I didn't wake him up for his 5 a.m. walk. He said he missed it, and I'm responsible for that. I was so confused. I said that first of all, he always wakes up by setting his alarm. Why should I be expected to wake him up this time? He yelled that he forgot to set his alarm. I said, so what? It's no big deal. It's not like he missed an important meeting or something. But he got more angry and said that those walks help improve his health and restore his energy, helping him feel better. I made a comment about how missing one walk won't hurt, but he unloaded on me, yelling about how I was trying to prevent him from doing his hobby for some unknown reason. I told him he was sorely mistaken, even though I admit that those 5 AM daily walks around the Veterans Park are weird, but also his reaction? I really thought it was over the top. He stormed off and went to the shower, saying I'd ruined his entire day. When he got out, he started avoiding and ignoring me. Even when I talked to him directly, he went to work and refused to respond to my calls. Really, I'm at a loss. Like, maybe it was something I said about his walks, but I really don't know. He's sulking non-stop as of now, and I'm literally about to lose my mind. Guys, am I the butthole? Yeah, this is the easiest not the butthole I've ever seen. I'm sorry. Your husband is the one walking at 5 AM, not you. He usually sets alarms, not you. Obviously not your fault. It's a bit embarrassing actually. He's clearly just taking out his anger on you because he failed to wake up. Embarrassing on his behalf. Set an alarm, pal. Not that hard. Am I the butthole for showing the kids what their dad did? My husband was staying at the hospital for some health issues. After he got out, he started wetting the bed every few nights. We talked to the doctor about it and they gave us meds, but they take time. So they suggested that my husband use adult diapers temporarily. He said no, and since he's too sick to do anything, I'm the one having to clean up every time. I grew tired of it. He just kept wetting the bed and not even considering diapers. Yesterday morning was my final straw. I saw that he'd wet the bed again and I just kind of went off. I kept talking, but it's like he wasn't hearing me at all because he just kept staring at the wall. Our kids heard the fuss and came in asking what was going on. I showed them the state the bed and sheets were in and said, "See, your dad keeps wetting the bed and throwing a tantrum when asked to wear a diaper." They stared and my husband looked shocked. He had them leave the room, then said I shouldn't have done that. In my defense, I wanted to defend myself because I thought it was unfair when the kids accused me of yelling at their dad for no reason. He said I humiliated him in front of the kids and made him feel terrible. I told him he could be less embarrassed and feel less terrible when he stops wetting the bed like a child. He started crying, saying he's struggling with his health and said that I was being cruel and descendant towards him. Now I'm trying to turn the kids against him as well as shame him in front of them. My sister visited, and when I vented to her about it, she said she understood, but I was still in the wrong for getting the kids involved. I'm feeling conflicted on whether I did the right thing, maybe to get him to understand how this has been affecting me as well. So, am I the butthole for this? See, this one I'm not sure about. I feel like everyone kind of sucks here a little bit. On the one hand, your husband is in the wrong here. Look, suck it up. It's embarrassing, I get it, but wear a diaper. Or don't wear a diaper, but go and sleep in a different bed and clean your own sheets. Like wetting the bed often and then having your wife clean it up, that's very, very poor. I say all that. On the other hand, I don't think, OP, that you had to get the kids involved in this. I do agree. It's embarrassing enough for him, but you could have just said to him, one-on-one, spoken to him and said from the heart how bad this is making you feel and how difficult you're finding it. I don't think you had to get the kids involved. What do you reckon, guys? I kind of feel like both parties could and should have handled this a little bit better. Am I the butthole for walking out of the airport when I saw my husband's mum standing there with her luggage? I am a 30-year-old woman, and I don't have the best relationship with my husband's mum. Since day one, she tried to make remarks and compare me to her. She then tried to get on my good side and started overly praising everything I do, sometimes even copying me, like that one time when she literally dyed her hair purple just like mine. And when everyone pointed out how ridiculous she looked, she actually blamed me and accused me of trying to make a joke out of her. So, anyways, my husband and I took 2 weeks off work to go visit some places out of the country. Tourism, in other words. The thing is, I was the one who saved up for and arranged the trip. My husband was responsible for booking the tickets. My husband's mum wanted to come along and threw temper tantrums when I said no. She called, texted, sent people to talk to me into letting her come, even threatening to call the police and make some complaints up to get us to stay if she can't come. My husband said we should just take her, but I told him he was wrong to tell her about the trip in the first place. He gave me an ultimatum. He said he wouldn't go if she can't come, and I told him I'd gladly call his bluff, which made him take back his words and say, fine, I'll tell her to stop it because we won't take her. From then on, things on her side got quieter, suspiciously quieter. The day of the trip came and we got to the airport at 2 p.m. My husband was walking ahead of me and was looking left and right like he was looking out for someone. I asked him, but he didn't respond. He led me to the waiting area, and the first thing I saw was his mum standing there with her luggage. I froze in my spots. I felt a cold wave washing over me, and I was fuming inside. Her and my husband hugged, and that is when I quietly turned around and started walking towards the exits. My husband followed me, shouting at me to stop. He tried to stop me, but I told him off the harshest way possible. He tried to say I was overreacting and that his mum was there anyway and I should let it go and not mess the trip up for us. I told him that he and his mum could still go, but that I was going home. I went home and sobbed into my dog's fur for several minutes. It turned out he booked her a ticket without me knowing. An hour later, he came home yelling and raging about how pathetic and spiteful I was to walk out, go home, and ruin the trip last minute. I told him he caused this to happen. He said that I was being so hard on his mum, it was ridiculous. I just refused to fight anymore. But he kept on berating me. Then he called my family to tell them that the trip was cancelled because of me. My family said that I shouldn't have ruined it for myself and I should have sucked it up and done my best to enjoy it. Did I really overreact? Are you kidding? Overreact? I would have reacted even stronger than you. Sorry, you're meant to be going on holiday just with your partner, you know, a couple's holiday, and out of nowhere, out of the blue, his mum is there? I can think of nothing worse. Listen, his mum is bad enough. I think we can all agree. But the fact that he has secretly invited her, saying to you, oh, don't worry, she won't come. Sorry. Like, what a joke of a man that guy is. The reason you're sobbing so much when you get home, in my opinion, is less about the holiday in isolation and more about the fact that you're now questioning whether you need to be with this man or not. Sorry, that's just what I think. In my opinion, I'm long gone. My parents decided to cancel my 14th birthday party to accommodate my spoiled younger brother. Then they reinstated it when I told everyone at school. I am a 20-year-old man, and this happened when I was 14. I have a brother that's about 6 years younger than me. He was extra coddled by my parents for having been diagnosed with high-functioning autism when he was 4. But other than that, he seems very normal, just unbelievably spoiled. And he used to get his way a lot. And by a lot, I mean nearly all the time. Anything I had, he also had to have. So that meant we had doubles of almost everything that wasn't a shared item. And anything he had that I didn't, he'd rub in my face any way he could. When I was 11, I begged my parents for a 3DS for my 12th birthday. I got one, but then was told to lend it to my brother whenever he wanted it, or else I'd have it taken away. Which it was, a lot. When my aunt found out, after seeing my parents forcibly take my 3DS out of my hands to give to my brother on one of her visits, she let loose on them for such blatant favoritism. They returned my 3DS immediately, then blamed me for the situation after my aunt left. But they didn't make me give it to my brother again. Instead, my parents went out a few days later and bought another 3DS as a surprise gift for my brother. On several of mine and other people's birthdays, my brother made a huge fuss because the party wasn't all about him. Even going so far as to outright state that he was upset because he wasn't getting any gifts or getting to blow out the candles on the cake. My parents learned the hard way that they couldn't enable my brother the way they'd have liked at those parties, and were actually kicked out of a few for trying that. And because of that, other kids at his school stopped inviting him to birthday parties altogether. For me, my birthdays were some of the only days I had that I got to have about me, because otherwise my parents forced my life to revolve around my little brother. In the year prior to this story taking place, my parents ended up paying more attention to him the entire time of my 13th birthday. And they even asked me if I'd let my brother blow out my candles for me because he was upset and pouting. I refused that because I wanted to blow out my own candles. They called me a spoiled brat at first, until my aunt intervened and chastised them on their favoritism yet again, stating how much she'd noticed how my brother gets nearly everything between the two of us just because he's autistic. My parents got no support from anyone else there other than my brother, who was still crying because he wasn't getting to blow out my candles, and because he didn't get his way, he tried to outright spit on my cake out of spite, but my awesome aunt thankfully blocked him before he got the chance, then scolded him till he ran to my mum in tears. My parents took a lot of heat from the other adults there, and then promised to never ask me to let my brother blow out my candles again, but they pretty much just went through the motions for the rest of the party. My aunt then took over coordinating everything from that point onwards. The following year, a couple of weeks before my birthday, my parents sat me down and told me they were still gonna get me some gifts and a small cake, but my birthday party was effectively cancelled to avoid my brother having another meltdown. I told them I could not believe they were doing this to me, and they just seemed to shrug it off without a care. So, at school over the next week, I told my friends, my teachers, and even my school counsellor. All of them were appalled by my parents' lack of consideration and empathy. The vice principal even found out and consoled me, and all of this got back to my parents through social media. My parents ended up grounding and gaslighting me for telling so many people, but that didn't stop me from still telling everyone at school that I was grounded just for being upset that my birthday was cancelled for no good reason. Now I guess that made it a lot worse, because several of my parents' own friends, along with parents of other kids in my school, called them up or sent them Facebook messages basically saying, "What the heck is wrong with you?" Suddenly, I was ungrounded. I didn't get an apology though. My dad just walked into my room with his arms crossed, told me my grounding was over early, and then walked out. That was it. I thought my party was still cancelled because nobody said anything about it, and my brother thought it hilarious and rubbed it in my face that I wasn't going to get to celebrate. But by the end of the 2 weeks, my parents held a surprise party for me at my favourite restaurants. They then started claiming it was their intent all along. I knew it wasn't. From what I'd seen, everyone was incredibly unhappy with them for what they did, and it showed with any interactions family members had with my parents. So they ended up doing the surprise party to try and save what little of their reputations they had left. I'm pretty sure they actually had to pay through their nose that day to just accommodate me. I got dinner with all my friends at my favourite restaurant that had a small arcade, and I even got the PS4 game system I'd been jonesing for at the time. I could tell that pretty much none of it was planned and bought last minute because my dad had a look about him that my aunt comically described as looking like a moth had flown out of his wallet. My brother, of course, made a huge fuss that I got a surprise party. But with so many of my friends and their parents there, my mum and dad finally put their feet down on my brother to stop his tantrum when he wanted to push my cake off the table. My brother ended up getting a time out for the first time since he was a toddler, and my mum had to stay with him to make sure he didn't do anything crazy. He did try several times to run to the cake or stack of presents. Who knows what he would have done were it not for the fact that at least one adult was always on guard. Even my dad stood guard to keep him away. My mum ended up having to remove my brother and herself from the party entirely and took my little brother to a McDonald's nearby so he could have fun in their play area. I heard later she spent at least an hour trying to get him to come out of the play place tube structure, and he only did so because he had to use the bathroom, then tried to run right back in again. My parents never tried to cancel my birthday again while I still lived with them, though they never again tried as hard or spent as much. For the remaining 4 years I was under their roof, my birthday parties consisted of a local pizza parlour, a cake without my name even written on it, and never again anything as expensive as a new gaming system. I don't mean to sound spoiled, but I was a bit disappointed I never got a cake with my name on it again. My aunt called my parents out on that each year, and each year they claimed they forgot to get the cake decorated. I'm pretty sure that the reason my name was never written on another cake was because my brother always refused to eat pieces of cake that had writing of someone else's name on it at any party, and they couldn't put his name on any of my cakes or it would have looked very bad for them. But the fact that I still got a day that was just about me at all and not my brother was fantastic in my book, especially because just about everything else revolved around him. During each of my remaining birthday parties while still living at home, my brother made a fuss, and my mum took him somewhere else to calm him down. I was still required to share my PS4 with my brother, but it was mine, and I took it with me when I moved out at 18. Now, little brother didn't like that and had a huge fit till my parents went out and bought another PS4 for him. These guys are such enablers, what? When I moved out, they finally had to deal with how they'd raised my brother so spoilt, because I wasn't there to help them with him anymore. on his recent 14th birthday, he went mental at our parents for not getting him a PS5. He's now currently grounded for I don't know how long after causing hundreds or maybe even thousands in collateral damage during that rampage. He picked up a chair and just started destroying anything that was in front of him with it. My parents just looked mentally checked out when I saw them last. My aunt has also told me they confided in her that they wish they could send my brother to military or boarding school in the future because they can't handle the monster they created anymore. But there's no way they can afford that. I'd be lying if I said I didn't find it ironically funny. Yeah, as I said whilst I was reading that, your parents are by far the biggest enablers I've ever seen. That is insane. Look, fair enough. The kid's autistic and he needs special treatment. I understand that wholeheartedly. Trust me, I do. But not to this level. Come on, not to the extent that one of your children can't even have their own birthday because of another one. That is mental. Listen, there's special treatment because your child has a mental disability, and then there's spoiling him rotten. I think the fact that your parents are now regretting how they brought him up and are wanting to send him to a military school shows exactly where they lie. Entitled neighbor wants her kids in my garden. I am so glad to have found this subreddit because I have a legit crazy neighbor with boundary issues. I am a 29-year-old woman. I don't have any kids, but my younger sister, who is now 16, has lived with me for about 10 years. And we've got a trampoline still in our back garden from when she was younger. The neighbour to the left of me has 4 kids and moved in a year ago. 2 weeks ago, Glasgow started getting really good weather. So the kids have been out playing constantly. Not an issue. They asked if I could let the kids use the trampoline one day. So I was like, sure, but only for a bit because I have friends coming over for some drinks. 7 PM comes and I ask them to go home because my 5 friends have shown up and we're going to be drinking. Cue the crying. They leave the garden upset, but hey, that's not my issue. They've been on the trampoline for 3 hours at this point. Their mum then pops her head out of her bedroom window and asks if they can stay in the garden longer. No, I'm not your babysitter. She's annoyed but drops it. Last week, I come home from some shopping and to my surprise, I found all 4 of the kids in my garden plus their younger cousin. I asked them to leave and tell them they can't just come into my garden without me there, and they didn't even ask, but they refuse. So I shout up at their mum and tell her to get them out of my garden. She says, "Oh, let them play for a bit. You don't even use it." Okay, but still, not your garden? Eventually we get into an argument and they leave. She's angry and shouting, saying I'm being a Karen, oh the irony, and I should let them in. I tell her not to ask again because the answer will be no. This though happened again the day after. All 4 kids plus their cousin waiting till I move the car from the drive and then heading straight into my garden when I'm gone. So I wake up this morning. I've since put a lock on their trampoline, just a small one on the mesh safety enclosure to stop them opening it up, cause I'm petty as frick. Plus it's a Saturday. I'm not working today, it's my day off and I want a long lie-in. But no, the neighbour decides that at 9 AM this morning, her kids are being fired straight out of that house with breakfast bars and a bottle of water and heading straight into my garden. So I can hear them from my window. I look out and tell them to leave. By the time I get downstairs, the mum has descended from her house and is trying to climb the fence between our gardens, shouting about how I used to let them use it and she's going to call the police for hitting her kids. Great, you do that. I'll be sure to show them the Ring camera footage, which coincidentally also has footage of your husband picking the lock open so your brats can use the trampoline. Wow, even the husband's involved at this point. Unbelievable. So long story short, the entitled mother sends her kids into my garden repeatedly, even after being told not to. She actually did call the police on me for harassment and hitting her kids, but ended up getting her own husband arrested for theft and housebreaking and criminal damage. Suck it, you female dog. Now guys, that is the end of that post, but don't you worry. I know what you're saying. Is there an update? Well, today you're lucky because there is. So here is that update. The main point, I guess, is that the day after this happened, I spoke to the police about the charges and asked if they could let them go. There was a charge of theft too, because the dad had moved tools out of the way and threw them into his garden, but they got thrown back in, so I wasn't missing anything. They initially asked me if I wanted the oldest kid charged. Now she looks a lot younger. I assume she was 10, but she's actually 13, because she was the one who climbed the fence first, then went through my drive to open the gate and let the younger kids in without having to climb over. I've since seen the dad at the local shop. He just sort of apologized quickly and thanked me for letting it go. I think the realization that his daughter could have been arrested was a wake-up call. I haven't heard an explanation though. Maybe he wasn't thinking about how serious it could end up. The mum, on the other hand, absolute crazy woman. I mentioned that she told police I had hit her kids, which is absolutely untrue, but she also decided to tell a couple of neighbours that I hit them. I actually had 2 of them ask me about this. She also put some sort of barbed wire at the top of her fence? What, to stop me climbing over? She's also chained her outdoor grill barbecue and dismantled the swing set I gave her when she moved in. And I thought I was petty. On a maybe related note, I had a visit from the SSPCA about animal abuse, even though I don't own any pets. They seem pretty annoyed about being called out for a prank, so I don't know what happened with that. Well, I think that's pretty obvious. I've also been asked about my sister's involvement with the story. I just mentioned her at the beginning because I wanted to explain why I was 29 and had a trampoline in my back garden. She also wasn't home at the time because she has clubs on. By the time she got back in, it was all over. Well, you know, I'm 24 and I've still got a trampoline in my garden, if that's any consolation. Overall though, I've not had any more issues from it. The trampoline is now gone. The kids haven't really been out because it's been raining the past week. I rarely see the dad around as he works, and the mum spends her days in her own garden being the most obnoxious Glezga ma you could imagine. Now, I'm not entirely sure what Glezga ma means. I asked my editor, Stevo, who some of you know is Scottish, and even he didn't know what that means. So yeah, none the wiser. I think it just means horrible Scottish woman. That's all I can guess, and it seems pretty likely. Gotta say, OP, legendary. Very nice of you to drop the charges. It's not petty locking your own stuff up, by the way. If you know that someone is coming without permission and using your stuff, yes, lock it up. What is going on here, by the way? It's like a whole family affair. You got the 13-year-old trying to like jump over and get around, open your gate. The dad's using bolt cutters. The mum's mental. This is just a typical entitled family. Unbelievable. And in terms of having a trampoline when you're 29 years old, they're fun. There's nothing wrong with that. My mum gave me up for $2,500. So, backstory. My mum and dad split up when I was roughly 9 or 10 years old, due to my mother cheating on my father when he was out of the country. He's a pilot. At the time, it was me and my 2 older sisters, one of which was already an aunt. So my other sister and I were left under my mother's custody due to my father always flying and not wanting us to go through moving all the time. As far as the details go, my dad not only paid my mum child support, but also paid off the house. Despite having little money to take care of himself, he paid my mum more than what he actually owed. Yet, my sister and I never saw that money. After the divorce, my mum turned to many things, sleeping around, gambling, drinking, and eventually meth. But that didn't last long due to my dad finding out and threatening to take us away. My sister practically became my mother, since ours decided to step down from the plates and I was too young to take care of myself. When my sister left for college, all the emotional abuse that she took ended up falling on me, which sent me into a loop. Due to my sister taking all the damage, I typically saw my mother as, well, my mother. My young brain didn't notice how often she didn't come home at nights, or the lack of food in the house, or the constant weeks I'd wear one outfit since I didn't have any other clothes that fit. I didn't notice how unnormal this was. Heading into high school, it became more and more obvious this wasn't right at all. Yet I still loved my mother. We bantered and ate fast food together, and she was proud of my accomplishments. But she had her moments, dropping huge hints that I'm too boyish like my dad, refusing to let me cut my hair, pressuring me into wearing makeup, heels, dresses, convincing me I don't need therapy as my therapist at the time made me uncomfortable. They were one of those Christian therapists that made everything about God. Now, while I am Christian, it didn't help the conversation. And so on. Meanwhile, my dad met a woman and they fell in love. When she became pregnant with his kid, he moved her to America after my little sister was born and started a new family. I love my stepmom. She's literally the sweetest woman I know, and I adore my baby sister, and eventually my second baby sister. Over time, after spending many nights in their home, I came to realize how much happier I was at their house than my mother's. One day, I told my dad I want to officially live with him. At this point in time, I've noticed how depressed I am and how things aren't normal in my mum's house. When I told my mother this, she was deeply upset and cried, but she understood.
Or so I thought. That's when everything went downhill. The text messages started. Sly guilt trips and remarks on how someone else convinced me to move out, that my father convinced me that she was the bad guy. The more these texts happened, the warier I became about talking to her. It got to the point where I'd cry after every conversation because I was so confused and lost. One day, she practically trapped me in her car in my best friend's driveway to tell me how my reasons for leaving were BS and that I clearly don't remember what it was like in that house. Cue my memory issues. But enough about that. Let's get to the good part, the custody case. Due to me being the last child between my mother and father, my dad no longer had to pay child support. Obviously, they go to court about this. Except my mum didn't show up for many, many hearings. When she did, she had this BS story about how my dad owed her a trash load of money because he never paid the full child support. How she felt pressured to believe him and trust him when he said he knew how much he owed her. He did. He calculated it himself and actually paid more than what was needed. So, if you're catching on, this fight was about money. Here's a fun little thing. My mum texted me maybe a month before this case started about how she desperately wants me to come home, how she'll do anything to get her baby back. That aged well, didn't it? Because one day, my mum stated that if my dad pays her $2,500, she'll give up full custody of me. My dad agreed to it and it was over. She gave up her custody rights for $2,500. It still stings. I'm still bitter and angry to this day about it, and this case happened years ago. I don't think my mum's aware I know the details about this case, as she very rarely reaches out to me, as if we still have a relationship, to tell me how much she loves and misses me. The thing is, I learned that my mum actually despised me after the divorce because I just reminded her of my dad. We have the same eyes and resting face. My mum just loves being the victim, and even tried to convince my sister she doesn't remember doing all the stuff I did to you. She even blamed my dad for her cheating on him and said so to my face. I haven't had a real conversation with her since Christmas, over the phone of course, and I haven't seen her in person since maybe before the pandemic. She texted me recently, all excited about a gift she got from my sister's unborn baby, and it sent a whole new wave of resentment towards her. I stopped trying long ago to have a relationship with her, as she doesn't try in return, and will continue to do so until she admits her wrongs, apologizes, and actually tries to be a freaking mother for once in her life. Until then, my only mother is my lovely stepmom. Okay, wow guys, we've just seen some truly astonishing parenting right there. Act as if you care about your child, but then in effect, selling her for $2,500. That's a level. Unbelievable. I'm just so happy for you, OP, that you are finally out of that house and you've realized after all these years how entitled and just terrible your mother is. But that is unbelievable. Faking as if you actually care and then taking 2.5k for your own daughter. Unreal. My entitled mum wants my future house for herself so I can inherit it later. I may have to remove this if certain people find it, or I suspect they have. Things are complicated right now, and I don't want my father knowing about this all, but I have no energy to make a spare account. With that out of the way, yes, for absurd as the title sounds, it is even more absurd when you live it. And I thought I'd never see or live through something like this, as entitled mums are not such a common sight where I live. But here I am, my own mum seems to be one, and I never suspected it. First of all, some background. I've been homeless for some time, after being kicked out 3 times. The first one was from my physical/emotionally abusive and alcoholic father's home. I was around 16. Second, from my uncle's home after he became mentally ill and very unstable. I don't blame him. I was 23 to 24 at the time and was taking care of him until he became too aggressive. And the third one, again, from my father's home after we all thought he'd changed. We were wrong, and this was around 3 years ago, when I was 24 or 25. This is relevant, as my parents were divorced since I was a kid because of my father's abusive behavior, and this comes to play in the story. The second important background part is that we never had any money, and all that came was obviously wasted on alcohol, drugs, prostitutes, and so on by my father, while me and my 1-year older brother were left unattended, starving, etc. But my grandparents,
both, but in this case my father's parents, have tons of money and properties. If I attempt to count them now, I'd say they have around 10 flats bought through a business they own for legal and economic purposes. The thing is, my father and uncle had many fights with my grandparents, as they tell everybody they were abusive to them when they were young and so on. Now, I believe this, but I'm more inclined to think otherwise, as even after ending up in court after multiple assaults, my grandparents allowed them and us to live in 2 of their properties. And I'd say that those were almost luxury flats if they hadn't made them into big trash containers, sometimes literally using a room as a trash storage. Now on to recent events. So, after going homeless, my mother took my brother and I to her flat for a time. Although I was forced to find another place or go to the local shelter whenever her boyfriend wanted time with her, as she didn't care if I had a place to sleep as long as she could have intimacy every few days. On perspective, this would have been a good start for an entitled parent story, but I'd say it's just a bad parent story, so I'll leave it at that. And don't get me wrong, she was never a bad mum, or not as bad as my father, but she simply kept her distance, as being a mum simply wasn't the life she wanted. So, after that, I took the initiative to make contact with our grandparents again, although everyone else disagreed, but I had to take the chance. It had been around 15 years since we were forbidden from contacting them, as all my family spoke of them as the devil or even worse. And again, they're not saints, but holy heck are they lifesavers. They rejoiced after I came back to them. They showered us with cash for anything we needed and found us a place to live, renting it and giving us cash every month, paying for my brother's final years at university and my studies too. Still, my mum didn't like most of it, although I choose to believe she was at least relieved she wasn't going to be forced to take care of us from there on. It got to a point where they bought my brother a flat too. So not only did we have a permanent home, but also he could have some property, as my father's home was supposed to one day be ours. I should mention here too that all these years, they still gave both my father and uncle a whole salary each, so they knew we could have had everything we needed. Sadly for them, they were wrong about that. Right then, now on to the story. Just another gaming night. I wished I could stop feeling like things could go back to square zero at any moment. So I start thinking. It's been a while since I was told I was getting my own flat, just so we could rent it and have our own money. I'm not fond of being a landlady, but perhaps I should help speed the process up and look for one, I think. So I do it. The next morning, my grandparents thanked me profusely for helping with it and taking the initiative. So we start visiting some candidates, some of which I go to with my mum on separate visits. Somehow, that starts a whole month of my mum telling me things such as, I don't like that place for you. That flat is in a very bad zone of the city. Nobody would ever rent it. I know which places you'd like better than you. I know what you like. This park is full of drug addicts. You're not living here. At first, and to be fair, those seemed like pretty innocent claims, but then they started becoming something else. See, she's always lived in rented homes, and she's the only one of her family to not have a home of her own. Her 2 brothers, her sister, and her parents have an owned home, so she somewhat hopes to inherit her parents' home after they pass away. This isn't happening though, as one of her brothers doesn't like her one bit and wouldn't give his part away, and she's got no way of buying it from him. But anyways, she starts giving us hints, requests, of living at my brother's flat. It's only got 2 rooms, but my brother is at uni elsewhere, so there's 1 free room, right? Well, no, because obviously he'd need a place to live after he finishes uni, or if anything happens, or a place to stay if he comes by. Mum starts telling us how, I'd do it for you, for the money, and we get along so well, you'll never notice that I'm even here. Except all that isn't true. She sometimes buys us groceries, yeah, but we don't ask for it. She's never given us any money aside from that, and not even before we went homeless, although she was obligated to because of the divorce. Well, I guess she did, but she always asked for it back. I guess I should tell a story or 2 of those times a different day. But going back to the story, things got convoluted. My mum at that time had spoke about her perfect idea. I gotta say it wasn't half bad on paper, but not in practice. She said something along the lines of, well, since you're getting a home of your own, why not, instead of renting it to someone else, insert racist slurs here, that would destroy it and not even pay, I rent it. But I live in your brother's house and you live in that one. You'd like it. We don't have to tell anyone. You don't like this place anyways, and the money would stay home. At first, I was confused. Like, why keep it a secret? She always does this with everything. Everything has to be a secret, but it makes things absurdly complicated. So I tell her, no, I can't rent you my house, only for you to live at my brother's house. He should be asked first. Besides, that would mean he'd have to live with me, so he'd have to know. Well, you see, this place is perfect for me. I can change this room for that one. The living room would be my room. I can make this and this other change, and I was stunned. She started telling me all the changes that she'd clearly been thinking about for a long time, at least since all those months back where she started telling us how a good idea would be for her to live here. Again, no, I don't think my brother would like living with you, and I won't let you live here without him knowing. If you want to do shady things, you'll have to tell him and grandparents, since they're paying for all of this. She started turning red. Not of rage, or perhaps just a part of it, but she always fake cries when she doesn't get what she wants. Oh, but they wouldn't understand. They tried to make me live in a dump back when they bought us a home, when you weren't even born. But they didn't. They changed the place. And although I think you deserve a home too for all you've had to put up with, it doesn't have anything to do with this. As I said, the place they ended up buying for them was almost a luxury one. You could see the beach from it and so on. Although it was never supposed to be their own place, as it was bought through their business, and we were supposed to inherit it when my grandparents passed away. It was a weird exchange. I didn't fully grasp why she was acting like that at the time, so I called my brother and explained. He told me she'd been insisting on the topic of living with me for a while, as if we were both going to live at his flat. But since he knows her, he also knew she was full of rubbish and told her more or less what I told her too. Days passed, and she seemed to start accepting how ridiculous it was to make a very convoluted plan of renting a home to live at the other one and then not telling anyone. So I proposed that we all talked about it on normal, decent terms. That is, she would rent my brother's home, since he isn't here for now, and he can choose where he wants to live, since there'd be free rooms at both places. My mum was visibly displeased, but accepted the terms. But then came more drama, after I found a perfect place for me. There? There are thugs and, insert racial slurs, living there. You're gonna get yourself robbed, assaulted, or killed. I was both shocked and rolling my eyes at the same time. All those places she spoke so badly about had changed, and I mean really changed, through the years, and are nowhere near like she sees them. Mum, the house is perfect, and whether I get it or not is none of your business. I've checked the neighborhood, the house, the community, and even the nearby park. It is not as you paint it. You're wrong, and I am not renting a home at that place. I was confused again. Of course she wasn't renting my home, and she was supposed to know that. Yeah, of course you wouldn't be, because I'd be the one living there, not you. Something to take into account is that my future home was going to have an extra room, so it was going to be bigger. This is important too, although you surely can see why already. Well then, if you get that place, then I am not renting at your brother's. At this moment, I felt rage boiling inside of me. What? Listen, we're going to rent it, whether it's to you or to some rando, and my brother has already agreed to that, as well as our grandparents. My mum was getting red again, but this time not fake crying. Whatever, I should have stayed with your father. That way I'd have a home too. She was so spiteful about that. You wouldn't even believe it. I felt a cold, but burning inside. I tried to stay calm, but also make her see that she just said something horrible. Excuse you? Could you say that again? I was very hurt, but mostly offended, because at that point I realized, despite possibly more things being in her mind, right then and there, she simply wanted a piece of the cake. She frowned, started her fake crying act all over again, as if I was the one who told her something horrible and not the opposite. So I rolled my eyes, sighed, and excused myself out of there. A few days after that, she came to my brother's house again, and we went for a walk, as she seemed to want to talk, and I wanted to have an easy exit out, just in case. Spoiler, I needed it, and I used it. I'll tell you what we're gonna do, she said. Oh god, here we go again, I was thinking. She was saying it as if it was the most brilliant idea she'd ever have. I'm gonna rent your house, but I'm gonna live at your brother's house. I sighed so hard it seemed exaggerated, but it came right out of my soul. Listen, I'm gonna do it, so I can. Now, I don't know how this is called in English or if this exists anywhere else, but here there's an option to rent a place to someone and then offer them to buy it after the contract is over at a reduced price based on what they had already paid. And she's referring to this. So then I can buy it from you. I was flabbergasted at her idiocy and her courage to tell me a plan so stupid. So you're telling me you're going to rent my house, but live at my brother's house, so you can then buy my house, still live at my brother's house, and my brother and I live at your house that we could then maybe inherit? My mum was clearly insulted. What do you mean, maybe? I had the most obvious expression of, that's the most absurd thing I've ever heard, on my face, body, and hands. But she was glaring at me as if she'd just smelled a fart. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Now, I didn't yell, but I did raise my voice, and we were in the streets. I stopped walking, so she was forced to stop too, and people were staring. I wouldn't have normally wanted that, but I really wanted her to absorb and accept the idea of how ridiculous she was getting. What? It's not like I'm going to be here long anyways. Whenever I retire, I'm going to travel the world. I won't ever come back to this garbage of a city. Now she was raising her voice, apparently not getting how that made everything even more absurd. What do you even want my house for then? What if you get debt? What if I can't pay to inherit it when you die? Are you really not seeing how it makes absolutely no friggin' sense? She huffed and puffed. I would sign a contract. She said so as if she just made sense of all of it, in a victorious tone. Wait, so were you thinking of renting my brother's home without a contract? She was very displeased about me saying that. Most probably because she actually was thinking about it. Well, of course not. Who do you think I am? I just want the best for you. Alright, then explain to me how taking my house so you can own something without any way of knowing if I'll ever get it back and making me pay for it if I do so helps me. Please, go ahead. She was actually about to reply. I just roll my eyes again and start walking away. No, you know what? I don't want to know. Get your life together. Now, I wish that was the end of it, but it wasn't. I ended up not getting the place I liked so much, so we're still looking for some nice place to get. But my mum has kept telling us that she is going to move into my brother's house, whether we like it or not, and that it's all to help us. She doesn't seem to quite catch what no means, or that we absolutely don't want to live with her for a multitude of reasons. I fully believe she's actually going to end her contract with her current landlord soon, just so she can tell us there's no other way and make us feel guilty if she has to go homeless, despite having the money to rent any place she wants, and despite me having paid for months of the last 2 places she rented so she could move, because she doesn't like staying anywhere too long. Thus why she travels so much and wants to do so in the future even more. So I'm trying to make myself ready for when that happens. I guess I'll update you guys when or if I finally get my own home. Wow, where to even begin with this woman? When someone comes along with a plan that they've thought so hard about, you can tell, and it just makes absolutely no sense. What do you even say other than, that is ridiculous? What are you thinking? Yeah, I mean, it's so clear that she's just obviously trying to use you and your assets to get something for herself. But at this point, surely just don't even fake it. It's so obvious what you're trying to do. Just say, can I have one of your houses? And then just leave it at that. Like making up this whole plan of I'll live here, rent here. I'll actually then buy that house so I'll have something and then you can buy it back off me when I die. It's just, it's very confusing. That's all I'll say. And it really doesn't need to be. Just be honest. You'd quite like a house of your own. Again, guys, remember that she was very calm with leaving her own children homeless multiple times back in the day. Yeah, it wasn't her directly, but it was still her children. But now, no, she needs to own a property that one of you guys has. Strange is all I'll say. My husband, a 32-year-old male, and his friends have a nickname for me, a 35-year-old woman, in their group chats. He won't tell me what it means. This happened a couple of days ago. My phone died right as I was texting my mum about something rather important, so my husband let me use his. As I was typing, a banner popped up with a text from one of his friends to their group chats, saying to the effect of, "Hey, husband, do you and ST still want to do the Halloween plan we talked about?" So of course, I'm like, who is ST? Those are not my initials. I briefly looked at the chat. A few messages up, I was at least able to confirm that ST was me, in context of my husband mentioning a specific thing I'd done that day. Like I said, ST is not an abbreviation of my name or any name I would go by. None of our friends call me by anything other than my real name, so I was confused. I showed him the chat and I asked him what it stood for. He looked suddenly really flustered. He grabbed his phone back and said, "Oh, it's nothing, just a nickname." okay, well, what's it stand for? He literally wouldn't tell me. He just kept saying, don't worry about it. Well, is there some reason I would need to worry? I wouldn't be worrying if he just explained what it meant. I was a little put off by this, to find out all his friends are calling me something I don't even know about. I told him even if it's just some dumb joke, at least tell me. The way he was clamming up just makes it look kind of weird, but he still refused to tell me. This entire back and forth was maybe a minute or two. Then he suddenly goes, okay, fine, it's super terrific. Look, I can't tell if I'm being crazy, but I just don't fully buy that. If that's all it was, why not say so the first time I asked? I asked like 3 or 4 times for him to tell me what it stood for. Why keep avoiding it? On the other hand, I know this makes me look like a really high-strung, paranoid person to be suspicious when it could so easily be what he said. I don't want to accuse him of lying with no proof and over something so stupid. This is still bugging me a little. I just want to know if I'm being insane to have an inkling of doubt about it standing for super terrific. Do you think he was telling the truth? Would it be ridiculous to bring it up again at this point? Now guys, don't worry, all is about to be revealed in the story, as OP did post an update just a week later. But before I get into that, get in the comments down below. What do you think ST really stands for? So here is that update just a week later. I posted this last week, and well, not a happy ending. I ended up getting a text from one of my husband's female friends in his group chat the day after I posted her. It turned out that right after I asked him about the nickname, he told all of them I'd seen it and to stop calling me that. She sent me a screenshot of his message, which reads verbatim, "Lol, oh my god, she just saw that. I'm so screwed, hahaha." But seriously, don't send that anymore. I'm gonna end up in the doghouse, and then tears of laughter emoji. The female friend who reached out is a new addition to the group, as of a couple of months ago. She's a friend of the girl that one of his guy friends is dating. I'd met her a couple of times on group outings and liked her. She told me she was uncomfortable once she caught on that ST was me, and they were using that behind my back. Then when she was told what it stood for after my husband's message, she thought to contact me in case I didn't know about it. I'm extremely grateful for this. Now, the part everyone wanted to know. A lot of you thought it was sugar tits. I really wish. That would be cute and funny. Nope, not my luck. Instead, it stands for sausage tits. Yeah, that's what my husband and his gaggle of mental 12-year-olds refer to me as. I don't even know how or why it started. I cannot fathom the thought that my husband could have described my boobs in detail to all his friends, and then they thought it sounded hilarious enough to make a nickname out of. I literally don't even know what to feel. I haven't been more humiliated in my life than I have been right now. I don't know what to do about him. He apologized, but because it's just a joke to him, he doesn't seem to get or care how I feel. He apologized sincerely, and he promised he'd never call me that again or let any of his friends. But why did he ever do it in the first place? It's not a complimentary nickname that you wouldn't foresee a person not liking, right? Isn't it obvious that it's mean-spirited, or am I crazy to assume so? Is there some way I'm just not able to see where it's not actually as bad as I feel it is? Anyway, that's about it. I don't know what to do. We're sleeping in separate rooms because I can't bear to be near him or have him see me. I never want him to see me naked again. I'm trying to figure out if my need for space is temporary or permanent. If it's permanent, then I'll be pursuing divorce. I just thought so highly of him. I never could have imagined he'd view me like this behind my back. It's like if he was to gain weight and I encouraged all my friends to start calling him fat ass or beer belly behind his back. What other possible reason to do that is there other than contempt? I said this, but he insists it doesn't have any deeper meaning and it's just bad humor. Whatever, time to put the kiddos to bed while he's typing away at his phone on the other side of the room. See, the issue I'm realizing is now there will always be a fear in my mind that he's saying nasty things about me to who knows who. So there's the update. Sausage Tits signing out. Yeah, you've just hit the nail on the head there, OP. How are you ever gonna trust this man again? Anytime, just like you're saying, that you see him on his cell phone typing away, you're gonna automatically think, based on past experiences, that he's chatting absolute rubbish about you behind your back again. And it really doesn't matter if he sees it as just a silly nickname. It's clearly very derogatory. There must be a reason why they've come to that sort of nickname. It can't be for no reason, right? So look, it's something that's going to be going over and over in your head for a long time now. And to be fair, not knowing your situation, I would honestly say that I think this probably will end up in divorce. I mean, based on the apology alone, guys, do you not think? Like, he didn't even seem to care that much that you were that upset. To me, it felt as if he was just more sorry that he got caught. And also that message in the group chat, like, oh my god, guys, lol, we've been found out, cry laughing emoji, other than saying, my wife finds this really disrespectful, I've made a big mistake, stop. Like, to me, it just shows what sort of person he is. Let me know if you disagree, but I think this one is not going to end well. Am I the butthole for giving my friend first aid on a sensitive area? This happened the other day. I am a 23-year-old man, and I was at a pool party at my best friend Greg's house. There was also a slip and slide set up, and people were using it. My friend Amy used it and screamed. The whole party turns to her, and she's clutching her breast, and there's blood just pouring out of her hand. She'd slid over a rock and cut herself. I'm in nursing school, so I run over to her and ask to see the cuts. She pulls her hand away, and I see that it doesn't look too serious, but it definitely needs attention. I turn to Greg and ask him if he has a first aid kit, and he says yes, in the bathroom inside the house. So I walk Amy into the house and grab the first aid kit. I pause for a second and ask her if she's okay with me helping her with this, or if she wants to do it herself because of where the cut is. And she says, no, I trust you and I want your help. So we go into the bathroom and wash out the cuts. I look at it more closely to make sure it isn't serious. I put some Neosporin on it and bandage it up nicely. Amy thanks me and we go back outside. A couple of women immediately come up to Amy and ask if she's okay. And one of them, Sarah, gives me a dirty look and they kinda lead her away. I go back to where I was sitting and Greg sits next to me and says, some people were talking rubbish out here. I did my best to defend you, but I figured you should know that they were talking trash about you helping Amy. I asked him what he meant, and he said that Sarah was saying it was creepy how I sprung into action when I saw an opportunity to play with a boob, and a few of the other women and one guy agreed and were making fun of me. I was pretty upset about that, but I didn't want to make a scene, so I just ignored it for the time being. Later that day though, I was sitting by the fire pit and Sarah was sitting across from me and nobody else was around the area, so I asked her why she was making fun of me for helping Amy. She said, I guess that was a little mean of me, I'm sorry that I did that. But I just thought it was kind of weird how you saw her boob was hurt and you ran up to her and insisted to help. I know you're in nursing school, but I think you should have let a girl handle it. We all know first aid too. I thanked her for her apology and I don't like confrontation. So I just said, alright, I guess I'll keep that in mind from now on. Alright then guys, your time to shine again. Get that in the comments. Was this lad in the right or the wrong? I want to hear your thoughts. Update incoming. I stepped away to go to work and this post blew up. Thank you for all your judgments. I think I did the right thing by helping her in this situation, and Sarah was really kind of a dog here. Also, I realized that Amy might not know they were talking trash about me, so I'm going to call or text her and inform her about this. Update. I called Amy and I asked her how the cut was healing. She said it was healing well and she was keeping an eye on it. Then I asked her if she knew about the things Sarah and the others said about me and what Sarah said at the fire pits. Amy had no idea. She said that the other women were asking her if she was okay and what happened and all that, but she assumed they were worried about the injury, not my helping her. And Amy was absolutely fuming and went to the friend group chat and told the people that were talking trash a new butthole, especially Sarah. Sarah and the others apologized to me in the group chat, but Amy kept going and said I shouldn't accept their apologies because they sat back and talked trash about the one person who stepped up and helped her. Amy also asked Greg not to invite Sarah to the next pool party, and Greg readily agreed. A few of the others tried to say that was too far, but Amy just told them to shut the frick up and do something next time someone's hurt, instead of sitting on their butt and insulting me. And there you go, straight from the horse's mouth herself. Not that I'm calling Amy a horse, I have no idea what she looks like. She could be very beautiful. She also could be a dog or a horse, who knows? That's not important. The fact of the matter is that at the time Amy said it was fine and she's now said it was fine. So it was fine the whole time. And yeah, I agree with her. Why are you getting trashed on for being the one person that actually helped her out? Everyone else just sat back and did nothing. You actually helped her. Who cares where the cut was? Am I the butthole for referring to my girlfriend as my wife when she asked me not to? I, a 45-year-old man, had been dating Jane, who was 48, fake name, for almost 3 years. We were engaged until I called it off. Jane has 4 kids, aged 6 to 21, and I realised getting married would cement them in my life, which I don't necessarily want. But I still wanted to be with Jane, and maybe I'd be able to actually like the kids. She accepted that I didn't want to get married, but asked that I don't refer to her as my wife anymore, since that was something I'd do while we were engaged. I didn't think she was serious, but every time I've called her my wife since then, she has corrected me, even in front of people. I think it's embarrassing to be in my 40s and say that I have a girlfriend. It sounds childish. Jane's oldest, her 21-year-old daughter, has said to me on several occasions that I should respect her mum's request, since she accepted that I didn't want to get married. She says I can't get the wife perks without actually committing to marriage. I take what her daughter says with a grain of salt, because although everyone seems to think she's an intelligent and mature young woman, I think she's a disrespectful child. My aunt is on my side and says Jane needs to grow up and accept that being 40-something with a boyfriend or a girlfriend is just sad. Pretty much everyone else sides with Jane though. Now guys, that is the end of the original post, and as you can imagine, all the commenters, as you're probably thinking right now, on Reddit all side with Jane. OP is clearly the butthole here. It's not that deep, just don't call her your wife when she doesn't want to be called that. However, that really isn't important, because what I'm about to show you is possibly the biggest twist I've ever seen on Reddit ever, and I'm not even saying that lightly. Just prepare yourselves for this. What I'm about to show you is genuinely mind-blowing and is something that I feel like should happen more on Reddit given the size of the platform, but it doesn't happen enough in my opinion. Anyway, that 21-year-old woman, Jane's daughter, finds the post and comments on it. It's unbelievable, it really is. Here we go. So here is that comment. When I first read this, I thought it sounded similar to my home situation. And after reading the replies, I can confirm it is in fact my home situation. I will be showing this to my mum when I get home. She's been on the edge of leaving you for months, and I hope this is enough to push her to finally do it. Oh my God. I also think it's funny how you haven't mentioned how every time she's tried to leave, you either start crying or guilt tripping, or how you sabotaged her disability application because if she got approved, you'd get less money. Boom. I know. Truly mind-blowing, guys. It just is genuinely amazing. I just love stuff like this. Anyway, now to carry on with the story. Unfortunately, OP, the dude, deleted all of his original posts and all his comments after this, probably due to embarrassment and being found out by his own, well, his partner's daughter. But to summarize what happened before he deleted everything, he replied to this comment. Actually, you know what? I'll get it up on screen right now. So the dude pretty much begs the 21-year-old not to tell her mother, and the daughter then reveals some other things that OP has done, such as sabotaging her mother's disability application so it didn't reduce his benefits, as we saw, and telling the whole family he knocked up the daughter. It was a bad joke. Unbelievable. Let's hear that story now. The whole story is that at Easter dinner with the whole family, the subject of periods came up, and I mentioned that I no longer got mine because of my birth control. My aunt and uncle came in at the end of the conversation and didn't hear the part about birth control. All they heard was that I don't get my period. My aunt was like, "Oh my God, are you pregnant?" Which is a fair assumption, as I'd been in a long-term relationship for 6.5 years. Before I could say anything, he, my mum's boyfriend, blurts out, "Yeah, she is, and it's mine." The room was silent and everyone looked disgusted, and my aunt called him a sick idiot. My mum was fuming and gave him trash for it. I had a conversation with him saying how it made me uncomfortable, and he just said over and over that he'd been smoking and drinking and wasn't thinking. So as you can see, this dude is an absolute wrong-un, but back to the original story now. The daughter gave another update just 2 hours later. I didn't even notice, but wow, a lot of people are saying they think this is fake, which I think I'd question too if it wasn't literally happening to me. By the way, my mum has been shown everything. She asked me to take my brothers on a walk while she confronts him, which is what I'm doing now so update soon, hopefully. And then finally, we got a concluding post from the daughter. Here is the most relevant part. When we came back, Bill was on his way out, crying still. I don't know where he's going, and I don't care. I asked my mum what happened, and she said that she told him she was done, that she and her kids had been disrespected for long enough, and that this wasn't even the last straw. The last straw went long ago. She told him to get out and he could return for his things, and only his things. Fun fact, he likes to steal people's stuff, and then when confronted about it, he claims it belonged to his deceased mother, while her dad and brother were there. Her next step is to talk to the property manager and have him taken off the lease, which she's doing today, and to have the locks changed. After he gets his things, she says she's cutting all contact, which I hope is true. I am so glad she was able to finally tell him off, and that she's planned for her dad and brother to be here when he comes for his things. I think having that extra support will help her to not fall for his manipulation again. Thank you to everyone who gave messages of support for my mother. I've shown her a few and will show her more when she's up for it. She and I both appreciate it very much. And there we go. That concludes the absolute roller coaster of a Reddit story. First of all, I hope that was simple enough to follow. I know it kind of jumped around, but I wanted to show you lot it because it was just amazing. I do think to myself, surely, given that Reddit is one of the biggest websites there is, why is there not more people finding stories or posts from family members or people they know like this? So, hey, we got one of those finally. And I loved it. To briefly summarize, in case you guys couldn't follow exactly what was going on, that guy, the weird dude, made a post on r/AmITheButthole trying to work out if he was in the wrong or not for calling his partner his wife when she wasn't. And then her daughter found that, thought to herself, this looks very familiar to my situation. Oh wait, it is. That is actually my mum's partner who is on Reddit right now making this post. Then gave loads of context to everyone else who was calling him a butthole anyway, because he clearly was, showing how much more of a butthole he actually is, leading eventually to her mum getting rid of him. A brilliant story. Really hope you enjoyed it. He doesn't know any better. My parents, my dad is 54 and mum is 52, are angry with me for not ignoring my older brother's predatory behavior. Just a little context first about my older brother and the situation at hand. My brother is 32 years old. He's never had a job, dropped out of community college after 2 semesters for never doing his assignments. He's lived with my parents his entire life. He sleeps all day and stays up all night playing video games and watching porn. Both my brother and I am a 27-year-old man, are diagnosed autistic and present our symptoms similarly. But I've been working since I was 17, got my driver's license at 17, bought my first car at 24, and started college in 2019. My parents constantly use my brother's autism as an excuse for his appalling behavior, even though we're both on the spectrum. In November of 2020, I moved back in with my parents because I left an abusive relationship and had chronic health issues. I met my current girlfriend, who is 23, in mid-2021, and in early 2022, she had some extenuating circumstances where my family agreed to let her live with us. My brother was immediately pleased with this development, but just as quickly behaved inappropriately. It started off with him creepily staring anytime my girlfriend and I kissed, and progressed to him following my girlfriend into the bathroom anytime he saw her go in there for a shower, until he figured out she always locked the door because of him. And the straw that broke the camel's back was him trying to come into our bedroom uninvited and without knocking at 3 in the morning while we slept. Every time he behaved inappropriately, we mentioned it to my parents, but all that really happened were excuses made for him because he's autistic, and a brief conversation with him about not doing those things again, and then him still doing whatever he wanted. Anyway, after the bedroom incidents, they kicked my girlfriend out, making her homeless for a brief period of time because she had a PTSD panic attack since my brother made her feel unsafe. As a result of this, my girlfriend and I got an apartment together, and I moved out too because I didn't want to be in the same house as my brother. I was upset with the way my girlfriend was treated, and I wasn't willing to break up with her, which my parents wanted me to do. I had a calm conversation with my parents explaining why I was moving out, where I explained it's their house, so they are more than entitled to make the rules concerning their own home. However, I was not going to continue living somewhere that my girlfriend wasn't welcome and where my brother's predatory behavior was condoned. At first, they told me they love me, that they're sorry they ever made me feel that way, and they want me to keep a key to the house because I'm always welcome over, and that if I ever needed to move back in, I could. Several days later, I went over to pick up some more of my things, only to find that my parents had changed the locks on the door. Later that same week, they tell me they're angry with me for being ungrateful, saying I hate them, and calling them bad parents.
none of which I ever said. They went on to tell me that they didn't want to speak to me for a week because they were upset, needed time to process, and because they thought I needed to feel what it was like to be cut out of the family. I respected their wishes, and later my parents agreed to family therapy, which they quickly backed out of because they were only willing to do it over a 3-way video call, and my therapist's website wasn't able to do that. I'm not sure why, but my therapist said it wasn't doable. At which point, I told my parents I would be willing to attend family therapy with a therapist of their choice who could do the 3-way video call, but that's yet to happen. That same Sunday, my parents invited me over for dinner, which I thought went well, only to find they would continue to dodge my calls and leave my texts on read after that night. They eventually contacted me and told me to stop using their house as storage and pick up my things, despite requesting that I stay away for a week. So my girlfriend and I go over to pick up the rest of our stuff, which was awkward but quick. Later that day, I got a text from my mum wishing me luck at college, but my parents still aren't willing to talk about the issues that led to me moving out, or even to come over to see our new apartment after being invited over, because, despite the circumstances, I still love them and want a relationship with them, since this type of behavior is highly uncharacteristic of them. Understandably, my girlfriend isn't fond of them, but told me she doesn't mind me inviting my parents over because it's important to her that I have a relationship with them for the sake of my mental well-being. Has anyone else ever dealt with a situation similar to this? If so, how did you deal with it? Now guys, I'm not sure what's weirder, the fact that your brother thinks he can get away with doing all this, or the fact that your parents let him. It's just very, very strange. This on top of the fact that your parents kicked your girlfriend out of their house because she had PTSD because of your brother. Yeah, your family's very odd is all I can say. I mean, it's easy for me to say as someone who hasn't dealt with any of this or anything remotely close to this, but I would honestly recommend cutting your losses, starting your own family, going to be with your girlfriend and just kind of forgetting your family exists. You can still love them, but from afar. They're mental. Entitled mum chastised my 4-year-old for snacking. I had my kiddo at the park after picking her up from daycare. I usually have her there from about 5 to 6:30ish when we head home for dinner, bath, bedtime routine. I always bring a snack because she's absolutely starving by then. But we find if she eats dinner too early, she gets hungry again at bedtime. So she has a snack at the park, then a late dinner. It works for us, and it's never been a problem until tonight. So I'm sitting on a bench minding my own. Kiddo is running amok. Few other kids are there, but it's usually pretty scarce at this hour. My kiddo comes over asking for a snack, and I take out a little bento box with a couple of cucumbers and carrot sticks, dip, and a strawberry. Literally one fat little strawberry. Kiddo takes the snacks and sits down on the ground. This other kid, about her age, was lurking and staring, as little kids do. Then took off to his mum sitting on another bench nearby. I didn't hear him, but obviously it went along the lines of, "Mom, I'm hungry," and then turns and points to us. This woman gets up and while marching over, yells "no" while pointing to my kid in a ruder tone of voice than I would use with my actual dog. My kid, sitting there with a half-eaten strawberry in her hands, looks over and freezes as commanded. And as I'm about to be like, "What the F?" the entitled mum says, "You cannot bring snacks unless you plan to share," as she stops and stands in front of us. I start telling her, pretty politely considering the circumstances, to go ahead and get screwed, while motioning to Kiddo that she's okay to keep eating. Kiddo does, and as she slowly dips the strawberry back in the veggie dip, while watching the entitled mum argue with me, and this grown-ass woman just loses her mind completely. Borderline yelling at my kid about her horrible manners, ironically. Her germs, double dipping her strawberry was disgusting, now her kid can't have any strawberries or dip. Spoiler, they weren't regardless, etc. I told the entitled mum to get lost and stop talking to my kid like that. It's her snack. But I ended up having to pack up my kid and take her home because she was obviously insane and I didn't feel safe there. It turns out Kiddo is a champ and was totally fine with being yelled at by a crazy entitled mum, but she was not very okay with having to leave. Clearly an epic meltdown ensued, while the entitled mum smugly stared me down and, believe it or not, continued to complain. I'm so angry and I wanted so badly to stab a carrot in her eye, but alas, one of us had to be an adult. I hate that right now I feel like we can never go to that park again. I'm so angry. Nah, you can't let one woman stop you enjoying the park with your kid. If she comes over again and does the same thing again, just call the police or something. It's harassment, innit? I know it's a bit of a fast step to take, but you want to be there and you want to be able to enjoy the time with your kid at a park. One woman can't ruin that for you. Don't let her. You'll be okay. And as for double dipping a strawberry, by the way, I've looked at the rules. There is nothing to say that you can't do that, and it's something I would do myself. So that is just ludicrous. Parents who co-signed on first home don't want to sell. Pretty much self-explanatory. In 2018, my parents helped co-sign for a mortgage and ownership of a home, and also helped out with the down payments. My fiance and I at the time were extremely grateful and still are. We're now married, and my parents are the reason we were able to obtain a home in this crazy market. They mentioned many times that if we ever wanted to sell the home, they'd be more than happy to help us relocate, and that the down payment was a gift. All parents who are capable of helping their children in this way should do the same. 4 years go by, and now my wife, who is 31, and myself, 26, are looking to relocate cross-country with our 18-month-old son to find a more sustainable way of living. We've paid every mortgage payment and all other bills associated with the home. My wife is a skilled PL, and I recently obtained professional engineering status, so finding new work should not be an issue. Since my parents co-signed at 0.05% each, I own 99.9%, they are required to sign documents to list the home, of which they are both refusing to do so. They feel that we are going to cash out from the appreciation of our home and simply squander it all. I don't understand where they're getting this from, as my wife and I have always been very frugal and just want to set our son up for success in the long run. We're looking to sell and immediately purchase a new home, hopefully with a lower mortgage, as well as give them back their down payment with interest. Am I being a spoiled son, and should I just let this dream of moving cross-country go, or should I fight for this? Truthfully, I never asked for help with the mortgage. My wife and I were looking for homes within our budget, but my parents wanted us to have a nicer home. I graciously accepted the offer, but now I'm feeling like a fool, as I didn't know it came with strings attached. Mate, there's no way you're a fool. How could you ever know there were strings attached when your parents explicitly told you there were no strings attached? Like, come on, you can't predict that. It's just very unlucky and totally selfish from them. To be honest, I don't really get it. They're stunting your life for no reason. Do they just not trust you as an individual? You've said what you're going to do with the money. You've even offered to repay them the entire down payment with interest. Like, that's nuts. Why would they not just accept that? It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, looking through the comments here, it seems that you can do something called a forced sale. When joint owners cannot agree on what to do with the property, sale of the property can be forced by the courts. You need a lawyer to do this though, so I guess that's the way to go down. A bit messy, isn't it? Your own parents doing this to you. But hey, if you have to get involved with lawyers, you gotta do it. Now moving on to our final story of today's episode. Now a little bit of context is required with this one. Parents let my brother steal from me until I got my aunt involved. Now, I've covered quite a few of this person's entitled parents posts in the past, and they are pretty mental. Rather than going back over everything that's happened, I'm going to leave a link in the description to the most suitable episode which shows you what this guy has had to go through in his entire life. But to sum up very briefly, pretty much his parents massively favor his brother over him to an unbelievable extent. Anyway, let's get into the story. Back when I was still a kid, it was very hard for anything to be exclusively mine. And as my brother got older, he craved money for things above all else. He and I both got allowances, equal allowances, so that was sort of fair. I say sort of because he didn't have to do chores for his while I did. But that's in the past now because my brother is now having to do all those chores for nothing. My brother always wanted more money though, whether he spent it or not. He loved having new things, but sometimes he would save the money instead, which is odd because you'd think him the kind of kid who would splurge his savings on the first thing he wants. My brother and I both got allowances of about $25 per month, and I was pretty thankful for it. I usually save most of mine, but my brother always wanted more. One day as a teenager, I came home to find that my room had been ransacked, and the only thing gone was my money. I'd hidden it to try and keep it from my brother, because, well, obvious reasons if you guys know what my brother is like by now. And I thought I'd hidden it well, but he found it anyway. My mum was home when he did it too, and she acted like she didn't even notice. But there's no way that she couldn't have heard him tearing my room up. I called her out on that during the intervention, and she just cried and made excuses about my brother being special till other family members told her to shut up and own up to it. Now guys, if you haven't already heard the previous story, you're missing a tiny bit of information, but it's not, decisive. Again, if you do want to hear that first, link down below. My room was on the first floor right in the living room. My door was completely in view of the couch. And when I pointed this out back then, my mum just made the, "But he's special, he's not like you," excuse for my brother. I said I wanted the money back, and my mum just made more excuses. And my dad did too when he got home later. So yeah, excuses then and now. Back then, I did eventually get that money back because I refused to let it go. I heard my brother screaming as they took the money out of his piggy bank and gave it back to me. And they had the most disappointed looks on their faces, like I just robbed my brother, even though he'd robbed me. But they couldn't tell me off because I wasn't in the wrong and they knew it.
I don't imagine many kids getting in the kind of situations where they are more right about something than their parents very often. A few months later, and the whole situation repeated. My brother ransacked my room again and stole the money I'd hidden again. But that time, my parents didn't want to do anything about it, and they basically said that they couldn't bear to see my brother so disappointed from taking his money. I reminded them that stolen money wasn't his money, and it was really trashy that they were just sitting back and letting it happen. My dad yelled at me to go to my room for saying that. So the next day, I rode my bike to my aunt's house and told her everything. She came back home with me and asked my parents if they'd really let my brother steal from me and done nothing about it. My mum just started whining that my brother has special needs and she didn't want to make him cry again. And my dad backed her up. My aunt just gave them both that narrow-eyed look and reminded them that they have 2 sons and my feelings matter too. And what they were doing was very wrong. It meant that my brother would never respect boundaries and would think that he could always get away with stealing when he gets older. My aunt asked me openly how much my brother took. I stated the number, which at the time was everything I had, save for the few bucks in my wallet. My aunt gave my parents an expectant glare. My parents tried making a few more excuses, but my aunt had a counter for each one. Finally, my parents went into my brother's room, and a moment later, my brother was screaming. My parents came back with all of the money my brother took and practically threw it at me for making my brother cry. My aunt then told them off for acting that way when I'd done nothing wrong, and they picked up all of the money they'd thrown at me and gave a pretty forced apology. My aunt said that she would be severely disappointed in them if they let this situation repeat, and before she left, my aunt offered for me to hide my money at her house in a lockbox she had. I took her up on that and started keeping my savings over there. Now, I don't want to intervene here, guys, but can you what am I reading? Your own parents are being scolded by your aunt, and your aunt is having to say to you, you can keep your money at my house where it will be safe from your brother and your parents. That is so mad. Anyway, my brother ended up ransacking my room 2 more times looking for money, but I was keeping every cent I had at my aunt's house. My parents actually asked me where I'd hidden it, and I refused to tell them. Then I asked why they wanted to know so badly anyway, and my dad instantly got defensive about it. My mum calmed him down and they didn't ask again. Since he couldn't find my money in my room, my brother figured I must have hidden it somewhere else. So he started tearing the house apart, one room after another. And who was made to clean up the mess? Why, yours truly, of course. My parents started to blame me for the whole situation. But when I asked how I was at fault for not letting my brother steal from me, their only counter was that my brother was special needs. I swear they'd used that line with me thousands of times. That was something else I heavily berated my parents for in the family intervention. The final straw came when my brother ransacked our parents' bedroom. My parents had a small suitcase safe that they kept some cash in, and my brother locked himself in their room, then took the whole safe and started bashing it around on stuff to try and get it to open because he couldn't find the keys. By the time my parents were able to get the door open by breaking it open, my brother had just destroyed the room, and he never even got the safe open. He just sat on the floor, clutching it and crying about the money inside. My dad was so angry that he turned red, and they actually started yelling at my brother and even grounded him. A very rare sight for me to see back then indeed. Then my parents forced my brother to help clean up the mess. After that, my brother never ransacked mine or my parents' rooms looking for money again, but he would still go rooting around every time he had an idea of where my savings could be. So I started acting like I was giving hints by repeatedly going into certain places while he was watching. He ransacked the backyard shed, dug a bunch of holes in the yard and under the back porch, and even ransacked the attic. My parents really hit their breaking point with the attic and grounded my brother again. They never figured out I led him on either. My parents did eventually figure out that I was keeping my money at my aunt's house, and they didn't argue with my reasoning for doing it. But either my brother overheard, or one of them spilled the beans to him, because the next time we visited my aunt, my brother tried to hunt for the money. But my aunt yelled at him to stop, and my brother just sat on the floor and cried. This happened a few times, and my aunt bluntly stated that she would press charges for any damages if my brother ransacked anything, and she also kept a digital camera on hand to record anything if need be. My parents heavily scolded my brother to stop looking for my money. It wasn't his, and he can't have it. Cue more screaming and crying that he wants it like a 3-year-old, even though he was 7 at the time. Then my brother said he didn't want to go to Auntie's house anymore, so my parents visited less. My aunt visited us a lot more than we visited her anyway. I was pretty much able to keep my money away from my brother until after I moved out, and he's never managed to steal cash from me again. His classmates at school were another story. He was caught looking through the backpacks of other kids many times, and he was forced to return stolen stuff and then sent home where he'd cry to mum and dad, who then tried to have words with the school, who berated them for letting my brother think that what he was doing was okay. They had to teach my brother that it's not okay to go through other people's stuff. And I actually heard him say, "But I wanted what they had," a few times. This excuse got used again when my brother stole an envelope with birthday money from a cousin during their birthday party. He tried to stuff it in his shirt and walk out with it later, but the cousin noticed it was missing, and I suspected my brother right away and pointed everyone to him. He ended up crying and thrashing when my dad found the envelope hidden in his shirt. We left that party early. Again, guys, I implore you to watch another video or episode linked in the description below, and it will appear on the end screen in just a few seconds to hear more about this incredible family. Incredible is an interesting use of word there, but you know what I mean. It is actually good to hear, though, that finally, despite some scolding from your aunt that you should never have had to happen, your parents do seem to be learning that your brother shouldn't be allowed to just steal from random people. And they seem to have stopped enabling his terrible behavior as much. I don't know, it's still questionable, but at least they're on the right path. As for OP, once again, I think I said this last time, but bro, just keep going on, mate. Like, your situation is truly terrible, so fair play for dealing with it. I mean, I don't think I'd be able to. I think I would have had to leave home and just leave the country probably. What a mess that this family is, I'm sorry to say, but you're a good lad. Fair play to you. Am I the butthole for wearing a tight dress despite my friend asking me not to? I am a 20-year-old woman, and me and two friends, both 22-year-old women, are currently on vacation. For the sake of the story, I will call them Libby and Kat. Libby, Kat and I all decided that while we were on vacation for 1 week, we would go clubbing as much as possible. All of my friends know that I have a feminine sense of style. My entire wardrobe consists of pink, miniskirts, dresses, heels, and lots of jewelry. Not once has this ever seemingly been a problem with my friends, at least none that was mentioned directly to me. When you go clubbing, most people tend to wear tight outfits, so my suitcase was packed with several outfits meant for clubbing. Last night, after spending our day by the pool, I started Googling clubbing places near us and broached the topic of starting our first night partying. All seemed excited, so we all headed up to our room to start getting ready. I was just about done with my makeup and hair when I grabbed the dress I was planning on wearing, and suddenly the mood felt extremely sour. For the sake of full clarity, it's a very short pink leather dress. Kat spoke up and mentioned that I should probably pick another outfit. I asked her why, and she said since we're all going together, none of us should try to outdo each other. I explained that I'm not trying to outdo anyone and I just liked this dress. Libby sided with Kat, saying that I was clearly trying to one-up the both of them and was acting like a pick-me. I told them I'm wearing the dress no matter what, and I was sure they would look just as, if not more beautiful than me in their outfits. They barely talked to me for the remainder of getting ready and split up from me the moment the Uber dropped us off. It's Tuesday and they're still being cold and short with me. I kind of want to go home, but I'm curious if I'm being an overdramatic butthole. So, am I the butthole? In my opinion, you're definitely not the butthole. You're on holiday and you can wear whatever you want. Obviously, I don't really understand your friend's point of view, and I don't really know why they're bringing this up now whilst you're on holiday when they haven't really done so in the past when you've been at home, going out clubbing normally. All I would say is if they're that insecure about what you're wearing, that says more about them than it does about you. But that's enough in my opinion, because there's actually an update to this story. Next up, OP added a little bit more once they got back from their holiday. I want to start with the statement that I am no longer friends with either Libby or Kat. After reading the comments under my original post, I realized how trashy what they did was, and that it put me in danger. I am seriously considering going home. I got up this morning, and when I went to get dressed after my shower, I found that several of my clothes had been vandalized. 2 of my tops have been torn, a skirt of mine is completely butchered, a couple of my dresses look like they went through a wood chipper, and a pair of my heels has toothpaste squirted into the base. Both of my friends are denying they did it. Honestly, I'm just beyond crushed that they did this to my clothing, and I don't even have the nerve to admit it. It genuinely makes me want to cry. The night after they vandalized my stuff, we went out to breakfast, and I let them know that since I am the only person whose name is checked in on the hotel, and my boyfriend paid for it, they both had 5 hours to pack and find another place to stay, or they could talk it out with me and pay for the clothes and shoes that they damaged. This was not met kindly, and both of them started cursing me out and telling me I was a selfish, conniving, snake-ass female dog. I told them that it was their choice to destroy my clothes, and all I wanted to do was to talk it out with them and figure out why this had to happen in the first place. I didn't get a straight answer other than I am a selfish pick-me who doesn't deserve anything I have. So I took it as them giving me my answer. Luckily, they were not difficult besides some passive-aggressive comments. I enjoyed the rest of my vacation as best as I could, given that I was alone. Luckily, a lot of the local women were extremely kind and chatted with me wherever I was, so it didn't feel as bad. I've been home for a little less than a week, and I've received several nasty text messages from both Libby and Kat, plus some mutual friends. I spent most of this week trying to come to terms with the fact that I am losing several friendships over this. Thanks for all the help though. The comments really gave me solid advice and the guts to actually stick up for myself in this situation. Okay, what has just happened there? The revelation that they've destroyed some of your clothes is actually nuts. How are they your friends even in the first place? I mean, you've done the right thing to sack them off entirely. They're a disgrace. It was bad enough them telling you what you could and couldn't wear, but actually going to the length of destroying your clothes, and I imagine that some of them outfits probably cost a lot of money if they're going out clubbing outfits. That is mental. Unbelievable. What have I just read? I mean, safe to say, throughout all of this, it was clear that you weren't the butthole, but now it's even more so. Your friends are both cows. Am I the butthole for telling my boyfriend's friends I make twice what he does when they called me a gold digger and he didn't defend me? I'm in a relationship with a guy who also works in tech. He makes 68k and I make 130k. I am a mechanical engineer at a robotics startup. He works at a more stable job doing programming at a large company. He brought me to meet his friends at a party and they asked me about myself. His friends mostly work in tech too, and they talked about themselves in terms of their jobs. I told them I'm a hiker, I do archery, I love road trips and camping and riding dirt bikes, etc. Basically talking about my hobbies, because work is just a way to get paid to do the stuff I love. It's not how I define myself, and it doesn't come to mind when someone wants me to tell them about myself. Sorry, I gotta interrupt it. Never have I agreed with a statement more. When someone says, "What do you do?" and everyone just says their job or their role, that is so boring. Tell me what you're interested in. Anyway, one of his friends asked about work, and I said, "Oh gosh, I don't want to talk about work at a party. I spent my whole day sweating my butt off in 95-degree heat, trying to replace this busted motor, just to find the replacement part was also screwed." I wasn't lying or trying to downplay that I have a good job. That really is how I spent my day, and I wasn't in the mood to talk about it at a party. Some other conversations came up casually that probably also made me seem poorer, like me saying that car dealership repairs were a ripoff, and telling my boyfriend that my childhood neighbor's trailer caught on fire and I was gonna visit and help her out. I wasn't doing it on purpose, I was literally just talking about my life. But I guess I gave the impression I was poorer. It got later in the night. Everyone was getting drunker, and some of his friends, not close ones though, were making jokes about me growing up in a trailer and being a gold digger, and being ready to jump to a richer guy. Really misogynistic stuff, honestly, since they don't even know me and seem to just assume that all girls are gold diggers. My boyfriend didn't say anything. He later said it was because he'd smoked weed and he gets quiet and has trouble carrying on a quick conversation when he's high, but regardless, I felt hurt he didn't say anything. I got irritated with his friends and asked, "Now, why the heck would you say that when I make twice what he does?" His friends went quiet for a second, and I continued saying, "There ain't no gold to dig here, not with him or anyone at this party. So do you guys think I'm cheap, or do you think I'm stupid?" My boyfriend wanted to leave the party shortly after, and he was pretty upset with me for telling everyone I make twice what he does. I said I would have held my tongue if he'd checked his friends himself, but he didn't say anything, so I wasn't about to let them talk to me like that. He said it was humiliating, and now everyone thinks I'm a female dog. And I flippantly said, well, at least they know I'm a rich female dog. He was angry that I embarrassed him when I spoke up. I was angry I had to say anything at all because his friends were talking trash, so it should be on him to check them. Stuff is still tense. So, am I the butthole for explaining why I'm not a gold digger? Absolutely not. There is no way that you're the butthole. There is nothing wrong, and there's nothing more, I don't know, annoying, toxic, hateful,
just rude than being called a gold digger in the first place, let alone when it's just completely not the fact. And if anything, your husband is the one that's gold digging, right? Technically, if there was going to be one of you, it's him. You're earning double his amount. I don't think it's that big of a deal that he didn't stand up for you in that moment. I mean, look, if he's had a bit to smoke, I can understand why maybe he didn't and he thought, you know, you're all friends. He should have done. I'm not saying he shouldn't have done, but I can understand why in that split moment he didn't. But to say that you were humiliating him because you stood up for yourself, that is a big no-no in my opinion. You had to stand up for yourself. And what you said was completely correct. So I don't know why he's having a go at you for that. Overall, I'm getting the picture that this guy isn't the best. Clearly, he's not the best on his own. And his friends, after a couple of drinks, quite toxic. You said they're not his close friends, but still. His friends in general, I don't know why they're really saying this sort of stuff. And by the way, I do mean what I say. When people say, what do you do? Reply with hobbies. Nobody cares what your job is anyway. I don't care if you're a student. Shut up. I care what you're interested in, so that's a good answer. Am I the butthole for telling my husband he should be ashamed of himself and taking the girls and going home after he made them wait outside of the restaurants? I am a mother of two 19-year-old twins. They're girls. Their dad and I split up 6 years ago, and I'm now married to my husband, Kevin. The problem is, Kevin thinks that my girls are not disciplined, simply because they don't follow everything he tells them, because they don't see him as their father. We've already talked about that. Especially the part where he expects them to dress how he wants them to, and behave how he wants them to. He even called them weirdos, but that's just how the teenagers are, and it's not a new thing. Anyways, I told him he needed to loosen up a little, and lessen his expectations of them. But I get it's hard to do given he was brought up in a conservative household with a hardcore Christian family. Last week, he started a fight after seeing one of the girls' hairstyles and said that she was looking trashy. Because of this, we had to cancel our trip to the mall because he refused to drive us. A couple of days ago, we wanted to go out for dinner. I was intending on getting off work at 6, but had some stuff to get done. My husband and I agreed that he'd take the girls and go to the restaurant and wait for me there. He called me before they got out of the house to complain about what the girls were wearing. The girls sent me pics and I thought nothing was wrong with their outfits, and I told him to just drop it and go. He said fine, then muttered something about me enabling them and then hung up. While I was still at work, I got a call from one of the girls telling me their stepdad had them stand and wait outside the restaurant because he didn't want to be seen with them dressing like that. I was stunned. I rushed to the restaurant and found them near the car. They explained he told them to wait in the car till he told them to come in, basically waiting for me. Then they started crying, so I had them get in my car and went inside the restaurant and found him on his phone. I went off on him and told him he should be ashamed of himself for treating my daughters like there was something to be ashamed of. He tried backpedaling, saying it wasn't like that, but I interrupted him and then walked out after cancelling dinner. We went home, and he came back hours later, trying to argue that I can't blame him for disapproving of the girl's recklessness, and that he tried communicating, but I shut him down and treated him as less of a parent when he's just wanting what's best for them. He doesn't speak to me or the girls anymore. Alright, semi-complex one here, because although you are definitely not the butthole in this situation solely, I think the way you acted here was actually perfect. Some would argue that you are the butthole overall because you were the one that chose to get into a relationship with this man in the first place. Now, I just don't understand how you could possibly have married somebody that acts like this. I mean, he sounds mental. You have like zero common ground. It's clear that your daughters very much dislike him. I don't really know what his intention is with them. He's not acting like a father at all. From what I can see, just reading back through it pretty much, he just seems like a terrible father figure. No wonder your daughters hate him. So although the way you acted in this situation was fine, I think overall you are slightly the butthole for bringing this man into your daughters' lives in the first place, if that makes sense. Let me know if you agree on that one, because it's a little bit meta, and I might be wrong. Get in the comments. Let me know if you agree or disagree. Am I the butthole for ruining my brother's marriage because his wife left me at the pool? This whole situation is so bizarre that I still can't really process it. It still doesn't feel real, but I feel scared and guilty. I am a 19-year-old woman, and I had surgery a couple of days ago to get all 4 of my wisdom teeth out. And because I have a really bad fear of dentists, they had to drug me pretty hard to do the removal. Not like laughing gas that wears off really fast, but actual IV medicine, so I was pretty much unconscious during the whole thing. They told me to have a responsible adult drive me to the appointment and back because the meds they gave me would make it dangerous to drive. My mum was on a work trip and couldn't take me, so I asked my sister-in-law, Bree, 24, not her real name, if she could do it, as the whole thing would only take an hour or two. I even offered her gas money because the dental office is about 45 minutes away. Now, I would have asked my brother, but he works during the day, while Bree is a stay-at-home mum to their 2-year-old daughter, who I think was at Bree's mum's house that day. Bree agreed to take me to my appointment, and the surgery went fine. Bree waited in the lobby for me to be done. When I came out of anesthesia, I was very disoriented and nauseous, which I guess is normal. I had gauze shoved in my mouth to stop any bleeding, and Bree took me to her car after I was let go. I don't really remember the drive, but it felt like not enough time passed before Bree got out of the car and told me to come with her. I was really out of it and just followed her because the alternative was staying in the hot car. Long story short, we were at a pool? I was really confused, but once we were through the gate, Bree basically parked me at one of those little table benches and said that she'd be back in a while. I was still trying not to puke, and I was really dizzy from the heat. It was 90+ degrees, and the drugs, so I asked her to take me home, but she wouldn't. I guess since it was her day off and she didn't have my niece, she was meeting friends at the pool. I started to feel really sick and on the verge of passing out or having a panic attack, so I called my brother. I don't think he could understand me between the meds and the stuff in my mouth because he hung up and I guess called Bree because she came stomping back over, cussing and yelling at me and took me back to the car. I passed out on the drive home, but when we arrived, my brother had left work and met us in the driveway. He was screaming at Bree and she was crying. I was still pretty disoriented, but my brother took me back home and stayed with me until the meds wore off. That's when he told me that he's divorcing Bree because of what she did, plus some other things he didn't go into detail about. It's been a few days since then, and Bree has been blowing up my phone, telling me what a female dog I am and how me tattling destroyed her family. Now, part of me feels bad for my niece, and I wonder if I should have just dealt with it and waited for her to be done at the pool instead of calling my brother and causing problems. So, am I the butthole? Okay, well, no doubt in my mind, OP, that you are definitely not the butthole, not even close. If you're feeling a little bit guilty because you were the one that asked Bree to, take you to the hospital and pick you up again, and you've caused, in air quotes, the separation of that family, you definitely haven't, and you definitely shouldn't feel guilty about it. Look, Bree agreeing to take you to and from hospital is a nice thing to do, but as soon as she's done that, she is therefore responsible for you. She knew what sort of situation and shape you'd be in. I mean, everyone knows that after having your wisdom teeth taken out, you're all over the place. We've all seen the videos online, haven't we, of people that have had their teeth taken out just going mental. How has she left you on your ones and gone off to meet her friends? That is shocking. And I understand what you're saying in terms of her niece and your brother's relationship with her, but trust me, that would not be the only reason that your brother is breaking up with her and divorcing her. That will be the tip of the iceberg. I can guarantee you that. Entitled dad gets his son bitten by a venomous snake. This past weekend, I decided that it would be a good idea to hit up some biking trails at the local nature preserve. I packed up my trail bike early in the morning to go riding, since the morning was the coolest the temperatures were going to be for that day. A thing to note is that in Texas, we experience triple-digit heat in the summer, and because of this, snake encounters are much more frequent in parks and nature preserves. Most of the time, the snakes tend to avoid places where people frequent, even more so with bikers. However, sometimes there are rare encounters. So then, onto the story. I was riding through the trails just enjoying the scenic ride. I was enjoying cool temperatures due to the forest overcast and the wonderful serenity of nature. I'd soon reached a part of the trail that ran alongside a creek, and up ahead I saw a park ranger holding a long stick standing next to a plastic container. I also noticed that he was intensely focused on something on the side of the trail. As I approached, the park ranger saw me and quickly put his hand out, motioning to me to stop. I immediately hit the brakes and got off my bike. Out of curiosity, I tilted my head to catch a glimpse of what the ranger was focused on. What I saw caused my eyes to grow wide. On the side of the trail was a very beautiful but very venomous copperhead that was coiled up to strike. I quickly checked my surrounding area to see if there were any other snakes near me. Luckily for me, I didn't see any. I nervously watched as the ranger caught the copperhead using his stick, carefully placed it inside his container, and slammed it shut. I breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Nice catch! The park ranger held up the box. Thank you. We usually don't get copperheads on this part of the preserve. This little guy must have wandered here overnight. Enter the entitled parents. As I got closer to the park ranger to get a better look at the snake, I heard a voice coming from behind me.
A kid, about 12 years old and with a British accent, was approaching with his dad, a tall and very husky fellow, and they saw the ranger holding up the box with the still very angry copperhead inside. "Daddy, look! That man has a snake! It reminds me of the one I had back in England." "Pretty one, isn't it? Maybe we can take it home as your new pet snake," said his dad. The entitled dad walked right up to the park ranger. "Excuse me, sir. Do you think by chance you could give me that snake so I can let my son keep it as a pet?" The park ranger gave the man a look that clearly had the expression of, "Are you serious right now? I really don't think you want this snake as a pet." "Oh, rubbish. I've had pet ball pythons for years back in my home country. This snake won't be any different. This is definitely not a ball python, nor a snake you should treat as one. Okay, just give me the snake." The entitled dad then suddenly snatched the box away from the park ranger and pushed him back, causing him to stumble backwards and fall into the creek. I rushed to help up the park ranger, and as I was doing so, I saw the Darwin Award-worthy moment unfolds. The kid looks at the snake and says, "Daddy, he's beautiful. Can I pet him before we take him home?" "Sure." The dad opened the box containing the still angry copperhead, and the kid proceeded to reach inside. The snake obviously wasted no time and immediately lashed out and bit the entitled kid's hand. The kid cried out in pain and started crying. The entitled dad threw the box on the ground, to which the snake quickly escaped into the bushes. I was very attentive as to where the snake landed and slithered off to. While the entitled dad was checking on his kid, the park ranger called for a medical unit, and notably a police officer. The entitled dad seemed confused about the call. "I don't think the medical call is necessary. It's just a minor snake bite." "I don't think you understand, sir. That snake wasn't just a harmless ball python. That snake was a copperhead. Bites from them are venomous." "Wait, so you're telling me that you guys just let venomous snakes freely roam the park?" "Well, sir, this area is part of the snake's natural habitats." "Still, you guys should be doing something about that. People walk through here." "Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing until you took the snake from me, sir." The dad then looks at me. "Can you believe this rubbish?" "Don't bring me into this, dude. After all, you did take the snake from the ranger." "Ugh," the dad scoffs. A golf cart with a medic and what looked like a senior ranger arrived, and the medic immediately sat the entitled kid down to look at the bites. The senior ranger walked over to us, and the entitled dad wasted no time complaining. "You blokes ought to be ashamed of yourselves. A public park with dangerous snakes wandering about?" "Sir, this region is part of their natural habitat. While we do work to keep them from public areas, you are still going to encounter them from time to time. But from what my coworker tells me, you took the snake from him and then let your son try to pet it." The dad was visibly nervous. Yes? "Well, we have an ambulance to take your son to the hospital at the park entrance, and an officer that would like to have a word with you. I suggest you come with me." The entitled dad sheepishly got onto the car with his son, and the four of them all left for the park entrance. I took the opportunity and finished up my bike ride, while keeping an eye out for any more snakes. When I got to the park entrance, I saw the senior ranger from earlier. I curiously asked him what happened after they got back to the park entrance. Apparently, the cop they called was waiting for the entitled dad when they got there. The cop let him off with a warning, but not after giving him a stern butt-chewing about how he should have arrested him for child endangerment. Wow, does it get more stupid than this, Dad? I mean, long-term viewers and listeners of my channel will know that I myself do have a pet snake called Marty. He is a corn snake. It literally doesn't get less venomous or less dangerous to a human than a corn snake. Yet, even though Marty is just a corn snake and he's barely bitten anyone in his entire life, I am still careful around him because I know that he has the potential to bite people because he's a snake. It's obvious. So the fact that this entitled dad, even after being told that this snake is venomous, still encourages his 12-year-old kid to touch it and wants to take it home as a pet, just shows how ridiculous he is. And it's a shame, to be honest, that the kid was the one that got bitten and not the dad. My entitled family don't like my boyfriend for all the wrong reasons. So these events happened in July 2021, but I'm just finding out about them now. I am a 21-year-old woman, and exactly 1 year ago, my 22-year-old boyfriend of 2 years got caught on fire. His leg was badly burned, and he has permanent scars from his left foot all the way up to his right ear.
He spent a few days in hospital and was discharged, but he couldn't work or drive for a month and had difficulty walking by himself. 15 days after his burn was my cousin's graduation party. We were both invited, and my boyfriend was very insistent that we show up because we said we would. I talked to my cousin and his parents and explained the situation and that we can't stay for long due to my boyfriend's condition. They understood and were happy that we decided to show up despite everything. So the day of the grad party arrives, and I go for a more dressy look because I know my cousin and his family are kinda snobby. My boyfriend wants to dress up too, seeing as this is his first time that he'd meet my extended family. But the clothes are too tight on his body and they cause him excessive pain. So I encourage him to wear something more casual, saying my family will understand. I drive and we show up. Straight up, my boyfriend doesn't look the best. He's in baggy casual clothing that shows his bandages. His normally long blonde hair is singed and matted because he hadn't washed it in a week. Water and burns don't mix. My boyfriend limps around with me at his side, meeting everyone and making small talk. We eat food, we congratulate my cousin, and after an hour or so, we go. After such a short encounter, I didn't expect my family to immediately like him. I asked around and everyone said they don't know him well enough to form an opinion about him, which is fair. However, I recently learned through my mum that this was not the case. Most of my extended family hates my boyfriend, and for the most stupid of reasons. They don't like that he has long hair, or that he works a blue-collar job, and even that he didn't show up in fancy clothes. They're disappointed that I choose to date trash like him. That's their words, not mine. Some of my aunts even started planning a trip to take me to Italy so I can meet foreign boys in hopes of me cheating on my boyfriend. I would have understood if they didn't like him because he seemed like a butthole or for any good reason. But knowing what I know now makes me rethink everything I know about them, and I see how entitled they've been. Yeah, pretty simple one here. Your family are all just snobs. I mean, you said it yourself, so it's not a rude thing for me to say. And it's definitely true. I mean, come on, any normal person after meeting someone who has gone through something as horrible as this would give them so much lenience. It's amazing that he even came in the first place. That shows unreal commitment and would not be expected of him in a normal family, let's be honest. I mean, come on, what do they want? Him to stay there hobbling around for 6+ hours, wearing horrifically uncomfortable clothes just to look good? No one cares, ultimately. I rate you for showing up. I probably wouldn't have bothered. And there we go, guys. That is it. 12 hours of Reddit stories to sleep to comes to an end. I don't even know if I'm talking to anyone anymore, apart from those of you that are very cheeky and have just skipped to the outro. I hope that the majority of you are asleep, but who knows? Maybe some of you have put this on in the background, do something else. Whatever it is, I don't mind. I'm very grateful for all of you that have watched this series in particular. It's caused me to gain a lot of subscribers, a lot of new listeners and viewers. So yeah, once again, thank you. And don't worry, there'll be a lot more Reddit stories to sleep to in 2025. See you then.